My name is Pei Chinyu, and I have a system. This time, my mission target is a nearly dead old woman. Sounds simple, right?
Wrong.
When I arrived, old lady Pei, my assigned target, was surrounded by her chaotic, starving family. She was about to sell her own granddaughter, third daughter, just to feed everyone. The girl resisted and things got messy. The old woman fainted. That's when I made my move. Appearing in her dream, I pretended to be her ancestral spirit and scolded her for ruining the Pei family's legacy. I told her to change her ways or be reborn as a beast in her next life. She was terrified. Success. To seal the act, I gave her 20 steamed buns, 2 for each person. My first official system move, even though I'm still new at this. But old lady Pei? She ate one all by herself, thinking she was blessed by heaven. She bowed, praised, and stuffed her face like she'd just met the Jade Emperor himself. Meanwhile, her family was still hungry, clueless, and whispering in the dark cave. Now I just have to guide this stubborn matriarch to redeem her family, one bun at a time. As the newly assigned system spirit, I watched Grandma Pei wrestle with something she's never faced before: guilt. Or maybe just fear of divine punishment. I told her clearly, 2 steamed buns per person. Even third daughter, and the daughter-in-law she wanted to get rid of. If she didn't obey, I'd take everything back. I needed her to share. To my surprise, she actually did it. She stumbled outside the cave, fire crackling, face grim, holding the warm buns like treasure. Her family, starving and suspicious, gathered around in silence. She revealed the 18 buns, glowing like holy relics. No one could believe it. White flour buns were a luxury even in their best days. Then she handed them out, first to the eldest son Pei Huairan's family, then the beloved twins Pei Baozhu and Huaili. Finally, the most awkward moment, giving them to the second family. Her expression said she didn't want to, but she obeyed.
Barely.
Even Pei Huai, the second son, offered a bun back to his mother in gratitude. She slapped his hand, classic Grandma Pei, but I could tell. Some part of her cracked. The family was touched.
I
was shocked. Some of them saved buns for later. Some devoured theirs like it was the last meal on earth. And as everyone lay down to sleep, the cave felt a little less cold. But the second family worried. Was this kindness real, or just a last meal before Grandma Pei sold the third daughter tomorrow? They didn't know yet, but I would make sure of it. The transformation had begun. I knew old lady Pei was shameless, but watching her try to sneak leftover buns in the middle of the night confirmed it. The moment I spoke up, she nearly jumped out of her skin. She tried to play innocent, of course, but I see everything. I'm her divine ancestor, after all. At least, that's what she believes. I decided to test her thinking. What do you think of your sons? She praised the eldest, dismissed the second, and gushed over her spoiled twins. But when I reminded her who actually showed her kindness, only Pei Huai offered to save her food. Something cracked. She couldn't argue with the truth. I saw it sink in, and I let the thought settle. A seed planted. Meanwhile, I kept browsing my system functions, still low level, just some copper coins. But hey, I made progress. By morning, I noticed something else. The second family was the only one up early and working. They even brought wild vegetables. The rest? Useless layabouts. Old lady Pei got up grumbling, trying to ration porridge like we were still scraping by. I had to yell at her again. Add more scoops. She resisted, but obeyed. That's progress, right? She grumbled and muttered to me mentally, and sometimes not so mentally, acting like I was asking her to pour gold into the pot. But she still added extra food, even used up her stash of dried greens. She was scared, but compliant. Second daughter-in-law, who sure looked terrified. She thought good food meant Sanya was about to be sold for sure. But I wasn't going to let that happen. Not if I can push this stubborn old woman toward change. Old lady Pei still didn't fully get it. She tried to ask me for silver to buy land in the city and live a good life. I nearly laughed out loud. Classic greedy logic. Skip the hard work, just pray for a shortcut. So I told her maybe I should just let them all starve and take them straight to the immortal realm. That shut her up. One lesson at a time, old lady Pei. You'll thank me later, probably.
This family.
It's truly a mess. Old lady Pei wants to live richly and comfortably, but I reminded her, nothing in life comes easy. I'm her immortal ancestor, so my words carry weight, even if she finds them too complicated for her narrow thinking. When it came time for breakfast, the second daughter-in-law had already made porridge, and everyone sat in line like beggars, waiting for old lady Pei to serve them. As always, she planned to give the biggest portions to her favorites, her younger son and beloved daughter Baozhu. But not today. I stepped in. Serve by age, fairly, I told her. She froze, hesitated, and obeyed. She gave Pei Huai, the second son, a full bowl first.
He nearly cried.
He never expected kindness from her. And Baozhu?
Shocked.
Pouting. Then came the big moment. The second daughter-in-law received a hearty bowl too. The woman was so stunned, she looked like she'd seen a ghost. She was used to being starved, ignored, and blamed for not having sons. Yet here I was, forcing fairness onto this stubborn old woman. Even Sanya, the little girl they nearly sold yesterday, got her fair share. She thought it was her last meal, poor thing, and started devouring it like it was her execution breakfast. Then came the blow. I called out old lady Pei again. Explain yourself. Everyone was afraid to eat until she did. She fumbled through an apology, clearly forced, but it was enough for now. The family was shocked. For her to explain herself was a miracle. Then came the real test. Baozhu, spoiled, greedy Baozhu, tried to steal third sister's bread, just like last night. And everyone expected it to happen. Even Pei Huai didn't stop her. So I did. I made old lady Pei snap. She slapped Baozhu's hand with a chopstick, scolded her, and gave the bread back to third sister. It wasn't out of love, it was fear. But it was still a breakthrough. Small victories, one by one. This family might be a disaster, but I, System Pei Chinyu, am going to fix it. Even if I have to yell, haunt, and scold them every meal of the day. This family, I swear, is chaos in motion, but we're making progress. After last night's bread drama, Pei Baozhu had the nerve to complain that grandma didn't love her anymore. Well, she's not wrong. Old lady Pei almost gave Baozhu her own bread, but then remembered my voice in her head and wisely aided herself. That's right, progress. Soon, the village chief ordered everyone to move out again. Pei Village is a small family-based community, traveling through mountains to avoid trouble and stay alive. 2 carts carried everything they owned. The kids sometimes rode on them, but of course, poor Sanya never got a turn. Pei Huairen asked about the mysterious bread. Where did it come from? Old lady Pei pointed to the sky. That's right. Keep 'em guessing. Divine gifts, she implied. And they believed her. These villagers really do fear the heavens. After a long day's walk, the village camped by a creek. While most lazed around, only Pei Huai's family got to work gathering food and firewood. I noticed it, and I made sure old lady Pei did too. I needed her to see the difference. Laziness versus diligence. Who's worth protecting? So I pushed her again. Get up, make everyone work. Or no dinner. She grumbled, but she did it. Even her precious sons and grandsons had to go out. Only Baozhu got to stay behind. Some favoritism dies hard. Old lady Pei wandered into the woods, muttering complaints and pretending her back hurt until I motivated her with sweet talk of white buns. She perked up instantly, miracle. She started foraging properly. Then I spotted something with my system radar and led her forward. She got excited. Maybe it was treasure or meat or more buns?
Nope. Just bamboo shoots.
Naturally, she misunderstood. Thought I was accusing her of eating her grandson.
No, Beilinsi.
Not your grandson. Bamboo shoots. A vegetable. From the ground. We'll start there. Even teaching this woman about wild edibles is a battle. But with each step, she's learning. And that's all I need to make this family survive and grow. You wouldn't believe it. These people didn't even know what bamboo shoots were, let alone that they could be eaten. A system from who knows what timeline, nearly short-circuited from the cultural shock. But fine, we adapt. Old Lady Pei thought I accused her of eating her grandson when I mentioned bamboo shoots. It took several rounds of clarification before she understood I was talking about plants, not people. I had to pull up her memory database just to show her what a bamboo shoot looked like. She picked a bunch of bamboo leaves first, confused but obedient, and I instantly stored them in my system warehouse. The look on her face when they vanished? Pure awe. She really thinks I'm some divine, omnipotent ancestor now. Then I guided her to collect actual bamboo shoots. As she broke them, I kept swiping them into the system for credit. She was so confused watching them disappear one by one. But to her credit, she kept working until her back gave out. I let her carry one bamboo shoot back and told her to bring her sons to help later. She obeyed, thinking I'd guard the goods myself. I love how much power she thinks I have. Back at camp, the kids saw the bamboo shoot and got excited, hoping it was another magic bun.
Nope.
But they started peeling the shoots anyway. To my relief, the shells came off easily, and the inside was fresh and tender. She called everyone back to help, and shockingly, no one complained. Even her laziest kids followed her into the bamboo forest. They didn't know what bamboo shoots were, but they knew one thing. If Mother said carry and there was food at stake, they carried. I instructed Old Lady Pei on how to boil the shoots. Of course, Baozhu had to take a bite early and immediately gagged. Bitter. Astringent. Typical. You don't just eat raw bamboo shoots like candy, silly girl. But third sister? She quietly kept peeling. No whining. No complaining. Just doing her job. She's the one who's going to surprise them all.
And me?
I'm storing bamboo, earning system points, slowly gaining leverage, and turning this survival mess into a miracle. Phew, finally. A hot pot of bamboo shoots bubbling over a fire. Progress. The kids were peeling, the fire was fueled with bamboo shells, and Old Lady Pei was panting like she'd just fought a war. She turned to me, expecting divine payment, like she had completed a holy quest. And hey, I did reward her. I traded system points for reed leaves and bamboo shoots, then spent the rest on 20 gene of coarse rice. The rice dropped from the sky, literally. It smacked the ground and startled her so hard she almost fell over, but when she realized what it was, she looked like she'd just won the lottery. Her second son, Pei Huai, came running, worried she'd hurt herself. But she told him off and then turned around, beaming with joy like she was queen of the world. I reminded her again, share the food, don't hoard. If the family's gone, there's nothing left to rule over. Even Old Lady Pei seemed to understand that. Sort of. She gave the rice to the second daughter-in-law to cook, and who sure nearly cried with gratitude. She actually believed this was Grandma's secret emergency supply. I laughed to myself, this family, always making up their own explanations. Then came the meal prep. The bamboo shoots had boiled soft, were soaking, and Old Lady Pei stir-fried them herself. Just a little lard for flavor, then coarse salt. Nothing fancy, but it was hot food. Who sure even blanched wild vegetables with leftover water, resourceful woman. When it came time to serve the rice, Old Lady Pei remembered my words. She finally served in the proper order. No more giving Baozhu or Huili the best portions first. Baozhu looked like she swallowed a bug, and Huili sulked in silence. But the second household? Overjoyed. Who sure got a full scoop. Pei Huai didn't have to beg. Third sister wasn't sold. Victory all around. And me? I watched from my system interface, amused. Lesson of the day. Hunger humbles. Bamboo shoots build unity. And a little lard can shift loyalties. The rice was coarse, the bamboo shoots were wild, but the joy on everyone's faces? Priceless. They ate heartily, crisp bamboo shoots mixed with thick rice porridge that could hold a chopstick upright. Even Pei Huili admitted it was delicious. Pei Baozhu, of course, pouted and sulked as usual. But nobody cared. They were full. They were fed. After the meal, everyone curled up in the cave for the night. The remaining bamboo shoots were stashed safely in the back where Old Lady Pei slept, Only about 10 were left. I had quietly taken the rest into my system warehouse. She noticed and, naturally, assumed it was divine work. Which it was. Sort of. Feeling brave, she whispered to me like we were chatting on QQ. Could the ancestors give me something else too? Fine. I promised her a little more food and took the rest. She peeked into the barrel and gasped. Most of the shoots were gone. She didn't freak out.
Nope.
Her belief was solid now. The immortal ancestors must be real. And not just any immortals. Pei clan ancestors. The next morning, she went off to confirm her suspicion. She cornered the clan leader like a sneaky old fox and asked if their ancestors ever had immortals. At first, he laughed her off, but then his son, the village chief, remembered something from the records. A woman in the Pei family who disappeared mysteriously and was rumored to have cultivated the way. That was all old lady Pei needed to hear. A woman ancestor? A disappeared cultivator? Bingo! She immediately concluded that her ancestor spirit, must be that immortal woman, sent back to bless her branch of the family. Her smile was so smug, I thought she'd burst. The best part? She's convinced that all this divine favor means her family is destined for greatness. Fertile land, big houses, servants. And the cherry on top? She promised to build me a shrine and offer pig head meat.
Pig.
Head.
Meat.
Pei Chinyu me speechless. But I'll take it. She's listening, working, and improving. She even cooked all the rice this morning, afraid it might get stolen by the gods if she hoarded it. Of course, Baozhu noticed the missing bamboo shoots and started snooping. Old Lady Pei? Classic. What bamboo shoots? What are you talking about? Stone-faced denial.
Smooth.
And so, the legend of the immortal ancestor guiding the rise of the Pei family continues, one bamboo shoot and coarse rice bowl at a time. Old Lady Pei, master of dramatic inner monologues and selective generosity, was at it again, this time squatting by the roadside, talking to me like I'm her private heavenly consultant. Ancient ancestor, when will our suffering end? I gave her the only divine answer she wanted to hear. Soon. It worked. She picked up her pace like she was marching toward a mansion instead of more mountain trails. While scanning the forest for tradable goods, I spotted a patch of stinging nettle, highly useful, edible, with caution, and sellable. But of course, Old Lady Pei balked. Ancestors, are you trying to poison me? This is biting grass. I had to talk her into it. Use your sleeves. Pull quick. Don't touch the stems. Eventually she obeyed. And like magic, because I whisked the nettles into my system warehouse. The look on her face as the plants vanished?
Chefiskis.
She's still not used to it. Then I gave her an incentive. Raise pigs with this stuff, and they'll grow huge. She nearly fainted from excitement.
Pigs.
She was already picturing a pen full of porkers bigger than her second son. Ancestors raise pigs too? Girl, I'm a system. I raise economies. She obediently pulled more nettle until she was tired. I rewarded her the Pei family way with a basket of eggs.
20.
Hidden under the stinging nettles. She gasped like she saw the Jade Emperor himself. Thank you, ancestors. I'll definitely offer you pig's head meat one day. I reminded her. Don't just feed the boys. Share with the whole family. Just as she wrapped the eggs and prepared to leave, guess who came looking for her?
Pei Huai.
The loyal second son. Not her precious daughter. Not her official material youngest. Just the one who's always been quietly protecting her. He took the basket without question. When he asked why she was picking inedible plants, she just sighed. She may still favor the wrong kids, but she's not blind anymore. That night, her family would have eggs. And maybe, just maybe, she'd finally start seeing that kindness feeds more than stomachs. Old Lady Pei may still be stingy, sneaky, and dramatic, but she's changing. Slowly, like a stubborn turnip, but changing nonetheless. After collecting nettles and earning her divine reward, a basket of eggs, which she actually shared, she even volunteered to help the whole village. She told the village chief stinging nettle was edible, and the man, skeptical but desperate, boiled some himself. Turned out pretty good.
Victory.
Mission complete. Back home, she cooked coarse rice and even made egg drop soup. Not just for her favorites, but for everyone. She gave a solid portion to Hushur. Even third sister got some, hot, fragrant, and with real egg in it. Pei Baozhu, of course, had to whine about not getting a full poached egg just for herself. That triggered something in Grandma Pei. For the first time, she actually got annoyed at her golden girl.
Growth.
And then, just when she thought she could lie down in peace, I gave her something special. A TV-like dream vision. Gorgeous women dancing in rich palaces, silk robes, soldiers' elegance, everything she craves. She fell in love with the scene. Ancestors. What happened to Wu Mainyang? Did she become a noble lady? I teased her, guess. Of course, she guessed yes. Meat.
Clothes.
Carried by servants. But to continue watching, I had a condition. Learn to read. She resisted at first. Then I hit her where it hurts. No literacy equals no power.
No meat.
No new clothes. No noble status. She gave in. Fine. I'll learn. Cue the dream teacher, a handsome, dignified man her age.
She blushed.
Fumbled. Focused. For 2 whole hours. When she woke up, smack, a sponge cake on her face.
Soft. Warm. Sweet.
This is your reward. Don't let anyone see. And that's how I turned a grumpy matriarch into a student of the way, bribing her with eggs, illusions, and cake. I am the system, the ancestral voice, the divine scammer with a heart. And this family? It's about to rise. Smelling it, still quite fragrant. It's just an ordinary sponge cake, palm-sized. Grandma Pei carefully took a bite, soft and fragrant. Farmers don't often eat sweets. Even when they do, it's usually saved for their grandchildren. Has she ever really eaten sweets in her life? It seems not. Before she married, good things were always saved for her younger brother. After marriage, she quickly had children, so she kept the good food for them. When the children grew up, she would buy gifts for them sometimes, and she kept some for her grandchildren. As Grandma Pei ate, her nose felt a little sore. Ancestors, you're so kind. The Pei family was still very poor, often unable to cook proper meals, but occasionally receiving help from her father-in-law kept them from starving for a day. But the escape from hardship continued. The grain on the cart was running out faster and faster. Third sister, do you want to hear the good news or the bad news first? Grandma Pei, who was already walking with her head down, was used to the old ancestors' occasional talk. Bad news. Could it be mountain bandits ahead? Or maybe the county magistrate won't let them into the city. Or perhaps a flood is about to happen.
Huisje is pregnant. Boom.
Something in her mind exploded. Pregnancy is usually good news, but on this escape journey, it's really not something to be happy about. Grandma Pei steadied herself. She had watched Wu Mianyang before. She knew she must stay calm no matter what.
So,
what's the good news? Is there a place to stop ahead? Can they rest peacefully? The good news is she's pregnant with a boy. A boy. The second wife's family couldn't do without a son. Third sister is already 6 years old, and Hushur has finally become pregnant again. Well, that's okay. Grandma Pei sighed helplessly. The baby was coming. What could she do? Maybe Hushur herself didn't even realize she was pregnant. She was already thin, and she hadn't eaten well on the journey, just 2 meals a day. Looking at her, she only seemed a little fatter than before. Who knew she was pregnant? Suddenly, Grandma Pei remembered that her eldest daughter-in-law, Jean Shur, was still jealous, saying Hushur had gained weight while escaping hardship. Why hadn't she noticed this before? This baby was a boy, he had to be saved. At dinner that afternoon, Grandma Pei kept Hushur behind and sent Pei Baozhu out to pick wild vegetables. Hushur was still worried. Had she not done much lately? Was it because she had gained weight and her mother thought she was eating too much? Nervously, Hushur walked over to Grandma Pei. I want to ask you, how long has it been since Gui Shui last came? Hushur blushed. Why was she asking this? It's been several months, I think. Since we were in the village, it's been gone. Grandmother Pei pinched her fingers and guessed that the child was about 3 months old. She thought about how hard these 3 months had been, but the baby hadn't been lost, so she needed to make up for it now. You're pregnant, and you don't even realize it yourself. Mrs. Hu's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, and her grayish hair was trembling. Really? I'm pregnant. Her stomach hadn't moved in years, and she thought she would only have one daughter in her life. Mrs. Hu's eyes filled with tears. She gently placed her hands on her belly, as if she could already feel the baby inside. Be more careful yourself. You're not a first-time mother. You know how to take care. From now on, don't do heavy work outside. Mrs. Hu went outside, her steps feeling weak. She walked blankly to Pei Huai, who was busy gathering firewood. Master, Mother said I'm pregnant. Pregnant? What do you mean? Pei Huai looked up, and his wife was holding her belly with both hands. You're pregnant? Really? I'm going to be a father again. They were so happy, and Grandma Pei sat on a stone watching them rejoice. But she also thought about how to feed everyone. She was happy, but more worried. Besides Mrs. Hu, everyone else was sent out to find food, wild vegetables, digging wild fruits and berries. They weren't allowed to eat what they found. It was all to be saved for later. Grandma Pei listened to the ancestors' advice and offered these things as offerings to the gods in heaven, who would cherish these simple gifts. If the ancestors rewarded her with good grains, the family could at least have enough to eat. Pei Chinyu leaned on the side of the road, saving some money by having Grandma Pei find food along the way, but now she realized how hard it was to be a system. Everything required energy. Even though the Pei family was working hard, they couldn't find much left. Cicada monkeys had been caught clean. Mrs. Hu was too thin, and she was pregnant with twins. Pei Chinyu didn't say anything, but she had already sensed it herself. Third sister, I left a chicken behind that tree over there near that stone. It just died. Quietly prepare it to help Mrs. Hu regain her strength. They didn't need to kill the chicken again, to avoid unnecessary trouble. She purposely left it at the back of the group, so it wouldn't attract attention when they snacked. Grandma Pei instructed everyone to find a good spot, then she took her basket and went to the riverbank. The knife was dull and covered with countless scratches. Grandma Pei used it to open the chicken, washing the edible parts with river water. She chopped the chicken on a rock by the river, saving half for next time. Third sister, why don't you go catch a few fish? Pei Chinyu looked at the river, which still had some fish, though they were small. Old ancestor, how can I catch fish like this? Old Lady Pei was in a difficult spot. She was a woman, and catching fish meant wearing slippers and lifting her skirt. In broad daylight, that wouldn't be proper. Plus, the fish are slippery. With her old bones, it's already good if she doesn't fall into the river. Go back and call your 3 sons to catch fish. Fish soup is good for pregnant women. And there's some meat too. After chopping the chicken, Old Lady Pei started heading back. On the way, she picked some wild herbs that could be used as spices. The old ancestors said they were edible, so they must be. The chicken needed to simmer for a while. Old Lady Pei quickly added water and started boiling it. The chicken had its own fat and juice, and she just added some salt. As for what vegetables to add to the stew, Old Lady Pei took out some eggs from her bag, local eggs. They had eggs too, but they were small, not tasty, and some people had even died eating them. The eggs given by the ancestor were all big. Once cooked, they were soft and filling. A few were enough to fill her up. Sometimes, when there was no time to cook, she'd bury the eggs in the fire and make a quick meal. She didn't dare make too much noise. Old Lady Pei kept the fire burning very fiercely. Her 3 sons had been messing around in the river all afternoon and only came back at nightfall. When Old Lady Pei saw them, she sighed. Nothing to show for it. They all returned empty-handed, and their clothes and pants were wet. Mother, what smells so good? Pei Huiren was roasting his clothes and leaning over the pot to smell. Old Lady Pei had covered the pot with a wooden lid, which had a good handle. They're all inside. I was just saying, the second family has some now. From now on, everything they eat and drink will be shared with them. It's been hard on them this journey. They didn't get to eat anything good. Later, she'll do less work, and I'll cook the meals myself. Hu Sure and Pei Huai cuddled together. The others didn't have any particular thoughts. If they had it, they had it. Who doesn't have a few children? Second sister-in-law, you're so clueless. During a famine, you need everything you can get. When you have it now, won't she have to fight for everyone's rations after giving birth? Pei Baozhu pouted her lips, so much it looked like a gourd. She wasn't pregnant earlier, but now she was. Hearing this, Pei Huai, who was originally cheerful, suddenly froze. Yes, it's so hard now. Wife, I'll eat less from now on so you can have more. All he could do was cut back on his own food. Enough, enough. Having a child is a good thing. The second family has a successor now. Second sister-in-law, don't worry too much. Just focus on raising the baby. Old Lady Pei knocked on the firewood. Without her, this family wouldn't be here. This is yours. Eat it without worry. Grandmother Pei placed chicken drumsticks and some good meat into Hu's bowl. Now, everyone had to wait their turn to eat, starting with her, because Hu had her own grandson to feed. Everyone looked longingly at the fragrant chicken in Hu's bowl. 2 pieces per person, eat your own. Originally, Hu wanted to share her meat with third sister, but unexpectedly, Grandma Pei even gave some to third sister. In her heart, she felt warm. Hu doesn't have to make do with wild vegetable porridge. Only their family could enjoy eggs and chicken. Mother, where did this chicken come from? Pei Huairen asked quietly, leaning close to Grandma Pei. Others also looked curiously at Grandma Pei. Could it have been stolen from someone else? It was found. Just eat it. Don't ask too many questions. Grandma Pei spoke harshly, but inside, she was a little nervous. If her family found out, someone might accidentally reveal the secret. Only her family could have such good luck.
Oh.
Pei Huairen answered quietly, thinking that his mother probably stole the chicken. He dared not say anything and kept drinking his soup. After a few more days, they could see the city from afar. Mother, the village chief said they will head to the official road today. Everyone should keep a close watch on their belongings. Things might get unstable. Pei Huairen was tying his belongings securely on the cart with a rope while reporting to Grandma Pei. To take care of Hu's situation, Grandma Pei's family was at the back of the group. Whenever something happened, Pei Huairen had to go ahead to find out what was going on. She looked into the distance, where the shadow of the city could be seen. They should arrive today. Keep an eye on the children. Grandma Pei gave a quick instruction. She looked at her family, only 3 strong men, and sighed. It was still too few. As they got closer to the city, more people appeared on the road. Their group became more noticeable. Outside the city, large crowds gathered. Most looked pale and thin, with prominent cheekbones, leaning casually against each other. The ground was completely bare, either trampled to death or eaten away. Every heavy step kicked up dust. Dad, I'm scared. Why are they all looking at me like that? Pei Mingshan shyly hid behind Pei Huairen. The people's gazes seemed like they wanted to swallow him whole. Hu's mother tightly held third sister, afraid she might disappear if she wasn't careful. They didn't know what was happening at the front. They followed a family ahead and found an open space to wait. Second, go ask what's going on up front. Grandmother Pei arranged Pei Huai to investigate the situation. The eldest was sneaky and might leave halfway. The third was timid, so only the second was reliable. Pei Huai took a long time to return, rushing back anxiously. The village chief and others went to tell the official. We will definitely stay outside the city tonight. The city won't let us in, and those outside have been waiting for months. What should we do, Mother? We might run out of food, Pei Huairen said urgently, calling his mother whenever he was unsure. Ancestors, what should we do? Grandmother Pei frowned, calling out internally to Pei Chinyu. Don't worry, wait and see what happens. Pei Chinyu looked at the situation. I can't do much. I don't even have a body. I can only stay calm and respond to her, so Grandmother Pei doesn't panic. Feeling a bit relieved, Grandmother Pei decided everyone should sit and rest, waiting for the village chief's plan. Suddenly, the people around, who had been silent, started to get up and run toward the city gate like wild dogs. Why were they running? Soup is being served. The city gate opened, and soldiers carried large buckets of porridge out. Refugees rushed to grab it. Big brother, second brother, let's go get some porridge. Not missing out on a chance, Grandma Pei quickly pulled her two sons up from the ground, handed each a bowl, and ran with the crowd. Although there was no shortage of food at home recently, drinking plain porridge was better than eating wild vegetable mash. Children couldn't go because they might get pushed out, and pregnant women definitely couldn't go. The third was a man, so it was safer for him to stay and watch. Grandmother Pei quickly thought through her options and decided to take her eldest and second sons with her. Don't push. My bowl. Official. Please give me some. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Please, official, have mercy on me. My baby is starving. Move aside. I got here first. Move. They pushed and shoved, ignoring the soldiers' shouts, refusing to line up properly, just causing chaos. Big brother, second brother, this. Grandmother Pei fought her way through the crowd, finally reaching the front, pulling her two sons close, one in front, one behind. Get out of the way. Let Grandpa stand here. A man with a pale face pushed to the front, grabbing the smallest boy in the line who looked easiest to bully. The boy stumbled and fell to the ground. He instinctively protected his bowl, not noticing the scrape on his elbow. This is my spot. I finally got in line. The young boy quickly got up and stubbornly pushed the man away, but since he hadn't eaten many meals, he didn't have much strength. Go away. Stand in line. Anyone causing trouble won't get porridge. The soldiers with weapons shouted at the crowd, and the chaos slightly calmed down. The boy angrily glared at the pale-faced man. Second brother, come back. Old Lady Pei grabbed Pei Huai's arm. When he moved, she knew he was about to try to be a hero again. She thought, with so many people, and himself barely able to protect himself, why cause trouble? Mother. Pei Huai looked sad. The boy was still so young. Don't go. Line up properly. Yes, second brother, the soldiers' swords are sharp and dangerous. Big brother Pei also advised. Third sister, take this boy back to the line. A clear, sweet voice sounded. Old Lady Pei looked confused. What? I just told my son not to go, and now she wants me to go? Did I hear right? Ancestors, we need to line up. If we don't, the porridge will be gone soon. Old Lady Pei looked conflicted. Why should she care about other people's children? Save the boy so he can eat plain porridge smoothly and give 10 baked pancakes. Old Lady Pei. Child, come here, come over here. She gently helped the boy on the ground up and brought him close. Pei Huiren and Pei Huai looked surprised. What is mother doing? Didn't she just say not to interfere? The little boy, you told people not to help. Don't be afraid. Stand in front of the big lady. No one will push you away. Hey, old lady, what are you cutting in line for? The pale-faced man pointed and shouted. Official. Someone is cutting in line here. Who? Who dares to cut in line? Take him out and give him a big punishment. Villagers from Pei Village curiously looked on. When they saw it was someone they knew, they thought, it's Annie Pei again causing trouble. She was unreasonable in the village before, and now with so many people outside, she still dares to cause trouble? Isn't she afraid of getting hit? Seeing a few soldiers approaching, Old Lady Pei immediately used her tricks, clapping her thighs and shouting loudly. Official.
Please help me.
My grandson is lining up properly here, but this man is not human. He pushed him away. Look at my grandson. He's so thin he's like a skin and bones. This ruffian is bullying good people. Old Lady Pei's voice was very loud and attention-grabbing. A few soldiers came closer. What happened? What's going on? Be careful. There's nothing to eat. These people have eaten too much. No wonder the county official doesn't want to let them into the city. If they go in, there will be a lot of trouble. Official, this old woman is talking nonsense. This little boy is clearly on the ground. He was put into the line. The man with the blue face pointed at the little boy, acting as if he was the one pushed into the line, even though he was the one who was actually in the wrong. How could Grandma Pei let him have his way? If you get what you want, my pancake will be gone. Nonsense.
He's my grandson.
He accidentally fell out, and I helped him up. We are honest citizens. The soldiers were speechless. They just waved their weapons and tried to scare everyone. They were only here to keep order and didn't want to bother with these petty matters. If you cause trouble again, no porridge for you. You'll go to jail instead. Everyone quieted down. The little boy successfully joined the line. He secretly looked at the old woman. She wasn't tall, a bit thin overall, but very strong. Her grip on his arm was so tight it made his arm numb. "Thank you," he whispered, but Grandma Pei didn't hear him. "Grandma, have we finished the task?" Grandma Pei's voice was excited. She didn't dare light a fire or cook in the refugee camp, so having pancakes was very timely. There wasn't much here, and Pei Chinua didn't want her to feel like she could get something for nothing. She bravely announced the task to her. His goal was to help them live a better life. Whether he succeeded depended on the result. How he achieved it was up to Pei Chinua to figure out. "Yes, I put the things on the cart on top of that half chicken." Grandma Pei was happy and queued up. After waiting a long time, she received a bowl of very thin porridge. But the little boy held the porridge carefully, like a treasure. 3 bowls of porridge. Pei Huairan divided it among his wife and 2 children. Pei Huai gave his wife and 3 girls some. Grandma Pei also wanted to share with her own son and daughter. Everyone only got a small half bowl, and they finished it with 1 sip. Grandma Pei took some pancakes out of her bag, made of mixed flour, each as big as a head. She only took out 3 and divided them to eat. "Mother, how can we fill our stomachs like this? It's not enough to stop hunger." Pei Baozhu finished her share in a few bites and looked longingly at Pei Huili, making him quickly eat his own. With these conditions, Baozhu, everyone in the family is eating like this. "Just make do." Grandma Pei still hesitated but split her pancake in half to give to her. "Mother, we have. Why don't we cook and eat?" Pei Baozhu winked at her. Old Lady P looked around nervously, listening carefully to see if anyone was eavesdropping. "Us? We're the same as them, living on 1 bowl of porridge each day." P Huili snorted. Little sister is so naive. Even he understood that she kept craving more food. "Mother, why does that boy keep staring at us? Maybe he has bad intentions." P Huili pointed at a small child nearby. Old Lady P looked and recognized him as the boy who brought the porridge. "Don't worry about him. If he wants to look, let him. We just need to watch our own things. Tonight we take turns sleeping, big brother, second brother, third brother. Each guards for a while." Meanwhile, P Chinyu spread out her mental energy to listen to what was happening around her. Her energy was limited, so her range of detection was small. The village chief and the clan leader were sitting by the fire, frowning as they discussed. "Father, what do we do? The county won't let us in. We're running out of food." The clan leader, worried, had lost some hair. "If they won't let us in, we have to leave. We can't all just wait here to die." He had been the clan leader for most of his life, and now he was facing such a tough situation. The village chief thought about what he had learned today. The county definitely wouldn't let anyone in, only out. If they had relatives in the city, those relatives could come and identify them, then they could go in. But after that, no one was allowed in anymore. They had heard that something might happen in the next 2 days. If nothing changed, they would have to leave. The people of Pei Village spent a restless night, and the next day, they received news. Soldiers were banging gongs at the city gate, their loud sounds waking everyone up. Many thought they might be allowed into the city. "Quick, wake up. Something's happening." Old Lady P was the first to wake. She was probably older but still alert. Any small noise could wake her. It was quiet and open, and everyone looked up eagerly, waiting for the county magistrate to announce they could enter the city. The imperial order is that all refugees with household registration can go to Danyang County. The government will allocate land. Our place is too small to hold so many people. The county magistrate shouted from the city tower, each word loud and clear, so the soldiers around him repeated it to make sure everyone heard. They waited months for this news, only to get such an answer. Maybe the first group of refugees had already died, but some kept waiting because they didn't believe the officials would abandon them. The village chief looked around. These refugees were probably furious inside. Hurry, pass the message. Tell everyone. Our Pei village is leaving now, heading to Danyang. Old Lady P's family was at the end of the line. She couldn't hear what was being said in front, but seeing the village chief stand up, she guessed what was happening. Pack your things. It looks like we need to move again. Old Lady Pei looked at Hu's belly, which was already showing, and thought, my good grandson, don't worry. This time, more people joined the journey. Before, only folks from Pei village, but now many refugees saw them moving forward and followed behind. With more people, it's safer. If you're unsure where to go, just follow others. Even on mountain paths, they didn't question, just kept walking behind. It looks like we'll rest here today. We don't have much water left, so we need to find some soon. This time, she told Pei Huai and Hu to stay and watch the belongings. They were bored, so they picked up firewood nearby. From there, they could see the belongings. Mother? You want me to go too? I'm your good daughter. Pei Baozhu was surprised. Her mother never let her go far to pick wild vegetables. Even on the road before, her mother stayed behind to watch their things. Aren't you a big girl now? You shouldn't run around. Old Lady Pei was about to go look for water with Pei Mingshan, Pei Mingi, and third sister when she saw Baozhu come out like that. Baozhu, times are different now. If we don't eat, we'll starve. Old Lady Pei patiently explained, but she heard a voice say, the in-laws say that too. I only hear that from the scholar's father. If you have the guts, say it to him. She turned around and saw an old woman. Her hair was already white. Who are you? I'm from the family of Jin's daughter. Isn't she married to your Huiran? Your in-laws. Ah. Old Lady Pei suddenly understood. She was Jin's mother, the eldest daughter-in-law. This old woman used to be very particular about money. She looked down on everyone because her family had a little money, but all her wealth was earned from her daughter's dowry. Wow, old sister-in-law, long time no see. I almost didn't recognize you. Old Lady Pei also realized she was speaking more politely than usual. Looks like she had been learning those words at night. Where's Jin's daughter?
I didn't even know she was here when I arrived.
In-laws, let's keep each other company. Jin's mother was friendly and pulled her children to sit on Pei's land. She put her bundle down and looked like she was planning to stay. Humph. Old Lady Pei snorted through her nose. Jin's mother brought quite a few people. 2 sons, 2 daughters-in-law, 5 grandsons. She often teased her because she had fewer grandchildren. Baozhu, make sure our things are safe. If anything's missing, we'll all go hungry. Grandmother Pei spoke in a sarcastic tone. When Pei Baozhu saw the old lady Jin's family coming, she became very alert and protected the 2 carts behind her. She disliked her older sister-in-law's family because they always brought many people to show off how many grandchildren they had. They had 5 grandchildren, and they kept asking for everything they saw. After giving instructions, Grandma Pei took her grandchildren and left, heading in the direction indicated by Pei Chenyu. Each child carried a water bottle. Grandma, why did you call me here? Third sister can come along. Pei Mingshan is the oldest grandson. Since he was young, he's been spoiled and used to laziness. He couldn't walk far without getting tired. Third sister is younger than you too. She knows how to find wild vegetables every day. Mingi, your grandma's oldest grandson, you must do better than others. Even when looking for wild vegetables, you should find more than everyone else. Grandma Pei patted his shoulder. The weather was getting hotter, and water sources were becoming scarcer. Third sister is just a girl. How can she compare to me? Mingshan was suddenly motivated. He grabbed his water bottle and rushed ahead to third sister, who silently followed without saying a word. Come on. Hurry up. Grandma Pei waved her hand to encourage the 3 children to run faster. There was a patch of moss, fluffy and raised in a big clump, but it looked like nothing special. However, when she pulled the moss away, a small stream of water was revealed underneath. Hurry and fetch water. Drink enough first, then fill the bottles. Once full, we'll go back. She turned to walk to the side. Old ancestor, is there anything to eat? That tree over there has a bird's nest with eggs. The muddy spots near the water can also be boiled and eaten. Grandma Pei looked carefully for a while before spotting the bird's nest in the tree, but she hesitated. How could she climb up? Grandma, the bottles are full. I'm the fastest. Mingshan proudly tilted his chin at Mingi and third sister. Mingshan, come on, climb up and get the bird eggs. Grandma will cook them for you when we get back. Bird eggs. Mingshan put down his water bottle and quickly climbed the tree. He was good at this. He was the best tree climber in the village. In no time, Mingshan came down holding the bird eggs. Grandma. He opened his hand to reveal 3 small eggs. Although tiny, they were still a kind of meat. Keep these for yourself. You can look for more on other trees. Third sister, come here. Grandma will teach you how to pick wild vegetables. Look at this one, see? Pick it and put it in the basket. Grandma Pei assigned Mingshan a task and then went back to find the dark-colored wild vegetables growing on the stones. They didn't have these in their village. They looked dark and slippery. Sanya listened obediently and silently picked up the item. Grandma Pei sat on a nearby stone to rest. Ancestor, later you can take the bird eggs and wild vegetables. This time, please give me some eggs. Haha, trading bird eggs for chicken eggs. You're quite clever. After spending some time together, Grandma Pei understood the habits of the fairy ancestor better, and she no longer felt so afraid of her. The ancestor felt more like a close friend. All right, once you're done, put everything in the basket and I'll exchange it for you. There are 10 bird eggs and a handful of wildwood ear mushrooms. These mushrooms usually grow on damp, water-rich stone walls. Nowadays, water is scarce, so they are not easy to find. Pei Mingshan was excited, looking forward to going back to cook eggs for himself. The basket was covered with leaves. Grandma Pei waited until dusk before returning home with the children. Mom, today was good. We gathered quite a bit of firewood and some wild vegetables. Who sure felt that her mother-in-law's attitude had improved lately, and she dared to smile and talk with her. What about you all? Did you find anything? Grandma Pei asked the others. I found some mushrooms, Pei Huili said, with about a dozen mushrooms beside him. Don't eat those. They are poisonous. Grandma Pei was feeling pleased. Her younger son was also helping the family, but then Pei Chinyu said, Mom, today we gathered a lot of firewood too. Jean sure quickly took credit. Good firewood is safe. At least it's not poisonous. Third son, throw away those mushrooms. Toss them far, so others don't find them and eat them, or they might die from poisoning, and we can't afford that. Grandma Pei frowned. She used to think her youngest son was the smartest, but now he couldn't even recognize mushrooms. Mom, these can't be eaten? Is there not one that's safe? Pei Huili looked confused. It shouldn't be like this. From now on, just gather firewood. You don't understand anything. Grandma Pei started to prepare food. She boiled water, cracked in 5 or 6 eggs, and added some wild greens. Today, she picked fresh wild vegetables, and the soup was ready. Oh, what smells so good?
Oh.
There are eggs too. Grandma Jean returned with a few children. Grandma Pei wondered where her sons and daughters-in-law had gone. Full baskets, come call Grandma. Grandma is kind-hearted and will share some with each of you. Grandma Jean smiled and pushed the 2 children toward the fire, then sat down herself. What are you giving them? I've been working all afternoon to gather this, and I haven't even eaten yet. Pei Mingshan was the first to disagree. They haven't had good food in a long time. Mount Ming, what are you talking about? You're my cousin. Old lady Pei didn't say anything, just let her perform. She cooked some porridge, and everyone took a bowl, then broke a piece of flatbread to eat. Wow, this bread is made with white flour. Your family is so rich. You even have white flour bread. Unlike us, we can't even eat wild vegetables. Everyone stayed silent, just eating faster. Old Lady Jin's eyes rolled as she gave her grandson Jean Mand-song a nudge.
Ah.
Mand-song is so hungry. Grandma, I want some too. Ugh, ugh. I'm so hungry. The 2 children kept crying and making noise. Jinhua, your 2 nephews are hungry. Didn't you hear? Hurry and get a bowl for your nephews and your mother. Jin's wife awkwardly looked up from her bowl. Mother, I dare not. Jean cursed silently at her useless self. Mand-song, Mandiui, your aunt surely wants to eat her own share. Hurry and drink a little. The 2 kids, Jean Mand-song and Jean Dui, got up and rushed toward Jin's wife. She didn't want to give them anything, so she quickly shoved food into her mouth. In the chaos, two little kids, like wild bulls, bumped into the firewood, knocking over a pot of egg drop soup onto the ground. Time seemed to freeze. Jin's wife's eyes nearly popped out in shock. It's over now. She knew she was about to be divorced. Even though she had given birth to the only two grandchildren of the Pei family, she would still be cast aside. What should she do? A cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Oh, I'm so sorry. The children are naughty. If I had given them a bowl earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Dear in-laws, we'll leave now. The children haven't eaten yet. Old Lady Jean was scared for a few seconds, but then her heart was filled with schadenfreude.
Ha, serves you right.
Pretending to be sorry, but a smile crept up her face. You old hag, if I don't peel your skin today, I'll go to hell myself and confess. You're cutting off our family's future. Do you know how hard it is to get this little bit of food? You old fool. Today I'll gouge out your eyes. You blind dog. Pei Ming Shan and Pei Ming He also rushed toward Jean Mansong and Jean Dui. The four children immediately started fighting. Meanwhile, Old Lady Pei was already grabbing Jin's wife's hair with both hands, pulling hard as if she wanted to rip her scalp off. Bao Zhu. Help your mother quickly. Pei Bao Zhu, fed up with the old lady, joined the fight without hesitation. Jin's wife found a corner to hide in, not wanting to get hurt. After all, her mother was unkind to her, so she refused to help. Pei Huai was pulling his wife and children to hide nearby, hoping not to scare the baby in his wife's belly. The scene was chaotic, and no one noticed that the two bundles placed nearby by Grandma Jean had disappeared. Jinhua, you ungrateful person. You saw your own mother being beaten and didn't help. I really should have drowned you when you were born. Grandma Jean was being held down by Grandma Pei, with Pei Baozhu holding her tightly. Grandma Pei kept slapping her, turning her face red and swollen from the blows. Jean Manchong and Jean Mandui were also being beaten by Ming Shan and Ming He. What's going on? Sister Lu.
How old are you?
What are you doing? The village chief, who arrived late, scolded. Grandma Pei angrily got off Grandma Jean, enjoying the beating. What happened? Why are your two families fighting like this? Village chief. That wicked old woman with her two little brats didn't say a word and kicked over all our food for the night. Look for yourself. Food is so precious. They did this, and my family hasn't had anything to eat for days. Grandma Pei quickly changed her expression, tearfully pointing at the marks on the ground to pretend to be pitiful. The village chief looked by the firelight. Oh my, there were eggs too. Such a waste. Tell me, food is so precious these days. And you still hurt people. Sigh. The village chief sighed deeply. Such good things. All wasted. The Jean family had been living behind Pei Village for a while, probably planning to take advantage from the start. Now, afraid of being kicked out, Grandma Jean said nothing and just held her two grandsons, crying. This is your fault first. After all, the Pei family invited you here. You ruined their food, so you should pay. Pay 2 Jean of mixed flour and 5 eggs. What? 5 eggs? And 2 Jean of flour? You could have just stolen it directly. Grandma Jean was fed up. She threw her grandson on the ground and quickly got up. 5 eggs and 2 Jean of flour? This pot is all water. Where are 5 eggs? Didn't you see the eggshells? There are exactly 5 eggs. The village chief pointed to some eggs nearby. Little Pei Ming Shan suddenly wondered, wasn't he collecting bird eggs today? Why does everyone say they are chicken eggs? Those are almost gone, and this is just water. Grandma Jean stubbornly crossed her arms. As long as she didn't pay, no one could force her. No payment? If you don't pay, don't follow us in Pei Village anymore. Grandma Jean instantly looked like a chicken caught by the neck, her face turning bright red. Just pay it. They had hardly eaten their own food all along, relying on others' generosity, and today was no different. They split up to act separately. Unexpectedly, they encountered the very strict Grandma Pei. Madame Jean turned to reach for her bag, but it was nowhere to be found. Where's my bag? Oh no, she shouted loudly, worried because it contained her own food. Losing it would be a big problem. Grandma Jean, what tricks are you playing? Just pay, and we can keep you all here. Everyone is having a hard time. The village chief spoke more firmly, suspecting that the old lady was up to something again. No, I just had my bag right here a moment ago. Oh, I see now. Madame Jean stepped back 2 steps, suddenly understanding. It must be that you deliberately stole my bag and hid it. Madame Jean pointed at the Pei family members, confident that these shameless people stole her food and wanted her to pay. Grandma Pei was impatient and snapped back, scolding as she tore at Jean. Old woman, if you can't pay with food, then take your daughter home and save us some food so we don't have to feed her. Jean, hiding in a corner like a frightened bird, felt a chill run down her spine. She thought they might divorce her. Although she had given birth to 2 grandsons for the Pei family, now that she had 2 grandsons, Grandma Pei might think it was better to divorce her. The more Jean thought about it, the more scared she became. Her face turned pale, and she hurriedly clung to her mother, Grandma Jean. Mom, just pay quickly. What about my brothers?
Pay now.
This is your fault. If she did nothing now, she might be divorced by her mother-in-law. Even if not divorced, she wouldn't have a good future. The long-standing fear of being controlled by her mother-in-law overwhelmed her. Get lost, old woman. If you want to eat your brother's food, then go. Grandma Jean was ruthless, kicking Jean aside. The ungrateful girl dared to falsely accuse her own mother. The village chief was at a loss. This was their family matter, and he couldn't just step in with a stick. Finally, Grandma Pei pushed Grandma Jean down, while Pei Baozhu and some children held her arms and legs. Only then did her grandchildren arrive late.
Mom.
Are you okay? We're late. Big sister. Why didn't you protect Mom? Why let her be bullied? Grandma Pei shot a sharp look, and Jean didn't dare say anything. Good, you're sensible. If you dare to favor your own family, then go back. Grandma Pei decided that this marriage was not worth keeping. The village chief saw that the situation had stabilized and spoke to the family of the elderly woman Jean. You damaged a pot of chicken soup at the Pei family's house. Many people saw it. It was your unreasonable mistake first. You should compensate accordingly. Jin's sons looked uncomfortable. They had barely managed to get by with some food, and now they had to deal with this. Mother, how can you be so unreasonable? They had only 5 eggs and 2 pounds of mixed flour. Even if they had more, they wouldn't be willing to give it up. Village chief, we are family. You have to stand up for us. Today they bullied us, and tomorrow they might turn against Pei Village. Recently, Grandma Pei had taken some classes and learned a lot. She felt she had a good reason to speak up. Jean family, are you trying to bully the Pei family and the village? The village chief said, looking around at the people from Pei Village with suspicion. They all stared at Jin's family with bad intentions, as if they wouldn't let them leave without paying. This is the power of kinship. Pei Chinyu watched the scene with interest. Although Grandma Pei had a bad reputation and was not very kind, she was still part of the Pei family, and the kinship protected her. Jin's family reluctantly took out 2 pounds of mixed flour without measuring it, just estimating. They couldn't give the 5 eggs. They had no eggs left now. In the end, they promised to send 5 eggs to the Pei family once things settled down. But that was just an empty promise. Who knew if they would still be alive then? The village chief gave a few stern words and left. Grandma Pei carefully picked up the broken pieces of eggs on the ground. There were quite a few. These were for her second grandson to strengthen his health. What a pity, damn old thief. Fortunately, everyone had taken the best food in the first bowl. She would rather give it to Sanya than to the Jean family. Grandma Pei leaned on the cart, closing her eyes to rest, but inside her mind, she was arguing with Pei Chinyu. Ancestress, there's really no need. The village chief is also surnamed Pei. We are all family. Pei Chinyu was speechless. If you take 2 eggs over, the village chief will remember your kindness. In the future, he might help you more. It's just 2 eggs. The eggs are clearly in the cart. As long as Grandma Pei is diligent, she can earn them back quickly. But she just couldn't bring herself to do it. No, eggs are precious. We need to keep some for the second daughter-in-law to help her recover. This pregnancy is going to give us a grandson. Although Grandma Pei didn't like her second son Pei Hui very much, every son needed to have children. She wanted grandchildren to fulfill her wish. This was a kind of obsession. You're not listening to me. Hurry up and deliver 2 eggs to the village chief. Soon, new food will be brought to us. Pei Chinue casually said this. As long as she could find a way to get Old Lady Pei to do something, she wouldn't worry about having enough to eat. Old Lady Pei reluctantly took the eggs to the village chief. The chief's wife was very surprised. Everyone knew Old Lady Pei was extremely stingy, a rare person in the Pei village. The village chief only nodded and said, maybe she realized something during her escape. After all, Sanya had eggs and flowers in her bowl. Old Lady Pei was sensible and didn't cause trouble, which the chief appreciated. What is that? Old Lady Pei was poked twice in the back. When she opened her eyes, she saw the little boy who was on a work assignment. Child, what's the matter? She asked. The boy was quite handsome, just too thin. Grandma here. I picked this up during the chaos, he said, shoving a bundle into her arms. What's this? It looks familiar. Old Lady Pei opened it and saw several dark-colored cotton cloths and a bag of mixed flour. This is Grandma Jin's bundle. Old Lady Pei remembered that Grandma Jin kept saying someone had stolen her bundle. She thought she was just imagining things. It turns out this boy had stolen it. Old Lady Pei chuckled softly, patting the boy's shoulder. You've done a great thing. Thinking about Grandma Jin's suffering and how she still had 2 bundles, Old Lady Pei felt very happy and comfortable everywhere. The boy grinned slyly, hiding his sharp eyes, and grabbed Old Lady Pei's arm. Grandma, I feel a special connection with you. I want to give you this bundle. Can you take me with you? As soon as we find a place to stay, I'll leave. I'm alone, and someone might eat me on the road. He was telling the truth. During hard times, there were stories of people eating others out of hunger. The boy was thin and didn't have much meat on him, so he didn't taste good. But being small and skinny made him easy to catch and run slow. Old Lady Pei wasn't very kind-hearted. This wasn't her grandson and she didn't care. Child, it's not that I don't want to take you. You see, our family is quite big. If I keep you, the children at home will have less to eat. She put Grandma Jin's bundle in the cart, clearly saying she didn't want the boy, just the bundle. The boy's eyes darkened. Since she wouldn't take him, she should return his things. Grandma, I don't eat much. The bundle has enough for me, he said. It means I have enough food for myself. Grandma, I don't want the cotton cloth. Keep it for making clothes for you. I have another bundle with food inside, and you can share it with your family. Please take me with you. My parents are gone, and my household registration is lost. Without you, I might not survive until tomorrow. The little boy's tears fell freely, big drops of tears that looked very pitiful. What? Another bundle? Old Lady Pei remembered that Grandma Jean indeed carried 2 bundles. The other one probably had good things too. Since her grandson was about to be born, the cotton cloth would be perfect for making clothes. But bringing someone along is not a small matter. If you don't take me, I will just tell that old lady that her bundle was taken by you. The boy, feeling wronged, threatened her. Old Lady Pei became more calm. The teacher once said that such a person might be more trustworthy. Begging her is not as good as threatening her. He also has something on her. He's small and weak, with no protection, and if he spreads the news that he stole the bundle and meets the Jean family, he would likely be beaten badly. This time, Pei Chinyu said nothing and silently watched Old Lady Pei think. Little boy, I see you're young and not bad. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. It's okay to stay, but don't be lazy. From now on, only listen to me. Ba, she's speaking so grandly again, so impressive. The boy looked at her in surprise, quickly glancing at her. Who would say such lofty words as saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda? Truly unexpected.
Thank you, Grandma.
From now on, if you tell me to chase a dog, I won't chase chickens. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. From now on, I will only listen to you. The boy kindly patted Old Lady Pei's back, very obedient. He also took out another hidden bundle, which contained some copper coins, 2 or 3 pieces of cake, and a bag of coarse rice. Old Lady Pei was very pleased with these gains. She gained something without much effort. The young boy could still help with chores. No wonder the ancestors said good things would come soon. Truly a divine being, knowing the future. Pei Chinyu. I was just saying that casually. The next day, the Pei family found they had an extra child. Only Pei Huai remembered a little about this child, but not much. This is the grandson left by your uncle. Your uncle's family all died out, and only this one remains, a little survivor who has suffered a lot. After finally recognizing each other, he will stay with us from now on. Old Lady Pei spent a whole night preparing an identity for this child. He is the grandson of her maternal brother, who had died before they fled the famine. A single son was born, and he had a grandson. The family was in poor health and left as orphans with a widow. When fleeing from hardship, their home was immediately robbed. Grandma Pei thought of her own family and went back to check, only to find the mother and child had hanged themselves. Rather than being harmed or starving on the road, they chose to die first, hoping to be reborn into a better life. Grandma Pei pointed to her 3 sons and said to the little boy, "This is your eldest uncle, second uncle, third uncle, and Aunt Baozhu. These are your uncle's wives. We are real relatives, and your aunt will protect you in the future." Grandma Pei kindly told the little boy not to say too much outside. After recognizing the people, Pei Mingshan asked, "Grandma, what is my cousin's name?" I haven't asked yet." "Come on, tell them what your name is." Grandma Pei reminded him that since the boy was her brother's grandson, he should naturally have the surname Lin. "My name is Lin Mu, Mu meaning grazing. Cousin Mu, later Mingi and I will play with you. Don't be sad." Pei Mingshan patted his shoulder. Now he has another brother, how great. Hearing from Grandma that the little cousin's family had all died, he knew he had to take care of him. Lin Mu stiffened awkwardly for a moment, then quickly relaxed, unnoticed by anyone. "Now Xiaosan has 3 brothers," he chuckled. Pei Huai happily grinned, not thinking much. Meeting relatives on the road was a good thing, more people to share the work. "Now we have one more mouth to feed," Pei Huairen muttered, watching how much the 2 silly boys liked their new cousin, feeling a bit disdainful. Pei Chunyu was sorting out the family relationships. The eldest, Pei Huairen and his wife Jean, had 2 sons, Pei Mingshan and Pei Mingi, both 9 years old. The second, Pei Huai and Hu, had a daughter, Sanya, who was 6. The third, Pei Huili and Baozhu, were not married yet, both only 16. The new boy, Lin Mu, was 8. Pei Chinyu thought Lin Mu looked a bit special, not like a typical farm boy. Whether he was lucky or unlucky was still unknown. But since he was already taken in, and half the village knew about it, Pei Chinyu couldn't just let him disappear. The villagers were surprised. Was Grandma Pei feeling kind? Their own family was starving, yet she still took in her niece's grandson? But this also confirmed Lin Mu's identity. If he wasn't a real relative, who would take him in now? Jean stared tightly at the 2 bundles on the cart. They clearly belonged to her mother. How did they end up in her in-laws' house? Was her mother stealing them? Jean swore that he would not tell anyone and hoped that the heavens would not let Jin's family find out. He also hid his burden in the cart. Recently, Old Lady Pei noticed at night during class that the teacher had changed. It was a more handsome teacher, who also scolded more fiercely. The new teacher often called her rude, unreasonable, and ignorant. She didn't know how to argue back and even used Empress Wu's story to counter the teacher. In the past, the teacher would ignore her, but recently, the teacher asked her about Wu Mianyang. Haha, Old Lady Pei felt proud. No matter how many characters she knew or how much she understood, she had never heard of Wu Mianyang. How to put it, this new teacher is more lively and vivid. She didn't dare ask questions, but if she did, she might find out that this teacher was part of a deal between Pei Chunyue and another system. The other system was a master teacher system that needed to teach students to complete tasks, and Old Lady Pei was a student. The points she earned from studying could only be added to her intelligence, strength, and appearance. Since Pei Chunyue was not a fixed system, it could try different tasks. She had allocated her points herself, mainly to her intelligence and strength, or she wouldn't have beaten Old Lady Jean. She lied to Old Lady Pei, saying that studying could also earn food, which motivated her. She didn't add any points to her appearance because Old Lady Pei didn't need romance. She just wanted her family to prosper and succeed. After nearly 2 weeks, the Pei family finally reached a place where they could settle down. "Grandma," the village chief said, "we can rest here for now. He has sent people to check the situation, and we should find a place to stay tomorrow," said Pei Mingshan, who had been running ahead. They estimated they would reach a place willing to accept refugees in about a day. The village chief found a forest where everyone could rest and recover. This place was not far from the main road, with a few caves that made it easy for the villagers to rest. They had been traveling for so long and were eager to settle down soon. The brothers Pei Mingshan and Pei Minghe found a new companion, Lin Mu, and excitedly ran around looking for food. They explored every bird's nest they saw, eager and lively, almost wanting to carry Lin Mu along even when they went to the bathroom. They arrived early at their resting spot, but the 3 children wandered farther and farther without realizing it. Lin Mu walked slowly and gradually fell behind the 2 brothers from the Pei family. He simply lay on a flat stone to rest. As he lay down, he noticed smoke rising from a nearby mountain cave. The leaves are all dull gray, and it hasn't rained recently. It definitely isn't fog. The smoke drifts and sways upward, not spreading out in all directions. Lin Mu's heart suddenly becomes alert. After a long time, his nerves are tight, and even the slightest movement makes him nervous. "Brother Mingshan, Brother Minghe, wait a moment." Grinding his teeth, Lin Mu gets up and catches up with the 2 brothers from the Pei family. They look a bit proud when they see Lin Mu falling behind. "Little Mu, you still need to practice more. Your body isn't strong enough." Lin Mu runs up and grabs the 2 brothers. "Look over there." He points at the place where white smoke is rising. "What's wrong? Little Mu, are you afraid of monsters?" "Monsters are all lies. There are no monsters in the world." Pei Mingshan pats his shoulder. "Poor little Mu, his family is poor, and he's also timid." "Big brother, does that look like cooking smoke?" The 2 brothers are brave. "Maybe we can quietly go and check. If it's someone's home, we might get some food. If it's a bad person, it's better to run away early." Pei Mingshan's eyes light up. If they can bring back food, their mother will definitely praise him. He's still the most precious grandson in his grandmother's heart. "You're right. Let's go take a look now," Pei Mingshan says, then starts to run forward. He's like a monkey in the woods, jumping and bouncing. With your speed, you can be seen from hundreds of steps away. There's no point hiding. Lin Mu patiently pulls him back. "What if it's a bad person? The 3 of us are small. We should go quietly. If it's a bad person, we can still go back and report." Pei Ming, he starts to feel scared. "Maybe we shouldn't go. If there are bad people, we can't run away. Big brother, let's go back quickly. Mom and Dad are waiting for us to come home for dinner." He'd rather eat less than risk meeting danger. Before Lin Mu can say anything, Pei Mingshan slaps Pei Minghe on the back. "Little brother, you're such a coward. Don't embarrass the family name." "Family name? Where did you get that from?" Lin Mu secretly laughs inside. The 3 of them still walk into the mountain hollow, hunched over. Luckily, they're all kids now, short and not very tall. Lying in the grass, nothing can be seen. "Little Mu, you're right. It really is a person," Pei Mingshan whispers, feeling like he's doing something very important. The 3 lie in the tall grass, with vine hats on their heads. Pei Ming, he reluctantly comes along, being extra careful all the way. Now that he finally sees the people below, he's so happy he can't hide it. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go down quickly and ask for some food. There are still horses in this village, so there must be wealthy families nearby." He has sharp eyes and immediately spots a few horses. Lin Mu holds back the 2 brothers who are about to act rashly, frowning with a worried look on his small face. This isn't a village, it's a mountain stronghold. The 2 brothers from the Pei family can't read, but Lin Mu can. This isn't just a simple village, it's a mountain hideout controlled by a bandit king. There are war horses, banners, things that honest families wouldn't have. Those who don't know are fearless.
Sigh.
It's all because he's clever and literate. Then let's run quickly. I heard the bandit king eats people, especially children. Pei Mingi drums his feet anxiously, afraid of being caught if they run too slowly. Linmu quickly counts the number of people and horses in the hideout in his mind, then quietly leads the two brothers away. They came lively and energetic, but on the way back, they look pale, as if they've seen a ghost. What happened? Did your cousin Peimu hit you? Jinshi looks at his two sons' distracted faces, wondering if they've been bullied so soon. Pei Mingi buries his head in his mother's embrace, too scared to cry, just wishing to sleep. Pei Mingshan is holding back his tears, and Linmu warns them not to say anything. Linmu keeps thinking, and decides he must tell old Granny Pei. He feels she's a wise person who appears simple but isn't. When old Granny Pei hears what her new grandson says, her face turns pale. They can't stay here. They must leave quickly. Did you really see it? Call Mingshan and Mingi over. Old Granny Pei doesn't believe it. Why does everything bad happen to her family? Why her? Grandma. X2. The two boys rush into their grandmother's arms, crying softly, not daring to cry loudly because they might attract attention. Grandma is the most powerful person in the family. She's the boss. Her word is final. The brothers only feel safe when they're in her arms. Grandma scolds fiercely, so they believe everything will be fine. Is it true? Did your cousin Peimu really see it? Did you all see it? Old Granny Pei pats her grandsons to comfort them and asks. Nearby, there are bandits. She can't be at ease. Pei Mingshan and Pei Mingi sniffle and sob, saying yes, there really are bandits. Old Granny Pei sees her two beloved grandsons crying with tears and snot all over their faces, feeling very upset. Meanwhile, the other grandson who arrived later is calm and untroubled. It's obvious who's stronger. Stay here today. Don't go out, don't cry, and don't tell anyone, she orders. After comforting her grandsons, she begins to contact Pei Chinyu. Ancestor, are you there? Our Pei family is in danger now. Do you have any instructions? When you're not needed, you stay quiet. When you are needed, you speak up. According to your opinion, what should we do now? Although having a puppet would make her easier to control, Pei Chinua prefers that Grandma Pei gets better, not that she remains a fool. A puppet is just a temporary fix, not a real solution. After so many lessons with Grandma Pei, we should see how much she's improved. Hearing her voice, Grandma Pei's tense heart relaxed a little. As long as the ancestors are here, everything will be fine. She is like a fairy. From my point of view, we should report this to the authorities. First, tell the village chief and the clan leader, then report it officially. We can't stay here. We must leave quickly. If mountain bandits find us, we won't survive. Wealth and fame are good, but if we lose our lives, what's the point? It's better to go back home and farm. Pei Chinua nodded. If she had a head, she would agree. You're right. This matter isn't confirmed yet, so we shouldn't spread it. First, notify the village chief and clan leader to check the facts, see if it's really as the three children said. Mountain bandits are not a small matter. They have weapons, and if they attack, the whole village could be in danger. But if used wisely, the Pei family's situation might improve a lot. Grandma Pei personally went to tell the village chief and clan leader. The clan leader didn't believe her. He thought Grandma Pei was getting more forgetful with age. She used to be unreasonable, now she was talking nonsense. He thought she should be taken and held for a few days. The Pei family really must have married into the wrong family to have such a reckless woman. Your petty squabbles in the past, I won't mention. Can mountain bandits be just made-up stories? It could be dangerous. Someone might lose their head. Don't you remember a few years ago when you tricked Wang the butcher, saying his son was in trouble, then stole the prey from his trap? And what happened in the end? His son grew a pimple right on his eyelid. The clan leader was speechless. Only his honest son believed this foolish woman's nonsense. Grandma Pei was so anxious her feet seemed to spark. They all refused to believe me. I've turned over a new leaf and started fresh. Grandma Pei remembered the story about the boy who cried wolf. Now, with the wolf really coming, what's the difference? Regret hit her hard, regret for not acting sooner. She covered her face with her hands and took several deep breaths. Village chief, clan leader, I really did many wrong things in the past, but I wouldn't speak carelessly about the village's affairs. It was the 3 boys in my family who saw things by accident, so I came to ask the village chief. We should send someone to verify the truth. I knew about this and came immediately. This story is about children witnessing and talking about something that might be true. Even if it's false, I don't know for sure. As soon as I heard the news, I reported it. Shouldn't someone check if it's real first? The village chief stroked his chin. Even if it's false, he wants to see it himself to feel at ease. Only a few people should know about this. I'll send someone to check if it's true. If it is, we must report to the county magistrate. Pei village chief heard that the discovery was made by Pei's distant nephew. He asked 3 children about it. Only Lin Mu stayed calm. The other 2 were scared. This child is special. They decided that Lin Mu would lead the way. The village chief would go himself, with a strong man to protect him, Pei Huai. Pei's grandmother didn't want to go, but Pei Qingyue insisted she come too. Even if Pei's grandmother is a bit clumsy, Pei Qingyue would protect her in danger. If you don't go, how will I know what's happening? Without knowing, I can't plan our next move. For people went 3 from their family. The village chief wondered if they wanted to harm him. On the way back, I marked the spot, but it's a pity it's dark now, so I can't see clearly, Lin Mu said. Without the marks, they had to walk in the dark. Luckily, there was some moonlight, or they wouldn't see a thing in the forest. Lin Mu had a good memory. Soon, he found a hidden spot nearby that could see the mountain village. It was a bit far, but they could see it.
It was dark now.
The village had lights and fires burning. In the deep mountains, it was very noticeable. Pei's grandmother thought, those 3 kids are really lucky. They went so deep into the mountains and weren't caught by bandits. In the middle of the village, there was a big bonfire with people sitting around it. It looked like bandit leaders. There were women dancing in the square and people feeding horses at the stables. Someone was guarding the village gate, holding a weapon. It looked tempting seeing those people eating meat and drinking wine. The smell was tempting. The village chief was hungry. But now wasn't the time to be greedy. He pinched his thigh hard to stay alert. Lin Xiao, you did well. Let's go back now. We shouldn't disturb the bandits. Pei Huai was strong, but his palms were sweaty. The smell of wine and meat made him nervous. He wished the smell would go away. Pei's grandmother had only traveled as far as the old county town before marriage. She had spent most of her life in Pei village. This was the first time she had seen such a scene. She kept telling herself over and over that she was protected by gods, that she was literate, and that she had great luck. What are mountain bandits? Even if the emperor himself appeared, she wouldn't be afraid. She tremblingly allowed Pei Huai to help her back. On the way down the mountain, besides Lin Mu, everyone else's legs were shaking. There really are mountain bandits. Only when they were close to the resting spot did the village chief speak. Pack up when we get back. Our village needs to leave quickly. We're leaving tonight, no delays. Huai, you also need to help me inform the villagers. Keep your voices down. If the bandits hear us, it'll be trouble. The village chief patted Lin Mu's head. Such a smart child. If only he could be my grandson. Old lady Pei didn't know what the village chief was thinking. She quickly grabbed Lin Mu's hand to go pack their things. It wasn't that she loved the boy so much. It was just that the village chief's gaze was too strange. The villagers hadn't gone to bed yet. The village chief and Pei Huai went from house to house, quietly and softly, making sure everyone was informed. They had to make sure every household knew. The villagers looked devastated, faces grim, exhausted from escaping hardship. They had barely survived the journey, finally reaching the next county, and now mountain bandits had appeared? They had never seen such powerful figures before. Usually bandits carried knives. Wasn't that a quick way to get hurt? What's the difference between this and just waiting to die? They decided to follow the crowd and quietly pack their things, taking their children with them. Everyone was scared, anxious, uneasy, tense. Fear hung over the group. Mom, second brother, is this really true? They had already set out, but Pei Huili still doubted whether it was real. Only the 3 boys from the Pei family, 2 adults, and the village chief had seen the bandits' hideout with their own eyes. There were about 100 people, but only 6 had seen it firsthand. Let's hurry. Third brother, pack some more belongings. We need to keep the cart light. Pei Huili's curiosity wasn't satisfied. Instead, he added a few more bundles to his load. They traveled at full speed all night. Before dawn, no one dared to stop, as if the bandits were chasing behind them. They moved so quickly that night. By the afternoon of the next day, the people from Pei's village finally arrived at a place willing to accept refugees, Danyang County. The city of Danyang was grand, with orderly lines of people entering through the gates. Everyone stop here first. If you couldn't buy supplies in the city, remember to return before dark. Unlike other places, Danyang County City Gate was not crowded with refugees. The people from Pei Village felt a little relieved, thinking that Danyang County might accept them. Almost everyone from their village was here. When the crowd grew large, it was impossible not to attract attention. The city guards immediately came to check the situation. We are from Pei Village in XX County. There has been no rain in our hometown for a long time, and we can't survive like this. We had no choice but to come here to find work. We heard that the county magistrate of Danyang is kind and willing to accept refugees. We're just trying our luck, the village chief said respectfully. The guards asked for their household registration papers, checked them, and then said, "Our county does accept refugees, but it also depends on the county magistrate's arrangements. Until then, you're not allowed to enter the city." As the guards prepared to report this, the village chief quickly grabbed his arm. "Sir, I also have something important to report to the county magistrate. The matter is urgent. Could you please take me to see him?" The guard nodded with an understanding look. Many want to see the county magistrate. If everyone could see him, he would be overwhelmed. You used to be a village chief, so you should understand this. Just wait patiently. The magistrate of Danyang is a good official. The guard was proud and said that the magistrate was wise, and they, as guards, felt honored. On their way to Danyang, Lin Mu suddenly said, "We found a bandit hideout by accident and need to report it to the magistrate immediately. If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility?" Although young and thin, Lin Mu's commanding presence was impressive and somewhat intimidating. The guard was just a small city gatekeeper and was momentarily stunned. Bandits were a serious matter. Danyang County often had bandits bothering travelers. This is no joking matter. If you're lying, you'll be punished. You and this boy come with me to see the magistrate. No one else is allowed near the city gate. Of course, Pei Laotai had to come along. If she didn't go, Pei Chinyu wouldn't know anything. "I want to go too. This is my grandson. He found that place, and I saw it with my own eyes. If I go, I might be able to explain things more clearly," she insisted. It was just one more person. Even if it was false, one more person to be punished meant less anger from the magistrate falling on him. The guards took the 3 of them into the city. Although the villagers were anxious, they could only wait nearby, seeing that the village chief had successfully entered. In the city of Danyang County, the streets are quite clean, with shops lining both sides and many pedestrians, making it a lively place. Old Lady Pei saw vendors everywhere. She admired the jewelry and wanted to buy some. She also liked the fabric and considered purchasing it. There were even stalls selling buns. She was tempted. At the Danyang County office, soldiers brought 3 people to see the county magistrate. They had to report step by step before they could meet him. The 3 waited outside for a while before being allowed in. The county magistrate was tall and strong, with a thick beard, and looked more like a bandit than a government official. Old Lady Pei and the village chief felt a bit nervous. The magistrate looked as fierce as Zhong Kuei. "Did you see mountain bandits?" the magistrate asked sharply. "Reporting to you, sir, I am the former village head of Pei Village in XX County. I was fleeing famine with villagers and passed through a certain place. I accidentally saw signs of bandits," the village chief explained. He didn't believe it at first but followed the young man to check. Sure enough, they found a mountain hideout. When they saw the magistrate, The village chief immediately knelt and spoke, pulling along old lady Pei and Lin Mu, who looked stunned, to kneel as well.
Get up and speak.
Is this the mountain hideout the young man found? The magistrate told them to stand. He looked carefully at the youngest boy, who was quite young but showed no fear. I am Lin Mu. While picking wild vegetables in the mountains, I saw smoke rising from a mountain. Curious, I went to check and found a bandit camp, he said. I can read a few characters. The camp has a flag and there are more than 10 horses in the stables. The camp probably has over 100 people. It's urgent, so I didn't look closely. Hearing Lin Mu's report, the magistrate was pleased. He spoke calmly, carefully noting the number of bandits. Do you know that if you deceive this official, it's a serious crime that could cost you your life? No, we dare not. Old Lady Pei and the village chief hurriedly replied. The magistrate was just trying to scare them. You are refugees fleeing famine, and Danyang County has accepted you. As the village chief, please tell me your situation. I will arrange for you to settle in the village soon. As for the bandits, I have dealt with them for some time. Please tell me more details. The three were kept at the county office. Arranging shelter for so many people was a task, and dealing with the bandits was urgent. The magistrate decided to personally investigate the bandits, taking only Lin Mu with him. One reason was to avoid alarming the bandits with too many people, the other was that Lin Mu was young but spoke clearly and logically. He knew the route and had marked it. Who else should he take with him? Old Lady Pei and the village chief were released and sent back home, as otherwise the people in Pei village would become anxious. A fast horse carried 2 people rushing out of the town. Lin Mu sat on the horse, thinking that the county magistrate was quite brave to go see for himself. It was normal, though, since he looked more like a bandit than a nobleman. They had to tie the horse at the bottom of the mountain, while the magistrate and Lin Mu walked up the hill. It was almost dark when they finally found the bandit hideout. The magistrate's name was Zhong, with the surname Zhong, like Zhong Kue. Seeing the lit-up hideout in the mountain hollow, he was very excited.
Wow.
They're hiding here. The hideout was quite big. Magistrate Zhong kept analyzing how to take it over. All this was his achievement. His beard trembled with excitement. They stayed hidden for a long time, drawing the layout of the hideout on the ground and counting the people inside to understand their strength better. They didn't dare speak loudly on the mountain, so Zhong and Lin Mu quietly descended the hill in the dark, only lighting a torch when they reached the road.
Kid, you've done a great job.
Once I catch these bandits, you'll get a good reward. Lin Mu cupped his hands politely. Sir, I was just doing my duty. The fact that Dan County can take in us refugees is the greatest kindness we've received. Zhong magistrate laughed loudly, but soon his laughter faded. Damn, where's my horse? He clearly remembered tying his horse here, but now it was gone. Little Lin, help me find it quickly. If there's no horse, I'll have to walk back. It was a fine horse. Meanwhile, the village chief couldn't sleep peacefully, anxiously waiting at old Lady Pei's house. Why hasn't Lin Mu come back? And the magistrate? Could they have been captured by bandits? Old Lady Pei couldn't stand hearing this and ignored the village chief, shooting him a sharp look. Don't talk nonsense. The magistrate is lucky and strong, and so is Lin Mu. Old Lady Pei was nervous. If Lin Mu was lost, all their food would be hers. If the magistrate was gone, where would they live? No, they must all return safely. Meanwhile, Magistrate Zhong and Lin Mu walked along the official road, only lit by torches. Where do you think my horse went? Lin Mu twitched his lips, thinking he'd already told him all this. Maybe your horse went back on its own? Or perhaps you didn't tie it tightly. Magistrate Zhong walked with long strides, each step twice as big as Lin Mu's. Young Lin, hurry up. With your pace, you won't reach the county town before dawn. Dawn? They took a whole night and a day to come here, yet Magistrate Zhong wanted to reach the county town by evening. It proves that human potential is endless. The next day, around noon, Magistrate Zhong and Lin Mu finally returned. People in the county office were frantic. Why hadn't the county magistrate come back yet? The matter was kept secret, Only a few knew their whereabouts. They hadn't slept all night and kept traveling, looking exhausted. "They're back," the village chief, sharp-eyed, said, and a few people quickly got up and ran toward the two. "Are you all right, sir?" "Sir, you're finally back. If you didn't come back soon, people might think you were captured by bandits." Magistrate Zhong had traveled all night and thought about everything, watching the crowd gather around him. Village Chief Pei, come with me, and Lin Mu, the villagers of Pei Family Village, looked forward to good news from their chief. "There's a place in Danyang County that can accept refugees, but your group is quite large. I think there's a big area suitable for settling you." After Magistrate Zhong finished speaking, the village chief knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Your Excellency is wise. The common folk thank you for your great kindness and grace," Magistrate Zhong added. "You brought important news this time, and Lin Mu has helped me a lot. Now, go back and inform the villagers to register their households." The village chief gratefully left, thinking to himself, Pei Family Village has finally shown itself to the county magistrate, and Lin Mu has spent a night with him. Maybe he has a bright future ahead. "Fellow villagers, we have a place to go. The county magistrate wants to take us in. Everyone, line up to register. Don't scatter." The villagers of Pei Family Village were almost overwhelmed with joy. Finally, someone was willing to take them in. They hurriedly packed their things and queued for registration. Old Lady Pei, holding a child in her left hand and another in her right, rushed to the front. But they faced difficulty during registration because their family had household registration, but Lin Mu did not. Old Lady Pei explained that he was her nephew, and all his family members had died. Finally, the village chief offered to guarantee him. Lin Mu was a relative of Old Lady Pei, traveling with her during the escape. The young official was still uneasy and reported to Magistrate Zhong. With a wave of his hand, Lin Mu officially became part of the Pei family, and his household registration was reissued under their name. In the afternoon, the county officials took the villagers from the original Pei Family Village to their new home. This is Xiaoman Village, a large place with some old houses that are empty. Soon, you will all become villagers here. The scenery looks nice, with rolling mountains and a big road leading out of the village. Since you are the former village chief, the county official has said you will continue to be the village chief of Xiaoman Village. The soldier pulled the village chief aside. "You are responsible for arranging the houses fairly and justly. The official has given instructions to take special care of the Lin Mu family." The soldier patted the village chief's shoulder. "You understand." After the officials left, everyone cheered. "Great. We finally have a place to live. Never have to sleep on the mountain again. We have a home now. Xiaoman Village, woohoo. From now on, I am a villager of Xiaoman Village." The village chief felt happy. Finally, all the members of the Pei Family Village had been safely brought here. He could die peacefully now. One family, one representative, come and draw lots for the houses. It was decided that the oldest woman of the Pei family, Grandma Pei, would draw the house. The village chief, thinking of the soldier's words, let her do so. After Grandma Pei drew her house, others took turns. Once everyone had drawn, the village chief checked each house one by one to make sure everything was in order. Near the end of the village, Grandma Pei drew her house. "Who drew this one?" the village chief asked politely. "Me, our family." Grandma Pei showed her slip to the village chief. The house was quite big, with a traditional wooden structure. In the middle was a main hall with 2 rooms on each side. The side rooms had a few smaller rooms that outsiders couldn't see. "Grandma Pei, you got a good house. It's quite fancy. Her family is large, so this house is perfect for them." "Wow, lucky. I drew a 3-room house, but it's too small for us." Sigh. Grandma Pei felt proud. She believed her good luck was thanks to her ancestors' protection. All right. As long as we have a place to stay, that's enough. No need to choose. They're all the same." Grandma Pei smiled happily and closed the yard gate with her family. The house was really nice, with a big yard outside. The fence around it was a bit weak, so they'd need to fix it someday. The oldest family will live on the left, the second on the right. Baoxu and Huili will live in the back rooms. Lin Mu will too. They quickly divided the rooms. The oldest family of 4 could fit comfortably. The second family, with fewer people, could also stay even if they had a child. Everyone happily carried their belongings into their new homes, eager to settle in and find good spots. Pei Huiren and Jean Shi ran the fastest. They had 3 rooms in their side of the house. They shared one room, their 2 sons shared another, and there was still one empty room. Pei Hui carefully protected his wife, Hu Shi. Her belly was growing bigger each day, and she had to walk very carefully. The second wife had few children, and the third daughter had her own room to herself. Speaking of the third daughter, she also had a small accident. When registering, the clerk asked for her name. Where did the third daughter's name come from? Since she was a girl, she didn't need to be listed in the family tree, so she was simply called third daughter from a young age. Old Lady Pei thought about giving her a proper name. Without hesitation, she decided her name will be Pei Ruchuan. In this generation, girls' names often start with the character Ru, and boys' names start with Ming. The family didn't care much about what the girls' names were. Old Lady Pei confidently said that daughters are named after the seasons: spring, summer, autumn, winter, because it's easy to remember and sounds nice. All the grain and property were to be handed over to the main household head, Old Lady Pei, who lived in a big room next to the main hall. It was clearly the most important room, and even had a cabinet that hadn't been taken away yet. Finally, they settled down in Xiaoman village. Third daughter, from now on, you'll live in this room. It's close, so if you need anything, just call Mom and Dad, who sure, pregnant and holding bedding, placed it on third daughter's bed. Her room was quite spacious, with a cabinet to use, and the straw on the bed hadn't been taken away yet. Mom, be careful. I'll make the bed myself. You can go rest. Third daughter was very happy. In the past, she had to share a bed with her parents at home. Now she had her own room. When they lived in Pei Village, only the family that loved their daughter enough would give her her own room. Hu Shi and Pei Hui went to their own room. Pei Hui didn't let her do any work, just told her to sit and rest. Now everything's settled. There's another room. When your baby boy is born, you won't have to worry about where to stay. Hu Shi's smile froze for a moment. She also wanted to have a son, but it wasn't something she could control. This whole time, her mother had been feeding her well, probably for the sake of the baby inside her.
Hu Shi grew more worried.
What if she gave birth to a girl?
How would they get by?
What if it's another girl? She whispered. Pei Hui stiffened. He really hoped it wouldn't be a girl. We're still young. We can have more children. Oh, I'll go tidy up the outside room, she said, feeling restless. She picked up a broom and started sweeping, worried. If she could still have more children, she would keep trying. Surely they would have a son someday. Her mother had given birth to 3 sons. The Pei family wasn't one that couldn't have boys. In the side room, Pei Mingshan and Pei Mingyi insisted on each having their own room, but there weren't enough beds. The 2 brothers had always slept in the same room since they were young, sharing just one quilt. Jean and Pei Huiren happily tidied up the house, carefully arranging the clothes brought from Pei's village. This room is nice, even better than our previous one. Look at this carved cabinet. Jean gently touched the cabinet, but since there weren't many clothes, it looked empty. Pei Huiren's eyes sparkled with excitement. We've really gotten a good deal this time. When Mingshan and Mingyi get married, we won't have to worry. They can each have their own room. That's great. He won't need to build a new house for his sons anymore. Yes, Mother's luck is really good. She drew the biggest prize. Everyone in the family was happy. This house was even better than the one in Pei's village. The feeling of being homesick faded as they moved into the big house. Baozhu, once you're done packing, go help your second sister-in-law clean her room. Old Lady Pei called from inside, worried about her unborn grandson. Got it, Mother? You're so biased. Baozhu lay on the bed, her bundle full of clothes she couldn't bear to part with. Now, lying on the big bed, she felt she had been wise. Otherwise, with such a large wardrobe, it would be a waste not to fill it. Along the way, she realized her mother's heart had shifted, completely biased now. Since she was just lying down, she decided not to help with cleaning. The Pei family was very satisfied with their new house. It was better than where they had lived in Pei's village. After tidying up, old lady Pei went outside and saw only her second daughter-in-law, who, cleaning. She felt relieved. Except for the second son's family, everyone else was lazy. Second son's family, once you finish sweeping the house, start cooking. We've finally settled in. From now on, we won't eat too well, just cook some porridge. In the past, they ate well, but it was hard to carry too many things, and they worried about theft. They also feared not having enough to eat and starving someone. Now, that was no longer necessary. They had to save food. Old lady Pei looked around the yard, which was quite large, but the fence needed fixing. The neighbors lived a bit far away. Pei Lu's wife. Are you at home? A friendly voice called. Of course I am. Where else would I be? Old lady Pei turned around.
Who was that?
She couldn't remember. Anything wrong? The woman was dressed in indigo clothes and carried a basket. Old lady Pei tiptoed to look, but she saw nothing. Sixth auntie, I'm Nyo's eldest daughter-in-law, the one who married into the family a couple of years ago. Sixth aunt, your house is really nice, so big and grand. It must be, because you often do good deeds, and the gods are blessing you with such a good house. Pei Laotai felt pleased hearing her, but she knew it wasn't the gods' blessing, but her ancestors' protection. It's okay. I often do good deeds. If you do the same in the future, you'll also have good luck. The daughter-in-law from the Nyo family smirked and said, You're fat and out of breath. Huh, who in the village doesn't know your bad reputation? You can't even stop a child's crying. She immediately put on a smile and said, Pei sixth aunt, I see your house still has a few empty rooms. Pei Laotai took a step back. No, they're not empty. Our family is about to have more people. The Nyo daughter-in-law grew impatient and took a big step forward, directly stepping into the Pei family yard. Sixth aunt, we're all from the same village. You know my temper. Our Nyo family has 2 more people than yours. But my father is not capable and they only built 5 rooms, so there's no way to fit everyone. Pei Laotai thought about the Nyo family's members, the elderly couple, the eldest son with 4 rooms, 4 younger sisters and a younger brother. The Nyo daughter-in-law married the eldest son, so most of the family's inheritance will go to them. We're all farmers. We can squeeze in and sleep. Do you have anything else to say? I'm busy now. Today, I came to ask if you could exchange houses with us. Our place is too crowded, but your house is too spacious. If we swap, it would be perfect. The Nyo daughter-in-law put on a smiling face. Don't worry, we're not giving away everything for free. If you're willing to swap houses, these 15 eggs are yours. She lifted the cloth covering the basket and Pei Laotai quickly counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 eggs. 15 eggs to exchange for my big house? You're dreaming. Who hasn't got some eggs? No, we won't swap. Not for 15 eggs. Not for 20, 30, or 40. Who do you think you're fooling? You're not going to mess with me. Pei Laotai pushed the Nyo daughter-in-law out quickly. She was annoyed, so unlucky. She hurried her away. Seeing she couldn't persuade her, the Nyo daughter-in-law gave up pretending. You're just taking advantage. Can't you help out the village people a little? This small group of people lives in such a large house, and they're not afraid of shortening their lives. The daughter-in-law of the Nyo family is also known for her sharp tongue and fiery temper, earning her the nickname, Young Lady Pei. I will report you. The village chief only favors your family with the surname Pei. This is called bribery. The Nyo family daughter-in-law carries a basket on one arm and points her finger at Grandma Pei's nose, eager to yell at her. Wait for the officials to come and arrest you. Your family with the surname Pei is bullying outsiders. Can Grandma Pei tolerate this? She immediately raises her hand and slaps the large face of the daughter-in-law. Bad luck makes you jealous of others. Are you bullying my family because no one is here to stop you? I'll slap you to death. While pushing and shoving, Grandma Pei doesn't notice someone approaching her. She's focused on tearing the hair from her opponent's scalp. The daughter-in-law of the Nyo family notices this with a sideways glance. Without hesitation, she uses her strength and suddenly, with a loud crack, eggs and the basket fall to the ground, eggs rolling out and smashing into pieces. Aunt Pei,
If you don't want to swap, then fine.
why did you have to break my eggs? Eggs are so valuable. My basket of eggs can fetch a lot of silver coins. The rough-faced daughter-in-law's face hardens with tears, but she no longer fights back, letting Grandma Pei tear at her. Third sister, someone is coming, Pei Chinyu warns. Grandma Pei becomes even angrier. She's doing this on purpose. I can't take this loss. Since I've seen it, I might as well watch. Grandma Pei quickly grabs the daughter-in-law's hair with one hand, while the other swings back and forth, slapping her several times. The daughter-in-law's mouth even bleeds, her gums bleeding.
Spit.
You shameless person. How dare you scheme against me? Stop. Stop right now. The Nyo family man shouts loudly. Just stop. Grandma Pei pushes the daughter-in-law back, not thinking about what might happen if she's pregnant. Luckily, she isn't pregnant. Pei Chinyu worries for her. She's too impulsive. Are you alright? The eldest Nyo rushes over to hold his wife, seeing her face full of injuries, and thinks Grandma Pei's actions were really harsh. Aunt Pei, how could you hit my wife so hard? The village chief steps forward to check. Just looking at her face is quite shocking. Village chief, why are you here? Did someone happen to call you at this time? Grandma Pei crosses her arms, and her sons, daughters-in-law, grandchildren, and grandchildren come out of the house and gather behind her. Old boss Nyo came to see me, saying that your two families want to exchange houses. Their family has too many members to stay comfortably, so they asked me to witness the agreement. I thought you two had already reached an agreement. I even found a good house for your family to take care of you, but I didn't expect you to want to swap with others. Village chief. We are not swapping, it's that sneaky person who insists on forcing the exchange. The village chief felt he was being played. No exchange, then no exchange. You pushed my wife to the ground and broke a basket of eggs. That's all your fault. The village chief nodded. Everyone saw the two pushing each other, and the basket fell to the ground. Did my wife push herself down? If she hadn't come, how would the eggs have broken? You dirted my land, and I say you should pay for it. Pei Huiran was very unreasonable, blaming the Nyo family instead. Pei Chinyu thought he deserved a thumbs up for his boldness. He was so shameless. Big brother is right. My mother is kind-hearted. We don't want you to pay. Just clean up the house in trance. Old Lady Pei climbed up confidently, acting like she was letting them go. She wasn't worried at all. After cleaning up the people, she felt better inside. Pei Chinyu wondered if he should add her classroom points to her strength. If she hit someone hard enough to kill next time, she'd go straight to jail or be executed. You rely on the Pei name and bully others. Old boss Nyo looked like he had been bullied. There were more people on the other side, and he clearly couldn't fight them. Village chief. You're the village chief. You won't be biased, right? Please stand up for us. The village chief frowned. He had just thought old Lady Pei was changing a bit, and now she was causing trouble again. Sister Lu, Nyo Daju's wife's face can't be faked, and the egg basket was also broken during your fight. Whatever compensation is needed, we, Pei Xiaoman Village, will never favor any family. Most people in Xiaoman Village used to be villagers from Pei's original village. They had no land yet and were very idle. When they heard there was a fight, they all came to watch. No fun in watching? Bastard. Oh, look at Aunt Pei being so ruthless. You see, she even beat Nyo Daju's wife to look disfigured. TSK. Nyo Daju's wife isn't a good person either. She's just asking to be beaten. Everyone laughed, but both women's reputations weren't very good. Stop laughing, I don't care. I won't change the house. I won't pay for the eggs. Old Lady Pei waved her hand, telling everyone to leave quickly. Oh, Nyo family wants to swap houses with the Pei family. That's clearly taking advantage. The Nyo house has only mud walls, but the Pei house has half of it made of wood. Everyone heard there was some inside information. Trading rooms with Aunt Pei? Why not borrow life from the King of Hell? Enough, everyone stop making a fuss, the village chief said angrily. Just as things settled down, trouble started again. Truly, not a peaceful day. He was exhausted with being the village chief. The person responsible is you for hitting him. The eggs were broken by both of you, so each of you should pay half the cost. The village chief believed he was being fair and didn't favor the Pei family just because of their surname. Why should I? I didn't even need to break an egg. The second wife of Neo family complained. Not only do I have to pay for my medicine, but I also have to pay for my eggs. Old Lady Pei wanted to roll up her sleeves and hit her, but Pei Chinyu stopped her. Third sister, look carefully at these eggs. Old Lady Pei clenched her teeth to hold back her anger and squatted down silently to examine the eggs. The ancestors said there was truth in their words. Looking closely, she saw the trick. Why did the broken eggs have such strange colors? She almost got fooled. These eggs were yellow with black spots, rotten eggs. Always chasing geese, and in the end, the geese pecked at her. Old Lady Pei was so angry she couldn't contain herself. Neo family, are you trying to send these eggs to me? The second wife of Neo family sniffled and said, yes, we thought of exchanging houses between our families as a gift. We saved up for a long time for this. I think you want to force the bad, rotten eggs on me as a favor, Old Lady Pei said, and everyone looked closer. Sure enough, there was a foul smell. The Neo family really has a clever plan. If they exchange houses, they use rotten eggs as a gift. They don't lose anything. If they don't exchange, they might just smash the eggs and make someone else pay, so they still profit. The speaker was a woman from the same village as Old Lady Pei, married to Zhang's family, who drove a cart. She was called Zhang Laotai or Granny Zhang. Granny Zhang, you've finally spoken fairly this time. Old Lady Pei and Granny Zhang had known each other since childhood, both from the same village. But I just couldn't stand seeing someone use such sneaky tricks to harm others. Although Granny Zhang and Old Lady Pei didn't get along well, she had never done anything to undermine her. The village chief stepped forward to check. Damn, it was indeed a rotten egg. He was just playing with the village chief like a dog. Neo family, what are you doing? The village chief pointed at the eggs angrily. Neo's wife looked embarrassed. Why was her sharp-eyed gaze so annoying? I didn't know these were rotten eggs before I brought them here. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought them, Neo's wife argued, and Neo dodgy and she backed away nervously. Nonsense. Hurry home. The house is chosen by luck, and whether it's good or bad depends on fortune. If you want to blame someone, blame your ancestors for not doing good deeds. Why blame others? Is he the village chief? Just looking for trouble. Old Lady Pei was very proud, while the couple from the Neo family looked as if they had lost everything. The onlookers enjoyed the spectacle. That night, the Pei family slept very peacefully. When they opened their eyes, they no longer saw a cave or the starry sky. Land is being divided. Land is being divided. The village chief said the heads of households should come out. It's time to divide the land. The drums beat loudly from the village entrance to the end, echoing in everyone's hearts. Nowadays, land is the foundation of their lives. Land is something passed down from generation to generation. It is their family property. County Magistrate Zhong acted quickly. After settling the people in Xiaoman village, he sent officials to measure and record the land for each household. The land division was done by the county. Villagers gathered under the big tree at the village entrance. Almost every village has a designated meeting place, as if it's a tradition. The drums kept beating. Once most villagers arrived, the village chief was ready to speak. Villagers, today is the big day when the county comes to divide the land for Xiaoman village. The heads of households are here, right? The county magistrate said that land will be divided based on the number of people in each family. Families with more members will get more land, and those with fewer will get less. If you clear new land, you won't pay taxes for the first 3 years. Count how much land you get. This is good news. Your family members should seize this opportunity. After speaking, the village chief, along with officials and villagers, went from house to mark the land boundaries, which had to be recorded. Old Lady Pei was excited and followed the group, secretly happy.
Great.
The land is being divided. Her family hadn't farmed all day, and she was worried. Pei Huai loved farming the most. When he went to the fields, he was willing to work hard. All the men in the family went together to see where their land was. The land assigned to Old Lady Pei's family was not far from their home. It was of average quality, but conveniently connected. Most families were divided like this. Land close together was easier to manage. Our village just settled down. The first year, there are no taxes. Starting from the second year, we'll pay 40%, the village chief explained. Once the land was divided, families hurried home to prepare for planting. Tools are very important to farmers, almost as vital as life itself. When fleeing, every household would take apart their hoes and other tools, then reassemble them at the new place. Iron tools are not cheap. My daughter, I am going to work in the fields. Our land is quite good. I will fetch water to water the crops. Pei Huai smiles as he repairs his hoe, eager to go to the fields. Grandmother Pei nods happily and starts giving orders. Both the eldest and second children go and take good care of our land. Third daughter, Ming Shan, Ming He, and Mu Xiao all go find some wild vegetables. The eldest daughter-in-law tidies up the house, cleans the rooms, washes the clothes, and the second daughter-in-law cooks. Grandmother Pei quickly arranges everyone's tasks, except for her youngest son and daughter. They stay in their rooms quietly. Pei Chenyu is puzzled. You don't have phones. What are you doing inside? Lin Sanyang, are you free now? Grandmother Pei is used to sudden voices. Yes, ancestor. Our family has a big house and some land. I feel very happy. She happily shares good news with Pei Chenyu and instinctively talks about things she can't tell other family members. This is her little secret. If you have time, just study. Haven't you finished memorizing the multiplication table? Pei Chenyu reminds her. To change their lives, they need to improve themselves through learning. Grandmother Pei has already learned addition and subtraction. Grandmother Pei's face stiffens. She needs to learn more. Seeing those crooked characters gives her a headache. Ancestor, we just settled here. I should go outside and look for something to eat. Grandmother Pei carries a basket and a sickle and heads up the mountain. Their house is not far from the big mountain, just a few fields away. Ancestor, in a while, we should go to the county town to look around. Maybe buy some household items. What do you think? Grandmother Pei tentatively asks, hoping she might get some silver to help her descendants set up their home. Yes, do as you think best. If there's a problem, I will remind you. Grandmother Pei pouts. The ancestor has been a fairy for so long, she no longer cares about worldly things. Lin Sanyang, have you learned those recipes I taught you? Grandmother Pei quickly responds, yes, I've learned. I've looked over those formulas many times. Our Pei family really has talented people. Such important recipes, and they haven't been passed down. Grandmother Pei feels secretly happy. Luckily, they haven't been passed down, or she wouldn't be the one to use them. The more she thinks, the more she feels she is chosen by heaven. This shaman village is much better than Pei family village. There's even a river in the village. All the walking around the village was worth it. The trees on this mountain are more numerous than on the Pei family side, and there's no shortage of water. It's a good place. Grandma Pei was walking and gathering wild vegetables. There are many wild vegetables here, so her family won't lack food. Third sister Lin, look over there. That flower is blooming. Grandma Pei saw that the irregular, sawtooth-shaped leaves were wrinkled and wavy. The leaves were pointed at the tips, with small light purple flowers blooming on top. Inside the petals, there were yellow stamens. The flowers were funnel-shaped, with 5 purple marks in the center. This is Tianju, right? The ancient ancestors' plant? I remember this. Yes, but unfortunately, it's not the season yet, so we can't collect the seeds. If she could gather seeds, she could make ice jelly to sell. No worries, I'll come in autumn to collect the seeds. Next summer, we can make the food described in the recipe. In her view, this plant was already hers. The money earned from it would eventually belong to her. Grandma Pei felt a bit excited. Her daily lessons were indeed useful. Without attending class, how would she know this was Tianju grass?
Mom.
Where are you? Grandma is here at our house. Sonia's anxious voice echoed through the mountain bay.
Grandma?
That's the shameless old lady Jean. Grandma Pei shivered. When that old woman came, it wouldn't be anything good. Quickly, she carried her basket and strode home confidently, walking 3 steps at a time. When she reached the door, she saw a crowd gathered outside. Grandma Pei cursed silently again. These were just nosy people. She would move to the city sooner or later. Everyone make way. What are you doing? Grandma Pei pushed through the crowd. She saw old lady Jean holding a piece of cloth, with one end in Hu's hand. Next to her, Jean was hiding behind Hu, while Baozhu was standing nearby, cursing and scolding. Her son and grandson stood to the side, unable to step in. Sigh. Without me, this family would fall apart. Old lady Jean, what are you doing? Don't you want to be a matchmaker anymore? Are you here to return the eggs? Hearing this, old lady Jean froze for a moment, almost forgetting her purpose. She pulled hard on the cloth, nearly causing Hu to stumble. Let's talk about this later. This cloth clearly came from my bundle. Your Pei family wants to cut ties? Stealing my bundle and then claiming you didn't see it. Calling the thief a thief. That's really you all. Old lady Jean tugged hard, and Hu, stunned, suddenly lunged forward and fell right onto old lady Jean. Oh no! My grandson! Grandma Pei quickly stepped forward and helped Hu up. Are you okay? Second son, go call the doctor quickly. Pei Huai immediately ran to the village doctor's house, worried about his wife after her fall. Old Mrs. Jean, my daughter-in-law, is pregnant. If anything happens to my grandson, I'll be very upset. Just wait and see. Who's frowned in pain, clutching her belly and sitting down nearby. Sanya quickly brought a bowl of hot water. What do I care? I came to get my cloth. It's originally my family's, old lady Jean loudly said, as if the louder her voice, the more confident she felt. We didn't even use this fine cotton cloth ourselves. It's for the baby. Not only that, I also have a string of copper coins in my bundle. Everyone around gasped, taking a breath of shock. A string of copper coins is quite a lot. It's gone in an instant. Oh, this fine cotton isn't cheap. Don't just take it without permission. Yeah, if it's from the Jean family, you should return it. Old Mrs. Jean is so old, it's pitiful. Some people in the world just mind their own business and speak about justice. Old Lady Pei quickly snatched the cloth from her hand, brushing it off as if it were dirty. It's just fine cotton cloth. If your family can afford it, then I can too. Is there anyone else in the world who has a Jean family? This is for my unborn grandson. Old Lady Jean proudly argued, trying to take the cloth back, but it didn't work. It could only go in, not out. This is clearly mine. I was just coming to see if your family needed any help, and now I find out you're a bunch of thieves. Old Lady Pei was speechless. Was her wife born to be so mean? She was asking for trouble.
Mom.
The doctor is here. The doctor is here. The only barefoot doctor in the village, surnamed Pei, was from the Pei family. Oh, my waist is about to break. Let me see the patient. It's my wife. Uncle, please take a look. She just fell. Pei Huai was very anxious, worried that his eldest son might be in trouble. Just a scare, nothing serious. Give her some herbal medicine to drink. Be more careful next time. The doctor said he would go back to get the medicine, thinking it was a big deal. I'll go, said Pei Huai, helping Huz lie down before going to get the medicine. But he had no money, none at all. All the family's money was with old Lady Pei. Mother. As soon as Pei Huai called out, old Lady Pei raised her hand. It was old Mrs. Jean who pulled Huz down and scared her. The herbal medicine costs should be paid by old Mrs. Jean. TSK, TSK, TSK. The onlookers are not only surprised but also think that even at this moment, Grandma Pei is still worried about money. That's normal. That's the Grandma Pei they remember. As expected of you. No, I don't want it anymore. I don't want this fine cotton cloth either. Grandma Jean stood up and tried to run away. But Grandma Pei grabbed her. You want to run after hurting my grandson? No way. Hurry up, the medicine money. And my daughter-in-law was so shocked she needs some pork to calm her down. What kind of family is this? They need pork to calm down. Now, we need to calm down too, because we've never heard of such a way to calm down. Jean Hua, Hurry and hold your mother-in-law back, Grandma Jean quickly signaled to her. But Jin's wife dared not move. As soon as she looked up, Grandma Pei shot her a sharp look. She could only turn her head away, like an ostrich. So frustrating. Having a daughter really is useless. If only I had called my sons over, I wouldn't have fallen into this trap. Are you still going to keep trying to get the medicine? I'm leaving now. Dr. Pei grabbed her medicine box and tried to break free from Pei Huai's hold. You're holding me. How can I leave? Grandma Pei refused to give up. She sat on the ground and started throwing a tantrum. Everyone in the Pei family, if we don't help each other, how can outsiders bully us? If you don't help us today, who'll help you when they come for you tomorrow? Even Grandma Jin's daughter-in-law was shocked. Shouldn't she get some medicine money? Although Grandma Pei was quite old, her voice was very loud, and most of the village could hear her. Yes, she should. Absolutely should. Grandma Pei cried and made a fuss on the ground, acting like she would cry herself to death if she didn't get the money. Pei Chinyu frowned as she watched. This method is quick, but it looks wrong. How can a woman in her 60s roll around on the ground? Her face is really thick. Someone's coming, someone's coming. Someone from the county town is here, suddenly shouted a group of children. Grandma Pei Lu, the officials from the county town are at your house. They're looking for you. What? Everyone turned around. Big officials? Coming to her house? Pay me for my fabric. You thief, see. The officials from the county government have sent people to arrest you and put you in jail, Grandma Jean shouted loudly. She felt confident now. The Pei family must have done something wrong. Soon, her daughter Jean Hua would be crying and begging her to take her back to her parents' house. When that happens, she'd take her back, divorce the Pei family, and Jean Hua, who was destined to have a son, could marry into a richer family with a higher bride price. Haha, that would be another profit. Old Lady Jean couldn't help but indulge in her beautiful dream. Lin Mu, Pei Lin clan, whereas Pei Huai's family, a young official riding a tall horse shouted as a group of children gathered around and moved forward. Sir, I am Lin Mu. Lin Mu emerged from a hidden corner unexpectedly. Are you Lin Mu? Where is Pei Huai? The mounted soldier asked. The villagers had never seen such a show of force. They looked fierce and intimidating, and everyone fell silent, afraid to speak. Pei Lin clan, Pei Huai respectfully greets the Great Lord. Pei family helped clear bandits in Dan County. The county magistrate awards 10 silver coins. Quickly bow and thank him. 10 silver coins, placed on a tray, 10 small silver ingots, looked shiny and eye-catching. Thank you, Great Lord. Thank you, Magistrate. Old Lady Pei and Pei Huai happily bowed and expressed their gratitude. Take it away now. But stay alert. If you find similar trouble in the future, report it immediately. Lin Mu stopped the departing soldiers. May I ask if these bandits have been wiped out? Of course. The magistrate personally led troops up the mountain and completely defeated the bandits. He had thought they might get some reward money, but it was just a question. That's good. The magistrate is mighty. Lin Mu felt reassured. If only a few bandits were caught, the Pei family would be rewarded again, but they might also face retaliation later. That could bring trouble to him too. He forgot that he was the first to discover the bandits. Third Sister Lin, please invite the soldiers inside for tea and give them a red envelope as a thank you gift, Pei Chinyu reminded her. It wasn't a hard task. People should earn something from their work. Oh, sir, you've worked hard. Come inside for tea, or I'll feel guilty. Old Lady Pei smoothly invited the soldiers in, pouring some sugar into the water, saying it was just tea. Lin Mu was surprised. It seemed this old lady understood social manners well. The rest of the Pei family thought, Mother really knows how to handle people. The silver was naturally kept by Old Lady Pei. She clenched her teeth and put 2 small purses filled with her family's savings into her pocket. No way she'd part with the silver she just earned. Before the silver even warmed up, it was not allowed to fall into others' hands. The soldiers weighed the purses happily, tucked them into their clothes, and smiled while drinking sweet water. This family was quite sensible. Outside, villagers stretched their necks, peeking inside. Wow, the The Pei family was impressive, able to receive a reward from the county. Hey, what do you think the official meant by suppressing bandits? I don't know. We haven't heard of any mountain bandits. Wow, that horse is so beautiful. It's so tall. I wish I had one too. A group of children kept talking about the horse. Could it be that the Pei family went up the mountain to fight the bandits while we weren't looking? If so, they should earn the money. We don't have that kind of luck. Bandits in the mountains are very fierce, and they even have big knives. Hey, Granny Jean. Why are you running? You haven't finished sorting out your family's dispute yet. Seeing Granny Jean trying to slip away, someone shouted loudly, not caring about making a fuss. Oh right. And that stubborn old woman too. Grandma Pei's eyes twitched, and she had an idea. Official, you're just in time. I have a legal matter. Can you help me take a look? The two soldiers had just received red envelopes and were happy to help. Let's go. My brother and I will help you today. Although they were low-ranking officials in the county office in the village, they were very important people. Hurry, second brother. Go get Granny Jean back, Grandma Pei said through gritted teeth. Pei Huai nodded and quickly ran out to stop Granny Jean. As a man, he couldn't do anything to his sister-in-law's mother, so he just opened his arms to block her. Who is Granny Jean? The two soldiers, holding big knives, shouted. They looked pretty intimidating. I am. Granny Jean replied with a pale face, feeling like the big knife was about to strike at any moment. Tell us, what's the matter? The soldiers asked Grandma Pei. Grandma Pei moved a stool for them to sit on and bowed politely. This old lady wanted to come to my house to beg for food, but didn't succeed. She saw that we had 2 feet of fine cotton cloth and claimed it was hers. During the struggle, she pushed down my pregnant second daughter-in-law, and she refuses to pay for the medicine. Grandma Pei forced out some tears, looking quite pitiful. Granny Jean was so frightened she didn't dare speak. Granny Jean, is what Pei Lyncher said true? The soldiers asked sternly. Yes, no, that's not how it is. The woman is related to us by marriage. How could she come to steal from us? It was an accident. She just tripped and fell. But I can't blame her entirely. I just wanted to see if that was the piece of cloth we lost. Granny Jean's voice was sharp and tense, making her sound a bit harsh, which made people cover their ears. Everyone listened and couldn't help but roll their eyes. Just now, they said it was stolen. Today, someone stubbornly refused to leave your house. Why did they suddenly become just checking things when the soldiers arrived? Two-faced and untrustworthy people that are disliked by everyone. Oh, so you really pushed the pregnant daughter-in-law onto the ground. Since she fell because of you, you should pay for her medicine. You've lived most of your life and still don't understand this simple truth. The soldier pressed his hand on his sword. Such ignorant women are easily scared and will confess everything. Yes, I will pay. Old Lady Jin's hair was messy, her eyes darted around, and she spoke hesitantly, too afraid to say much. Others looked on with sympathy. Oh, what's the point? Things have become so complicated. The two families are supposed to be relatives. All right, hurry up and pay for her medicine. Don't try to take advantage, or you'll be taken to the county office and face punishment. We need to visit the village chief's house, so we won't stay longer. The soldier nodded and headed towards the village chief's house, and everyone else followed. After the excitement here, they went somewhere else to watch the fun. Ming Shan, Ming He, you two go and see what the soldiers are doing at the village chief's house, Old Lady Pei instructed. The children weren't paying attention. She still needed to take care of Lady Jean at home. Lady Jean, I'm not forcing you to pay silver just because we're relatives. The official asked you to pay for some medicine. Old Lady Pei pretended to be in a difficult spot, but she was secretly delighted. Making Lady Jean suffer, or anyone else, made her very happy. All right, I'll pay. Lady Jean was still a bit dazed. She just wanted to go home quickly. The Pei family was unlucky, either losing money or valuables every time. Old Lady Pei felt happy inside. The household had gained some income again. She walked more cheerfully. Third son, hurry, go with your mother to the county town. We need to buy a lot of things this time. Early in the morning, Old Lady Pei woke Pei Huili up to go to the market in the county town. Pei Huili was sleepy and asked, "Why go? They probably won't give me much silver anyway. Mother, if third brother doesn't go, I will." Pei Baozhu happily ran over, holding Old Lady Pei's hand. She was old enough to need new clothes. Old Lady Pei didn't need to look to know what they were thinking. "Forget it, none of you are going. Second son will go with me. Third son, stay home and study properly." She thought that her third son was still young, not very strong, so it was better to take the second son to save effort. All right. Pei Huai didn't think much and followed Old Lady Pei, carrying a basket. Even after arriving at the new village, the people there hadn't changed much. The old man from the Zhang family was still the one driving the cart. This was the first market day since they arrived, and many villagers were heading to the market. Pei family, "Oh, you just earned 10 taels of silver and are going to the county town." A sharp-tongued woman named Li Posi, carrying a broken basket with some hidden eggs inside, often envied those who lived better than her. "That's right. Look at this silver, it's gone in a flash. We need to buy many things for the house," Old Lady Pei said cautiously, worried that Li Posi might be too jealous and steal from her. 10 taels of silver is enough for me for a year. I can't save more anyway." "It's because your family is lucky. Now your family is really the best in the village." Someone cheered, giving her a thumbs up. Old Lady Pei chuckled nervously, thinking she would hide the silver carefully when she got home, in a place only she knew. It was market day in Danyang County. The villagers from nearby towns came to trade, and the crowd was lively and bustling. Old Lady Pei first took Pei Huai to the grain shop because they had no food at home and felt anxious. "Shopkeeper, how much for mixed flour?" The grain shop was doing decent business, with a few customers, poor folks dressed in rough cloth. Old Lady Pei knew she was in the right place. "Ma'am, mixed flour costs 5 won, brown rice 8 won. Fair prices, honest trade." Old Lady Pei licked her lips, recalling the white flour and rice she ate while fleeing, and wondered why, after escaping hardship, her food was worse now. "Lin Sonyang, buy less. I have good rice and good flour here," Pei Chinyu said, just hoping Old Lady Pei wouldn't cause trouble. She was just watching. Old Lady Pei's face lit up with joy. The shopkeeper, observing her expression, seemed confident she would buy a lot. "Second brother, take the farm tools to the blacksmith to repair, then come back to pick up Mom." Oldest Pei first told Pei Huai to go away. Pei Huai trusted him and did whatever he was told. He put down his basket and left. "Ma'am, how much do you want?" 5 jin of mixed flour and 10 jin of brown rice, Old Lady Pei said, buying a little to keep others from noticing. The shopkeeper smirked, thinking she was a big customer, and silently started weighing the grain. After all, even a small mosquito is meat. 5 jin of mixed flour costs 25 won, 10 jin of brown rice costs 80 won. Total is 1 tael and 5 won silver. "Here is your grain." Old Lady Pei watched him weigh the right amounts and quickly started calculating in her mind. 1 jin of mixed flour costs 5 won, which totals 25 won. 5 jin of coarse rice costs 8 won, totaling 80 won. Adding 25 won and 80 won equals 105 won. In just a few breaths, Grandma Pei finished her calculations and felt very happy. If she went out now, she might even become a bookkeeper. This lesson was really good. No wonder the head lady of a big family is so steady. She can't do math well, so she can't be the matriarch. "Madam, madam." The shopkeeper waved his hand in front of her eyes. Grandma Pei snapped out of her thoughts and quickly found a silver coin worth 1.5 won. "Goodbye, take care." Grandma Pei carried her basket and walked into a small alley outside the grain shop. It was a dead end, filled with some junk. She put down her basket and sat on the ground. "Ancestors, I've bought the grain. I have white flour and white rice, all priced at 5 won per jin. Would that be okay?" Pei Chinyu looked at the dazzling array of goods in the shop and asked, 5 won? That's just for mixed flour, which is rough. The things given by the gods are naturally better than mixed flour, like the steamed bread she tried before. So white, so fragrant, so fine. But she still had to pay? Grandma Pei quickly found a reason. Even among gods, there is exchange of favors. Her ancestors probably just wanted a token gift. Getting white flour for the price of mixed flour, that made her happy. Ancestors, I want 50 jin of white flour and 50 jin of white rice, Grandma Pei said. 100 jin. Her second son could carry that all by himself. Luckily, she brought him along this time. All right, I've already taken the silver from you. The goods are in the basket. Be careful to hide them so no one finds out. Grandma Pei first looked around carefully to make sure no one was watching, then happily lifted the torn cloth on the basket.
Oh.
Such a brand new cloth bag. Her ancestors are doing well in heaven, giving such a nice bag as a gift. It's worth a few cents in the grain shop. She secretly opened a small part of the bag's mouth. Inside was white rice. Grandma Pei pinched a handful and felt it. So white. So big grains. It still smelled like rice. Unlike coarse rice, which had stones inside. Grandma Pei carefully packed the coarse rice into the white rice bag and tied it up together. She also packed the mixed flour into the white flour bag and tied it up. With 2 baskets of grain beside her, she couldn't help but look around. Why hasn't her son come yet? 100 jin of grain cost 5 qian of silver. What a good deal. Grandma Pei counted her silver. Yes, it matched perfectly, and they even gave her change with coins and notes. So thoughtful. Her heart felt warm, like drinking a cup of milk tea. Lin Sanyang, what else do you want to buy later? Old Lady Pei was happy, thinking that surely the ancestors have other good things. Stores on the ground sell ground items, and those in the sky sell sky items. If she can buy sky items with ground money, it's a rare and happy event. Maybe the ancestors are running a general store in the sky. Cough, cough. Old Lady Pei cleared her throat. Since you asked, I'll tell you. We need to buy some oil and salt for the family. The second daughter-in-law is about to give birth, so we should buy some cloth to make clothes for the baby. It's been a long time since we had fresh meat at home, so I think we should buy a few pounds. Old Lady Pei paused. If only I could get a set of clothes for each person. Would the ancestors be angry if we bought so much? Pei Chunyue was surprised. It felt like Old Lady Pei knew she was a system and dared to ask for everything. She looked at the marketplace. Since Old Lady Pei thought she was running a general store, she decided to go along with it. Buy some food for the family and children, pork, pastries, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Just take it from me. Old Lady Pei kept saying yes. She chuckled to herself, seeing she was right. The ancestors really do run a shop in the sky. I see your son will come later. You can choose first. I'll watch the people for you. Pei Chunyue changed the ancient-looking interface so she could see it clearly, with prices and pictures matching, all easy to understand. Teaching Old Lady Pei to read was definitely a good idea. It saved trouble. Old Lady Pei looked more and more surprised. Compared to their county, this was much more cost-effective. She had traveled through Dan County and asked around, comparing prices at several places. None were as cheap as the ancestor shop, and it looked better too. No wonder it's run by a fairy. Everything they sell is divine. As a mortal, she was lucky to benefit from it, perhaps a blessing from her past lives. The more she looked, the wider her smile grew. This cotton cloth looked soft. She wanted a few yards. And the blue fabric, perfect for making clothes for the third daughter. Such a nice choice. The ancestor never liked her to favor anyone, but she thought for a moment and took a few yards of light red fabric to make clothes for the third daughter. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have been chosen by the ancestors. The salt in the shop was fine salt, whiter than snow in winter. She had to buy it. And all those miscellaneous sauces, vinegar, just a little of each. Old Lady Pei was thinking about what she wanted, and suddenly, things flew off the shelves into nearby bags. Divine hands at work. She still wanted to buy many things, but she couldn't bring herself to spend too much. Your son will be home soon. Don't forget to buy some things for the family. A harmonious home brings prosperity. After Pei Chunyue paid, she put the items into her basket. Grandma Pei looked up from the torn cloth and saw that it was really done. She had truly bought everything. If it weren't broad daylight, she'd want to laugh out loud 3 times. This kind of secret happiness made her feel a little frustrated. Mom? Mom. Second son. I'm here. Grandma Pei happily waved her hand. Pei Huai felt warm inside. His mother was so gentle with him. Come, carry the basket. Let's go buy some meat. Grandma Pei kindly helped her second son carry the basket, which weighed over 100 jin. It was heavy, but Pei Huai became even more motivated. His mother said they should buy meat. Meat, shiny and greasy. Just smelling it made people feel it was delicious. How much is this meat? Although Grandma Pei was dressed plainly, even simple, she walked as if she had won a battle. It was quite contradictory. The butchers at the meat stall couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Madam, pork belly is 20 coins per jin and evenly fatty and lean meat is only 18 coins. Of course, evenly fatty and lean meat tastes better than pure fat. The meat isn't cheap, but they could afford to buy some a few times a year. Poor families think it's a rare treat to buy some meat, especially fatty meat that can be pressed for oil and eaten. That's why fatty meat costs more. Grandma Pei, now with money, was feeling generous and naturally wanted to buy good meat. Unfortunately, the ancestral shop didn't have meat, but she could understand. Her ancestors were like immortals, and immortals don't eat meat. Grandma Pei naturally made up a reason. If Pei Chinyu showed her a page with meat, she might think it was divine pig meat. Let's buy 3 jin of pork belly, Grandma Pei said. Since there were many people at home, buying less meant everyone could have a piece, but buying too much wouldn't be stored well. 3 jin of pork belly cost 54 coins. Pei Huai was a little surprised. He thought his mother would buy some fatty meat just to let the family taste it, but he didn't expect her to buy 3 jin. Grandma Pei ignored his surprise and kept walking forward. When they saw candied hawthorn, costing 3 coins per skewer, she bought 3 skewers. Thinking of what Pei Chinyu said, Grandma Pei clenched her teeth and went to a bakery that looked inexpensive. Oh my, osmanthus cake costs 20 coins per jin. It's almost as expensive as pork, just a few pieces of cake. It's a choking food. Grandma Pei bought a few pieces of osmanthus cake as a token, thinking it was better to buy more candied hawthorn. Each skewer has several pieces. Second son, are you hungry? Grandma Pei looked at the wonton stall ahead and asked. Pei Huai looked in the direction she was pointing and swallowed hard. Mother, I am not hungry. Old Lady Pei sighed inwardly. No matter what, he was her son. The second son always behaved badly. If he wanted something, he should just say it. Why would she dislike him for that? Bring 2 bowls of wonton. Old Lady Pei took him to sit down directly. The basket was placed at her feet. Pei Huai was surprised. His mother actually brought him alone to eat wonton. Your wonton, sir. A large bowl of wonton soaked in a slightly oily broth, with translucent skin filled with pork and green onions, and a fragrant aroma with each bite. The salty, savory soup swirled in his mouth. It was so tasty, he didn't want to swallow. Mother, do you have enough to eat? I can share some with you. Although it was kind, Old Lady Pei couldn't stand this kind of behavior. Didn't they just receive some money? Anyway, she could still afford a bowl of wonton. If I tell you to eat, then eat. What are you acting like? Pei Huai kept his lips pressed and ate silently. He saw other children giving food to their parents, and the parents would happily praise their children for being filial. But his mother never praised him. She even looked down on the food he hadn't finished eating. It didn't matter. Mother just wanted him to eat more. These wontons belonged only to him and his mother. Pei Huai quickly cheered himself up and drank the soup until his stomach felt full. Let's buy a few more things, then we'll go catch the ox cart. Old Lady Pei took her son outside the steamed bun shop, where the steamer still emitted steam. Boss, how much are the buns? The shopkeeper sized up the mother and son. He already had an idea, probably folks from the countryside wanting to try some meat. Meat buns, 3 cents, vegetarian buns, 2 cents. Wow, that's expensive. 5 meat buns, please. Old Lady Pei was very distressed. 5 meat buns cost 15 cents. She and her second son had already eaten wonton, so they wouldn't buy the meat buns. The eldest son's family had 2, the mother and daughter from the second family had 1, and Baozhu and the third son each had 1. It wasn't favoritism. She just had a slight bias. They carried the full baskets back to the ox cart. Grandpa Zhang was already waiting for everyone to gather, so they could head back to the village. The villagers who had just arrived in Xiaoman village for the first time were excited. They were on their first market day in the county and had endless things to talk about. Wow, Huai's family is really well off now. Look at those 2 big baskets, they're filled with stuff. Wow, and there's pork too. It's been a long time since we saw any meat. The educated old lady Pei was different from her past self. If it had been before, she would have immediately turned around and argued with someone. Now she knows that these people are just jealous of her, but they lack her skills. They just want to provoke others to envy her as well. My family is just lucky. Why do we need money to run the household? The silver given by the county is almost used up. That's 10 taels of silver. If it were in my family, it wouldn't be used up in a year. Old Lady Pei felt disdain, but regretted not having it in her own house. Well, it's impressive, but it also makes some people jealous. This silver was earned with our lives. We almost got caught by mountain bandits. Be careful what you say. If you gossip too much, you might attract the bandits' remnants to Xiaoman village. Then you'd be the villains of the village. Old Lady Pei's threats made the women stop talking about it. They started chatting about other things. Your family should consider marrying Huili soon. My niece from my maiden family is about the same age as Huili. Since her own family isn't so lucky, she might as well let her relatives enjoy the benefits. Why let outsiders share the wealth? Old Lady Pei's face darkened. She knew exactly what these people were planning. Huili is going to study for the imperial exams. It's too early to think about marriage now. Oh, your family is lucky. Maybe one day your son will become a scholar. The compliments pleased Old Lady Pei. A scholar is nothing. Her son will definitely become a top scholar. All knowledge is humble, but studying is the highest. Old Lady Pei firmly believed this. Even she saw the benefits, she could understand things when shopping. Then your daughter Baozhu should also be considered for marriage. She's pretty, and my nephew is a perfect match. Old Lady Pei loved her daughter very much. She would give her 5 or 10 taels of silver as a dowry. Sadly, the others didn't live with a Pei family and didn't know that Old Lady Pei no longer loved her daughter as much. Baozhu is still young.
No rush.
I want to keep her at home for a few more years. Old Lady Pei closed her eyes to rest. The others wisely stopped talking to her. Pei Chun Yu checked Old Lady Pei's box, carefully adding a few more things. A family can only prosper if everyone works together. It's not enough for one person to try hard. Family members must willingly contribute, not just be pushed around. Mrs. Lin, I added some things to your basket. Old Lady Pei nodded. The ancestors wouldn't harm her. She was seasick and too tired to do much. In the afternoon, a cart shook as it arrived at the village entrance. Each family took their things and went home. Pei Huai carried a large basket on his back, holding his mother Pei Laotai's basket in one hand and supporting her as she felt dizzy with the other.
It was very heavy.
Mom, second brother, you're back. Pei Baozhu happily ran to greet them. She had been waiting in the yard since early morning. Every time her mother returned, she would buy her nice things, just for her, no one else. On the escape journey, her mother only did that so everyone could survive. Now that life has returned to normal, her mother is still her precious treasure. Second brother, are you tired? Let me help you, said Pei Huiren. After working in the fields all day, seeing their 2 full baskets of goods, he suddenly felt no fatigue. So many things, now they could eat well. Only third sister silently washed clothes in the yard, while Lin Mu was reading inside Pei Huili's house. Pei Laodai went inside to drink some water. Everyone had already carried the baskets into the house and placed them on an old table. This table was also part of the house, but after many years of disuse, one corner had rotted away. It didn't matter. Pei's family didn't mind. It was better than stones or other rough things they carried on the escape. Everyone was waiting for Pei Laotai to share what she bought today. She didn't move and no one dared to start. This made Pei Laotai feel very accomplished. This is rice and flour for the family. Later, I will move it to my room and store it there. Each room has a lock now, to keep out thieves. Pei Laodai took out some pork belly. Everyone couldn't help but swallow. Mom, why did you buy so much meat? Pei Laodai ignored her and wondered what her ancestors had added. There are candied hawthorns for the children to share, meat buns, second brother, and I already ate some in the county town. The second house only has one now. Pei Laodai thought there was no need to explain, but instinctively didn't want others to think she was showing favoritism. Maybe because Hushur was pregnant, she didn't want to be too harsh on her children.
Mom.
These hairpins are so pretty. Are they for me? You're so kind. Thank you, Mom. Pei Baozhu quickly took out 2 pairs of hairpins from the basket, one red, one yellow. When Pei Laodai saw them, she realized she hadn't bought them. They must have been put in by the ancestors. Choose 1 pair and give 1 to third sister. Pei Laodai understood Pei Chenyu's temper well. She knew these hairpins couldn't be just for Baozhu to enjoy alone. Mom, third sister is still young. What does she need with flowers on her head? Pei Baozhu pouted, unhappy. Hushur, pregnant, naturally knew that her little sister-in-law was her mother's favorite, but third sister. She had suffered so much since childhood. Third sister only needs 1 flower. The others can be worn by the younger sisters, she said, still trying to get a little more for her daughter, especially since her mother had said she wanted to give them to third sister. Let the younger sister have them all. Third sister is still young and doesn't need to wear these. In a few years, she'll be looking for a partner too. She should dress up nicely, Pei Huai said, feeling confident after carrying everything back himself. Mrs. Hu suddenly felt a bit upset, thinking about third sister and herself. All right, 1 pair each. Third sister, come inside. Old Lady Pei, tired of waiting, simply called third sister in. Grandma, what do you want me for? Third sister asked quickly as she wiped her hands and entered. Headpiece, you and your little sister-in-law each get a pair. What? I also get a share? Pei Baozhu rolled her eyes at third sister. I want the red one. Third sister hesitated but took the headpiece, thinking to herself that she was glad she had washed her hands. Such a beautiful headpiece looked like it just sprouted in spring. Old Lady Pei then took out a set of writing brushes and ink, all packed in a cloth bag. Third, this is yours. Third old man Pei pouted, thinking it's better than nothing. Old Lady Pei took out some carefully chosen fabric. The amount surprised everyone in the family. It cost about 10 taels of silver, probably spent almost all of it. Old Lady Pei smiled. This blue fabric will be made into clothes for third. Scholars shouldn't wear 2 plain clothes. The pink one is for Baozhu. The leftovers will be made into clothes for third sister too. The remaining pieces will be for the children, including the one in second sister-in-law's belly. That one needs fine cotton cloth since kids are tender. Old Lady Pei took some snacks and other things and went inside, calling third sister in. Third sister, do you remember when Grandma said she wanted to sell you? Do you hold a grudge? Third sister suddenly looked up, staring into Old Lady Pei's eyes, shaking her head like a rattle drum. Here, take this to eat. Grandma isn't heartless and doesn't want to sell her granddaughter. She just really has no choice. Third sister took the snacks, which had flowers on them. Must be expensive. Grandma still wants to sell her? Third sister decided that if she was sold again, she would go to see the village chief, the clan leader, or the county magistrate. Old Lady Pei took some food and went into the kitchen. Today, she planned to cook a good meal to celebrate the Pei family's roots in Xiaoman village. If anyone in the family makes the best food, it's only Old Lady Pei. Her eldest daughter-in-law, Jean, is lazy and not very good-looking. If her husband hadn't insisted on marrying her, she wouldn't have married such a daughter-in-law. Her second daughter-in-law, who can cook well enough, but only just. She can make porridge, but cooking meat is a waste of effort. Old Lady Pei is known in the village for being the best cook and often asked to prepare meals for others. She has real skills. The purchased pork belly was washed and sliced for later use. The leftover ground eggs at home were chopped into pieces. The pork belly was fried until it released oil, then the ground eggs were added and cooked together. When nearly done, water was added to simmer, along with salt and soybean paste. This soybean paste was bought casually by Grandma Pei in Danyang City, a local product. She said adding a spoonful of it to stir-fry makes the dish flavorful. While simmering the ground eggs and pork belly, Grandma Pei cooked rice mixed with brown rice. She sifted the brown rice to remove stones. Since there were no vegetables grown at home, only wild greens were eaten. Grandma Pei remembered a video she watched showing a dish made from wild greens. She took some plain flour, felt sorry for wasting it, and added some mixed flour. The wild greens were blanched, cooled, chopped, and mixed into the dough. She added water and seasonings, kneading everything into small balls. Grandma Pei opened a jar of oil bought from her ancestor's shop, made of wood. The jar was covered with oil paper and a wooden lid. When opened, the oil inside was pure white and smooth, top-quality pig fat. She took a little out, melted it in a pot, added water, and when it boiled, squeezed the wild green balls into the pot. Because there were many people at home, even though there was little vegetable quantity, the servings were plentiful. Dinner was served. Everyone sat at the table waiting for Grandma Pei to serve the food. Linmu watched everyone look nervous yet eager and curiously asked Sanya, "Like Chun, why do everyone at home look so nervous?" Sanya blushed. No one had called her like Chun yet. They all called her Sanya. "Grandma bought me today. It's delicious." Sanya thought for a moment and then took out half a cake from her pocket. "Brother Mu, you eat." Brother Mu was polite and took the cake. Linmu looked at the nearly crumbled piece and hesitated. "I don't want it." "You eat it yourself." Sanya thought her cousin was much better than her two brothers. "In the future, our family will settle in Xiaomen Village, in Danyang County. We must help each other. We are one family, working together, and nothing can stop us." Grandma Pei was serving food while giving a speech. Everyone cheered and agreed. After Grandma Pei took the first bite, everyone dared to start eating. They quickly picked at the pork belly and ground eggs with their chopsticks. People who hadn't tasted the meat before kept thinking about it. Those who had eaten it long ago missed it even more, feeling anxious and eager to have more. Their family had no rule about not talking or eating in silence. They enjoyed chatting while eating. "Mother, from now on, Linmu's nephew can live with the son. Ming Shan and Ming, he don't sleep well, and 3 children are too crowded." Aunt Pei never expected that these words came from Pei Huili. The third son hated being disturbed while studying. "What's wrong? Am I bothering you from reading?" Pei Huili's eyes lit up.
No.
"Linmu is very smart. He can read and write. Maybe he learned at home, taught by his uncles. Seeing that, my son thinks he's a good fit and wants to teach him to read." Their 2 nephews were both quite silly. Neither could learn to read after half a day of trying. "All right then. Linmu, just don't disturb your third uncle studying." Pei Chinyi listened to their conversation and increasingly felt that Linmu was special. He was just a simple farmer boy. How could he have a chance to learn to read? Most importantly, Linmu's appearance had changed. He used to look dark, yellowish, and malnourished when seen on the road. Now, he still looked thin, but full of energy and quite handsome. Since it's decided, the family should continue to support the children in studying. Tomorrow, I'll ask the clan leader if the children are still studying in the clan. Aunt Pei cared a lot about her children and grandchildren's education. Her late husband had always wanted a learned person in the family, preferably a scholar or a successful candidate. But the third son was only a child scholar, and he had already passed away. In the clan, studying costs only 1 silver coin per child. Nothing else. The teacher was also a scholar from the Pei family. Only Pei family members could study there. Other villages would need to pay some silver coins to join. "Grandma, can I go to school with my 2 cousins?" Linmu asked, his eyes shining like stars in the sky. Aunt Pei hesitated. "You're not even a real grandchild of ours. Their 2 nephews already cost 2 silver coins each. Adding another would almost be half a tael of silver, gone." Pei Huili didn't need to go to the clan school. He was already a child scholar and usually studied at home, asking the clan teachers if he had questions. Most of the children who went to school were young. "Agree, let him go to school," Pei Chinyu said. It was also an investment. What if it worked out? It wasn't that she disliked the others. Pei Mingshan and Pei Minghe were both stubborn and restless, hardly suited for studying. "Mother, let Linmu go. I think he's much smarter than Mingshan and Minghe." Pei Huili didn't hesitate to cut into his own nephew's pride. Aunt Pei took a deep breath, looking at Lin Mu's pitiful eyes. All right, you can go too. Mu, you must study hard. Don't let Annie down. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, third uncle. Lin Mu's wish was finally fulfilled. As long as I let him study, I am sure he can find a bright future. Grandma's cooking skills are really good. Old Lady Pei smiled. Although she didn't want to spend money on Lin Mu's education, she still hoped that Lin Mu would marry Sanyo in the future because she had watched him grow up and trusted him. But since the ancestors spoke, there must be a reason. Maybe Lin Mu is truly talented at studying. Oh well, just consider it from Sanya's dowry. Sanya's dowry. One people in Xiaomen village are waiting for the county to send grain seeds. They just arrived, and surviving is already good enough. Xiaomen village is different from Pei village. Many crops only grow here, so they must wait for the county to send the seeds. Restless Pei Huai took his older brother and sister-in-law to carefully tend the land and worked hard every day to clear more fields for the family. Old Lady Pei spread the vegetable seeds she had saved outside the yard. Outside, they cleared a patch to plant vegetables. By late June or early July, the county sent the grain seeds. They arrived late, but still managed to plant a season of rice. Planting in late June, they could harvest in October. The second crop is summer sweet potatoes, which are perfect to plant now and can be harvested in October. Both crops can fill stomachs. As long as they are well cared for and yield a good harvest, the family can survive even if life is a bit hard. The county's grain seeds are not free. They must be repaid after harvest. If you have silver, you pay with silver. If not, you pay with grain. County Magistrate Zhong is a good official. The amount of grain to repay isn't very much. He also sent people to tell village chiefs and elders how to manage these crops. Many people fled to Danyang County, and if no one taught them, they might ruin the crops and owe more grain. The county only issued these two types of seeds, not many. They estimate that after harvest, everyone will have enough to eat. If the harvest is poor, they might go hungry. If the family has land cleared for farming, there's nothing else to plant. The land Pei Huai cleared was decided to be kept for planting eggs. It's only July now, with 5 months left to nurture the land. Eggs are hardy, cover a wide area, and are easy to grow. Every household plants some. Life is starting to stabilize. The eldest couple still likes to cut corners and take small benefits. The second son still loves farming, and his wife is peacefully waiting to give birth. The third child is studying, and the eldest daughter is embroidery. The children are lively and bouncing around, making Old Lady Pei feel much more comfortable. At last, she felt she hadn't let this family fall apart. Third sister Lin, how much silver do you still have? Have you counted the 10 taels? Old Lady Pei heard her ancestors speaking and quietly began to tally her accounts. Oh dear, I didn't realize this earlier, but I spent over a silver coin just yesterday. Old Lady Pei felt very distressed, especially since she hadn't paid the 3 people's tuition fees yet. If she had known silver was so easy to spend, she would have saved more. Don't worry about Lin Mu's school money. Didn't he give you exactly 1 coin of silver in his bundle? It's such a coincidence. Lin Mu gave her 1 coin of silver, and now she's going to spend it on him. Studying costs silver, but if you want to change your life, you can't give up studying. Third sister, have you thought about starting a business? Old Lady Pei hadn't yet recovered from the pain of spending money, but hearing this, she felt it was a divine sign. It's okay if she's not clever, if her husband died early, or if her children aren't successful. What matters is having a good ancestor guiding her. Grand ancestor, you said we can start a business. Then we will. Class distinctions like scholar, farmer, merchant, and craftsman don't matter to Old Lady Pei. Merchants are impressive. She envied the life of wealthy landowners. How inspiring. Pei Chin, you thought. Luckily, she had pretended to be her ancestor from the start. Hot summer days, what kind of business should we do? Pei Chun you gently suggested. Old Lady Pei was quite good at learning from the system. Old Lady Pei thought for a moment. On such hot days, selling ice is the most profitable, but ice is expensive, and we don't have any stored. Ice is only used by wealthy families. Without ice, maybe we can do something else. Last time we went to the county town, you only bought things without paying attention to the market. Old lady Pei smiled nervously. I have a few recipes here. You can learn them, make the snacks yourself, and try them out. If they work, maybe start a small business. Silver only comes from earning, not saving. Old lady Pei put down her embroidery needle, lay back on the bed, and prepared for her lessons. She understood. Pei Chinyu chose 3 snacks for her: cold noodles, ice jelly, and spicy potatoes. The ingredients are easy to find, and ordinary people can afford them. Selling these 3 together could make some small profit. The Pei family's money was precious. They couldn't afford to waste on mistakes. To help old lady Pei understand better, she made the videos more local. In the ancient version, a cook was at the stove, boiling water, preparing cold dishes, slicing potatoes, and making ice jelly. It was as simple as can be. Old lady Pei was very serious about learning to make money. So, how about it? These snacks aren't difficult to make, right? Old lady Pei is a skilled cook. She nods and says, these dishes are not hard to make, but I wonder if anyone in the county town will buy them. She can tell that the taste of these dishes depends on the ingredients. People eat to live. As long as the taste is good, someone will buy. Why don't you try making them at home first? She immediately starts working. Third sister, come in and peel some earth eggs. Although she thinks earth eggs don't need peeling, just washing them is enough. The fairy chef from the fairy world said that peeling makes them tastier. Third sister, don't peel too thick. There is also a peeling knife, a small iron sheet, which is very easy to use. She begins making noodles. These noodles are different from usual white noodles. They are yellow. These noodles are also available here, made with water mixed with ash from plants. Old lady Pei asks whose wife to help knead the dough and make the noodles. Even the most precious daughter-in-law should help a little. 2 of the 3 snacks are already in progress. Old lady Pei goes back to her room to ask about the 3rd one. Ancestors, the Tianzu seeds can't be harvested yet. How can we make ice jelly? Ice jelly, old lady Pei mumbles. It has both ice and powder, so it must be delicious. You can buy from me first. Anything you don't have, get it from me. Pei Chinyu, based on her memory, gives her a gene of ice jelly seeds and a piece of old red sugar. Sugar is still quite valuable at this time. Most people eat maltose. There is also a type of dark sugar called red sand sugar, but it's expensive. Usually, women buy a piece during postpartum recovery. It's a precious gift. A gene of ice jelly seeds, along with a cloth bag and a piece of old red sugar, appear in old lady Pei's room. Hurry up and make ice jelly. Whose noodles are ready, so your ice jelly can be made too. Old lady Pei takes the ingredients to the kitchen. She cuts a small piece of red sugar carefully. She watches closely because she knows exactly how to boil a pot of sugar water. Selling the sugar water could also make money. Third sister, once you're done peeling, cut the earth eggs into small pieces. Third sister waited a few days without hearing old lady Pei talk about selling her snacks. She only felt grateful for the cakes old lady Pei brought her. Now, feeling brave, she asks, Grandma, what kind of food are we making? Third sister usually doesn't talk much and isn't popular at home, so she's naturally shy. Old lady Pei is surprised that she dares to ask. We're making some fresh food, based on family recipes passed down from our ancestors. Old lady Pei adds, these days adding ancestral recipe makes things seem more valuable. The brown sugar was boiling and Grandma Pei couldn't wait to add water to another pot. She wanted to find a basin, but unfortunately, there was none at home. Then she held a bag of ice powder seeds in her hands and started rubbing them in the pot. Soon, a sticky substance began to emerge. It looked quite like mucus. Husher took a quick look and felt a wave of nausea. Mother, what strange thing are you making? Grandma Pei was rubbing vigorously, thinking that if this stuff was like the fairy chef said, 1 gene of seeds could produce 3 gene of powder, and 1 gene of powder could make 15 bowls. Then with a smaller amount, she could make 20 bowls. Sugar water in the county cost 2 coins, so adding ingredients might make it even more expensive?
Oh.
Adding ingredients. She almost forgot. Mingsha and Mingi. The 2 children quickly ran into the kitchen. Grandma, what's that smell? It's so sweet. Good boys, go up the mountain and find some wild berries. Grandma will make candy for you. Growing up in the village, the children knew almost all the wild fruits, so she wasn't worried about them picking something inedible. If there are fully ripe wild berries, pick some too, Grandma Pei instructed. The children ran off quickly. Grandma Pei was a great cook, and the kitchen smelled so sweet, like candied sugar. She thought about what to add to the ice powder. They definitely didn't have ice at home, but maybe she could somehow make ice like the ancestors did. Nah, maybe the immortals could stay warm in winter and cool in summer by themselves? Once the ice powder was prepared and left to cool and solidify, Grandma Pei brushed some oil in another pot and placed the sliced eggs on the stove to cook. Meanwhile, Hushur had made alkaline noodles, which she boiled and then soaked in cold water. It was inconvenient to use tap water at home, so she went to pick spring water from the mountain. It would be great if they could dig a well at home. But digging a well wasn't cheap. Grandma Pei thought about her savings and decided to forget it. After a while, she checked the eggs in the pot. They were golden brown on both sides, making Pei Chinyu drool. Who could resist crispy yet tender potatoes? When Grandma Pei took out the chilled ice powder and scooped it into bowls, her two grandsons returned. Grandma, is it enough? If not, there's more up the mountain. Some wild peaches are ripe too, and we picked those. The children tugged at their clothes, full of wild berries and similar fruits. Good boys, take these to Sanya to wash. Boys are clumsy. The children refused to leave the kitchen, eager to watch Grandma Pei cook. The whole family had 11 members, and there were only 11 bowls. Few were intact without chips. I scooped some ice jelly into a bowl, then used a spoon to pour in a spoonful of brown sugar syrup. The iced jelly looked even more attractive. Next, I sprinkled some washed lotus seeds on top. Grandma Pei looked at it, gently pressed the lotus seeds with a spatula, and the red juice seeped out before adding it to the iced jelly. Then, I mixed the cold noodles I prepared earlier with some fried eggs and plenty of dried jujubes and placed everything in the largest rice basin at home. Meal is ready. While it was still light outside, the family hurried to the table to eat. Mom, did you make this special dish to thank us for working hard in the fields today? Pei Huiran took a bite of the ice jelly. It looked clear and shiny, with added sugar and lotus seeds, surely delicious. Indeed, with one bite it was cool, sweet and sour, and so tasty that I wanted more. Jean sure couldn't bother to speak, as she was busy eating noodles. She hurried to finish her iced jelly and eat more noodles. The children also ate quickly, not bothering to talk. Lin Mu took a bite and thought to himself that even in a rural home, there are rare treats. How wonderful! Hushur, who was pregnant, watched Grandma Pei making the iced jelly from start to finish. Seeing the bowl of iced jelly now, she felt disgusted, thinking it looked like mucus mixed with blood. Really gross. Second daughter-in-law, why aren't you eating? Grandma Pei asked. Could Hushur be relying on her pregnancy to boss her around? I'll eat, Mom. I'll eat right away, Hushur said, closing her eyes and taking a sip. It was cool and refreshing, making her feel better and appetized. Grandma Pei also tried a sip. It was much tastier than plain syrup, something you could chew and drink. If only she could add some special ingredients from the fairy chef, it would be even better. There weren't many spoons at home, just the big cooking spoon and small wooden spoons for the children. Besides her two grandsons, everyone else ate directly from bowls or used chopsticks. I should buy some more spoons. Grandma Pei drank and thought to herself, this business could work. Noodles and fried eggs are common, but iced jelly is rare. After finishing the iced jelly, she ate some of the fried eggs. Maybe because she finally added some seasoning, the cold noodles tasted firm and refreshing, spicy and salty, and the soft eggs were flavorful. Mom, the fried eggs turned out crispy and quite tasty. Eating these cool foods on such a hot day really feels good. Everyone's almost finished. Tell me, how do you all like these dishes? Are they tasty? Pei Huiran was the first to praise. Mom, they're delicious. Of course, your cooking is the best. I'm her eldest son. I have to support her. Grandma Pei was speechless. I want to hear honest opinions. Who's sure? What do you think? Pregnant women tend to be picky, but who sure felt that if she could eat it, it must be good.
Ah,
Mother, I think it tastes very good and appetizing. It's not disgusting at all. Good, pregnant women can eat it. And you? Grandma, I think it's delicious. It would be even better if it were a bit sweeter. Yes, add more fruit. Old Madame Pei noted everyone's opinions and asked Lin Mu, who hadn't spoken yet, since the ancestor said this child might have a bright future. She wanted to hear his thoughts. Annie, these foods are all quite good. If you sell them, many people would buy. About the ice jelly, if it has no ice, maybe change the name. Adding some milk would make it even more tasty and sweet. This person is truly promising. Even the gods seem to favor their ideas. His suggestion was very practical, unlike our own, which only say, delicious. Right, since the ice jelly has no ice, it needs a new name. Mu, what do you think we should call this ice jelly? Lin Mu thought for a moment. This item is clear and refreshing. Let's call it Luli Cake. Luli Cake? That's a good name. Excellent. Uncle Mu is so clever. The name fits perfectly. Pei Huili clapped the table and praised, much better than he had thought. He was planning to call it a bubbles ball, since it had bubbles and was shaped in lumps. Luli Cake sounds much nicer than his bubbles ball. Alright, then let's call it Luli Cake. I plan to take these 3 items to the county to sell. How can we make money if we don't have any income at home? When Pei Huili heard this, he thought about doing business. Mother, scholars, farmers, merchants are at the bottom. If this affects my son's future exams, what should I do? Old Madame Pei was about to suggest he stop studying and get married and have children quickly, but Lin Mu slowly said, Third uncle, if we don't have money at home, how can you support your studies to become a scholar, or even aim for the top? You probably can't even afford the travel expenses to the city. If you become an official, how will you handle social relationships? Without money, what if I'm not allowed to continue studying? I can't stay here farming forever. Pei Huili was stunned. If he doesn't pass the exams, it might be good if the family can still do business. Since no one objects, let's give it a try. Trying doesn't guarantee success, but not trying definitely won't succeed. Old Madame Pei said this wise saying, which she learned in class. If we're going to sell food, we need some equipment. The Luli cake and cold noodles can be prepared in advance, but the hot dishes need to be served hot, so we need a portable stove. The family only has 2 pots, which are not cheap. Selling food can't be done with just 1 pot, so they'll have to take one from home. Mother, in the county, you can rent a stall. There are carts that can be pushed around. I see them often when I go to the county. Pei Huiren is very interested in doing business because it means making money. Mom, bowls and chopsticks can also be rented from the shop. Let's see if they sell well first. If they do, we can buy more after earning some silver. Pei Huiren is eager and can't wait to start buying things now. Old Lady Pei thinks for a moment. Her second son and his wife can't travel far, and the older son and his wife are clever and sneaky. All right, tomorrow the older son and his wife will go to the county town with me. Pei Huiren is so happy, he almost wants to do a dance. How should we set the prices? Mom, land eggs aren't worth much. Maybe 2 coins per bowl. Pei Hui suggests cautiously. Although his homemade land eggs are tasty, everyone can make them, so who would pay extra? Pei Huiren rolls his eyes. Second brother, with 2 coins, what are we earning? Firewood is free, seasonings are free, and land eggs are free. I think even 8 coins per bowl would sell well. 8 coins? If it were you, would you buy it? That's too high, says Old Lady Pei. Auntie, how about this? Sell land eggs for 5 coins, cold noodles for 6 coins, and if mixed, 10 coins per bowl. The glazed cake can be sold for 5 coins each. A bowl of land eggs for 5 coins might sell less, but if mixed with other ingredients and sold cheaply at 1 coin, it might sell better. Pei Huiren quickly thinks it over and feels this plan could work. Mom, I think Mu Xiaozi's price is reasonable. Everyone else agrees. All right, it's settled. Tomorrow, bring some firewood from home. We don't need much for the land eggs. Tonight, cut and prepare the ingredients. Soak the land eggs in water. Mom, but if we go to the county town, soaking in water isn't convenient to carry. That's true. Maybe they might spill. Then bring it along and peel it when we get there. After dividing the tasks, the family starts preparing materials: firewood, land eggs, peeled ones, seasonings, and sugar syrup stored in clean clay jars to cool. The noodles also need to be prepared and cooled in advance, to be mixed later at the place. Old Lady Pei goes back to her room, feeling both excited and nervous. What if no one buys? Will anyone really pay for land eggs? If it were her, she'd rather make them at home herself. Ancestor, do you think we can really sell them? Don't worry. I'll give you some other seasonings. They'll taste great. Tomorrow, buy a few bunches of green onions to mix in for more flavor. And have you thought about what to put on the glazed cake? Old Lady Pei shivers. The pickles are all used up. The things the kitchen fairy mentioned are not here. Old Lady Pei was very anxious, rushing around, having prepared everything but forgetting this part. Don't you still have ripe peaches at home? You can cut them into pieces to use. Since it's still early, you can also find some red beans to soak and cook. Tomorrow is still fine. Old Lady Pei kept rushing forward without finishing her plans. Only after Pei Chinyu explained everything clearly did she calm down. I have red beans and some fruit here, but taking the fruit out might cause trouble. Just use your peaches instead. Pei Chinyu handed her some silver and gave her red beans and some spices. She could get anything for Old Lady Pei, but bringing those things here wasn't practical. It was better for them to figure things out on their own. Only through their own efforts could they truly learn. Old Lady Pei hurried out again to cut peaches into pieces. The red beans still needed soaking, and they had to be boiled early the next morning. She didn't trust others to handle this. Before dawn, she got up to cook the red beans. After soaking until soft, she boiled them for several hours, then cooled them in cold water. Once cooled, she added sugar when they were just right. Mrs. Hu was pregnant and couldn't sleep well, got up to watch the fire. When needed, she woke Old Lady Pei to help, allowing her to rest a little longer. It seemed the second daughter-in-law was quite capable too. At dawn, they waited at the village entrance for the ox cart. Firewood, a big pot, cooked red beans, borrowed wooden buckets for storage, cloth-wrapped cold noodles, unpeeled eggs. When they got on the cart, there wasn't much space left. Wow, today everyone's going to the county. Why are you carrying a pot? And firewood too. Mrs. Jean awkwardly shielded the firewood with her body. How embarrassing. We're going to do some small business in the county. Don't worry, we're just holding these things. They won't take up your space, Old Lady Pei said. She just wanted more money for the ride, but that wasn't happening. Old Man Zhang wasn't angry. Saving money was common. Every household wanted that. As long as they didn't take up much space, he didn't mind. Other villagers saw the three carrying many packages and were very curious. Hey, nephew Huiren, where are you going? Still carrying a pot? Are you moving? Pei Huiren grinned happily. Andy, we're going to do some business. He was very proud. Doing business was great, and making money was the coolest thing. His wife, Jean, looked a bit uncomfortable, feeling awkward about all the questions. Wow, your family has really become successful. Just a few days ago, you received some silver as a reward, and now you're already in business. If you wait a bit longer, you'll become a wealthy landowner. Pei Huiren grinned, imagining himself as a powerful landowner with many wives and a happy life. Old Madame Pei nudged him and said, "How is that possible? We only have so much grain. If we don't find ways to earn silver, with so many people in our family, we won't have enough to eat or drink." Old Madame Pei looked annoyed. She was tired of her talkative wife, who always nagged about small things. Yes, you're right, mother," Pei Huiren said confidently, feeling at ease among the older women. Jean sure kept her head down, not wanting to speak, while old Madame Pei closed her eyes, watching the street vendors and their sales demonstrations. It's okay if she was shy. She had a son with a thick skin. As long as she could teach him to shout and sell, it would be fine. When they arrived in Danyang City, they got off the carriage with their tools and goods. Mother, I heard there's a street in the south part of the city where vendors set up stalls.
Let's go there, said Pei.
Old Madame Pei wondered if the eldest son had sneaked into the city again. Otherwise, how would he know so much? In the south, there were many restaurants and stalls, and a few turns led to a market. They carried their things and found a spot to set up. This place was at the street corner, close to everywhere, and not blocking the way. Vendors liked to gather together so that customers could see their goods. Their spot didn't have many stalls. "Boss, go rent some things. Here's a silver coin for now. When you come back, report the expenses," said the leader. The boss was clever and probably tried to cheat a little. Old Madam Pei was worried. She wanted to go with him but saw Jean Sure outside, acting timid like a quail. At home, Jean Sure was quite bossy and domineering. She was afraid her things might get stolen. Jean Sure didn't even chase after them, so she stayed behind to wait. She didn't want Jean Sure to be idle. She was peeling vegetables and borrowing water from a neighbor. Here in the city, borrowing water cost a penny. After some persuading, she agreed with the neighbor that she could borrow water for a day for a penny, but she had to be careful not to waste it. If Jean Sure took charge, she might only get enough for one bucket. After waiting for a while, Pei Huiren returned with another worker. They pushed the stall and carried stools. "Mother, this is a restaurant worker. Since we rented so much, he helped move the stuff. The rest we have to move ourselves," he said. Old Madam Pei had Jean Sure help carry things and stayed behind to prepare. Set up the stove on the rack, light the fire, and fry the eggplants. Prepare diced peaches, sugar water in a jar, and glazed jelly cakes, all arranged nicely. Place the borrowed bowls and spoons, then tidy up the table and chairs, wiping away the dust. After working for a while, the sun rises higher and finally, the stall is ready to open. Old Lady Pei pulls over two people, teaches them how to call out to attract customers, then sits down to wait for buyers. Cold noodles. Glazed jelly cakes. Cool and tasty. Cheap in big bowls, refreshing and cool. Whenever there's a new stall, some people watch, but after looking around, no one buys. People pass by, observe, then head to the restaurant. "Let's move over here. This side is shaded by a tree, so it won't get too hot." Old Lady Pei looks at the sun and shifts the stall slightly. After calling out for a while with no one stopping, she decides to use her secret move. Mix the cold noodles with more ingredients than yesterday, garlic water, and some seasonings bought last night, all in a jar, ready to be sprinkled and mixed. Free tasting. Free tasting. The only glazed jelly cake in Danyang County. Cool and refreshing. Once you try it, you'll want more. There are only 20 free samples. First come, first served. Anything limited attracts more attention. Just the word free draws a few people over. What is this glazed jelly cake? Can I try it for free? I've never heard of glazed jelly cake before. And cold noodles too? Usually, Danyang's noodles are hot soup. I've never had cold noodles before. Seeing interest, Old Lady Pei quickly offers a chopstick of cold noodles and a cup of iced jelly to a few people. Good luck, everyone. This is glazed jelly cake, made with sugar water and herbal decoctions. It's not only cool but also nourishing. It has red beans inside, and one bite is very delicious. Try some and give your opinion. This was said by Pei Huiren, whom Old Lady Pei had taught for a while. The teacup contains not only cold noodles, but also a few pieces of eggplant mixed in. For tasting, she uses small teacups to avoid losing money. By noon, during lunch hour, a scholar-like man passes by. "This glazed jelly cake looks great, really like glass." He strokes his beard and praises. "How does it taste?" A few testers first try the cold noodles, then the glazed jelly cake. Very good, very cooling. The glazed jelly cake is smooth and tender, softer than the tofu at the tofu shop. The cold noodles are a bit spicy, but after eating them, the glazed jelly cake is just right. The scholar-like man listens eagerly. "Are there any more free samples? I'd like to try some too." Elder Lady Pei quickly handed him the items. The people eager to try food quickly filled all the available spots. "How much do these sell for?" the scholar asked. "Glass jelly costs 5 coins. Cold noodles are made from white flour and cost 6 coins. Preserved eggs are 5 coins, and if you mix preserved eggs with cold noodles, it's only 10 coins per bowl." Pei Huiren took out a bowl. "All these bowls are the same size. Very good value." The scholar thought for a moment. Since a bowl at the restaurant costs 20 or 30 coins, He decided to try something new. I'll have a bowl of mixed cold noodles and a bowl of glass jelly. All right, Mrs. Hu quickly served the cold noodles and preserved eggs into bowls, repeating the order several times. Your glass jelly costs 5 coins a bowl? Sweet soup only costs 2 coins, someone said. Elder Lady Pei added sugar water while explaining, the Sweetwater shop only uses water. My jelly is different. It's made from cake, plus I added sugar, red beans, and fruit. If sold in a restaurant, it could go for 15 coins. She initially wanted to raise the price, but Pei Chenyu said that selling more glass jelly would be better. That made sense, since the sweet water costs 2 coins, and this only costs 3 more. He approached the scholar. Sir, is this cold noodle dish tasty? The scholar slurped the cold noodles. Yes, very tasty. In hot weather, hot soups can be a bit overwhelming. These cold noodles are cool, refreshing, and filling. Then I'll have one with 2 mixes and add the glass jelly. Once a stall had a few customers, it naturally attracted more people. Pei Huiran handled the money and called out, while Jean handled washing dishes and elder lady Pei served the food. The 3 borrowed tables were completely full. What's this new dish? Why are so many people eating here? Not far from the restaurant, some wealthy young men heading to eat at the restaurant saw it full and became curious. What new thing could attract so many diners? They stopped to see and ordered some too. When one wealthy young man ate, others followed, sending more people to check it out. Honestly, a bowl of cold noodles and a bowl of glass jelly can really fill you up. Yeah, I thought the glass jelly wouldn't take up much space. The portions are generous. Just for that, it's better than the sugar water shops. Elder Lady Pei was happy to hear this. She thought no one would buy. I'll add 5 more coins for some crispy preserved eggs with a stronger flavor. The scholar who was the first to try the crab said, These preserved eggs are so good, I want more. Your eggs are on the house today. Since you're the first customer, I'll add a few more for you. Pei Chenyu watched them do business and thought that Pei Huiran had some talent. She hadn't taught him much, but when she mentioned it, others wouldn't count properly. Still, she gained some goodwill. The teacher smiled happily, feeling pleased. He waved his hand and said, Will you come again tomorrow? I will come to eat this again tomorrow. They're coming. They're coming back. Everyone was surprised that there was already a returning customer so soon. Tomorrow, we'll set up our stall here again. Please come back. On the first day, they sold out early at lunchtime. A few people even asked if they could buy individual pieces of glass cake. Old Lady Pei thought carefully. The best seller was the fresh, cool glass cake. Fewer people bought the earth eggs, but most bought cold noodles with earth eggs together. It was already past the time for the ox cart to return to the village, so the 3 of them had to return the goods and leave the pots at someone else's yard. They agreed to come back tomorrow to rent again. Mom, we made some money today. Why don't we go to a restaurant and have a good meal? Pei Huiran was quick-witted but generous to himself. He never liked to hold back. Old Lady Pei shot him a glance. You just made a little money, and you dare to spend it? Buy 2 plain steamed buns to take home. Running a business made her realize how hard it was, and she was even more reluctant to spend every penny they earned. In the end, the 3 of them each bought 2 plain buns and walked home step by step. Luckily, they didn't have the big pot anymore, so they felt much lighter. They sold quickly today, so they weren't home too late. Old Lady Pei, with sharp eyes, saw her daughter showing off among a group of girls from afar. She wore 2 big red flowers on her head, looking very glamorous. The other girls were envious. Old Lady Pei was happy inside. Look at that circle of girls. Her daughter was the prettiest. No wonder she was her own child. She was slightly better than others. Y'all go back first. I'll go call your little sister. Meanwhile, Pei Baozhu was surrounded by a group of girls, looking like a peacock. Oh, this flower on my head isn't bought from a merchant. My mom specially brought it back from the county. Pei Baozhu stroked the flower on her head, thinking about when she could wear her sister's 2 flowers too. The village's #1 beauty shouldn't only have 1 pair of flowers. Lu Zifang is coming. Someone shouted from afar. A man approached, wearing a long robe, slim and tall, carrying a water bucket. He was here to fetch water from the river. Lu Zifang, a young scholar from the village, is the most handsome man in the whole village. The girls shyly peeked, both wanting to look and afraid of being seen and feeling shy. Pei Baozhu touched her flower hairpin, thinking to herself that she was the most beautiful girl in the village and the best match for Lizzie Fang. Brother Zifang, are you coming to fetch water? Pei Baozhu walked quickly over and asked on purpose, knowing the answer. The village was not as strict as the city. There was no rule that girls couldn't talk to boys. Besides, they all grew up together in the same village. Yes, Lizzie Fang replied without even looking at her. Brother Zifang, do you think my hairpin looks nice? Pei Baozhu, still not giving up, bent down slightly, almost causing Lizzie Fang's bucket of water to fall into the river. Pei Laotai hid behind a stone, clenched her fists tightly. Ancestor, don't misunderstand. Our Baozhu doesn't usually act like this at home. She doesn't like going out, let alone talking to boys from outside. Ancestor, please don't think badly of Baozhu because of this, and don't refuse to help her find a good match through the matchmaker. Pei Qinyue secretly chuckled. She was just an apprentice system, not a real fairy, but Baozhu was really brave. Calm down, don't go up and hit him. Your daughter is just talking to him. Pei Laotai's fists clenched even tighter, already thinking about doing just that. Although Lizzie Fang was one of the few scholars in the village, his family was poor. Her precious daughter was destined to marry a high-ranking official and become a noble lady. What's a scholar? It must be that this scholar is trying to seduce her daughter. Pei Laotai held back her impulse and continued to listen secretly. Lizzie Fang was focused on fetching water, while Baozhu kept talking non-stop, not noticing the expressions of some girls nearby. Silly girl, don't you see that everyone looks down on you? Pei Baozhu took a white steamed bun from her handkerchief and offered, Brother Zifang, here, have some. Her family was eating white steamed buns now? The girls were surprised. 10 taels of silver was a lot. Could someone really share leftover buns with others? They had never seen how much 10 taels of silver was. They only heard villagers talk about how Pei's family received 10 taels of reward silver. They had grown up, and the most money they ever had was less than 100 coins. They could tolerate almost anything, but Pei Laotai would never accept giving her fine grain to others. Baozhu, come home with Mom. Pei Laotai shouted and rushed forward, startling everyone. Lizzie Fang frowned. Was he about to be blamed? He quickly stepped back. I don't want to. He was about to leave with the water, but Baozhu looked at her mother and then at Lizzie Fang. Brother Zifang, he quickly wrapped the steamed bun with a handkerchief and hid it away, not wanting his mother to see. Old lady, Pei didn't say a word. She grabbed Pei Baozhu's hand and hurried home. The girls covered their mouths to giggle, and Baozhu's face turned bright red with embarrassment. They couldn't break free on the way, so they were dragged all the way home. Baozhu, I've told you many times. You can't feed outsiders with our things. Why don't you listen? Baozhu rubbed her red wrist, thinking that Brother Zifang wasn't really an outsider.
He was someone
special to her. Who gave you the steamed bun? Old lady Pei directly hit the point. There was no such thing in the house. Mother.
It was in the morning when you left.
My little sister said she wanted to eat, so I made it for her. Hu Shi nervously explained. She didn't want to do it, but her little sister went straight to her mother's door, took some white flour, and she didn't know she was going to give it to someone else. Old lady Pei's heart skipped a beat. Tomorrow, she must lock the door. Today, since someone was at home, she didn't lock it, but she didn't expect her own daughter to betray her. From now on, no one is allowed to damage the household things without my permission. Old lady Pei could only scold lightly. She had more important things to do. They all started to settle accounts in the main hall. The money collected was finally handed over to old lady Pei. Today, we sold 50 bowls of glazed jelly. Jean Shi, how about your sides egg and cold noodles? Mother, the two mix sold 40 bowls. There are about 5 or 6 bowls of just the egg, and I ate some of the cold noodles myself. 50 bowls of glazed jelly earned 250 coins in total. 40 bowls of mixed cold noodles earned 400 coins. 6 bowls of egg cost 30 coins. Total is 680 coins, not counting what you, eldest brother, paid for renting things. Mother, I've given you all the remaining silver. Today, I spent 20 coins renting the stall and 30 coins on tables, chairs, and utensils. Total 50 coins. Today, we earned about 500 coins. The firewood, sugar water, and peaches at home weren't counted. Old Lady Pei said this was a high estimate, but it still surprised her.
What?
500 coins. That's too much. After Grandma Pei arranged for her family to do their chores, she swung her large fan and strolled to the tree at the village entrance. There were many people cooling off, some patching shoes, some embroidering, chatting in the breeze. It was very relaxing. Sixth sister-in-law is here. Oh, I heard your family went to the county town to do business. Grandma Pei had been waiting for this. It's not really business, just setting up a stall selling food. She said this casually, but her pride was obvious. In a village of so many people, who could go to the county town to do business like her? Everyone knew each other well, having been neighbors for years, so they understood her thoughts. Old Mrs. Zhang made a face. Now they all have stalls in the county. I heard today that there are many customers at your place. Sister, you're really lucky. Grandma Pei chuckled. Thanks to your ox cart, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to go to the county. They exchanged friendly words about their businesses. Hey, look over there. Why did the village chief bring some older folks back? Villagers stretched their necks and looked. The village chief was leading a group, with officials behind him. What's going on? Did the village chief get into trouble outside? Doesn't seem like it. Why would he bring so many people if he did? While they talked, the village chief and his group entered the village. Everyone, don't gather around. This is a new family in our Xiaoman village. From now on, we'll all be one village. These new neighbors are settling here. Another new family? The original Xiaoman village was full of familiar faces. Now, with newcomers, it felt so fresh. Looking at these newcomers, they all looked pale, thin, with messy hair, as if they had been frightened. Some strange feeling of superiority grew in their hearts. Hey, Auntie Peilu, do those people look like your relatives? Relatives? Which relatives? Grandma Pei's family, the Jean family, was already in the village. She looked where others pointed and, oh my, it was her long-lost relative she hadn't seen in a while, her second daughter-in-law whose parents, 2 brothers, sisters-in-law, and nieces and nephews. Really them, haha. Grandma Pei forced a smile and quietly moved back into the crowd. She followed to see where the Hu family would be assigned. She didn't want them coming to ask for favors. The village chief followed the usual procedure, gathering the newcomers, choosing an available house, and then taking each family to register. Every household, every person, how many men and women, was carefully recorded. The villagers were all idling, some embroidering while others watched the lively scene behind the crowd, who had only received a few dilapidated earth houses, and whose family only got one small house. Old Lady Pei followed along, seeing the Hu family's house being drawn. TSK, what bad luck. The Hu family drew several earth houses, one of which had half its wall collapsed, and the roof was missing straw to keep out the rain. Old Lady Pei remembered the location. Luckily, it was quite far from her own house. She couldn't let Mrs. Hu find out, or she would start crying again. She hurried back home, asking second brother, Mrs. Hu? Inside, a few people looked at the hurried old Lady Pei in surprise. Mother, what are you doing? Second sister-in-law is resting inside. Jin's voice was loud and lively, as she had regained her usual noisy habit at home. Where is second brother? Old Lady Pei heard Mrs. Hu was home and felt a little relieved. Second brother? I heard second sister-in-law's family came, and he went to fix their roof. Jean pouted, thinking her husband was much better. Second sister-in-law was really lucky. What? That unfilial son, rushing to show filial piety. It makes my mother so angry. She hurried but was still a step too late. How did second brother hear the news so quickly? Old Lady Pei no longer cared about what Mrs. Hu was thinking inside. Their family's relationship with Mrs. Hu's family was better than with the Jean family, but she didn't want her son to serve others' parents. Pei Chinyu frowned deeply. Third Lady Lin, that's your in-law, your grandson's in-laws. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if your in-law's roof collapsed and everyone found out? Old lady Pei didn't dare reply, but her mind kept racing with all sorts of crooked reasoning, giving Pei Chinyu a headache. If only she could control this body directly, she wouldn't need to argue with her. I remember we still have some unused straw at home. Take it to Patch Hu's house. Also, send some coarse rice and miscellaneous grains. They're your in-laws. Do relatives really do this? Not only are they indifferent, but they also refuse to help their family. No wonder old lady Pei didn't get along well with the villagers. Everyone wants to take advantage of others, and when someone is in trouble, they don't want to help.
Huh?
Still want to send things? Old lady Pei frowned, feeling the matter was not simple. She didn't want to give straw either. It could be used to pad the bed. Third Lady Lin, why are you rummaging again? You're even reluctant to give a bundle of straw? Pei Chun-yu was utterly stunned. Such stinginess. She didn't want to give the straw? No, who taught you to behave like this with relatives? Here. We still have straw at home. I'll bundle some now and carry it myself. Grandmother Pei said as she went to bundle the straw. It's just straw after all. I, Grandma Pei, am willing to give. Having sacrifice brings gain. Also, I am someone who makes money from business. Our family isn't in dire straits. Giving some grain to others is like sending warmth in winter. Remember, I just learned about helping others in times of need a few days ago. Grandma Pei's scalp tightened. I don't like helping others in winter. Charcoal is too expensive. I'd rather not cause trouble for others if I can help it. Ancestors, our family has so many people. We've already eaten this meal. There's no grain left to give to the Hu family. Grandma Pei started to complain about being poor. Anyway, if I can give straw, I consider myself kind-hearted. There's no grain to give. Are you going to give or not?
No.
Pei Chen-yu clearly knew how much grain and silver the Pei family had. All their grain came from the system, cheap and good quality. She's not a saint, but maintaining good relations with relatives benefits the Pei family. The Hu family isn't like the Jin family, honest and reliable. Then don't blame me for being rude, Pei Chinyu said excitedly, starting to send out electric shocks. Grandma Pei twitched violently, her limbs crooked, and suddenly fell onto the straw. Mother! What's wrong? Hearing the noise, Jin Shi ran over. Seeing Grandma Pei lying on the grass, her once neat hair was now slightly disheveled, as if burned by fire. Mother, what happened? Jin Shi rushed forward. The residual electric charge on Grandma Pei's body transferred to Jin Shi, making her feel numb. Jin Shi trembled. Oh my, why is this so numb? Then she felt dizzy, a sensation like when she's been squatting on the toilet for too long. Hearing the commotion, Hu Shi came out of the house. She saw her mother-in-law and sister-in-law lying on the ground, frightened, clutching her belly. Sister-in-law, mother. Third sister. Quickly, go call your father back. Hu Shi's mind was in chaos. She wanted to get her mother-in-law and sister-in-law back inside, but her big belly prevented her from bending over. She could only stand there, worried about their bodies, lost in thought. Could it be that her mother was so angry because Pei Huai went to help her family repair the house? Did she die from anger? When she died, her sister-in-law just arrived. Did her mother-in-law take her down with her? Am I going to be divorced? In the future, third sister will definitely be mistreated by her stepmother. Pregnant women's imaginations are surprisingly wild. Pei Huai hurriedly ran from his father-in-law's house back home, telling third sister to also call her elder brother, since the elder sister-in-law was also unable to get up. Mother, I am unfilial. Pei Huai suddenly drifted, his legs scraping on the ground. His sad crying alarmed everyone nearby. Could it be that the annoying old lady from the Pei family has died? That's really not the right time. Right now, every household has little food left. If she dies now, it would just cause trouble for everyone. Pei Huai cried out twice before Hu Shi stopped him. First, see if she's still breathing. He put 2 fingers under old lady Pei's and Jin's noses. They were warm and still had breath. She's alive. Hurry and call the doctor. Pei Huairan was on his way when the children from the family pulled him to fetch the doctor. Inside, Old Lady Pei and Jean were laid on the bed. Soon, Jean woke up. What happened? Why am I on the bed? Mother, you fainted just now. It scared me and my brother. Fainting? Jean remembered. When she got close to her mother-in-law, she went numb, and after that, she lost consciousness. She wanted to ask how her mother-in-law was doing, but the doctor came out from the other room. It's nothing serious, just some shock. Rest for a while, and you'll be fine. The doctor prescribed some medicine and left. Old Lady Pei was still not awake, and the family couldn't even pay the consultation fee. While Old Lady Pei remained unconscious, Jean woke up. Sister-in-law, what exactly happened? Why did both you and Mother faint? Jean was still confused. I don't know. I saw Mother fall to the ground, and I went over to help her up. Then everything went black, and I don't remember anything after that. Everyone was puzzled. Expecting Jean to give useful information was hopeless. They could only wait for Mother to wake up. Old Lady Pei had fainted, but life at home had to go on. Tomorrow, they still needed to set up their stall. The oldest, Pei Huiran, had to step in to manage things. Hu Shi was responsible for taking care of Old Lady Pei, and the others prepared the items needed for tomorrow's work. Hu Shi carefully wiped Old Lady Pei's hands, her mind swirling with thoughts about her mother-in-law's attitude over the years. Mother? Old Lady Pei's fingertips twitched. Hu Shi gently called her, and she slowly woke up. Second daughter-in-law, how long have I been down? From the moment Hu Shi wiped her hands, she was conscious, just too weak to wake fully. She also remembered why she fainted. Mother, you've only been out for a few hours. A few hours? That's good. But she was worried it might have been days. What about the family's business? Mother, you're finally awake. Mother, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? The room was crowded with people. Old Lady Pei felt like she was seeing scenes from the afterlife. Everyone go out. I'm fine. Boss, please take care of the family business. Old Lady Pei weakly waved her hand. Ah. Mother, don't worry. Pei Huiran's eyes sparkled with cleverness. Mother is about to give me more authority. Old Lady Pei dismissed everyone, wanting to be alone. Her mind still echoed with the words, "Then don't blame me for being rude." She shivered at the thought of challenging the divine. She shouldn't have thought her relationship with the gods was close enough to ignore their rules. Divine ancestors, are you there? Old Lady Pei clasped her hands and bowed to the empty space. Speak. It's good that they're still there, still present, still holding on to the old Pei family. Ancestors, I was wrong. I was stingy, unwilling to support my in-laws. It's my fault. Pei Chinyu sighed. Why didn't I do this earlier? Third sister Lin, you should know that what I ask of you isn't to harm you. If you don't listen, I have many ways to deal with you. It's a pity you're not just a puppet without thoughts. You are a real person with a strong personality. Whether she has truly understood or not, she just needs to act and take action. Old Lady Pei was still a bit afraid of that mysterious power. She packed some coarse rice and mixed flour into a bag, then gathered a few sprigs of vegetables she had recently planted. She called Hu Shi and Pei Hui inside. Second brother, take Hu Shi to see. These things are for the in-laws. Our family is small but has many mouths to feed. Let the in-laws not look down on us. Live well, and our days will get better and better. Oh, and bring the grass I tied when I fainted. Maybe it will be useful. It was shocking. Hu Shi almost doubted her ears. It's true that her mother-in-law was much better to them, but helping her daughter-in-law's family voluntarily was a first. Hu Shi's eyes reddened. As a pregnant woman, her feelings were especially sensitive. She truly felt terrible. She had previously thought her mother-in-law was very mean. Mother, thank you. My parents won't look down on us. I will be a good daughter-in-law and take good care of you. Thank you, Mother. Seeing Hu Shi's sincere gratitude, Old Lady Pei felt a bit better. At least she had gained her daughter-in-law's trust. Before, Hu Shi was mostly afraid of her. Now, there was more affection. Old Lady Pei waved her hand, still feeling a bit dizzy. This was the happiest Hu Shi had ever been, being able to help her family. Yun Yang, you all came here? Hu Dajeng looked at his daughter, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Could it be that her mother-in-law was upset that her son was helping their family and had driven them out? Mother, my mother-in-law asked us to bring some things. Mrs. Hu smiled. Her mother and she were both frightened. Pei Huai carried straw to help repair his house. Mrs. Hu and her mother went inside. Yunyang, what exactly happened? Mrs. Hu put down her things. This was given to us by the mother-in-law. It's not much, so don't be picky. Old lady who opened the bag, there was coarse flour and brown rice. Old lady whose hands trembled a bit as she grabbed a handful of coarse flour. Surprisingly, there was nothing inappropriate mixed in. Don't worry, don't worry. This is life-saving food from your mother-in-law, old lady who is fragile and almost started crying. Yunyang, you must take good care of your mother-in-law when you go back. These supplies came just in time. After resting for a while, Grandma Pei called Pei Huiren inside to discuss. Then she bought more ice powder seeds from the system. Based on her and Pei Huiren's analysis, glazed glass cakes were the best sellers. The next morning, even Pei Huili, who never worked, was woken up. The village school was ready, and all three of their children went to school, leaving only Pei Baozhu and Mrs. Hu at home. When they arrived, Grandma Pei immediately got busy. First, get everything ready to be transported over today. Big brother, you go rent a stall. Big sister-in-law, organize the items. Pei Huili was idling nearby. Mom, why did you bring me along too? Third son, I've checked. The best academy in Danyang is Danyang Academy. Since there's still some silver left, I'll send you there to study. Grandma Pei loved her children deeply, especially favoring Pei Huili. He was at a loss for words. This was a big deal. Mom, give me the silver and I'll go to the academy myself. He wanted to study, but he also didn't want to delay earning money for the family. In a little while, you and your older brother will go together. One is about your school admission, and the other is to set up a stall over there. It's best to earn some silver from the students. Pei Huili could already imagine the awkwardness, being watched by passing students and later, being teased by classmates after enrolling. Mom, I won't go. What if people see me and think badly of me at the academy? Silly child, you must go. Once you're in the academy, you'll need to bring your classmates to buy our food and send us silver. Grandma Pei was even happier. She insisted that Pei Huili go with Pei Huiren to sell glazed glass cakes. It would be even better if her son wrote a clever poem. More people would buy the cakes, and the teachers at the academy would be so impressed they might accept him without asking for tuition. Unfortunately, her hopes were destined to be disappointed. Pei Huili's talent was quite ordinary. Here, Grandma Pei and Mrs. Jean set up a stall, while outside the academy, brothers Pei Huiren and Pei Huili also had their stalls. Grandma Pei had considered that having two women together might be unsafe, but she was more worried about the main family couple being together, and she definitely didn't want her younger brother-in-law Pei Huili and the eldest sister-in-law to share a stall. She had a deeper understanding of a certain idiom, being overwhelmed and unable to manage everything. Time passed slowly, and gradually visitors arrived. During lunchtime, students poured out of the academy. Third brother, cheer up. We have customers. Pei Huiren loudly called out to Pei Huili, who was trying to hide behind. Glazed jelly cakes. Danyang's unique glazed jelly cakes, limited in quantity, first come, first served. Hot weather calls for glazed jelly cakes, cold noodles with golden eggs. Eat one and you'll want more. His shouts were entirely made up on the spot, improvising as he went. Master, master, over here. Pei Huiren directly pulled the master out of the crowd. Sir, weren't you saying yesterday that you wanted to try our food? Today we're bringing it right to your door. Oh? How do you know I'm from this academy? The master stroked his beard, surprised. Pei Huiren smiled in a friendly, but not annoying way. That was quite a skill. He had often tricked money out of his family this way, even his wife. Of course, because you are extraordinary in bearing and elegant in manners. Your scholarly air is impossible to ignore. Besides, where else could such talented people be, if not in this academy? Danyang's best academy is Danyang Academy, so you must be from here. The master felt very pleased, especially hearing about his scholarly aura. Haha, are your eyes really sharp? I am indeed the head of Danyang Academy. Wow, he's the head of the academy? Pei Huiren was surprised. He thought he was just a master.
What?
The head of the academy? Big brother is actually chatting so well with the head of Danyang Academy? Pei Huili couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to show off in front of the head. Are you still enjoying the usual treats today? With the hot weather, you won't need to go out for meals anymore. Just buy and return to the academy. That saves so much time. Time for scholars is precious. While chatting, Pei Huiren arranged for the head to try the stalls, attracting many students with the lively scene. This is the head's favorite, delicious glazed jelly cakes and the cold noodle set. The head has been eating them for days. After sending off the mountain master, Pei Huiren started shouting. He had already given the mountain master a golden egg, so it wasn't unreasonable to borrow his reputation. Now they call the land egg a golden egg, which sounds better and is more attractive. Besides, after frying the land egg, isn't it golden in color? The students indeed saw the mountain master leave with many snacks and their own bowls and chopsticks. Curious, they also ordered a portion to try. At this booth in the academy, Pei Laotai and Pei Huiren decided not to provide utensils. This saved them money. And since the academy was right at the entrance, students could easily bring their own bowls and chopsticks. Meanwhile, the booth run by Pei Laotai and Jin's family was doing well. When business is good, jealousy follows. Some strong men came to cause trouble. Who told you to set up a stall here? Did you pay protection money? The leader of the men, holding a stick, had a large black tiger tattoo or painting on his bare chest. It was unclear if it was drawn or tattooed. Jean dared to look at him several times. He was much better built than Pei Huiren. Haha, Pei Laodai thought to herself. Recently, she had been studying the laws of Dali, a fictional dynasty she learned about from her teacher. It was a completely imaginary country. It made sense. After all, she had become part of a system, so having a fictional dynasty was not surprising. What protection fee? I've never heard of that. Bang. The man struck the bowls and chopsticks with his stick. Several dishes broke. Bad guys often think that breaking something makes them look impressive. This bowl is my family's heirloom, worth 51. Pei Laotai was not afraid and even dared to argue, which annoyed the man. Pooh, only 51 for this? I won't give you a single one. Pay the protection fee quickly, or you'll suffer more. Women should listen obediently or else. Hee. I think this young lady looks pretty. Jean, besides feeling a little scared, was not shy about being flirted with. She even dared to openly look at the man's chest muscles. Pei Laotai's expression darkened. No wonder the boss back then wanted to marry her. She looked like she couldn't get enough. Truly shameless.
Who are you?
Why should I pay protection money to you? We're doing honest business. We paid rent to the government for this stall. Who are you? Pei Laotai crossed her arms. A vendor next to her pulled her aside. This gentleman is the nephew-in-law of the county office's chief clerk. Don't provoke him, or you'll face trouble later. Grandma Pei suddenly became timid. The big man had connections. No wonder he dared to act arrogantly. As the saying goes, the arm can't overpower the thigh. Maybe she should just give up today. Ancestors, please help us. If she admitted defeat, she would have to pay protection money. Earning that money was hard enough. Paying protection fees was worse than having her flesh cut off. Aren't you the best at throwing tantrums? I have a sugar pill here. If you bite it, it will feel like spitting blood. Lin Sonyang, if you behave better, maybe you can earn enough for Pei Huili's school fees. As soon as she finished speaking, Grandma Pei's hand held an object. She secretly looked to the side. It was just a packet of blood. Grandma Pei's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Why hadn't the eldest or third brother come back yet? She pinched her thigh hard, almost crying out from the pain. The pain helped her stay calm. Old woman, don't you want to find out who I am? Dare to ask me for a document? Are you tired of living? The big man pointed at her with a stick. Grandma Pei covered her mouth and coughed, then secretly put the sugar pill into her mouth. She said nothing, afraid that if she spoke, the pill might fall out. She snorted coldly, glaring at the rough man through her nostrils. Wow, this little old lady has quite a temper, the big man thought coldly. The vendors around, used to seeing big men bully women and children, had once tried to resist but failed. They had powerful backing. How could ordinary people like us resist? This new family was really stubborn, especially the old woman. She was fearless. The big man raised an eyebrow, and his follower poked her with a stick. "Hurry up, or I'll use the stick on you." Grandma Pei couldn't speak. She slapped the stick away, took a big step forward, and spread her arms to block them. "Come on, hit me. Hurry up and hit me." The big man saw this wasn't just a polite toast, but a refusal to drink, so he decided to show her some strength. He reached out and pushed, wanting her to see how tough he was. Smack! Old Mrs. Pei rolled over and fell to the ground.
What?
Has my master's 18 dragon claw been perfected? How could a gentle push knock her down? Who's causing trouble here? At this moment, the street vendor reported to the officials, and officers with patrolmen arrived quickly. Everyone's attention was drawn to the officials. Old Mrs. Pei bit into her candy and tugged at her stunned eldest daughter-in-law. "Mother, why are you spitting blood?" Jean saw that bright red blood was coming from old Mrs. Pei's mouth. Though it was a small amount, blood from the mouth is a serious sign. She was bleeding. The big man hurried over and saw she was bleeding. This old woman was really fragile. He had only used about 30% of his strength. Could he have accidentally killed her? "Officer! Officer! Someone has been killed. Someone has been beaten to death." Jean cried loudly and waved her arms. 2 officers pushed through the crowd. On the ground was the bleeding old woman, a young woman crying nearby, and 3 strong men causing trouble. "Isn't that the younger brother-in-law of the magistrate?" The officers hesitated, not wanting to offend. "Officer, it was these 3 who made my mother spit blood. Everyone saw it. If my mother dies, how can I live?" Seeing Jean crying so sadly, the foolish daughter-in-law. Poof! Just as old Mrs. Pei opened her mouth to speak, she spat out a large mouthful of blood, startling everyone and making them step back. "I want to report this. I want to see the county magistrate. It's over. With so much blood, she probably won't survive. The magistrate's involved now. If she doesn't make it, maybe the magistrate will deal with this little troublemaker and no one will bully the vendors anymore. They should thank this old lady. Young Master Yu, today's matter. I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you to come with us." Officer Zhang Sen cupped his hands. They knew the magistrate's character well. Since this incident caused a death, even a relative of the magistrate must go to court. "Hey, how dare you take this troublemaker away?" another officer whispered in shock. Zhang San was the one who previously delivered silver to the Pei family and helped clear out bandits on the mountain. "This old woman belongs to the Pei family." "The Pei family has spoken before the magistrate," Zhang San said briefly. He knew that in cases involving lives, there's no room for hesitation. The Pei family had a young man praised by the magistrate. For 30 years, the river flows east. For 30 years, it flows west. The official clerk might spend his whole life as a clerk, yet he is still young and might have great luck ahead. Another officer remained silent, surprised that an ordinary-looking farmer woman knew the county magistrate. "Truly, this matter is hard to judge. How dare you call me to court? Watch out, my brother-in-law. Please go quickly." Zhang Sen ordered someone to carry Old Lady Pei while they arrested Yu Qian and his 2 followers. "My stall, please watch over it for me. I will reward you greatly when I return," Old Lady Pei weakly told the young man helping her run errands. "If her stall had problems, your 30 coins might be at risk." The young man didn't expect things to turn so harsh. He was beaten until he spat blood. "Go quickly, madam," he almost cried. If the madam died, who would he ask for his 30 coins? Yu Qian was also panicked. Though he collected protection fees, he had never killed anyone before. He wondered if he could still protect himself now. The newly appointed county magistrate and his brother-in-law didn't seem to get along well. "My life is over." Meanwhile, Pei Huiren and Pei Huili finished their work and went to meet Old Lady Pei. They found out she had been beaten and was bleeding but still insisted on reporting the incident. They hurriedly dropped their tools and ran to the government office, worried that if they arrived late, their mother might have already passed away. Who is present, and what is the grievance? County Magistrate Zhong hurriedly took time from his busy schedule to hold court. Sir, I am Pei Lin from Xiaoman Village. I helped you suppress bandits before. Today, I accuse this strong man of extorting protection money, fighting, and beating me until I bled. Please, sir, you must seek justice for me. County Magistrate Zhong recognized the family of the Pei surname. He remembered them. What is your name? Do you recognize what this woman said? Yu Qian trembled. He had never been summoned to the magistrate's court before. Sir, I am Yu Qian. This woman is mistaken. I did not beat anyone badly, only pushed lightly. Who knew she was so fragile that she spat blood? Yu Qian was confused. Was he too strong, or was this woman just unlucky? Bang! How dare you? You collected protection money first and injured someone later. And now you blame others for pushing? I ask you, what protection money did you collect? Yu Qian knelt on the ground, trembling from the official's gavel. I was just worried someone might bully the merchants. His voice became very small. He just wanted to earn some pocket money, but today turned out so unlucky. Someone bring the doctor first to see Lady Pei. Don't let anyone die in the courtroom. The onlookers outside loudly discussed. What protection fee? No one is bullying us except you. Exactly. If it weren't for you, our business would be fine. Your Honor, please stand up for us. Is it just because you have relatives in the county office? We've never seen you protect us. If no one spoke out, people would continue to suffer silently. But once someone dared to stand up, others would see hope and join in opposing the wrongdoers. Anyway, this little tyrant was kneeling in the courtroom and couldn't see who was insulting him. Oh? You have relatives in the county office. Zhang Sen stepped forward and said, This person is the brother-in-law of the deputy magistrate. The county magistrate's eyes turned cold. These people had been controlling Danyang for years and already disliked the new magistrate, making Danyang a mess. Go and bring the deputy magistrate Wang here. County Magistrate Zhong ordered, sending someone to call the doctor, who had arrived. Greetings, Your Honor. Stop talking and go treat this old lady. The doctor, carrying a medicine box, looked at the courtroom. It was obvious this little tyrant had bullied someone again. Oh, the person was spitting blood. The doctor examined her pulse and found nothing serious, just some weakness in her body. Being beaten to the point of bleeding could mean lung injury, but she didn't seem like she had that problem. Your Honor, this woman is not in danger of death, but her lungs are affected and she is severely weakened. She needs good medicine and careful nurturing over time. The doctor spoke tactfully. She wouldn't die, but her health was badly damaged. After all, she had vomited so much blood, everyone could see that clearly. Thank you, Old Lady Pei said. Did she have any illness? Of course she did. But the doctor didn't reveal the truth. It seemed everyone knew about Yu Qian's bad deeds and hoped he would suffer. Your Honor, Deputy Magistrate Wang has arrived. Proceed without ceremony. Deputy Magistrate Wang, look carefully. This is your brother-in-law, right? The county magistrate was busy and eager to close the case quickly.
Exactly.
Qian, why are you kneeling?
What's going on?
Were you used as a pawn again? Deputy Magistrate Wang had his own people in the county office. He had already heard the news and immediately played the victim. County Magistrate Zhong sneered. Whether he's being used as a pawn is not yet certain. Deputy Magistrate Wang, I told you to speak, so speak. The higher official's authority was overwhelming. Deputy Magistrate Wang could only awkwardly step aside. Brother-in-law, save me. I don't know what's happening either. Stop. Be quiet. No noise allowed in the courtroom. Yu Qian, I ask you, did anyone instruct you to collect protection money? Yu Qian shook his head vigorously. No, no one. The county magistrate sighed in relief. Luckily, this young man didn't panic and falsely claim he was instructed, or he would be impossible to clear even if he jumped into the Danyang River. You injured Mrs. Pei Lin and damaged property. Do you admit to this? Before Yu Qian could answer, the onlookers spoke for him. It's him. We all saw it. Yes, don't try to deny it. We all saw him leading the act, Sir County Magistrate. Cut him down. Who knows how many people he bullied in secret. Yu Qian felt bitter inside. He really didn't do it. He just wanted some pocket money, and he didn't use much force on that woman. The magistrate was furious. Why didn't he just blame his subordinates? Look at how many people are accusing you. Yu Qian hesitated, realizing he was seen as such a bad person.
Yes.
I admit it. Yu Qian, bullying merchants, maliciously injuring people, 40 strokes of punishment, 3 months in detention. Sir, we are willing to settle this privately with the merchant's family. The magistrate quickly said, 3 months in detention. Won't his wife be angry when he gets home? Mrs. Pei Lin, are you willing to settle this privately? Mrs. Pei had been waiting for this moment. She forced down her smile. I am too badly hurt. The doctor said I need rest in the future. County Magistrate Zhong understood. The magistrate should discipline him properly. We'll pay 50 taels of silver. Are you willing to settle quietly, Yu Qian? Yu Qian kowtowed happily. If money could solve it, it was no big deal. Mrs. Pei Lin, are you willing? Mrs. Pei was overjoyed. I agree, Your Honor. Bang. Yu Qian, pay Mrs. Pei Lin 100 taels of silver, compensate for the damaged stall, and for injuring people, collecting protection fees, bullying the common folk. You will be detained for 1 month and receive 20 strokes of the cane. Yu Qian's vision blurred. Can I pay 200 taels and avoid detention for a month? Before the county magistrate finished speaking, he added, Wang Shibu, as an official of this county, you do not consider the people's welfare, fail to discipline your children properly, and are negligent. You will stay at home for reflection for the next 2 months. Wow. Wang Shibu was stunned. 2 months. 2 months later, he was still insignificant at the county office. The county magistrate had long wanted to punish him, but because he was careful in his actions, he had never been caught. Unexpectedly, Yu Qian betrayed him to the magistrate. Sir! Wang Zhupao shouted. The magistrate, in a good mood, waved his hand and dismissed him. The Pei family from Xiaoman village always seems to bring good luck. Yu Qian's case of injuring someone was over. Old Lady Pei received her compensation money that same day. Now she wanted to buy everything she saw. Old Lady Pei sat on the ground, while her son and daughter-in-law packed up to go home. Ancestor, with this 100 taels of silver, what should we buy? Pei Chenyu thought for a moment, buy an ox cart and some land. Having land, even if we are poor and not very capable, gives the family a backup plan. Old Lady Pei also thought so. When they had money, they would buy land first, that's tradition. Big brother, come here. Mother, please don't talk anymore. You lost so much blood. Rest well. If mother passes away, the family will fall apart. Old Lady Pei looked around. It was almost dark, and there were no people watching them. She was worried about being robbed, so she took a secret path out the back of the office. She got up from the ground and pulled the others aside. What do you think? Should we buy a new ox cart with this money? We're going to buy a cart. Mother, let's buy a horse-drawn cart. That way, it will be easier for me to go to school in the future, Pei Huili said excitedly. Most students at Danyang Academy were locals, and he, from a village, had to walk a long way home every time. Mother, I disagree. This money is for your health. How can we spend it randomly? Pei Huiren said confidently. Old Lady Pei rolled her eyes. Doesn't she already know what he's thinking? Jean Shi looked around and said, Mother, you are the head of the family. Whatever you say goes. If you want to buy something, we'll listen to you. His answer was safe and reliable. Unlike him, whose mind was about to explode with ideas. All right, then we'll buy an ox cart. Our family is in business. An ox cart is convenient. A horse-drawn cart would just get dirty. Third brother, oxen and horses can run, and oxen can plow the fields. Buying oxen is smart. Later, we'll buy a horse cart. Pei Huili made a face. There's no later. Would mother really survive being beaten again and not die? The items were put away, and several people hurried to Nyashiku. Nyashiku is just a name. Inside, it's full of livestock vendors. There are cows, horses, donkeys, and mules. Mother, should we find a professional to help us? Pei Huiren asked. These days, if you don't find someone skilled, how can you be sure you're buying a good one? No need. I can tell. Old Lady Pei waved her hand. She didn't want to waste money. The ancestors were like immortals. Even they could tell a good cow from a bad one. Pei Chinyu didn't really understand at first. After learning Old Lady Pei's little plan, she quickly looked up information. 1. A good cow has a big mouth. 3. When choosing a cow, pick one with strong, sturdy legs. 4. The front legs of a good cow are wider between the two legs than normal. 5. A healthy, good cow has a big butt. So, a big butt is a sign of a good cow. 6. Strong skeletons mean a bigger frame. Young cows are usually bigger and broader than normal ones. She told Old Lady Pei all this at once, and Old Lady Pei quickly repeated it so everyone could remember. Mother, you really know about cows. That's impressive. Jean sure kept memorizing these methods. She planned to teach her parents how to pick good cows when she went back home. There were farmers, scholars, and all kinds of people selling cows. Mother, how about this one? Pei Old Lady looked over. It was an old farmer leading a big yellow cow. The cow's eyes were really big. None of them knew much about choosing cows, so they compared the cow to the list. Big mouth, yes, good. Buy it and let the mountain grass be eaten up, so other cows have nothing to eat. Sturdy legs, strong, and a thick neck. Old master, is this a male or a female cow? The old farmer rubbed his hands. This is a female cow. I've raised her for 5 years. She's at her strongest now. Buying her will help plow the land quickly. Pei Huiren reached out to check the cow's teeth, but he didn't understand much. He was just pretending to be an expert, learning from others along the way. Ancestors, what do you think of this cow? Pei Chinyu looked at it. It looked pretty good, with shiny fur. You decide for yourselves. The old ancestor probably couldn't reveal too much secret knowledge. Old master, how much are you selling this cow for? There was a good chance. The old farmer straightened up. You've looked at her, good teeth, strong, and she's a female. She can have calves in the future. I don't want much, 25 taels of silver. Old Lady Pei immediately hesitated. That's expensive. Hey, don't rush to leave. Look at these cows in the market, small, sick, and useless for work, and they still need care. If one gets lost, it's a big loss. My cow is different, healthy, and without pain. If my family's cow hadn't just had a calf, I wouldn't want to sell it. Old Lady Pei pretended to be very knowledgeable as she looked around the cows. She saw this one was fat and would be good for pulling carts. Your cow is just SSO. If you're serious about selling, lower the price a bit. We're farmers and we can't afford your price. Young lady, if you're really interested, I'll sell this cow to you for 23 taels of silver. See, genuine interest is not very valuable. 23 taels? Brother, which village are you from? Cows around here are way more expensive. Young lady, I'm from Qingshan village. If anything happens to this cow, just come find me. Just ask around the village and you'll know. Old Lady Pei looked at the cow again. It was quite good. At least it looked nice. Pei Huiren also looked at the cow from all sides. To him, this cow already belonged to their family. All right, 23 taels. Can you add a cart frame? The old man wrapped the rope around his hand. If you're not going to buy, then forget it. You want a cart frame for 23 taels? How about I give you a cow and a cart frame for free, plus 20 taels of silver? That's a good deal. Don't be upset. Business is business. Isn't it about giving and taking? Pei Huiren was very confident about this cow. We're sincere about buying. Otherwise, why would we talk to you for so long? Look, is there anything missing? The old man's expression improved. There's someone in our village who makes cart frames. If you buy from him, it's 23 taels, including the cow and the cart. All right, Old Lady Pei agreed. Dejuzi, Uncle has brought you a deal. Oh, Uncle, why are you here? The place selling cart frames had several options. The one the old man took them to was clearly suitable for farmers. It was simple, without fancy decorations, plain and honest. This is my distant relative. I brought them to pick a cart frame. Young lady, come on, you choose first. I'll talk with my nephew for a bit. Pei Huili said, on rainy days, I can ride a bull cart to school. Then buy a covered one, it would be more convenient. Old Lady Pei nodded. Only then did things seem to work out. After comparing several options, they all looked similar, just sturdy wood. As long as it's useful, it's fine. They weren't picky. Now that they had a bull cart, what else was there to choose? Youngest sister, have you decided? Yes, I want this one. The old man saw that they knew about these carts. All right, then this one. I'll pay for it. We'll stick to the price we agreed on. Old Lady Pei paid the money and also asked the old man to teach the Pei family how to drive the cart quickly. It was getting late, and the family set off from the county town to go home. Old Lady Pei knew the old man had probably made a profit, but his bull was good. Being able to buy the bull and cart at this price wasn't a bad deal for them. Although it was late, everyone was smiling, except for the family members who were anxious. Mother, you should lie down and rest. You've had a hard day, so you need to rest well. Old Lady Pei chuckled. You all have been fooled. Huh? Fooled about what? They looked confused. Your mother was just lightly pushed. How could she have vomited blood? That was just a candy, and biting it makes a sweet liquid that looks like blood. Pei Huiren looked skeptical. Mother, are you really okay? Don't lie to us. Your health is the most important. It's fine. Your mother isn't someone who gets taken advantage of. He had never seen his mother suffer a loss before. This time, Pei Huiren was genuinely happy. They finally had a bull cart. Not many in the village owned one. There weren't many people with bulls either. The stars filled the sky. They returned late and didn't meet anyone from the village. They felt disappointed. Today they couldn't show off or enjoy a good display. What a pity. Mother, can you give me a few of those candies? Where did you buy them? Old Lady Pei immediately knew what he was after. Don't think you can trick me. I've thought about it too. Today, that man was kind-hearted. If others find out, our family won't have a good outcome. Big brother, don't think about doing anything crooked. Old Lady Pei sighed. She wanted to do the same, but she knew it wasn't a long-term solution. Who makes a living from this? Pei Chunyue smiled. That's because you haven't seen those who make a living by pretending to be victims. Not only can they earn a living, but they can also get rich. Mother, big brother, sister-in-law, third brother, you're finally back. Mr. Hu and Pei Huai walked around the yard several times, watching eagerly until everyone was finally back. Where did this ox cart come from? Pei Huiren was driving the ox cart, smiling happily, unable to close his mouth. Second brother, this is ours. Quick, bring some food.
We haven't eaten yet.
Oldest daughter-in-law, go. Old Mrs. Pei drank a big bowl of water. Are the children asleep? Yes, they are asleep. Who's finally relaxed, thinking nothing bad happened. Hu and Pei Huai sat at the table, their curiosity almost bursting out. What's going on? Ha ha ha. Pei Huiren pounded the table and laughed loudly. We have an ox cart now. Our own. With a cover, too. Old Mrs. Pei recounted today's events again. Both Hu and Pei Huai were stunned. How come, suddenly, the family has more money? Why has money been coming so easily lately? Mother, eat some noodles. Jean handed a big bowl of noodles onto the table. Don't tell anyone about this. If anyone asks, just say we used up the reward silver to buy food. Old Mrs. Pei repeatedly instructed everyone to keep their stories consistent and not to slip up in the village. When good news comes, spirits lift. The next day, old Mrs. Pei was too tired to get out of bed, but the family stall supplies were already prepared by the busy Pei Huai and anxious Hu. They had to go, even if reluctant. Old Mrs. Pei couldn't get up, so she asked Pei Huiren's wife and husband to take Pei Huili and Pei Huai, setting up stalls in 2 places. This time, only the elderly, women, and children stayed at home. Since they returned late yesterday, today's stall would start a bit later. Anyway, now they had a cart, so no need to rush. Mu Xiaozi, Ming Shan, Ming He, eat quickly. After you're done, we'll send you to school. Pei Huiren waited all night for dawn, finally able to show off. As the saying goes, wealth and honor do not return home, like wearing fine clothes at night. Although their family wasn't very rich, they were at least a little better off now. They had to go see for themselves. The children hadn't noticed the new things at home yet. Dad, why are you taking us? It's not far. Why? Finish eating quickly and you'll find out. When the children got on the ox cart, Pei Ming Shan and Pei Ming he excitedly shouted. Wow, wow, wow. Our own. An ox cart. We can ride in it now. The adults watched the children with smiles. The family was getting better and better, and that was what made them happiest. When the ox cart arrived in the village, it attracted a lot of attention, especially from the children. Pei Mingshan and Pei Mingi saw their friends and greeted them happily. Soon, a group of little kids followed them. Pei Huiran was happy and decided to bring along his son's classmates too. Instantly, the two brothers became more popular among the village children. Hey, Huiran, is this your family's ox cart? Yes, Auntie. We just bought it. We spent all our savings on it. Pei Huiran showed off a bit and also spread the news that his family was out of money, so others wouldn't be jealous or gossip behind their backs. Wow, since you moved here, your family has been doing so well. Exactly. We bought the ox cart and have a big house. Whoever marries into our family will be lucky. Pei Huiran didn't care. He showed off what he wanted, pretended to be poor when needed, and sent his kids to school. All at once. He also hurried home to sell food in the county town. What are you pretending for? It's just an ox cart. If you're so capable, get a carriage instead. A man lying on a haystack, chewing on a piece of grass, said dismissively. Scarhead, don't envy others. They're doing well now. Scarhead had a scar on his head. He touched it and said, Me? Envy? No way. If it weren't for me. My family is richer than theirs. He threw down the grass and left. The others started talking about him again. Hey, you guys, Scarhead really has a tough life. His family started falling apart from the moment he was born. That's right. I think he's cursed. His family has lost everything because of bad luck. A few women, sewing in souls, whispered among themselves. Look at him, not working at all. He's so old and still hasn't married anyone, they talked excitedly, not caring if others overheard. At the Pei family home. Mom, what are you making? It smells so good. Pei Baoju was sewing a handkerchief and followed the smell into the kitchen.
I'm cooking braised pork.
Your brothers will be home soon. They've been working hard these days, so I want to give them some meat to eat. Pei Baoju saw the perfectly cooked braised pork bubbling in a pot. Yum, Mom. Can I have a piece? Go away. Wait until the whole family is here. Old Mrs. Pei pushed her away. Mom, tomorrow I'll go to the county town to pick up some embroidery work. I want to help earn money for the family too. This family had small problems, but no one was truly bad. All right, Minger, you and Mom will go together tomorrow. We have a car at home. Old Lady Pei happily looked at her daughter, thinking she finally understood. But then she saw the handkerchief in her hand. The color and pattern. Aren't they for men to use? Thinking about what she saw last time, Old Lady Pei's face immediately darkened. Baoju, who is this handkerchief embroidered for? Baoju looked nervous, quickly hiding the handkerchief behind her. Old Lady Pei's sharp eyes stared at her closely.
Mom.
No one. I embroidered it to sell. They are her own children, and Old Lady Pei knows them well. Probably for that guy Fong again, right? Baoju, I told you you're a young girl about to get engaged soon. You should be more careful. Baoju became shy and embarrassed. Mom, what engagement? I just like Brother Zifang. Old Lady Pei tapped the pot lid. Don't even think about Zifang. Look at his family so poor. Do you want to serve the old lady, or just stand around in the cold wind? I told you, once your third brother gains fame, you'll find a big official to marry. Baoju hesitated. Big official? When will her third brother ever gain fame? Mom, Brother Zifang is also very good. He studies well. You always talk about big officials, but I think Brother Zifang is nice. Old Lady Pei felt helpless. She liked him, but obviously he wasn't interested in her. Old man Pei died early. Over the years, she has been both father and mother to them. Whenever something happened, she had no one to discuss with. Just then, she remembered her ancestors. Could she ask her late husband? Could she even ask the gods? Ancestors, are you there? Pei Chinyu froze. When there's a problem, it's always you. When there's nothing, it's still you. Speak. Hearing this cold voice, Old Lady Pei calmed herself. This was her confidant, her listener. Ancestors, you see, Baoju was raised by me. Why does she have to like that poor boy so much? It's okay if he's poor, but he looks unhealthy. What if he dies after a few years of marriage? Do you remember the play I showed you? Wu Meinyang. Yes, I remember. It was so good. She even became an empress. Why do you think she didn't always chase after men? Because she had her own career, things to do. She didn't have time to think about men. Old Lady Pei frowned. But wasn't she also an imperial consort? Wasn't she also relying on men? Grandmother Pei thought to herself but didn't say aloud, "Oh, ancestors, let's not worry about that. What should we do about Baoju? Think of a way to make her lose hope in Lu Zifang." A solution? Of course, it must be through work. Work can motivate people. How about this? Find a way to make some money and let Baoju do it. If she's busy, she won't have time to think about Lu Zifang. That's a good idea. Grandma, what method do you suggest? Well, I notice we don't have any chickens or ducks at home. One day, you can go buy some and let her raise them. Then she won't have free time to worry. Grandmother Pei clapped her hands.
Yes.
It's been so long, I haven't thought about raising chickens and ducks. I was too busy. Tonight, go to bed early. I'll come up with some ways for chickens and ducks to make money. You should learn them well. Also, make sure everyone in the family learns, or they'll get scammed and not know what happened. It would be best if Pei Mingshan, Pei Mingyi, and Lin Mu taught the family to read every day when they came home. This way, they would remember better. Hearing this, Grandma Pei was full of energy, eager to get everything done immediately. Grandma, how many chickens should we raise? Our yard is big, so maybe 10 or so. Since she wanted to raise animals, Pei Chenyu thought about raising a larger number. Even if problems arose, with her system, nothing could be unsolvable. Start with 50 chickens. It would be best to have a dedicated area for raising them. Grandma Pei had raised chickens before, but never 50 at once. Her yard definitely couldn't hold that many. Grandma, let's go see where's a good spot now. Can you help me look? Grandma Pei packed her things, carried a basket, and headed outside. Raising chickens, eggs produce chickens, and chickens produce eggs. Ah. Auntie Pei, are you going out? Yes, to see if we can find some wild vegetables to dig. Oh, your family is already doing business in the county town. Why are you still digging wild vegetables? Grandma Pei chuckled. The land in the countryside isn't suitable for that. Wasting crops would be a pity. Is there a river or ditch nearby? Pei Chenyu asked. She couldn't watch Grandma Pei 24/7, and she wasn't familiar with the village terrain. Yes, there's a big river in front of the village where people wash clothes. A big river might not work. Won't the chickens get washed away? Grandma Pei thought for a moment and headed towards the mountain behind her house. How about here? A small creek and no crops around. Not bad surrounding mountains, a small creek, shallow areas, and places suitable for ducks to swim. Wild herbs are plentiful, and free-range farming works well. This place is quite good. We can use a net to cover part of it later. It's close to home, just shout, and I can hear you. We can build a simple shelter, and the chickens and ducks won't need to be driven back home. Pei Chenyu initially planned for them to raise chickens first, but seeing this place, raising chickens, ducks, and geese together is also possible. Unknowingly, the old lady Pei, who used to just be mischievous, curse, and fight, now shows signs of having a business mind. After choosing a good spot, the old lady Pei was very happy with it. She returned to the village full of joy, eager for night to fall early so tomorrow could come sooner. How did it go? How was today's sales? When the three brothers of Pei, Huairen, and Jinshe returned, they tied up the ox cart. Pei Huairen went inside to drink water eagerly, while Pei Huai fetched grass and water for the ox. Mother, don't mention it. You wouldn't believe it. Today, on the street, so many people were selling land eggs. Pei Huai slammed the table hard, furious. This was outright snatching his money.
What?
Selling land eggs. The old lady Pei also panicked. Although land eggs aren't worth much, they sold well and earned quite a bit. Making land eggs doesn't require much skill. Then, are there any selling cold noodles? The old lady Pei still hoped. Of course. Who doesn't know how to make noodles? Not only cold noodles, but they also sell hot soup noodles and cold noodles together. You can even get free soup with the noodles. See, nobody is stupid. They quickly copied the idea and even thought of more. What should we do? Who will come to eat at our place now? The old lady Pei seemed to already see herself unable to earn silver and falling into poverty. Deep breath, deep breath. When unsure, breathe deeply. Mother, here are today's leftover cold noodles and land eggs. Pei Huai brought them down from the ox cart. These won't last long. They'll spoil if left too long. Oh, perfect. We'll just eat these today. No waste, just our family. Prepare the food first. Third sister, go call your 3 brothers to come eat. The old lady Pei was eager to discuss and get advice. She hurried back to her room. Ancestors, what should we do? Our business has been stolen, she paced anxiously. It's only been a short while, and others are already copying. Don't worry first. It's not all bad. How can that be not bad? Everyone is selling, so who will come to us? If Pei Chinyu had a physical form, she would slap her to calm her down. Listen, land eggs and cold noodles aren't hard to make. It's too easy for others to learn. It's only a matter of time. But think about it, our glazed cake is still here. Pei Chinua decided to show old lady Pei an inspiring movie, or something to help her stay calm when things happen. Yes, we still have the glazed cake. This time, we must keep it very safe. I will go talk to the family and no one can tell anyone about it. When we can't stop others from doing something, we can only decide what we do. A few days ago, when old lady Pei was around, many people noticed the new treat, the glazed cake. Some restaurants and pastry shops even sent people to buy it. They didn't have time to pay attention, but Pei Chinua's system could see everything. Old lady Pei was in her room, thinking deeply until Hushir called her out for dinner.
Wow.
Today's braised pork is so delicious. Made by Mom, it smells so good. Pei Huiren and a few others looked unhappy. Their mother made good food at home, but they hadn't done well with their business. All right, everyone eat well. Making money is easy. It's not a secret. Just learn it, and we can buy our own. It's good for the family to be more relaxed. Even so, besides the kids happily eating, the adults didn't feel like eating much. The meat didn't seem so important anymore. From now on, our family will start learning to read and write. After dinner, Ming Shan, Ming He, Mu Xiaozi, Lao San, you all teach the family to read. Old lady Pei was in a bad mood and went back to her room, leaving everyone confused. Why suddenly learn to read? Third sister was very happy because she could read now. But although some people wondered, old lady Pei's orders had to be obeyed. After dinner, they started learning characters on the ground. Lin Sanyang, I guess it won't be long before someone asks you for the glazed cake recipe. Hearing this, old lady Pei sat up quickly from her bed. Oh no. She thought this last business might be lost too? Ancient ancestor, don't worry. This recipe is our family secret. We won't sell it, no matter how much they ask, she immediately decided. No, you should sell the recipe. Huh? Just selling glazed cakes won't make much money. It's better to sell it big and earn a lot. The family can relax more. Remember, we're going to raise chickens soon. That's a way to get rich. Yes, the family is going to raise chickens. Chickens definitely make more money. Chickens and eggs are money. I have many secret recipes about chickens. I'll slowly pass them to you. Old lady Pei thought about these words. It seemed closer to the ancestors. Never mind, just listen to the ancestors. Old ancestor, how about I set up a memorial tablet for you at home? I heard that gods and immortals need offerings and incense. Pei Chinyu. Filial son and good grandson. No need, I don't require those. Just take good care of the house. Old Madame Pei was touched. She thought the ancestors must believe the family was poor, saving money on the memorial tablet. From now on, I must earn silver. Get better tablets for the ancestors, offer big pigs every day, make other gods and immortals jealous. Old Madame Pei went to sleep. The family members slept too. Pei Chinyu, who never felt tired, was still browsing through information. Since she was raising chickens, she had to think of all the precautions. Old Madame Pei was not her puppet. Giving fish is good, but teaching how to fish is better.
Bang!
What was that sound of something falling? Pei Chinyu used her mind to look outside. She saw a figure on her wall, not climbing in, but trying again. Is someone already jealous of her? Third Lady Lin, wake up. Third Lady Lin. In her dream, old Madame Pei felt annoyed. Who kept bothering her? No choice. Pei Chinyu released a small electric current while shouting. Old Madame Pei suddenly opened her eyes. Hush, there's a thief in the house. Stay silent. Get a weapon. Old Madame Pei widened her eyes, feeling very lucky to communicate with the ancestors. She looked out from the window slit. The figure under the moonlight was climbing into the yard. Luckily, she hadn't raised chickens yet, or they'd all be taken. Luckily, the ancestors were here. Old Madame Pei looked around. There was nothing suitable for fighting. She had to pick up a stick. Wait, smear this on the stick. Pause. You need to pay for it. Old Madame Pei knew the silver she had. Every time she needed to buy something, she deducted it directly. She wouldn't spend recklessly anyway. Old Madame Pei opened her purse. What's this powder? She obediently smeared it on the stick, poking at the top of it from the purse. The thief had already entered the yard. Old Madame Pei was wide awake now. Don't worry, I will protect you. With these words, she felt completely at ease, except for a little fear. The Pei family's house was locked during the day and had the door slightly ajar at night. The thief was wandering around the yard, looking left and right. Trying to push this door, it wouldn't open. Trying the other, still no. Looking around, only the cows in the pen could be taken. She saw the figure sneaking near the cow pen, untying the rope. Their own cow was still swaying, unwilling to move. It's now. Old Madame Pei gathered her courage, raised her stick, and rushed out.
Thief!
Thief! While shouting loudly and waving a stick, he called out to the little thief. The thief cried out in pain, dropped the rope, and tried to run away. Although Grandma Pei was quite old, she swung her stick fiercely, hitting the thief firmly again and again. The oil lamp in the house lit up, and several of her sons quickly got dressed and got up. The thief became even more panicked, ignoring everything, trying to push Grandma Pei over and escape, but his way was blocked by the tightly held stick. Forget it, I give up. He climbed up quickly, trying to find the way back he came, but couldn't climb up easily, and was hit by many more sticks. A thief shouldn't be too stupid. Mother, your son is here. Hearing the voice, the masked little thief quickly slipped down, opened the courtyard gate, and ran away. Grandma Pei saw that her sons had all gotten up, so she chased after him without worry. Don't run. If you dare steal my cow, you can stay and be a cow instead. Don't chase the poor thief. Don't chase him. Otherwise, your back might get hurt later. Pei Chinyu advised, worried that the thief might give up and act recklessly. If he kills someone, he kills someone. All right, ancestor, I'll listen to you. Grandma Pei stopped, holding her stick in one hand, and threw it like a javelin. It hit the thief's back. Grandma Pei, panting, rested in place. The thief ran farther and farther away, gradually out of Pei Chinyu's sight. Mother, did we catch the thief? Mother, where's the thief? Grandma Pei was so angry she couldn't speak. Thief? You ask me? The thief has already gone back to his hometown. You just left the house and you still want to catch him? He's already in bed, and you haven't made a move yet. They looked at each other, tired and a bit sleepy. Grandma Pei, there's no thief, right? Neighbors from nearby houses had also woken up. In the village, having a thief is a serious matter. Today you don't help me, tomorrow I won't help you. The thief ran that way, but we didn't catch him. Oh, what did he steal from your house? Nothing was stolen. He tried to steal our cow, but I caught him and chased him away. Someone held a torch, and everyone was no longer at ease. They all wanted to find the thief. My family can't afford theft. Not just the cow, we only have a little grain left. If they steal from us, we're doomed. But the thief didn't steal anything today. Maybe he'll come back tomorrow or the day after. We need to find the village chief. Catch the thief. Guard day and night. House thieves are hard to prevent. If the thief is from outside, that's one thing. But if he's from our village, that's really bad. There are no thieves who are prepared for a whole year, but there are always thieves who try every day. Exactly. We must find the village chief. We need to catch this thief. The more they spoke, the scarier it sounded, as if they were worried about their own homes being robbed. Old ancestor. What exactly is that stuff on the stick? Grandma Pei wondered in her mind. It's something that glows at night. As long as it touches a person and they are warm, it will emit light, like fireflies. Just use your imagination. Wherever the stick hits, it will glow in the dark. As long as the person is still there, we can find them. Grandma Pei felt confident and even secretly wondered if the fairy used the glow from fireflies' tails for lanterns. That would be a waste. How many bugs would she need to kill for that little light? She didn't plan to return the remaining ones. Why are you making so much noise at night? What's going on? It's hard for people to sleep. The village chief's wife frowned as she opened the door for everyone. Village chief, someone stole a cow from Aunt Pei's house. Grandma Pei, who was behind, was confused. When did my cow get stolen? Cows are very important. If they're stolen, that's a big problem. What? The cow was stolen. The village chief was shocked. Next, he wondered if others' homes might be targeted. Well, the cow was almost stolen, not actually taken yet. The thief is definitely still in the village. If we don't find him, next time he might steal from someone else. The village chief thought for a moment. We need to catch him. But with so many people here, how do we know which one it is? Did you hurt him? Grandma Pei smiled mysteriously. As long as he's still in the village, I can find him. I hit that thief with many sticks, so there must be marks on him. After pointing out the direction the thief ran, the village chief led people that way. Let's check every house in this area. The first house was the Lu Zifang family. Only he and his mother lived there. No one else. He was honest and allowed the search openly. People respected knowledgeable folks, but nothing was found at his house. The second and third houses looked almost like they had just woken up, not knowing what had happened. Open the door. Is Scarface home? Hurry up and open. Open the door quickly. After loud knocking for a while, a sleepy Scarface angrily opened the door. Why are you knocking? You woke my dad up. You'll regret it. He glared at everyone and nobody was surprised. Scarface was always a bit eccentric. Our village has a thief. We are checking each house, just in case someone has been robbed, which is unsafe, said the village chief. Scarface looked dismissive. It's just an investigation. Don't talk so grandly. If you search, then do it. If you damage my things, I want 10 times compensation. People rolled their eyes. With holes in your roof and mice coming in, what could possibly be broken? Old Lady Pei was involved. She was the first to go inside. Scarface's house was very poor, mud walls and a simple bed, nothing valuable. Old Lady Pei looked around twice, but saw nothing. Hey, Scarface, why is your face so red? What's wrong? I just washed my face, or I can't get up. Lazy people like him, who are known for being slow, often don't get up early. I think it's red with black spots. Old Lady Pei leaned in to look. Scarface's face turned red, and she saw many black specks on his skin. Did this kid go into a hole? Everyone put out your torches. If you don't have one, go to the next house. Although everyone didn't understand why Old Lady Pei was doing this, she was known to be quite nosy. If they didn't put out the torches, she might suddenly slap someone, causing confusion. The torches were extinguished, and darkness fell. Old Lady Pei walked around inside, but saw nothing. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed some faint glow in the room where Scarface's father was sleeping. Excited and trembling, Old Lady Pei fidgeted like a fly and took something from under the bed. It was a set of clothes. Fire! Fire now! Old Lady Pei shouted. We found it! It's this! What is this? Why is it glowing? Everyone saw the glowing object, but once the fire was lit, it stopped glowing. It was just a pile of clothes. Village Chief, this is my family's secret recipe. Anything touched by it glows at night. Today, I coated my stick with this when I was catching the thief. These clothes belonged to Scarface. Scarface was very nervous. He hadn't noticed this thing before. You're lying. How could I steal from your house? Everyone knows my family used to be the richest in the village. Do I want her cows? Village chief. All the evidence is here. Old Lady Pei held up the clothes to seek justice. You all are too much. You're bullying us outsiders, Scarface said, and tried to run. But if he ran, everyone would think he was the thief.
Run.
Scarface, your father is still at home. The scarred head hesitated halfway through running away. I didn't run, I just jumped a few times, moved around. What's wrong with that? Old Lady Pei sneered. Why don't you try to stretch the story further? Enough, enough. You all are making a fuss late at night. Scarred head, your father is an honest man. How did he end up with a rascal like you? Caught red-handed. Why don't you admit it? Take off your clothes and I, the village chief, will check if there are any marks from being hit with a stick on your back. Angrily, the village chief scolded, but Scarred Head was stubborn and refused to cooperate. There was no more room for denial. His excuses were useless now. Village chief uncle, I didn't steal anything. I just wanted to go in and look around. You know, my family used to have cattle too. I miss them, Scarred Head said pitifully. Huh? Still arguing? Scarred Head apologized to Auntie Pei. She's not that unreasonable. Not at all. Even when wrong, he can argue fiercely, let alone when he's right. Don't apologize. Our cattle were scared badly this time. Old Lady Pei and we were frightened late at night. My body isn't in good shape, and I might have to stay in bed to recover in the future. Old Lady Pei patted her back, as if she wasn't the one who had just hit someone.
So,
what's happening outside? Are the debt collectors back? Inside, Scarred Head's father spoke weakly and with a touch of weariness. No, Dad. Go to sleep, Scarred Head said, showing his filial piety. Oh, so obedient. So filial. You even got your dad a thief. Others might hesitate, but Old Lady Pei wouldn't. She was ready to tear into him.
What?
Is this from the Pei Lu family? What did you say? Scarred Head's fierce expression instantly disappeared. He clasped his hands in a bow to Old Lady Pei, full of pleading. The village chief, unable to watch anymore, took everyone outside. Sixth sister-in-law, don't hold on so tightly. Scarred Head, this is your fault.
You should apologize, he said.
Scarred Head glanced at the house, then bowed to Old Lady Pei. Sorry, Auntie Pei. It's my fault this time. Old Lady Pei quickly moved aside to avoid his bow. I can't accept an apology from a thief. Don't bother with all this pretending. Just tell me how to make amends, she said. Make amends? If Scarred Head stole from you, you'd want compensation? Better to just cut a couple of pounds of flesh from him. It seemed her plan was about to fail, everyone thought. I didn't steal anything either. Not stealing isn't the same as not stealing? Then I'll give you 2 whacks, and if I don't kill you, it's fine? The village chief started to feel headache from all this late at night. Enough, sixth sister-in-law. What do you want? You already know the situation of Scar Head's family, completely poor, with nothing to their name. Old Lady Pei snorted. You scared my cow. From now on, every afternoon, you must give my cow some grass and make sure it eats enough. That's compensation for the cow. As for me, I don't need much, just 2 taels of silver for some medicine. Old Lady Pei spoke casually, with a look that said, I'm being kind to only ask for this little. Be grateful. My family doesn't have that much silver, and you ran so fast just now. You didn't look scared at all. Scarhead shouted loudly, sounding hoarse and frightening. 2 taels of silver? I'll show you what happens if I die for you. Clearly, they are the most extreme in the village. Old Lady Pei is the most shameless in the village, and Scarhead is the poorest. Neither is a good person. Everyone just watches the show and can't think of a good solution. Please, I really don't have any. Scarhead, though crazy, looked truly pitiful. People often sympathize with those who show weakness. You're fine. Just let Scarhead go this time. Yes, this kid grew up in the village. He's not a bad person. If he didn't steal from my house, he's not bad. Exactly. Look how poor his family is. I think Aunt Pei is unreasonable. This isn't the first time. TSK demanding so much compensation when nothing happened. That's cruel. Old Lady Pei really wanted to slap each of them one by one. Enough, enough.
Stop talking.
The fire hasn't reached your feet, so you don't feel the pain, right? The village chief clapped his hands to stop the gossip. Cutting grass for the cow is fine, but 2 taels of silver is too much. Scarhead's family can't pay, and Six Sister, you too. It's enough. Old Lady Pei glared at the village chief, unwilling to give up. She didn't care. How about this, Scarhead? You work for my family. Scarhead, do you agree? Yes, yes, yes. I really don't have 2 taels of silver, Scarhead hurriedly replied. Work? Sure. Then you work for my family for a month. A month? Do you know who Scarhead is? He dares to think like that. But Old Lady Pei knew he wouldn't agree. 1.5 weeks' work for 1 tael of silver. That's a good deal, right? 1.5 weeks for 1 tael? That's very cheap. Scarhead, this is a good deal. Quickly agree, a curious onlooker urged. Scarhead glared at him. You're foolish. Don't drag me into your mess. A month is too long, the village chief said, but was immediately attacked with words by Old Lady Pei. Too long? If I weren't quick-witted, you'd probably come to collect my body tomorrow. From now on, not only will you not have Brother Liu, but Sister Liu will also be gone. The village chief touched his nose. He's very strong, but he is still surnamed Pei, and his father is the head of the Pei family.
That's settled then.
Scarhead will cut the cow's grass for the Pei family every afternoon and help with chores in the morning. But you all know Scarhead's situation. The Pei family must treat him to 1 meal at noon. This is the final condition. If they don't agree, nothing will be settled. Old Lady Pei thought for a moment and decided to have Scarhead work with her second son. It would be exhausting, but he quickly agreed. Old Lady Pei was victorious. She didn't lose anything and even brought home some extra work. In the future, there will be someone to cut grass for the cows and someone to work the land. Second son, didn't you say there isn't much land at home? This month, take Scarhead to clear some new land. The more we cultivate, the more we can feed him. We must treat him to a meal, so he doesn't eat for free. Pei Huai responded. Mom, I understand. I will watch over the work in our fields. Mom, it's already midnight. Are we still going to the county tomorrow? Pei Huairen asked affectionately. Even though he's now a father of 2, he's still his mother's little darling. Let's go a bit later tomorrow. Baozhu and I will go too. Prepare fewer things. After you sell your stuff, go to the academy and handle the enrollment for the 3rd child. Meet at the city entrance. The next day, the family slept late before getting up. Except for Pei Huai, who woke early to call Scarhead and go work on their land together. Big sister, since we're taking care of Scarhead's meals, today we'll eat black bread and wild vegetables. She was reluctant to give good rice and flour to a thief. Not only was the food poor, but they also ate little. Each person only got 2 buns made from black bread, sturdy, filling, but tasteless. Even so, everyone only had 2 buns and a bowl of wild vegetable soup. At noon, Scarhead looked forward to what they would eat. The Pei family had become rich, so he hoped to have some white flour bread. But when he saw the dishes on the table, he was stunned. Is this what you usually eat? Having anything is good enough. You're here to work and make amends, not to enjoy yourself. Baozhu scolded him with her hands on her hips. Scarhead pouted. He would eat it, but he thought he could bring some white bread home for his father. After finishing the morning chores, Scarhead could go home. In the afternoon, he only needed to cut some bundles of grass for the cows. After lunch, they would pack up and leave for the town. They split into several groups. Mom, didn't you say you would come to pick me up for embroidery work? How did you come here? You're so smelly. I even smell it on myself. Pei Baozhu covered her mouth with a handkerchief, acting delicate, which made the vendors keep looking back at her. Stop talking. If you don't buy embroidery work, I will teach you how to run a business later. Seeing her like this, even though she's a farm girl, she still looks down on others. Old Lady Pei realized her daughter was even worse at reading the situation. Aren't there farmers everywhere here? Running a business? Pei Baozhu's eyes lit up. The family's living conditions had improved a lot. She knew it was her mother's idea. Now, her mother wanted to teach her how to do business? Soon, she would have endless silver coins. She could buy whatever she wanted. Okay, Mother, I won't say anything nonsense. I'll listen to you from now on. How are you selling these chickens? Little chicks are 3 coins each, hens are 50 coins, roosters are 40 coins per gene. Old Lady Pei looked around and finally bought 50 chicks. She didn't like the hens here, so she bought 5 hens and 5 roosters separately. She bought fewer ducks, only 30 ducklings and 6 big ducks. As for coarse fishing nets, Old Lady Pei took a long time to buy them. Mother, what are we going to eat later? Pei Baozhu held Old Lady Pei's hand, looking at all the new things on the street and wanting to buy them. She finally came to the county town, and she had to persuade her mother to spend a lot.
What to eat?
Let's go to the shop first. If there's leftovers today, we can eat them ourselves to avoid waste. Oh, Mother, we came all this way just to eat that. Pei Baozhu was unhappy. Although it wasn't bad to eat, she didn't want to eat it all the time. They arrived at their own stall. Pei Huiran saw her coming and looked nervous. He had been running the stall alone for a while, so why was he still nervous? Mother, little sister, you're here. Pei Huiran pulled his mother aside. Mother, 2 people just came and said they want to buy our glass cake recipe, asking if we're willing to sell. Luckily, he didn't get greedy and sell it right away. Otherwise, he would have been scolded in front of everyone now. Old Lady Pei had already prepared for this. Who are they? One is Rui Restaurant and the other is Song's Dim Sum Shop. How much are they willing to pay? Pei Huiran was stunned. I didn't ask. I said it's up to my mother. I don't have the final say. Old Lady Pei patted his head. Don't you know to find out first? Pei Huiran felt wronged. He still wanted to protect their secret recipe at all costs. Then, should we go find them now? Mother, if we do, they might lower the price. Of course not. If they wanted to buy, they would come directly to us. By the way, go find your 2nd and 3rd brothers. Ask about your 3rd brother's admission to the academy today. I already gave the money to the 2nd brother, so he should report back. I'll stay here and guard. I thought it would be a good task, but I didn't expect the money to be handed over to the 2nd brother. That 2nd brother is not just secretive. He's eager to do small jobs along the way to earn more money for our mother. Old Lady Pei came here and had already observed the nearby stalls. Many of them were selling fried eggs along with other snacks. There are more stalls selling cold noodles and mixed noodle soups with various combinations. Only this glazed cake shop is unique. Baoyu, aren't you hungry? Come and eat a fried egg bowl. Old Lady Pei said, since there are many stalls selling fried eggs nearby, it's better to eat at home. Are you the owner of the shop? A person who looked like a manager approached and asked Old Lady Pei. So quick. Have they been watching their family all along? Yes, I am. May I ask who you are? I am the manager of Song's pastry shop. I have a business deal to discuss with your family. Would you like to change places to talk? Manager Song directly invited them into his shop. Old Lady Pei took Baozhu with her and told her not to speak. If she wanted her daughter to inherit her skills, she needed her to see more of the world. Old Lady Pei looked at the pastries brought over. They were the mung bean cakes and osmanthus cakes she used to hesitate to buy. It would be better to open a pastry shop, then she could eat whatever cake she wanted. Manager Song, do you want to buy our glazed cake recipe? Old Lady Pei asked straightforwardly. Ha, madam, you're direct. We won't beat around the bush. Are you willing to sell the recipe? Old Lady Pei smiled mysteriously. This glazed cake recipe is unique to us. There may be no second shop in Danyang, or even in the entire prefecture city. Recently, many have been asking about the recipe. Seeing Old Lady Pei so calm, Pei Chinyu couldn't help but feel grateful. The negotiation skills she learned these days really paid off. But Baozhu, who couldn't speak, could only eat as many snacks as she could quietly. I wonder how much Silver Your Song's pastry shop is willing to pay for our family's ancestral glazed cake recipe? Silver? Manager Song understood immediately. This wasn't something that could be bought with just a few coins. It seemed this family was not unfamiliar with money. Manager Song thought for a moment. 5 taels of silver. Seeing Old Lady Pei's calm expression, he continued persuading her. Although this glazed cake recipe is unique, a bowl sells for only a few cents. How long would it take to earn 5 taels? Pei Baozhu was excited and nervous. 5 taels of silver. Last time, the county magistrate only gave 10 taels as a reward. Mother, please agree quickly. Manager Song, you're not being sincere enough. The reason I didn't go to see others first is because your family specializes in making pastries. This glazed jelly cake sells for a few coins outside, but how much it costs in your pastry shop is all up to you. If we sell the recipe, we won't need to set up a stall anymore. Then, Danyang would only have the Song family's products. Manager Song was tempted. Having something unique could really boost their reputation. When Pei Baozhu heard she couldn't sell her own, she felt uneasy. This deal would use up all her money. What would she do then? Mother, you absolutely can't agree. Madam, what price do you think is fair? He still wanted to negotiate. Even the Rui restaurant was interested in this recipe, but they don't mainly sell pastries. 15 taels. They didn't have ice powder seeds and didn't know where to find them, and even if they did, they wouldn't get them until autumn. She was just selling the recipe, so it wasn't a loss. 15 taels is a bit high. Madam, although the glazed jelly cake is rare, it's not worth that much. If you're serious about selling, we won't beat around the bush. The Song pastry shop is willing to pay. 12 taels. Old Madame Pei was secretly happy. She initially thought about selling for 10 taels, which was already double the original 5.
Deal.
Manager Song, you're straightforward. From now on, besides eating it ourselves, we won't sell the glazed jelly cake anymore. Eating it ourselves wasn't a big problem. Usually, people who sell recipes do it like this. If you don't ask, you wouldn't know. Manager Song called witnesses, and both sides signed a contract. After paying the money on the spot, they waited for old Madame Pei to reveal the secret recipe. Manager Song took out his brush and ink, waiting patiently. Even Pei Baozhu was asked to leave the room for this step. This glazed jelly cake is made from tianju seeds harvested in autumn, wrapped in cloth, then soaked and kneaded in water. Knead until no more substance can be extracted, then cool in a cold place to set. The cake can be decorated with fruits and served with red sugar syrup for the best taste. Tianju seeds, so they are tianju. Manager Song was surprised. Isn't that just wild grass from the countryside? Autumn hasn't arrived yet. Madam, do you still have tianju seeds stored? If yes, he wanted to buy some from her. Yes, I have some stored. 10 coins per jean. Old Madame Pei had already thought it through. No matter how she sold it, she wouldn't lose money. 10 coins. I wonder how many glazed jelly cakes can be made from 1 jean? 1 jean of tianju seeds can produce 3 jean of glazed cakes. If 1 jean of glazed cake is packed into such a large teacup, it can fill 20 or 30 cups. The dim sum shop sells delicate, beautiful, and expensive treats. Manager Song thought that even if he sold each bowl for 20 coins, 1 jean of tianju seeds could earn him a few taels of silver. He was experienced in running a dim sum shop, and he had already calculated everything in his mind, what ingredients to add and what prices to set. All right, then bring all the stock from home tomorrow. Our Song family dim sum shop will take it. Old Lady Pei smiled and agreed. The two exchanged polite words, and Pei Baozhu finished all the cakes that had been served to her. Come, pack some cakes for Lady Pei and Miss Pei. Miss? After just one trip out, I've become a miss? Pei Baozhu covered her mouth to hide her giggle. She was determined to learn how to do business from her mother, earn lots of money, and buy many treats. Because of the recent competition, the Pei family had prepared more glazed cakes and fewer other items. Now, there were still quite a few left. Today is the last day we'll sell glazed cakes at our stall. From now on, if you want to buy, you can only go to the Song family dim sum shop. There aren't many left, so if you want some, come quickly. Pei Baozhu felt a little shy. Did doing business mean shouting loudly like that? But then she thought, if she could earn silver, shouting a little wouldn't hurt. Everyone heard the shouting, and it implied many things. No more stalls in the future? Only the Song family dim sum shop would sell these treats? The shop's items were usually expensive, not something you could buy for just a few coins. If they didn't buy now, they might not be able to afford it later. I'll have 2 bowls. I brought my own bowls, Old Lady Pei shouted again. Today's the last day. If you want some, hurry up and bring your own containers. Seeing this, it seemed like they really weren't selling anymore. I just bought some jars.
Perfect.
Pack 3 servings and add more sugar syrup. Wait for me, I'll go home and get my bowl now. Suddenly, the Pei family's small stall seemed to revert to how it was when they first started, busy and lively. On this last day, after shouting out, they quickly sold the remaining items. Jean sure kept scooping, her hands getting sore. Mother, how are we going home? We don't know how to drive. Maybe we can wait for the brothers to come back? Old Lady Pei remembered a saying her ancestors often mentioned: riding in someone else's carriage is not as good as riding your own horse. It's just pulling a cart. She hadn't tried it herself, but she had seen it. First, return the leftovers. Mother can drive a cart. I've told your brothers we'll meet at the bottom of the city wall. As long as I understand it in my mind, that means I have learned it. Not to mention, Grandma Pei is good at driving an ox cart. Oxen are not like horses. They are calmer and easier to control. Mother, aren't we going to the town's edge? Why are we here? Jean asked, noticing they took a different path. We bought some chickens and ducks. Now we're here to pick them up. This time, Grandma Pei put the chickens and ducks into the cart, and Pei Baozhu and Jean had to get down and walk. Such a short distance, just walk. Don't squish my chickens and ducks. The chickens and ducks inside the cart kept chirping loudly. It was an annoying sound, but Grandma Pei found it very comforting. These are her family's assets. She believed no one in the village had more chickens and ducks than her. Mother, why did you buy so many baby chicks? Our yard is small, and there's no space to raise them. Who said they're going to be raised at home? These chickens and ducks are a big business for us, Grandma Pei said. In the future, when the third child is in school, Baozhu gets married, and the second child has a baby, we will need money for all that. All these chickens and ducks will help. We must take good care of them. When the chickens lay eggs and hatch chicks, we can sell eggs. There will always be enough to sell. Having learned about raising chickens from the system, Grandma Pei was full of confidence. As long as it concerns the whole family's benefit and everyone is involved, they will take it seriously. Jean thought more about her 2 sons. Later they will marry, have children, and build houses. Mother, I will take good care of the chickens from now on. With so many chickens and ducks, in the future, the main household will raise them, and they can share a lot. Mother, we're back. The 3 brothers from the Pei family ran towards their ox cart. How did it go? Is the third child's matter settled? Grandma Pei asked anxiously. This was the most important thing for the family. It's done, it's done. The gift is also given. It costs more silver than expected, but we've used up all the silver you gave us. We went directly to the village head, and after reviewing the third brother's studies, he agreed. Pei Huili was quite proud. The academy wasn't that hard to get into. Sigh, she had given several taels of silver, but it was all spent now. Studying costs a lot of silver. How much is left? Grandma Pei almost stopped herself. Whatever was left was only a few coins.
Just leave it for now.
Suddenly, she remembered when her sons were young, how they used to drool over other children's snacks. Oh my! So many chickens and ducks. Pei Huili, who was stubbornly squeezing into the carriage, was pushed back out because it was too crowded. This was bought by my mother. Everyone get on the carriage and squeeze in. Chickens and ducks were placed outside the carriage, and 6 people pulled a bullock cart home. Second daughter-in-law, you can feed these chickens and ducks first. The older brothers and I will go out for a bit. Having a diligent person at home is good. She can handle everything once told. Old Lady Pei took her 2 sons to the small creek, standing at the spot she had already decided on. I'm thinking of moving the chickens and ducks here to raise. What do you all think? Pei Huiren sat down heavily. On the way, he already knew that their family could no longer sell glazed cakes at the market, and they would have to farm at home. He felt a bit gloomy. Mother, I think it's good. Let's raise them here. There are so many, we can't eat them all. I can sell some later. Mother, this place is nice. It has mountains and water, and it's close to home. Pei Hui scooped up a handful of water, which was very clear. This is the net we bought today. We're not afraid of chickens and ducks running away. Big brother and second brother, you 2 can build a chicken and duck pen here. If you wait too long, they won't come back. All the materials were ready. Just mud mixed with yellow clay would do. After giving the task to the two brothers, Old Lady Pei went to gather some and use dry grass to cover the top of the pen. Any leftover could be piled up elsewhere. There were trees everywhere, and they laid dry grass on top, giving the chickens and ducks a place to rest. Second brother, help mother pull the net up too. The net stretched along the creek, covering a large area, enough for the chickens and ducks to move freely. Fortunately, it had been sunny for several days, so the whole family didn't need to go to the county town to sell things. Everyone returned to their usual routines. Those going to school went to school, those working in the fields worked in the fields. The family's chickens and ducks gradually got into a good rhythm. Late at night, Old Lady Pei was in bed. The woman appeared peaceful, lying flat with her hands folded on the quilt. In reality, in the system, Old Lady Pei was sitting upright in a chair, facing the teacher who was teaching her literacy, knowledge, and morals. The teacher held a ruler with a serious expression. Meeting you is fate, but all fate has its end.
I have taught you everything I need to.
Today is your last lesson. After you finish this set of questions, you won't need to come to class anymore. Old Lady Pei's face darkened. What? It's over already? It's only been a few months. She hadn't had enough of this handsome old man.
Teacher.
Why is that? Getting into bed early every day was just to learn more knowledge, wasn't it? There is no particular reason. You have learned everything you need. If you could participate in the imperial exams, becoming a scholar would be no problem. The teacher's praise made Grandma Pei forget her sadness about parting. A scholar. She could become a scholar now. Grandma Pei happily finished the last questions in the system. After the teacher graded her work, he said, "Good, good. Although you haven't studied for long, it's clear you've worked hard. Since we are master and disciple, I only know your surname is Lin. At home, you follow the family rules, and your husband's family surname is Pei. You've never had a proper name. How about I give you a name?" The teacher thought carefully. This student was different from others he had taught. She was a woman, and not a young woman. When she first started lessons, she was a rough, uneducated, middle-aged woman. Now she understands manners and knows right from wrong. She writes well enough to show off, not much worse than young ladies from noble families. But no disciple would tell him stories about Wu Zetian. Great. Please, teacher, give me a name. Grandma Pei hadn't thought about a name before. She was used to being called Aunt Pei or Sister Pei. Only the ancestors called her Lin Sanyang. Women in the countryside usually have names like surname plus Nang, daughter. At home, they follow their father's family. After marriage, they follow their husbands. Not many women have proper names. The teacher seemed to realize this too. Why not choose a name yourself? The one I give will always be different. Grandma Pei's eyes reddened. Most of her time was spent in the system. She used to dislike chores, leaving them to her daughter-in-law or son. Now she wanted to do something, but there wasn't much work for her. So she focused on studying. If she did well, people praised her, and sometimes she even received rewards. Now she could have her own name. No, as a teacher for a day, I am like a parent for a lifetime. You are my student, so please give me a name. Grandma Pei's serious expression almost made the teacher laugh. She even used to curse a lot when she first started. Then let's call you Sue. Sue means plain, simple, empty. From now on, your name will be Lin Sue. Grandma Pei, now wise and knowledgeable, bowed her head respectfully. Thank you, teacher. Then she was kicked out of the system by Pei Chinyu. The two kept talking nonstop. They had initially wanted to save energy by choosing another teacher from a different system, but they ended up chatting endlessly. Wasn't that a waste of energy? Grandma Pei slept until dawn. Lin Sue, get up. No response. Lin Sanyang, ancestor. Grandma Pei seemed to shiver as if she was dreaming and opened her eyes in surprise. I called you Lin Sue, but you didn't answer? Grandma Pei blushed. Old ancestor. You already know. Of course, there's nothing I don't know. Whether in heaven or on earth. Grandma Pei's eyes brightened. Then do you know where this teacher is from? Huh? Are you thinking of meeting him in person? No, just a face-to-face? Of course I know, but I can't tell you. Fate has its own plan. Also, you finished your lessons here. Starting today, you need to work. You can't stay at home all the time. Grandma Pei watched her grow up. She had learned a lot, but her personality hadn't changed much. It takes time for a deep-rooted problem to go away. It's not something that can change in just a few months. But Pei Chenyu didn't need her to change her personality much, just not to be so extreme as to cause trouble or harm others. Old ancestor, there are people at home to do the chores, and the second and eldest brothers are working in the fields. I also need to go feed the chickens and ducks every day. The chickens and ducks at home were growing slowly. Every day, she went to feed them, then stayed nearby alone, studying in the system. It's like someone who has never used a phone suddenly mastering it completely. Cough, cough. Well, the thing is, you couldn't read or write before, so I arranged for a teacher to teach you, just for your future life. And now, here it is. I have a piece of fairyland, and in the future, you'll be responsible for planting it. The crops you grow, I will give you some, binding to the ultimate Grandma Pei. At least she didn't realize it was a system so she could keep most of what she received. Pei Chenyu clearly understood her role. She wanted to be a farming system. During her learning days, she analyzed countless types of systems, conquering worlds, infrastructure, rebellion. All of them weren't suitable for Grandma Pei. Only a farming system suited her ancient body best. Old ancestor, isn't it produced from the fairyland called fairy grain? Eating fairy grain would grant longevity and immortality, right? Yes, if you want to make money in the future, you'll need to farm for me. Grandma Pei sighed, took her basket, and headed to the small creek to feed the chickens and ducks. It had been a long time since she had any income. As long as she could earn silver, she was willing to farm. Old ancestor, wait a moment, I'll finish feeding the chickens and ducks first. Grandma Pei sprinkled some feed from her basket, which was mixed with bran, wild vegetables, and mountain berries. She poured a little at each spot, and as soon as the chickens and ducks saw it, they rushed over to grab the food. This batch of chickens and ducks has grown quite a bit. The farm area is large, and they haven't gotten sick much. All right, old ancestor. Old Lady Pei is familiar with her surroundings and goes to the grass nest she used to stay in. She leans against a big tree, cushions herself with dry grass, and lies down for a long time. Pei Chenyu converts her accumulated silver, which is her energy, and confirms her classification as a farming system. As a first-time farming system user, she needs to do some research. The first thing that appears is an unlockable field. It costs 20 coins to unlock one. She thinks since Old Lady Pei is free anyway, she might as well unlock 5 fields. After unlocking, a planting sign appears on each field. Pei Chenyu looks at them. Can only cabbage be planted? There's only this one option. Each set costs 5 coins, and each field needs only 1 set. She quickly buys 5 sets of cabbage seeds for Old Lady Pei. In the system space, next to the field, there's a small stream, and tools like hoes are nearby. The purchased seeds are placed at the edge of the field.
Lingshu, estope schlepping.
Get ready to plant the crops. Old Lady Pei is almost asleep. As her consciousness pulls her in, she enters the field. Oh my goodness! Is this a fairyland? The soil is so soft. Why can't I see far away? As soon as she enters, she feels energized. In front of her are a hoe, seeds, and a water bottle. She's been farming her whole life, and now she's about to plant in a fairyland. Stop staring and get to work. Seeing her just staring without moving, Pei Chenyu can't help but urge her. Being a system is really tiring. She has to trick the host into working and also keep an eye on her. Old Lady Pei used to be lazy, but she had farmed before. She picks up a seed. What kind of seed is this? It looks like cabbage, but no, cabbage seeds aren't this big. Since the ancestor didn't say anything, she decides to plant it directly. This fairy land must grow whatever is planted here. Old Lady Pei lifts her hoe and starts loosening the soil, breaking it into small pieces. She hasn't done farm work in a long time. It's quite tiring. After half a day, she finishes preparing one field. She goes to the stream to drink some water, then picks up the seeds to scatter them. But how to scatter? The seeds just won't go into the ground. Old ancestor, I can't get these seeds into the ground, she asks. Old Lady Pei, these are cabbage seeds. You need to dig a trench and make a bed. Scatter the seeds into the trench, the system explains.
What?
These really are cabbage seeds? The fairy world's cabbage seeds are different from those in the mortal world. Got it, she replies. Old Lady Pei begins to make beds in the field. She can't scatter the seeds because she's doing it wrong. The space won't let her proceed to the next step. Only if each step is done correctly can she successfully plant the cabbage. Mom, come home and eat. Mom, Old Lady Pei was still planting seeds in the system. She was finally finishing the first piece of land. Pei Chen thought that, like other systems, the host just had to lie down and enter their consciousness to plant. But she didn't expect her to actually go outside and dig the soil with a hoe. Wake up. Someone's calling you at home. Old Lady Pei was kicked out of the system and, with blurry eyes, she crawled up. I'm back. I'm really back. Fortunately, she finally finished planting this piece of land. Farming is so tiring. When can I become a wealthy lady? Luckily, when she woke up, her body didn't feel as exhausted as it did in the fairyland. Mom, take your time eating. There's more. Everyone was surprised to see Old Lady Pei quickly eating her meal. Had she never eaten before? Mom, you've worked hard. From now on, you can have the eggs from third sister's chickens. Pei Huai thought foolishly that since his mother was surely tired, it was his fault as a son and his wife's fault as a daughter-in-law. He didn't blame others, only himself and his family. Old Lady Pei rolled her eyes. She used to think second brother was silly, but now she thought he was just foolish.
Who would treat his wife like that?
After a few days, Old Lady Pei had changed. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. She used to think second brother was silly but filial, and she was happy as long as she could control her son. Now she thought Hushur was quite unlucky. Stop it. Can I still fight with someone who's pregnant for eggs? Hushur was carrying your child. Don't you feel sad for her? Pei Huai immediately shrank back and lowered his head, saying nothing. Hushur also didn't speak. If his mother insisted, he would give her the eggs. After all, she said she wanted to nourish her body. But hearing his husband say, that didn't sit right with her. Mom, I didn't mean it like that. Pei Huai tried to explain. But he saw third sister Pei Huiren sneer and laugh. Raising chickens at home. Aren't those eggs enough? Hushur eats one every day, and there are leftovers. Old Lady Pei had already said that Hushur would have 1 egg a day, and they would cook 3 eggs in a stir-fry for the family to share, usually every 5 days. That was much better than before.
Dad.
Why do you always treat Mom like that? A young, confused, angry, and unfair voice rang out. No one expected third sister, usually quiet and gentle, to suddenly explode. A girl, who was supposed to obey her father at home and her husband after marriage, unexpectedly argued with her father in front of the whole family. In that moment, Pei Huai felt his head heat up and his face burn with embarrassment. Slap. You little girl, what are you saying? Pei Huai slapped Sanya's small face, and a little blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Sanya, who despite her pregnancy, quickly held Sanya in her arms, looking at Pei Huai with fear. What has happened to her husband? Why did he suddenly get angry? Am I wrong to say this? Dad, you never take care of me and Mom. You always want to give everything to Grandma. Grandma already said that Mom eats eggs for the baby in her belly. If you dislike me, why did you still have me? Sanya stubbornly stared at him. Even if she were beaten to death today, she wanted to ask why her father was like this. Hushur held Sanya, tears welling up in her eyes. Sanya, your father isn't like that. He loves you too. The last time he hit you, he secretly wiped his tears at midnight. Hushur didn't want or wish for her husband and daughter to argue. Sanya disagreed openly. Mom, you always say Dad loves me, but why does he always push me? What's the point of crying at night? Why can't he be nicer to us? Sanya's sudden outburst challenged Pei Huai's authority. Although he was a good man in the village and a filial son in front of Grandma Pei, at home, he was the undisputed authority. A good meal suddenly turned chaotic, crying, bleeding, and chaos. Grandma Pei felt tired. Enough. What's all this fuss during dinner? She had to step in as the head of the family. Mom, Sanya is too disobedient. I will teach her a lesson today. Grandma Pei looked at her son, who was hardworking but a bit foolish, and pounded the table heavily. Sanya is your daughter. Do you want to hit her and be happy if she dies? From now on, Sanya will stay with me, and you won't need to take her back to your second house. Grandma Pei was really annoyed with her son. He never changed his ways. Hu sure was the same. She couldn't stand up for her daughter. Sanya didn't expect her least favorite grandmother to speak up for her. A few younger children silently ate their meals, afraid to speak. Pei Huai lowered his head, acting like a quail. Lin Mu watched this farce. Does this aunt seem quite insightful? Grandma Pei directly put down her chopsticks and stopped eating. She thought, why bother eating? Better to go back to the room and have some snacks. Sanya, bring her bowl over to Grandma. Grandma Pei filled a bowl of rice for her, topped with plenty of vegetables. She watched so many TV dramas. Her family is well off, and finally they have a daughter, who is cherished as a treasure. Their family now only has her third sister, but no one pampers her. The ancestors said it right. The third sister is just like her. Both are the most capable in the family. The third sister is actually her from back then. Eat here. In the future, whenever you have free time, stay close to Grandma. If your father hits you, come to me. Old Grandma Pei took out some snacks from her box, wrapped carefully in oil paper, smelling very fragrant. She picked a few nicely shaped ones, like lotus seed pastries, and gave some to the third sister. Finish eating first. Lie down for a bit, and once you're done, go outside. Her affection for Grandma Pei was growing rapidly. Now she was fully convinced that Grandma wouldn't sell her out and would protect her, much better than her abusive father and unreliable mother. After lying down, Grandma Pei immediately entered her fairy field, with 4 plots waiting for her. She started working again, and saw that the first plot already sprouted green shoots. Did she just plant these before dinner? It hasn't even been a day, no. Less than 3 hours and they already sprouted? Such a magical plant. Hee. Why are you staring blankly after watering so much? Pei Chongyue's voice woke Grandma Pei. She looked down and was relieved to see that if she had done something wrong, her watering can wouldn't have run out of water. Otherwise, she would have overwatered. All day, Grandma Pei stayed in her room. The whole family thought it was because Pei Huai had upset her. No one dared to bother her. Inside, Grandma Pei rested on the field ridge when tired, drank water when thirsty, and kept planting, watering, and digging. Ancestress, this water tastes strangely sweet. Could it have sugar added? Maybe people from the fairy realm use sugar water to water their fields. It's just ordinary fairy spring water. Drinking it is good for your health and can make you more beautiful. Pei Chongyue wasn't lying. The water must be very good. Drinking it often would be beneficial. As a farming system, having a spiritual spring is the most basic. But her current spiritual spring isn't as magical as others. Just a sip feels like cleansing her marrow. Grandma Pei's eyes lit up, and she gulped down a whole stomachful of water. Mother, are you still sleeping? It's time to eat. Jean knocked on the door. What should she do? Mother had been sleeping all day and night. Now it's already the next day. She called her, but there was no response. She shouted, but still no reply. If her mother weren't healthy, she might start to think otherwise. Grandma Pei, who finished planting late at night, finally had a good sleep. Now she was woken up and felt very annoyed. I won't eat. Stop bothering me. Grandma Pei shouted angrily, causing Jean to shiver in fear. She quickly ran away with a pout. Third sister, your grandma loves you the most. Bring the food inside, so she can have some. Although Grandma Pei was usually indifferent to her before, her attitude improved after they escaped hardship. Who was very grateful and scooped many vegetables from her bowl to send to third sister. When Grandma Pei woke up and saw her granddaughter bringing food, she felt very happy. She wondered why no one else came, only her granddaughter. Humph. After finishing her work in the fields, Grandma Pei finally felt she could rest properly. She took her newest little helper, third sister, and went to the small creek. Third sister, these are our treasures. We must take good care of them. Grandma Pei took a handful of crispy rice snacks from her handmade cloth bag. She bought these special treats with her own money from a fairy shop. They smelled very good. Third sister was still a bit unused to it, but took the snacks from Grandma Pei. She swallowed hard, remembering that in the past, only her two older brothers received such treatment. Grandma Pei also shared her knowledge about raising chickens and ducks, so she could relax a bit more in the future. She left third sister at the small creek and went to the fields to see how Pei Huai was doing with his digging. The few plots of land he had leveled and tidied up looked much better than those in the fairy field. If only her son could also farm there. For several days, Grandma Pei waited anxiously but did not receive any summons from the ancestral spirit. Just when she was feeling anxious, the ancestral spirit finally contacted her. Grandma Pei entered the fairy field, where the entire land was lush with green cabbages, shining like jade. Ancient ancestor, just a few days, and they've grown so big. Grandma Pei roughly calculated it's only been about 10 days. The cabbages in the field are ready to eat. Have you not heard the saying, one day in heaven equals a year on earth? Stop wasting time. Hurry up and harvest the vegetables. The sickle and basket were right beside the field. Seeing the bountiful harvest, Grandma Pei's legs no longer hurt, and her waist didn't ache. She happily went to gather the vegetables. Fortunately, harvesting cabbages was much easier than planting them. In just one night, she finished the work. Ancient ancestor, after we finish harvesting these cabbages, shall I leave them here for you? Wait, bring the seeds too. It's the right time to plant more cabbages. I see your land is already leveled. There are many ways to cook cabbage, and she wanted to try them all. Suddenly, Grandma Pei was kicked out of the system and sat up abruptly in bed. In an instant, she thought she was sitting in the fields. There are several baskets under the bed filled with fresh cabbages, all without a single bug hole. The leaves are bright green, and the stalks are as white as jade. What a rare and precious cabbage. Old Lady Pei also has a big bag of seeds in her hand. She opens it, and it's the kind of vegetable seeds from the fairy world. She was worried about not having enough vegetables to eat. The 15 baskets of cabbage take up all the space in her room, leaving no room to walk. She doesn't want to step on such good cabbages. These are the best she has ever grown. Old Lady, the eldest daughter-in-law, Sanya, come in. Old Lady Pei calls out. The two women think something has happened, so they rush inside.
Oh.
Where did these vegetables come from? Jean Sure, panicking, almost steps on the cabbages that Old Lady Pei cares so much about.
Sanya is also stunned.
What's going on? Is Grandma like a cabbage fairy? They've been at home all day and haven't seen any carts delivering vegetables. What are you just standing there for? Quickly move the vegetables to the kitchen. If they don't move them, how will she get out of bed? The basket of cabbages is very heavy. Sure and Sanya lift it together to move it. Old Lady Pei directs them to carry the cabbages out. The kitchen is already full, but luckily, the house is big. Jean Sure is now both surprised and happy. She has many questions, but with just a look from Old Lady Pei, she dares not speak. After the joy, she starts to worry. How will they eat so many cabbages? Their family has many members. 2 or 3 cabbages per meal are enough. They eat 3 meals a day, but at most, they eat 10 cabbages. There are probably hundreds here. Old Lady Pei thinks for a moment and puts 5 cabbages into a basket to give to Sanya. Sanya, take these to Grandma's house. Whose family are poor relatives, but they are genuine relatives. Old Lady Pei's views have changed a lot. Today for lunch, we'll have cabbage stew with meat, sautéed cabbage, and cabbage soup. Having eaten many good things with Pei Chinyu, Old Lady Pei is becoming more generous with herself. If she can eat good food, she won't settle for less. For a simple cabbage stew, Old Lady Pei uses carefully selected pork belly. She first sears it until both sides are golden, releases the fat, then stews it in a ceramic pot with spices. Nothing is spared. This way of cooking makes even shoes taste delicious. The pork belly is so tender that you can pierce it easily with chopsticks. The surface is shiny with red oil. Then she adds the sautéed cabbage and stews it briefly. Sautéed cabbage is even easier to make and comes out perfectly. Old Lady Pei also adds plenty of pork fat to the cabbage soup. Mom, why are there only cabbages today? Pei Huiren happily sits at the dining table, looking surprised. Why, don't you like cabbage? During the famine, we couldn't even eat Chinese cabbage. Everyone from the fields has returned, including Sanya, who was sent out to deliver the cabbage. Mom, this is a wild chicken Grandma gave us. Old Lady Pei took the basket. The wild chicken isn't big, but since the Hu family isn't wealthy, it must have been hard to catch. Trading cabbage for a wild chicken is a good deal. The Hu family will keep in touch. She placed the chicken in the cabinet, thinking it was also time to send some local specialties to the ancestors. The wild chicken is good. It nourishes people, or rather, it's a gift for the spirits. Everyone's back. Let's start eating. Although it's just cabbage, Old Lady Pei cooks it very well. She added meat, so the dish is rich and fragrant. Big brother, when you have free time, make a wooden tablet for Mom. She needs it. Huh? A tablet? Do we still need a tablet for our family? Our father's grave is still in Pei Village, so there's no need for a tablet. Yes, make two. One for your dad, and one for the ancestors. Mom, who should I carve the other one for? Pei Huiren wondered, guessing it's for a family elder. I'll write the name this afternoon and give it to you. Old Lady Pei knew the ancestors' names. After the meal.
Wow.
Why are there so many cabbages in the kitchen? Pei Huiren wanted to find something tasty in the kitchen, but all he saw was cabbage. Mom, did you steal all the cabbages from the village fields? Old Lady Pei picked up a half-finished shoe and threw it at him. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Pei Huiren didn't reply, but inside he thought, aren't you exactly that kind of person? Stealing all the village's cabbages? That must be a lot. Others curiously looked over. Oh my, this is too much. Mom, we might get caught if someone finds out. Old Lady Pei waved her hand. This afternoon, someone will go to the county to buy a big jar. We can pickle the cabbages if we can't eat them all. We shouldn't waste food. By the way, take some to sell in the county. That way, we can buy jars. She plans to sell the cabbages. If someone finds out, she might go crazy. I'll go, Mom. With so many cabbages, I'm the best at selling them. Sigh, the eldest son always has to carry the burden. All right, second son, go plant these seeds this afternoon. The fields are already leveled. Old Lady Pei handed him the cabbage seeds. He's the expert at farming, so she doesn't need to guide him. What kind of seeds are these? They're so big, Pei Huiren asked casually. Cabbage. What? Again, cabbage? Pei Huiren understood now. Mom is trying to hide the fact that they suddenly have so many mysterious cabbages. To justify herself, Grandma Pei still wanted to reveal the story of the ancestral spirit's appearance, but she didn't expect no one in the family to ask her about it. Is this what authority looks like? In the afternoon, Grandma Pei personally wrote the characters Chinyu and handed them to Pei Huiren. Just follow this and carve the 4 characters Fairy Chinyu. If you make a mistake, I will beat you to death. Fairy Chinyu? I've never heard of such a deity. Mom, you're not being tricked by something, are you? In the village, there are many strange stories about gods and spirits, mostly tricking old folks. Tricked? Don't be silly. Hurry up and carve the characters. They need to be coated with gold powder. No, Mom. Can you really write? Pei Huiren suddenly snapped back to his senses. When did my mother learn to write? She's always been illiterate.
Don't worry about that.
Just finish it quickly and bring it to me. After giving instructions, Grandma Pei went out to the fields with her basket. She wanted to see the cabbage seeds she had worked so hard to grow. It's wonderful. Gods not only give you food but also the seeds. In the field, Pei Huai was sweating profusely. He was a capable farmer, and in no time, he had managed several plots of land. Grandma Pei knew her second son was a good person, but he also tried to please her. It was her fault. She had never stopped having children. The eldest was the heir, so she had high hopes for him, but she neglected the second. Then she had a third and a fourth child, 1 boy and 1 girl, both of whom made her heart ache. With so many children, the middle one didn't stand out as much. Over time, her second son became more withdrawn and wanted to achieve something in front of her. "Second son, are you tired? Come over and rest," she beckoned, and Pei Huai obediently came over. "Mom, it's hot outside. You should go back and rest, don't get sunstroke. Last time, I sold the remaining glass cakes from home. This is a little leftover for ourselves. Eat it. It's very hot today." Grandma Pei handed him some glass cakes from her basket and a pot of water. This child is very good, but she hadn't been kind enough to him. "Second son, even third sister is your own flesh and blood. No matter what, you shouldn't be so harsh." Perhaps because Grandma Pei made such a big fuss when selling third sister, he felt this wasn't something his mother would say. It's easy to change oneself, but hard to change how others see you. "I understand, Mom," Pei Huaren replied hesitantly. He was used to his parents' indifference. The last time they spoke like this was when he was about to get married. Father and mother advised him to find a bride with a modest dowry, someone hardworking and honest, to live a simple life. "Second brother, how long do you think mother will live? When she's gone, after she kicks the bucket, neither your eldest nor third brother will be the closest person to her. Only your wife and children will come first." Old Lady Pei was quite worried that after her death, her second son's family might be bullied badly. "Mother, please don't say that." Pei Huai suddenly looked up. "If mother and father are gone, then what am I?" Fortunately, the second son was quite filial. After some mental reassurance, Old Lady Pei, with her hands behind her back, gave him some guidance on planting cabbage before heading home. A few days later, "Mother, why is it still cabbage? We've been eating cabbage for so long." Pei Huaren was about to throw his chopsticks on the table. Eating cabbage every day, even with some meat added, was too much. "So, what if it's cabbage? We have plenty. The plants in the field are sprouting quickly, and there's more to harvest. If not cabbage, then what?" Even the ancestors' land's cabbage was starting a second crop. After harvesting, they'd have to eat it at home. "Mother, where did we get so much cabbage? It's not easy to sell in the city, and cabbage isn't a precious thing." Pei Huaren had been selling cabbage for several days and was already tired of it. The nearby villages didn't lack cabbage either. There were many people in the city, but they couldn't buy cabbage every day. Old Lady Pei thought for a moment. "We won't sell it anymore. We'll make pickled vegetables ourselves. In the future, we won't spend the new year in Pei Village. We'll have to spend it in Xiaomen Village. This year has just stabilized. Although we have some silver, it's almost used up. During the new year, there won't be many vegetables to eat. If we pickle this cabbage, it can last for a while." She prepared 2 large jars, confident they could fit everything. All the household chores were entrusted to Hu's wife. She washed dishes, swept the floor, and despite her big belly, she didn't make any excuses. Jin's wife smiled broadly. "Wow, I see why sister-in-law is so diligent. Even pregnant, she's still thinking about doing work." Old Lady Pei rolled her eyes. The eldest daughter-in-law was really sharp-tongued. "Hurry up, what are you dawdling for?" She washed the cabbage piece by piece, removing damaged or inedible leaves, then placed them in a clean basin, adding a proper amount of salt to kill the water inside the cabbage. "Big sister-in-law, I'll leave this basin to you. Wash everything thoroughly and salt it to preserve. Third daughter, cut the cabbage into thick strips over here. Later, the mother will come to pickle it." Since meeting Pei Chunyue, Grandma Pei has tried many ways to prepare cabbage. She has learned many recipes, so her family sees the large amount of cabbage at home and worries. But she already has a plan to handle it. It's not about having too much, but about not having enough. She plans to keep growing cabbage, even though it can be boring. The Ji family turns their cabbage into spicy pickled cabbage. Sanya slices some into kimchi, and the rest is made into sauerkraut, which they use to cook with vermicelli in winter. Grandma Pei has never cooked pork with vermicelli, but she has seen it done. Although they don't have vermicelli now, she plans to buy some from the ancestors later. Cooking meat is also delicious, and she can make pickled fish with it. Grandma Pei feels full of energy just thinking about it. For the spicy pickled cabbage, Grandma Pei bought chili powder directly. They don't have this here, but she has used similar spices before, like prickly ash, and just added some other seasonings. Making kimchi is even simpler. Wash the cabbage, cut it into strips, soak it in salt water in a jar. As long as no oil gets in, it can last a long time. It's great to have a small dish of it with porridge. The sauerkraut is made from whole heads of cabbage, which are fermented without washing. Grandma Pei cares about this the most. She personally handles the process, tearing off the outer layers that look bad and feeding them to the chickens and ducks. She layers salt on the cabbage, then puts it into a jar, pressing it down with a stone. After half a day, it releases water. If the salt water doesn't cover the cabbage, she adds some cooled boiled water and seals the jar. Grandma Pei personally adds ingredients to all 3 types of cabbage. The others, like Jean and Sanya, help with the preparation, but unfortunately, no one in the family has inherited her cooking skills. There are 2 large jars and 2 small jars. Thinking about the cabbage that is almost ready in the fairy realm, Grandma Pei decides to buy more jars and containers tomorrow. Oh, and there's so much cabbage in her own field. She estimates she can harvest in a month or 2. Soon Yang, buy more jars and containers. Buying in bulk can get a better price. I think we'll need to harvest several more times. Grandma Pei almost froze when she heard this. Each jar is full, big enough to hold 2 children. She didn't expect there to be more jars later. How much do the immortals in the fairy realm love cabbage? Only Pei Chinua knows that this land is at a beginner level. Right now, she can only grow cabbage. Each harvest gives her some experience points. Besides asking Grandma Pei to keep planting and harvesting cabbage, she can't do much else. Once she reaches a certain level, she can grow other crops. If she makes mistakes during planting, the system controls her actions, forcing her to do things perfectly. She only provides seeds for the current season. Grandma Pei first experiments with planting vegetables using the trial version of the system. Only after she fully learns how to handle unexpected situations and gets the system's approval can she receive the seeds. She plants in the system, then plants the same in real life. After several harvests in the system, she can start in reality. When the vegetables in real life are ready to be harvested, the next batch in the system will almost be ready too. This is mainly a vegetable planting experience, a trial version. Boss, I'll go buy some pots and jars this time. Let's buy more so we don't have to keep running back. If we buy a lot, we might even get a discount. Pei, Huiran shrugs his shoulders. Mom, do we still have cabbage? We probably don't need to buy a special jar just for that. Lately, he's eaten so much cabbage, stir-fried cabbage, cabbage soup, steamed cabbage rolls, sautéed cabbage, garlic cabbage, scrambled eggs with cabbage, pork with cabbage. He dreams about cabbage every night. Besides the facts, this is a new idea, but the fact remains, no matter what, it's still cabbage. There are still more. We need to buy more jars. We can't just let the vegetables rot in the field. Grandma Pei sighs. If only there was more rice, then she could eat as much as she wanted. Eating plain rice every day, any leftovers could last for years. She'd truly become a big landowner. Pei Huiran hesitates, then asks, Mom, right now it's just us 2. Be honest. Where did you find these cabbages? Grandma Pei slaps his face in anger. Are you saying I stole them? Boss, I see how you think of me. I really feel like I'm nothing in your eyes. She works tirelessly for the family, feeding chickens during the day and farming at night, all for everyone's sake. And yet, her eldest son thinks her cabbages come from an illegal source. Stop hitting me, Mom. These cabbages are just from your room. Even all the cabbages in 10 or 8 nearby villages combined aren't as many as this. Not only is her mother strong and energetic, but her range of activity probably covers over a dozen nearby villages. You don't go out during the day, so you can only do things at night. Next time, bring your son along. We should also take some valuable items. If someone reports us for so many cabbages, how can the 3rd brother take the imperial exams? Having a family member in jail means several generations can't take the exams. Depending on the situation, they might be convicted. With her mother's scale of operation, she might end up in jail for 10 days or half a month. Stop cursing, you ungrateful person. Grandmother Pei was too tired to complain anymore. She saw that her second son was foolish, and her eldest was not very clever either. She thought she might have to rely on her third son in the future. Mother, be honest with your son. Are you a famous thief in the martial world, falling in love at first sight with my father, then deciding to give up your life of crime, hide your identity, and live as an ordinary person? Until the time of famine, when the family was almost starving, you decided to return to your old ways? Otherwise, where did those plain bread and buns on the road come from? In Pei Huairen's eyes, there was a mix of curiosity, hope, fear, and a bit of excitement. It wasn't good to keep hiding things like this. Although she was firm, everyone felt uneasy after a while and dared not ask. You are the eldest son. Since you were young, your father and I had many hopes for you. But now that you've grown up, you're neither good at studying nor skilled in martial arts. Just like your father, which heroine would want you. Grandmother Pei recalled her late husband and felt her mind becoming a bit fuzzy. Time was too harsh. After a long while, people tend to forget. You are the oldest. It's okay for me to tell you. Do you remember I told you to try to carve the memorial tablet? That's for our family, a kind of divine help to get us through hard times. Pei Huairen's first thought was that his mother had been fooled or tricked. His awareness of scams was strong. Mother, wake up. Why would this divine helper help our family? On the way to escape the famine, so many people died of hunger. Are we blessed by some star of literature or a fairy daughter reincarnated? No one could deceive Pei Huairen. Your father really chose the wrong name for you. You're completely lacking in kindness. You've hit the nail on the head. Why would this fairy help us? Because she's from our family's ancestral line. Her family name is Pei too. Don't disbelieve it. I asked the clan leader about it back then. Our ancestors really had a female ancestor who practiced cultivation. I believe she has now become a fairy to help her unworthy descendants. Bah, ancestors? Mother must be crazy. He certainly dared not say this out loud. He was afraid the fairy was some kind of spirit or monster that had bewitched his mother. And these worthless cabbages were stolen from hundreds or even thousands of miles away by that spirit. Yes, it must be like that. Now, this spirit had completely bewitched his mother. He couldn't oppose it. Pei Huairen pretended to be respectful. Mother, since she's an ancestor, we should honor her. Just wait, I'll make a proper memorial tablet for her when I get back. I won't let the ancestor be wronged. When I go back, I'll find someone to drive away evil spirits. That's right. The ancestor is a good person. Without her, we wouldn't even know how many of us would be left now. Mother, since you are our family ancestor, could you ask the old ancestor to help me get an official position? If not, maybe give us a few thousand taels of gold or silver. With that, we could buy a big house, a fine horse, and servants. In the future, everyone would call me Young Master Pei. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Clap clap. After apologizing in his heart to the old ancestor, Pei Laotai grabbed the whip for the ox cart and started to call out to him. Please don't be angry, ancestors. Our family has some unworthy descendants, and today I plan to give him a good lesson. Mother and son, one hitting and one begging for mercy. The scene was lively all the way to the neighboring village where they sell jars and pots. This is a kiln, with strong men in sleeveless shirts shining with sweat in the sun. Pei Huairen looked on enviously, confidently leading his mother to pick out goods. One bed can't fit two different people. He and his wife, Jean, both love beautiful things. Mother, what do you think of this jar? Pei Laotai ignored him, choosing 6 large jars and 10 small pots. She thought it would be enough and paid the bill. Seeing the kiln, she felt a bit envious. What a big business. They bought new jars and pots, cleaned them, and let them dry. Only then could Pei Laotai relax and go to the fairyland to harvest vegetables. Even if she had to grow only cabbage her whole life, she would make more jars to sell pickled vegetables. At least she wouldn't spend money and could eat for free at home. As long as there are products, she could make money. Pei Laotai didn't think it was bad to be old and still think of ways to earn silver. In the past, she wanted to be a wealthy old lady relying on her descendants, but now she wanted to be successful herself. Riding in someone else's ox cart isn't as good as being able to drive her own. Old ancestor, do you eat pickled cabbage and pork stewed with vermicelli?
I've pickled a lot of cabbage.
When the time comes, I'll offer some to you, okay? Pei Lautai bent over, harvesting cabbage in the system, still chatting with Pei Qinyue. No need, you keep it for yourself. Oh, and once we finish this batch of cabbage, we can plant good things. Pei Lautai suddenly straightened up and shouted at the vague sky above. What good things? Could it be something really valuable? The good thing is called a tuber, but in our fairy world, we call it a potato. It's very good. Pei Qinyue picked through the crops. There are many things that can be planted in this season, but her land can only unlock one new crop. Potatoes are useful, high yield, long-lasting, and tasty. Old ancestor, we have tubers, but it's only September. Can we plant tubers now? Usually we plant them in November or December where I come from. Farming depends on the land. Each place produces its own food. Thinking about the terrible scene of harvesting Chinese cabbage, Grandma Pei was scared. So many eggs from the land. How long would it take to eat them all? They didn't taste very good, and frying them in oil was a waste of oil. Those eggs from the land aren't tasty either. Maybe we should grow some vegetables instead. Land eggs are good. They're the main ingredient for making rice noodles. Don't you want to try making sour vegetable and pork stew with rice noodles? If we don't plant, how can we make rice noodles? Grow more vegetables, then sell the rice noodles. Later, we can open a shop just to sell things made from land eggs. Remember, Grandma Pei, fried land eggs sell very well. Grandma Pei thought for a moment. If no one learned to make land eggs, many people would still love to eat them. But that was because her family was willing to use oil and seasonings generously. Forget it, she also wanted to eat rice noodles. All right, we'll follow the old ancestors' advice. Grandma Pei hurried to harvest. With a single swing of her sickle, a few heads of cabbage were gathered. The women at home were busy chopping and washing cabbage. Grandma Pei called everyone to carry the cabbage outside. Pei Huiren was overwhelmed. Mother, how much cabbage is left? Could this be some kind of cabbage spirit? Giving all her descendants to his family? That's all there is, that's all. There's no more behind. Hearing Grandma Pei's words, Pei Huiren sighed in relief. The spirit must have given away all her descendants, just hoping to borrow some of her family's luck. Great. Finally, we don't have to eat cabbage every day. Hurry up, wash, chop, and pickle these. We'll eat them in winter. Next to each field, there was a bag of potatoes. Pei Chun had already prepared them, and there was also a pile of fertilizer, all farmyard manure. Let's dig the holes first. There are so many, it's busy work. With each shovel, she made a hole. Grandma Pei bent over and never straightened up. Each field had over 100 holes. After finishing one section, she suddenly straightened up, her back aching so badly she almost knelt down. She quickly ran to the side to drink some water and rest. She reached into the river to scoop up a handful of water and noticed the changes in the river. Old ancestors, there are fish in this river. These fish must be magical, right? They grow up drinking this water and become so fat. Pei Qinyue looked at the fish in the river, only a few visible, occasionally swimming into Grandma Pei's view. Magical fish? No, they're just ordinary fish. Maybe they taste better. I'll bring you two later. Grandma Pei was happy. Just a sip of water, and she could get two fish. Her ancestors truly looked after her. Thank you, old ancestors. She hurriedly continued digging holes. After finishing, she would throw manure into the holes, adding the fertilizer she had nearby. Pei Qinyue prepared gloves for her nearby and taught her how to wear them. After that, Grandma Pei started throwing manure into the nest. The easiest part was probably throwing potatoes. She was quite accurate and could hit while standing. If she missed, she would kick the potato over with her foot. After throwing manure, she also had to bury the potatoes carefully. Not too deep, not too shallow. This tested whether someone had farmed before. Fortunately, the system had a ruler, so if she buried them too deep or too shallow, Grandma Pei would have to do it again. After planting half a plot of land, Grandma Pei became skilled at judging the right depth. The system's time flow was faster than real life, so Grandma Pei managed to plant most of the potatoes in one night. The next day, Pei Huiren was happy because she didn't see any cabbage in her mother's house. She almost wanted to cheer. But she saw the fish in Grandma Pei's hand. It was probably given by the cabbage spirit again. Why not give some gold or at least some meat? Today, the third child should be coming back. Third girl, go to the small river ditch and pick up some eggs. Also, feed the chickens and ducks. Second, go to the county town later to pick up the third child. Buy a few pounds of pork on the way. I'll give you money later. Pei Chinwe gave her 3 fish. They couldn't all be eaten at once, and she wanted to see how Grandma Pei would handle them. Grandma Pei took the fish to the kitchen. Second daughter-in-law, you handle these fish. The eldest daughter-in-law can't do it well at all. Just let her help out. Jin's wife pouted, feeling a bit proud. If I can't do it, I won't bother.
It's easier that way.
If you can do it, then do more. Help out? The second daughter-in-law wouldn't ask her, a sister-in-law who didn't know anything, for help. Grandma Pei kept 2 fish and asked whose mother to gut and clean them. She carried the third fish and left the house. She took a basket and packed 2 or 3 large cabbages she had brought. Whose family, after repairs, had a small yard and an average house, but at least it was livable. Grandma, who was good at managing things, her yard was very clean. Dear sister-in-law, whose mother hadn't seen Grandma Pei for a long time. When she suddenly heard her voice, her heart tightened. Oh, dear sister-in-law is here. Come inside quickly. She welcomed her into the house. The journey wasn't far, so Grandma Pei didn't sit down. She handed her the basket she was holding. Today I caught a few fish. We can't finish them all at home, so I brought some for you. Let's exchange flavors. Grandma Pei was kind and gentle, with no sign of displeasure. Her originally stern face softened. Whose mother believed it. She truly had changed for the better. That was great. Her daughter could finally suffer a little less. Oh, dear, how can this be? Every time you send things over. Your family has many children. Keep some for yourselves to eat. Old lady who declined, saying she was in a hurry to go home and cook for her younger son. She forcefully shoved the basket toward her.
Here, take it.
I have work to do at home. Just hold on to it and give me the basket. Seeing she wasn't just pretending, old lady who finally accepted. Since Lady Pei had become a proper relative, she couldn't see her the way she used to. Dear relative, this is fresh tofu I just made. Take it home and add it to your meals. Old lady who returned the basket, which still had 2 pieces of tofu on a plate inside. Social exchanges. This is how giving and receiving happen, right? You give me a fish, I give you 2 pieces of tofu. Next time, I'll return the plate and maybe send 2 more dishes. I'll accept it then. I was just making fish stew with tofu today, anyway. Old lady who held her hand. Since they were genuine relatives, they should truly exchange kindness. Dear relative, how is Yun Yang doing? If she's not doing well, or if she's making mistakes, just tell me. I don't mind. You can scold her, but don't hit or mistreat her. After all, Lady Pei used to be famous in the area for being strict and demanding.
What are you talking about?
She's my daughter-in-law, and she's pregnant with my grandchild. I'm not a bad mother-in-law. I'll treat her well. Old lady who worried that the baby might not be a boy, which could cause trouble. Back then, the Pei family thought because they had several sons, the daughter they married was someone who could have a son. But their first child was a girl, Sanya. Lady Pei's thoughts were different. This baby was destined by the ancestors to be a boy. Could the gods have made a mistake? Maybe this grandson will be very successful. She wasn't worried about having another girl. Yes, dear relative, you're the best mother-in-law. I'll visit Yun Yang again once she's given birth. They exchanged some small talk, and Lady Pei took the tofu home. Their family was large, and a single piece of tofu wasn't enough. She needed 2. On the way, she stopped to chat with acquaintances, and everyone now knew that the Pei and Hu families were very close relatives. It was because the basket had no cover. When Lady Pei arrived home, Pei Huai had already gone to the county town. Mrs. Hu had prepared the fish, and was waiting for Lady Pei to come back and cook. Mrs. Hu was in the yard, vomiting uncontrollably, dry heaving but unable to vomit anything. Sanya was nearby, holding warm water. The family was all fine, but somehow, when they were together, trouble seemed to happen. Still vomiting?
What do you want to eat?
I'll make it for you, Grandma Pei asked. Mrs. Hu waved her hand. Mom, let's make pickled fish for lunch. I also want some sour soup. Grandma Pei smiled kindly. Spicy and sour, sweet and sour. I just know you're having a boy. Look how big your belly is. Your son will be strong when he's born. Mrs. Hu's face, already not feeling well, looked even worse. Giving birth is like opening a mystery box. Who knows if it's a boy or a girl inside? But she didn't dare to bring up this topic. Grandma Pei happily asked Pei Chinyu, Ancestor, do you have any sour snacks that pregnant women like? Inside, she thought, my top scholar grandson, you'll be able to see your grandma in just a few months. She didn't listen to the idea of favoring boys over girls. Pei Chinyu silently deducted money from Grandma Pei and exchanged it for some salted plums. Put it in your room. Grandma Pei wiped her hands and planned to personally give the plums to Mrs. Hu so her future grandson could see her kindness. Doing good deeds is about making a good name. Ancestor, are there any talented stars from heaven, like the Wenkuxing or Wuxing, coming down to earth? I want the eldest to have another baby, just in case. Pei Chinyu was stunned. Are you planning to prepare for more children by digging holes? And you even chose the stars? No, even if there are, we can't say. If the stars from heaven are to be reborn in your family, you must accumulate virtue. Everyone in the family must do good. Grandma Pei handed a wrapped package of plums to Mrs. Hu. Here, have some snacks.
Don't say I don't care about you.
I know you're feeling heavy, and you can't eat much. I bought these just for you. It was indeed special because Pei Huai wouldn't have thought to buy snacks for his wife. Thank you, Mom. You're so kind. Mrs. Hu's eyes welled with tears. Calling her Mom was the happiest, most sincere thing she'd said in these years of marriage.
Mom.
Why don't I have any? I'm your daughter-in-law. You can't be biased, Jeanshire called out. You? You eat everything happily. The family has eaten all the food. Back then, I was afraid you wouldn't have enough, so I saved grain just for you. There was no need for snacks. Jeanshire's pregnancy was obvious. She ate a lot but never enough, and she was clumsy at everything. Both husband and wife took advantage of her pregnancy to slack off. Luckily, their two sons didn't follow their example. Otherwise, the whole family would be lazy. What do you call that? Living off others. Grandma Pei went to cook. Mrs. Hu ate a plum, tart, yet sweet, so sweet it touched her heart. It was only when Pei Huili came home and the whole family was together that Grandma Pei was willing to be so generous. First, fry the fish in hot oil. Cut the soft tofu into pieces. Use the leftover oil from frying the fish to cook the tofu. Then, simmer everything together with various spices until it absorbs the flavorful broth. Beat 7 or 8 eggs until well mixed. Add chopped chives, and when your younger son returns, you can scramble the eggs. Eggs and chives are delicious with just a little oil and salt.
Mom.
My son is back. Pei Huili rushes into the yard holding a bag of snacks. No matter how old he is, he hasn't married or set up his own home, so he immediately looks for his mother when he enters the house. Old Lady Pei enjoys this feeling. Her children still need her. It's good you're back. Why buy these? You're just wasting money. It would be better to save it for buying paper and pens. Pei Hui also brings some meat into the kitchen. As expected, he didn't think much about what to buy for Mrs. Hu. Mom, here is the leftover money. Keep it safe. Old Lady Pei takes the silver. One son is too clever, the other too honest. It's quite strange. Second son, your wife has been vomiting so much lately, she can't eat. Next time you have some leftover silver, buy her some snacks to make her feel better. Mrs. Hu is hardworking. The ancestors said that those who can endure hardship will face more hardships. People who don't spend money also don't earn it. She is willing to spend a few cents or 10 cents on snacks. Got it, Mom. Pei Hui pauses, looks at his wife still cleaning in the yard, and feels a surge of guilt. All right, everyone go outside. Dinner will be ready soon. Pei Huili hands out small gifts to his nephews, little windmills, spinning tops, small hairpins for Manhwa, and wooden hairpins for his younger sister. Mugur, here, this is for you. Uncle personally copied it. Uncle knows you love reading, so take it. Pei Huili proudly hands Lin Mu a stack of paper. He believes Lin Mu is the most promising among the children who love to read. Of course, you have the bright mountains and rivers and a spinning top too. The boy probably prefers the spinning top more. Thank you, Uncle. I like it very much. I will study hard and not let Uncle down. Lin Mu happily accepts the book and hesitantly takes the spinning top. Soon, he is pulled away to play with the spinning top. Pei Huili, who loves reading, is ambitious and polite. The more he watches Lin Mu, the more he likes him. He wishes Lin Mu was his own son. Their family doesn't have strict rules about speaking during meals. Chatting at the table makes it lively. Third son. Only a few days left until the imperial exam, right? Pei Huili's hand trembled as he held the bowl. Mother, this time the teacher specifically arranged for us to go home. If we go again, it will be time for the exams. Third younger brother, you must work hard. Look at me. I haven't studied either. All for supporting you, said the second older brother. Old lady Pei tapped her bowl with chopsticks. Are you doing this for your younger brother? If you don't pass the exam yourself, studying is just wasting money. The whole family was hoping the third son would do well and help the family. Yes, third brother, over the years, my husband and I have been saving just for you, said Jean. They were united in pursuing their goals. Third brother, don't listen to them. They're like hungry dogs. Just focus on studying. Mother believes in you. Inside, Pei Huili shouted silently. Mother, don't believe my brothers. I'm under a lot of pressure. Third brother, once you pass the scholar exam, our family won't be afraid to compare with the Liu family. Liu Zifang was studying with Pei Huili. While Liu Zifang was about to become a successful candidate and aim for higher titles, Pei Huili was still a student. The whole family placed their hopes on Pei Huili, providing him with good food and care at home. After a few days of Pei Huili being away, old lady Pei started to worry. A mother worries when her son is far away, but she also knew he was safe. When the first batch of fresh potatoes was harvested, Pei Huili hadn't returned yet. Old lady Pei was no longer anxious because her house was filled with freshly dug potatoes covered in mud. Her own cabbage in the field wasn't fully ripe yet, but the potatoes from the land had already been harvested. Oldest and second, come quickly and help move things. Old lady Pei called out. When they came in, they almost tripped over the potatoes on the ground. Hiss! Pei Huiren took a deep breath. He thought, this must be sent by that fairy. Am I going to start eating earth again? Although Pei Huai was curious, he didn't dare ask. He picked up a basket and started gathering potatoes. As he did, he noticed something different. Mother, why are these potatoes so big? They're also very smooth, unlike ours, which are small and bumpy, only the size of a finger. Old lady Pei also looked and saw most of them were large, with only a few small ones. Maybe it's because they used good seeds. Second brother, how about we use these as seeds next time? Pei Huai's hands were covered in mud. He was confused. These must have just been dug out of the ground, right? The soil was still moist. I think it's a good idea. These big ones probably yield over 10 loads per acre. Even in bad years, we won't have to worry about food. He had experienced fleeing from famine and was very hungry. Whether the food was tasty didn't matter. What mattered was having something to eat and being able to fill his stomach. More than 10 baskets, I think that will do. These potatoes are much tastier than ours here. What potatoes? Mother, isn't this a ground egg? Old lady Pei paused, realizing she had spoken too casually after spending so long with the ancestors. Yes, this is a ground egg. Do you know why these ground eggs are big and tasty? Because they are a new variety from the south called potatoes. Old lady Pei started making up stories, trying to make the names sound more natural. Ground egg sounds very rustic, but potato is easier to say. Since they grow underground, calling them beans from the ground fits well. After hearing this, Pei Huai accepted the new name, but suddenly he had a question. Mother, if it's from the south, how come we have it here? Pei Huiren was startled by a sudden question, eyes wide. You're really straightforward. Why didn't you ask more carefully first? Shouldn't you have asked indirectly? Old Lady Pei understood and relaxed. Let's move the stuff outside first. We'll talk about this tonight. Suppressing his curiosity, Pei Huai quickly moved the potatoes. After finishing, the house was covered in dirt, but who's helped clean it up? Mother, there's no space left in the kitchen. The house didn't have enough containers, so they piled the potatoes on the kitchen floor and blocked them with 2 thick firewood pieces to prevent them from rolling everywhere. Old Lady Pei looked around. The kitchen wasn't small, but there was too much stuff piled up. We need to dig a cellar. Where will we store the grains in the future? Others might not know, but she knew there were still many ground eggs unharvested. More. Pei Huai was surprised. His mother hadn't gone far, yet these new southern potatoes had arrived in her room, freshly dug. He hadn't expected there to be more. Who was so generous? They couldn't finish their own grain, so giving it away for free? He moved even faster, hoping to finish before it got dark. Okay, Mother. When will we dig? How big should it be? Where exactly should we dig? Old Lady Pei looked around the house. Usually people dig either inside their house or in the yard. Their house definitely couldn't have a cellar inside. Let's dig in the backyard. Make it bigger. Once today's farm work is done, we'll start digging. For ordinary people, a cellar isn't complicated. Just dig about 1 or 2 meters deep, make it larger inside, and surround it with stones for better storage. The top can be covered with wooden planks. They decided to start immediately. On the same day, Pei Huairen's younger brother began digging a cellar. The soil he dug out was piled in a corner of the yard, with one person digging and another stacking bricks of earth. They mixed yellow clay, glutinous rice paste, and other materials, then poured the mixture into wooden molds to dry and harden. Second brother, when you dig, make another tunnel leading out from here. We have a lot of stuff, and it won't fit if it's too small. Old Lady Pei wanted to build a large, wealthy-style secret room with hidden passages and chambers. Mother, how much soil and bricks will that take? Pei Huairen complained, thinking he could just dig a bigger hole for their own use. Third brother should be back by now. It's been several days. Why hasn't he returned? Old Lady Pei grew anxious whenever she had free time, constantly hoping for his return. Mother, maybe third brother is still playing with his classmates. Don't worry. Pei Huairen thought that worrying now was too early. If he didn't pass the exam, then they'd have reason to worry. Yes, Mother. Maybe third brother is having fun outside and has forgotten about the family, Jean Sure added bluntly. Old Lady Pei shot Jean Sure a sharp look, but wasn't in the mood for arguing. I think a man needs a family to settle down. Third brother isn't young anymore. He should start thinking about marriage. Mother, I have a younger sister in my family who is about the same age as him. Shut up. Our Pei family will never marry a girl from the Jean family again. They had bad experiences with that family and it caused trouble. Pei Auntie, why are you still at home? Your Huili is back. He's at the village entrance. Someone passing by shouted into the yard.
What?
Third brother is at the village entrance? Uncle, how do you know? My son is back. Old Lady Pei suddenly stood up and rushed to the village gate. Yes, I just came from the village head's house. Your third brother has returned after passing the scholar's exam. The village chief's son is with him, and they're all gathered at the entrance now, said a kind-hearted villager with a smile. No wonder third brother hadn't arrived home yet. He was blocked by some idle villagers. I must go and fetch him myself. Keep the house safe. I'll go to pick up third brother. Old Lady Pei hurried out, running toward the village entrance. From afar, she saw a crowd gathered there. The scholar's mother is here. Everyone make way, someone shouted, and the crowd parted to let Old Lady Pei through. She finally saw her son in the middle of the crowd, looking exhausted and sweating from being pushed. Son, you've returned. Mother, I only came back after the exam results were announced. Sorry for the delay and making you worry, said Pei Huili with a shy smile. Oh, Aunt Pei, you are now a successful scholar's wife. Congratulations. Our village now has 2 new scholars. Yes, our Xiaomen village is so proud now. Scholar's wife, such a big happy event. You should invite everyone to a feast. What? Scholar's wife. Old Lady Pei was so eager to see her son that she didn't listen carefully to what everyone was saying. Now she finally understood.
My son.
Did he pass the exam to become a scholar? She asked with surprise and doubt, her eyes full of hope. Pei Huili nodded, confirming he passed. Wow, now we have 2 scholars, both from our Pei family. Bless our ancestors. Yes, definitely blessed by our ancestors. When she goes home, she will burn incense for them.
Eat.
Next time, I will invite everyone to a feast. Old Lady Pei was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling, her mouth wide open, floating in happiness amid everyone's praise. She grabbed Pei Huili and headed home, looking at him with love. She hadn't had a good look at her son earlier, because there were so many people. Son, you've lost some weight. I'll go back and kill a chicken to help you get better. She felt so worried, but Pei Huili's face showed something else, happiness, but not entirely pure happiness. Old Lady Pei didn't notice his feelings and happily went all the way home. So, how about your second brother? Did he pass the exam? Second brother, mother. As soon as they got home, everyone gathered around, staring at mother and son with wide eyes. My son is taking the exam, and he didn't pass? Third brother, you're a scholar now. A scholar, I passed. That's great. From now on, I will be the eldest brother of the scholar. I will be the eldest sister-in-law of the scholar. Jin Shi and Pei Huiren were so excited they held hands and jumped around. Third uncle, congratulations. Lin Mu truly felt happy for him. Mu Gur, your achievement will surely be higher than third uncle's. Pei Mingshan and Pei Mingyi didn't fully understand what being a scholar meant, but they were happy and went out to show off their new scholar uncle to their friends. The house was filled with joy. Third brother just got back. Go rest in your room. Mother will prepare dinner. Today we must eat well. Third girl, go buy 2 blocks of tofu at Grandma's house. Old Lady Pei went straight to the small river ditch, caught a chicken, caught a duck, picked some eggs, and bought a big fish with money from the system. Chicken, duck, fish, everything was ready. Old Lady Pei was happy. She cleaned the tender chicken, fried the chicken to release oil, then stir-fried it with lots of potatoes and spicy peppers. The pungent smell filled the yard. Smells so good, milk. Why don't you usually make this dish? Pei Mingshan leans at the kitchen door, reluctant to leave. If you 2 brothers pass the imperial exam, I will make this for you. Happy occasions lift everyone's spirits. Old Grandma Pei gives each of the boys a piece of cooked chicken to try before sending them away. Grandma, I'm back. Grandma said there's good news at home, and these 2 pieces of tofu are free, said Sanya, holding up the tofu. Grandma Pei is even happier. It's great to have relatives. Sanya, wash your hands well, bring out 2 pickled cabbages. Today, we are having pickled fish. Jean has already prepared the fish. Though lazy, she has to work because whose morning sickness is severe. Only Jean can do these chores. Grandma Pei fries the whole fish until both sides are golden, then stews it with pickled cabbage and the sour smell drifts far away. Dinner is ready. As the sun sets, smoke rises from rooftops in every household. The children can't wait to sit at the table. The bowls of vegetables are uncovered, and the aroma fills the air. Today, we celebrate our 3rd child passing the imperial exam. This has been your father's dream, having a scholar in the family. Even after he passes away, he can rest easy. Mingshan, Mingyi, Linmu, you should learn from your 3rd uncle. Whoever studies well won't have to work in the fields. Otherwise, you'll have to work outside. Mingshan blinks with big eyes. Grandma, if 3rd uncle passes the exam, can he become a high official? Mingshan, becoming an official isn't that easy, Pei Huili says. You think just opening your mouth makes you an official? I just passed the imperial exam myself, seeing everyone eager to ask more. He quickly adds, eat quickly. Mother made so many delicious dishes. They'll get cold soon. Spicy chicken, nourishing ginger stew with duck, appetizing pickled fish. Even who is pregnant and feeling sick, can't help but sip a few more bowls of soup. Mother, your cooking is so good. You could open a restaurant. Yes, this pickled fish is so tasty. Mother, Let's use the remaining cabbages from the field to make more pickled vegetables. Pei Huiren suddenly feels there's not enough pickled vegetables at home. With winter coming, it would be wonderful to enjoy such tangy, spicy soup every day. Big brother, didn't you say before that there were too many cabbages at home? Laughing and chatting, the table of dishes is eaten clean. Everyone's belly is full and round. A few months ago, our family was fleeing in the mountains, eating only bitter wild vegetable porridge. Now, just a short time later, there are chickens, ducks, and fish on the table. When people are full, they often like to reminisce about the past. Mom, didn't you say you would tell us about the potatoes tonight? Since everyone is here, please go ahead. Pei Huai suddenly remembered this matter. Old Lady Pei steadied herself and looked a bit more serious. Elder, bring out the memorial tablet. To her, this was a serious, respectful, and sacred matter. What is it? Why does it look so scary? Memorial tablet. Mom, are you getting married again? Everyone had their own thoughts. Kids, go outside and play. Come back later. Old Lady Pei first sent the children out. Mom, here. Pei Huiren handed her the Chongqing memorial tablet. On the dark tablet, the words, Fairy Chinyu, were carved. Old Lady Pei wiped her hands on her clothes, then carefully took the tablet and respectfully placed it on the table. The whole family sat around, staring intently at the tablet. Fairy Chinyu? Who is this fairy? Now most of the family could recognize a few words, thanks to Old Lady Pei having the children teach everyone to read. Which deity is this? I've never heard of her. Mom, why are you showing this? When did our family have such a thing? What is she supposed to protect? I want to worship her too. Old Lady Pei patted the table and said seriously, listen to me. Her expression was solemn. Do you all remember our escape during the famine? That night, I handed out some plain bread to you, and that's how we survived. Later, on the road, we ate rice, noodles, eggs. When we settled in Xiaoman village, we sold glass candies, cold noodles, and local eggs. In our yard, there are several large jars of cabbage. All of these were gifts from Fairy Chinyu. Hearing this, everyone almost doubted their ears. Mom, what did you say? Jean sure stood up in disbelief, leaning close to Old Lady Pei, wondering if she was having a fit. Mom, is this really true? Pei Huai seemed to believe it about 80%. He had taken these things from Old Lady Pei's room. How could they be real?
Mom.
You can't just talk about such supernatural things randomly. Pei Huali's mouth was big enough to fit an egg. How could a fairy be so powerful, even sending small things like vegetables, only to serve their family? Even the guardian fairy wouldn't be so considerate. It's thanks to the fairy that my baby inside me is safe. Who sure stammered, or else she might have starved to death on the way. Not just her child. Pei Baozhu saw the situation and thought, this must be a real fairy. Although she hasn't been busy moving in and out, the family has been eating cabbage for a long time. Mother, really? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I begged the fairy to make Zifang like me too. Pei Huiren, Pei Huai, and Pei Huili all looked at her sharply. Little sister, don't talk nonsense. Watching everyone chatter, Old Lady Pei found it quite amusing. I haven't finished yet. Be quiet first. Are you all curious why this fairy favors our family? We're not rich, and we can't even afford incense oil. Mother is also curious. Later, Mother learned that the immortal sister Chinyu was from their Pei family ancestors, and they were related. She was their ancestor. Wow, what could be more shocking? My ancestor is a fairy, and living fairy. Mother, why didn't the fairy ancestor choose the village chief's family or the clan leader's family? When it comes to success, those families are much more prominent, more successful than ours. Don't ancestors prefer successful descendants? Old Lady Pei patted his head. Why ask? It must be because our family is the closest bloodline to the ancestor. I asked the clan leader, and when our ancestors were prominent, there was indeed a cultivation master among them. Looks like she achieved great success in cultivation. What if you are wealthy? What if you are a royal relative? My ancestor is a fairy. Do you have one? Unexpectedly, the others seemed to believe it completely, without any doubt. She really is the smartest system. Mother, that's wonderful. With a fairy blessing, I will definitely marry a high official one day, Baoju said cheerfully. I will kowtow every day, begging the fairy ancestor to bless this pregnancy with a boy, who sure quickly made a vow. If she is a girl, it won't be her fault. Wait, do you all believe this? Pei Huiren looked at everyone in surprise. Doesn't anyone think this might be a spirit creature? Not only has it confused Mother, but now the whole family is deceived? He chose not to oppose at this moment. The spirit creature hasn't harmed his family yet. Let's keep it for now and see what she plans to do over time. Old Lady Pei was happily convinced. Hushir's baby must be a boy. These words must not be told to outsiders. If I find out someone spread them, there will be family discipline. Family discipline? The Pei family doesn't really have strict rules. Old Lady Pei just thought saying so would be intimidating. Also, don't let the children at home know. Just say it's the ancestor's tablet. I'll keep the tablet in my room, and there's no need to disturb the ancestor unless necessary. By the way, our family matters must not be shared outside. Our family belongings, even I am not allowed to take them without permission. Especially since some people want to help their own family. Old Lady Pei glared at Jean. The Hu family is her voluntary gift, but she doesn't plan to acknowledge Jean as a relative anymore. She doesn't know how Jin's children are raised, but her daughter-in-law always wants to send help to her family. Jean has tried to secretly go back home several times, but she was caught each time and couldn't go. Jean shrank her head like a quail. Isn't this about her? But the second brother's wife's family often sends things over. Why is her family different? Unless they look down on her as the eldest daughter-in-law, that would mean they don't value the eldest son. Jin's mind was full of thoughts. Ancestors, can you give us some signs? Otherwise, I am just talking to myself, and they won't believe it. Old Lady Pei desperately hoped in her heart for Pei Qinyu. It was funny. Pei Qinyu thought for a moment and infused energy into the wooden plaque. The characters on the plaque glowed, and several beams of light flew out, landing between their brows. The speed was slow, even a bit sluggish, but everyone was too shocked to speak. Wow, the ancestors are showing signs. The ancestors are really showing signs. This must be a blessing from the gods. Mother, I received a divine blessing, Old Lady Pei muttered, wondering why Jin's family also had it but she didn't, so she would know to be afraid. Mother, I feel I've become more beautiful. Pei Baoju, under her own mental suggestion, held her face as if she had really become more beautiful. Me too, I feel my mind is sharper. Pei Huiren felt he had gained something. He saw the light enter his head just like that. I feel full of strength all over my body. Seeing everyone staring at him, Pei Hui managed to say this. He didn't feel much, but the divine blessing indeed entered his forehead. Wife, you've been blessed. The children you give birth to will definitely be boys. He wasn't excited himself, but he was happy for his wife and children. All right, only our family needs to know about this. Think about it carefully when you go home. Only a member of the Pei family can encounter such good fortune. We've had a stroke of luck. They were hurried away, but their steps still felt unsteady. It was too surreal. Tonight, they actually saw a real miracle. Big brother, didn't your father teach you woodworking? Can you help Mom make something? What's that? Pei Huiren looked at her suspiciously. Recently, they needed a wooden plaque, and now she wants something else? Old Lady Pei thought about how to describe what she wanted. It's something where you put the dough in and it comes out in strips, like threads. Isn't that just noodles? Pei Huiren scolded. Mom, if you want noodles, just ask my wife to make them for you. Mother is the head of the family. Even asking for noodles is so polite. I won't tell you. You fool. Old Lady Pei was angry and hit him on the head. Think about it, your wife makes things that people eat, right? This matter needs to be discussed with the most sensible second son in the family. Ancestors, I thought of another idea. Can we use this machine to make noodles? Pei Qinyu was happy that Old Lady Pei could think creatively. Of course. We can make dried noodles that last for months. When you want to eat, just boil water and cook them. No need to knead dough. As she spoke, Old Lady Pei held a package of noodles wrapped in brown paper. Is this dried noodles? I'll try it later. Mom? Are you calling me? Pei Huai just came back from the fields, sweaty and dark-skinned. Oh, her son is getting old. Old Lady Pei gently wiped his sweat and noticed he stiffened. Second son, I want you to make something. It's like this. Put the dough in, press it, and it turns into noodles. Pei Huai didn't understand. The dough is already prepared. Isn't cutting it just making noodles? Oh, it's a machine that can make lots of noodles. You put the dough on top, and it has many holes. The noodles come out from those holes. Don't you understand? Old Lady Pei was anxious. She had seen the instructions herself. It's very simple. Why do they keep not understanding? She really wished she were a carpenter. Mom, I understand a little, but why do we need so many noodles? It's better if you ask third brother. Dad taught us woodworking, and he's the smartest and most talented. Old Lady Pei thought about it. Third brother got into the county school, so he must be very clever. All right, I'll go talk to your third brother. Old Lady Pei was eager. She wanted to see the machine from the video in front of her right now. She walked while discussing it with Pei Chinyu. Old ancestor, you said that woman named Dong Mingzhu is so impressive. She makes so much money. Can I also make those things she makes? We only have 500 taels of silver at home. You think I can surpass Dong Mingzhu? You should see what she actually does.
Take it step by step.
First, get this machine working. Maybe someday you can become someone like Dong Mingzhu. Pei Chinyu remembered how shocked she was when she saw Wu Zetian before. Old Lady Pei kept muttering that a good consort dared to act like an emperor. She even dared to mix with the emperor's son. Isn't that something? So she showed Old Lady Pei the story of Dong Mingzhu's rise to wealth. To her surprise, she became even more interested. She's determined to get rich. TV really influences people. Third brother, where are you? Old Lady Pei found him in the study, along with Lin Mu. Mu, what are you doing here? Don't disturb your third uncle's reading. Old Lady Pei was surprised. Mu seems to get along very well with third brother. Auntie, I'm studying here. If I have questions, I ask third uncle. Pei Huai quickly tried to smooth things over. It's always been like this. Mother doesn't allow anyone to disturb his studies. Brother Mu is much more talented than I am. If you guide him, I can improve a lot too. Old Lady Pei didn't say anything more. A grandson who came unexpectedly, just let him stay. He looks a bit chubby now, but quite handsome. Perfect match for third sister, a childhood husband. Give me your paper and pen. Mother wants to use them. Old Lady Pei took out paper and a pen. This time, she didn't speak but drew directly.
See, it's like this.
You put the dough inside here, then press down. The dough goes down through the hole at the bottom. When it comes out, it turns into noodles. Do you understand? Old Lady Pei marked it clearly. Put in dough, out comes noodles, and wrote the words. Mother, your handwriting is so beautiful, Pei Huai exclaimed. Wow, is his mother a talented woman? Her writing is really neat and proper. Lin Mu came closer to look, then looked at Old Lady Pei strangely. It seemed she had more secrets than he did. Auntie, nice writing. Oh, forget about that. Now, Mother wants to see if you can make this machine. Machine? Pei Huai put down his book. It's not too hard. Mother, I'll start making it now. But how much dough should I use? How thick or thin should the noodles be? Old Lady Pei felt confident this time. Third brother is smarter than the first and second brothers. His questions are much more professional. Then go try it quickly, Mother is eager to see. Pei Huai grinned. I'll go right now. Brother Mu, you come too. Lin Mu shook his head. I don't want to go. Uncle, I want to stay and read. But Pei Huai grabbed him and pulled him away. Books can be read anytime. Let's play first. Uncle will teach you to be a carpenter. Old Lady Pei happily left, taking Pei Huai's paper and brush with her. When she reached the door, she remembered there was no ink, which is also useful, so she turned back to get ink. She saw only one ink stick and an inkstone. Ah! Old Lady Pei sighed. She felt sorry for the child. In Wu Zetian's time, those families had a row of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, famous and valuable. Ancient ancestor, can you give me a set of brushes and ink? I want to make a plan. To succeed, there must be a plan, not just random actions. All right, I'll deduct 20 coins. The things are in your room. 20 coins for brushes and ink? Will it be enough? Old Lady Pei knew that scholars' supplies were expensive, but since her ancestor gave it, she believed it must be good. She hurried back to her room. A brand new set of writing supplies was on the cabinet: brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, all included. Surprisingly, the brush wasn't the kind with a forked tip. Just 20 coins? Just 20 coins.
No loss, no scam.
She didn't want 10 taels of silver, 5 taels, or even 2 taels. Oh my, she was making a great deal. Ancient ancestor, is this set really only 20 coins? You won't be losing money, right? Old Lady Pei spoke with a hint of excitement. Stop dreaming about extras. This stuff is for our own use. Do you think you can buy it for 20 coins? Immortal grade paper and brushes are worth a fortune. Ancient ancestor, I want to buy another set for third brother. His brush has been used for many years. This time, Pei Qinyu didn't say much. As long as it's for proper use, she was fine. She wouldn't get involved in buying and selling. Old Lady Pei first took out her own paper and brushes, prepared the ink, and started thinking about making vermicelli and noodles for business. First, she needed to get the machine ready. Second, turn potatoes into potato flour. Third, expand the scale. Old Lady Pei decided to do a trial herself. Ancient ancestor, can you show me that video again? Pei Qinyu played it for her again. Old Lady Pei watched and memorized it. After watching the whole process, she immediately jotted down the important key points on paper. Step 1. Mash the potatoes into a paste. Old Lady Pei wandered inside and outside her house. She didn't have the things shown in the video. Third sister, help Grandma wash a basket of potatoes. Grandmother P kept thinking about how to turn her ideas into reality step by step.
Mom, it's washed.
Here, Sanya looked curious about what Grandma P was going to do, so she simply handed her a kitchen knife. Cut the potatoes, chop them into small pieces as fine as possible. Suddenly, Grandma P thought that having a girl around was pretty good. No need for school, more time at home doing chores. Grandma P and Sanya each took a knife. Grandma P sliced the potatoes into strips and handed them to Sanya, who then chopped them into tiny pieces. The chopped potatoes were poured into a basin, covered with a cloth sheet. Not fine enough, Sanya. Chop it even smaller. Grandma P looked at the potatoes, still not fine enough. While chopping again, she thought about how to make the potatoes even finer. Sanya, do you think there's a way to turn the potatoes into a fine paste? Grandma P felt like she was a scientist, inventor, or business person, constantly experimenting and researching when faced with problems. Mom, maybe we can crush or grind the potatoes with stones to make them finer. Yes, that could work. Grandma P brought out a stone tool used for crushing garlic called a mortar and pestle, similar to the tools used in pharmacies for grinding medicines. Here, they called it a stone pestle. After washing it, she put some chopped potatoes inside and used the chubby stone pestle to pound them. Wow, it turned into a fine paste. Sanya, your clever head really works, but pounding only produces a small amount at a time, and Grandma P got tired after a while. She decided to chop with a knife instead. They had a basket of potatoes, and after a long time of chopping and switching helpers, they finally finished. The chopped potatoes were wrapped in a piece of cloth, then rubbed vigorously in a basin of water, like kneading ice jelly, until the water ran clear. They washed repeatedly until the water was no longer colored. Grandma P saw the water in the cloth turning red and felt excited. This was the color she wanted. She tightened the cloth to make sure no more water would come out, then moved on to the next step. This is called starch, and this water is called starch water. No one is allowed to touch it. The starch water needs to settle overnight. Grandma P told them to cook the potato residue mixed with a little flour into pancakes, then went to find Pei Huili. It had been a whole day. Was the machine ready? Surprisingly, Pei Huili and Lin Mu were reading in the study. Reading is a good thing. Old San, have you finished what I asked for? Yes, Mom. Grandma P looked around, but she didn't see it in the yard. It's right here. Nang, look at this thing. Does it have the same effect you expected? Pei Huili took out a water scoop. The bottom of the scoop had dozens of tiny holes punched in it. Third child. Did you ruin the water scoop? Old Madam Pei was stunned. This isn't the kind of machine she wanted. She wanted a machine that could press noodles directly from dough, with a pot underneath. Mother, don't be angry yet. Look, you put the dough in here, press it, and it comes out, see? Old Madam Pei held back her frustration. Ancestor, do you think that will work? Pei Chinyu. Theoretically, it should work. Let's take it back to try and improve later. Meanwhile, she quickly gathered information about sieving flour. This scoop can sieve, but not all kinds of flour.
Just use it for now.
Pei Chenyu showed her videos of handmade flour and craft workshops, which indeed use scoops for sieving flour. For dinner, Pei Huiren saw the thick pancake on the table. What kind of pancake is this? It doesn't look like the usual. It's made with white flour, and it smells quite nice. Old Madam Pei watched him happily eat. Made with potatoes. Sure enough, Pei Huiren couldn't hide his disappointment. His family was starting to eat potatoes. This meal, and maybe every meal from now on, would be potatoes. Since there were many family members, those who cleaned the kitchen and did chores didn't need to do it. Old Madam Pei could go to the fairyland to gather potatoes. Digging potatoes isn't easier than planting. Using a hoe, if you don't control the depth and distance well, you might damage the potatoes. So she first pulled out the sprouts, then dug them up. This time, Old Madam Pei placed a row of baskets inside the house. The sprouts could be chopped up to feed chickens, ducks, and pigs. By the way, the family had bought 2 piglets some time ago, so feeding the chickens, ducks, and pigs was mainly assigned to Pei Sonia. Feeding chickens and ducks isn't as simple as it seems. Every day, she had to record the number fed, watch for illnesses, and in the evening, make sure every chicken and duck returned to the coop. Collecting eggs wasn't just done in the henhouse. Sometimes, chickens and ducks wandered into the woods, and she had to climb the branches to find them. Feeding pigs was even more tiring. She had to chop pig grass, and the pigs couldn't just eat raw. It had to be cooked and put into the pig trough. Old Madam Pei felt she was overworking Sonia. During the day, she worked hard, and at night, she still had chores. Sometimes, the dishes and clothes at home were waiting for Sonia to wash. Old Madam Pei said she would wash her own clothes, but whose wife, who was pregnant and couldn't squat easily, was cared for by Sonia. Thinking about it, Sonia was indeed very capable. Grandmother Pei sighed as she dug for potatoes. After Pei Chinyu understood her thoughts, she said, actually, you could let Pei Baozhu take care of the chickens, ducks, and pigs. Sanya could help you research potato powder. Baozhu is an adult and more capable. Even though Sanya has been strong since she was young, she is only a few years old. Can she be stronger than Baozhu, who is in her teens, always well-fed, and has never lacked nutrition? Ancestors, Baozhu has never done much work since she was little. Old Lady Pei still favors her youngest daughter deep inside. Pay according to effort. Do you remember Wang Baochuan? She's the daughter of the Marquis family, more precious than your daughter, right? She's had many servants since she was young. Pei Chinyu mentioned the person Old Lady Pei disliked most, Wang Baochuan. Old Lady Pei disliked her the most. She chose to live a hard life instead of luxury. Wang Baochuan was spoiled by her family and doesn't understand how hard-earned money is. She sees a man and rushes over. Your daughter Baozhu also likes that kind of straightforward guy, doesn't she? Old Lady Pei's face darkened. Baozhu is good at everything, except her eyes are not good. Ancestors, I'm just worried Baozhu won't do the work well and will ruin the chickens and ducks. Raising children is like killing them. Sanya can do it, so why can't she? No family wants a lazy and gluttonous daughter-in-law. Even in big families, they want someone who can read and write and knows how to behave. Look at what Baozhu can do. Old Lady Pei was speechless. She didn't dare argue with Pei Chinyu. It seemed Baozhu really wasn't very useful. Seeing her listen, Pei Chinyu added fuel to the fire. Relying on others isn't as good as relying on yourself. Instead of letting her be foolish, why not teach her to do things? If you are capable, you're better than anything. What if she marries a heartless man? Runs away with someone? What if she has difficulty giving birth and her husband doesn't protect her? What if her children are unfilial? Who will love her as much as you do when you're gone? Old Lady Pei felt more anxious. My Baoju, she will suffer so much in the future, and it's because I am useless. While feeling sad, she kept digging for potatoes without stopping. Ancestors are right. Baoju needs something to rely on. I have only one daughter among my 3 sons. I can't let her live poorly. Old Lady Pei became firm in her belief. Baoju has many faults now. She's not as obedient as before, but she carried her for 10 months and gave birth with great hardship. What does Baoju do every day? Sleeping in, eating, embroidering handkerchiefs, visiting friends in the village, secretly watching the road, returning home to eat, sleeping, and occasionally visiting the ancestral altar to pray for a good marriage. Life is very routine. As for the matter of teaching her to do business that I mentioned earlier, Pei Baoju lost interest quickly and never asked about it again. Baoju, after eating, go with Sanya to the small creek to learn how to feed the chickens and ducks. Then come back to learn how to feed the pigs. A table full of question marks. Does Mother really want her little sister to do chores? Mother? What are you saying? Baoju doesn't believe it. Why suddenly like this? I say, you are from the Pei family. You have the Pei surname. You eat Pei family's food but do nothing all day. Starting today, everyone in the family must work. Perhaps she thought her words were too harsh, so Baoju slammed her bowl hard onto the table.
Bang! The bowl shattered.
Fortunately, she had finished all the food inside. Mother? Do you even hear what you're saying? Are you really my mother? Other mothers are afraid their daughters will get dark from the sun, but you want me to do chores? How long can a daughter stay in her mother's house? How long before I have to leave? You just don't want me to be idle, right? Old Mrs. Pei didn't expect her reaction to be so intense. She felt she hadn't said anything wrong. Every girl has to do chores. In the whole village, some girls like Sanya have been working since they were young. They can't even eat good food, and just having a bite is considered a virtue. Who in the village is like Baoju? Old Mrs. Pei had heard many rumors, saying she raised Baoju like a young lady of high status. Sueyin doesn't need to do chores. Her mother still buys her snacks and new clothes every day. Who is Sueyin? Old Mrs. Pei looked confused, and Jean Shi, who was watching, quickly added, Mother, Sueyin is the daughter of the widow Huang. She's 2 years older than little sister.
Bang!
Old Mrs. Pei slapped Baoju's face, startling everyone at the table. Widow Huang's family? Don't you know there's trouble in front of a widow's door? Who is this widow Huang? And you still dare to play with her daughter? Jean Shi secretly smiled. Her lazy little sister got hit, and that was great. Widow Huang clearly is a widow. Her husband has died, her family is poor, and she raised her daughter Huang Sueyin alone, relying on secret work. What kind of person? Widow Huang's family has everything to eat, drink, and play with, just like my own daughter. Baoju still stubbornly argued. Old Mrs. Pei was so angry her hands trembled. That widow Huang is involved in secret work. If you go to her house to play, aren't you afraid others will laugh at you? The most authoritative person in the family, who is also the one she loves the most, is arguing, and no one dares to intervene. Everyone stays silent, leaving the mother and daughter to talk. Mom, those people came willingly to help Aunt Huang. Sister Cueyun said they insisted on coming even, if they weren't allowed. Pei Baoju covers her face, stubborn and upset. Oh heavens, why did I give birth to a daughter like this? Ancestors, I really taught her wrong. Little sister, Mom is right. Aunt Huang's house isn't a good place. It's better not to go. Pei Huiren feels he must speak up now as the eldest. If it were anyone else, Grandma Pei would let her go, tell her not to eat at home, not to come back, and to go wherever she wants. But this is her daughter. No matter how bad she is or how wrong she might seem, he can only pull her back. Baoju, listen to Mom. If you still want to marry Lu Zifang in the future, stay away from Aunt Huang's house. Sooner or later, your reputation will be ruined. Pei Baoju hesitates a bit. Maybe Aunt Huang isn't as bad as they say. Family members Ming Shan, Ming He, Lin Mu all go up the mountain to gather pig grass and wild vegetables. Third sister is busy at home and outside. Your eldest brother and sister-in-law, second brother and second sister-in-law, all are working hard. Your third brother passed the imperial exam and helped save some farmland taxes. Every month, the county provides money to support us. And you? What have you done for the family? She spoke so well. Mom is mighty. Jean sure feels that today, Grandma Pei has spoken all her inner thoughts. She's long thought that her sister-in-law isn't capable and should marry out early to exchange for some bride price. Mom. Pei Baozhu suddenly feels anxious. Why is everyone looking at her? Her sister-in-law's eyes are so excited, and her nephew and niece seem to silently criticize her. I will marry a good family and help support the family. Seeming to find a good reason for herself, she firmly states she will support the family. Pei Huili feels something is wrong. Little sister, the better the family, the higher their demands for a wife. Just like their own family, poor, they can only marry any woman and have children. That's how they ended up with a sister-in-law like her. Little sister-in-law, you're useless at everything, and you don't have enough to eat. Who would want someone so foolish? Tong Yanwuji, Pei Mingshan blurts out, making Pei Baozhu want to hit him. He quickly hides in Jean Shi's arms. Oh, little sister, Tong Yanwuji, Tong Yanwuji. Besides, Mingshan is clever. What he says makes sense. Big brother, aren't you going to take care of Mingshan? Pei Baozhu's face turns red with anger. What are you talking about? Did Mingshan say something wrong? Anyway, starting today, everyone must work. Baozhu, go to the small river later, and don't forget to feed the pigs today. If you don't work, you won't eat from now on. Old Lady Pei is very firm. Her daughter must be strong and capable. She is such an excellent old lady, so her daughter must be outstanding too. After dinner, Old Lady Pei begins to continue testing her potato starch. The starch water, which was left to settle overnight in a basin, is now clear. There is a thick white layer of starch at the bottom, and the water above is clear. She scoops out the water carefully and places the basin under the sun to dry. Normally, it should be dried on a clean cloth, but Old Lady Pei wants to save effort and just sun-dry it directly. She pokes at the starch. It feels hard at first, but when she stirs it, it turns back into water. She never thought that an ordinary potato could produce such clean starch. While drying the starch, only Hu Shi and Pei Huili are still at home. The others are at school or working outside. Third brother, you've been back for a while. When will you go to the academy? Pei Huili's expression suddenly stiffens, and he dares not look directly at Old Lady Pei. Mother, why are you stammering? Just say what's on your mind. You're a scholar, so no need to hesitate. Pei Huili hesitates for a moment. What is destined to happen will happen. You can't hide from it. Mother, I need to tell you something. Please don't be angry, okay? Old Lady Pei's face changes. She wonders what could make her angry. Suddenly, her expression turns serious. Third brother, have you secretly promised to marry some girl outside? Third brother has always been obedient and doesn't interfere much. If the eldest brother did something like that, she would be angry, but accept it. But if third brother is secretly engaged, that would be a big deal. No, mother, don't talk nonsense. Forget it, I might as well give up. Mother, I plan to stop studying and not take the exams anymore. I will stay at home to keep you company. Old Lady Pei feels a surge of heat rising from her chest to her forehead. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Anger leaves room for the devil. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Getting angry harms your health. Pei Chinyu is singing wildly in the system, hoping she doesn't make her host so angry she gets upset. You won't study anymore? Say that again? If I weren't so angry, I might just beat you to death. Old Lady Pei feels her heart ache, but looks for something handy to deal with the situation. Mother, go ahead and hit me. I'm unfilial and haven't been able to earn you a noble title. Pei Huili immediately throws off his robe and kneels down, offering a ruler with both hands. Grandmother Pei no longer cared about anyone else. She picked up a ruler and spanked Pei Huili's bottom. Her anger was understandable. It was like your child finally got into a good university, but then says he doesn't want to study and wants to go back to farming. I told you not to talk nonsense. Your father dreams of you studying, passing the imperial exams, becoming an official. Our family is no longer just common folks. Your eldest brother, sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, and your mother all worked hard to support your education. How can you just give up? Who are you betraying? As she scolded, Grandma Pei started crying. She felt she was worse than the woman from the Liu family. At least her son kept trying. Her son wanted to give up. She sat heavily on the ground, no longer hitting her thighs and crying loudly, but silently covering her face and sobbing. Mother, I am unfilial. I am sorry to you, to my brothers, and to the whole family. But I only have so much talent. Passing the scholar exam was already difficult. Trying again and studying more would only waste the family's money. At this moment, Pei Qinyu's view of him changed a little. She remembered initially thinking Pei Huili was a lazy bum, a parasite living off the family, just like in many stories. Enjoying the family's support but despising the family and wasting money on frivolous things. But she didn't expect that his self-awareness was quite clear. As long as you study, the family will sell everything to support you. Third son, don't be foolish, Grandmother Pei earnestly advised him. It was hard to get a chance to study, and she didn't want it to be wasted. Mother, isn't my little sister getting married? Mingshan and Mingi will grow up soon. What about the bride price? And second sister-in-law is about to give birth. The family will have more members. Won't third daughter get married? My talent is only enough to pass the scholar exam. The family can't afford to spend money recklessly. Besides, my son doesn't love studying that much. He was just lucky to pass the scholar exam by chance. Grandmother Pei waved her hand, pushing away Pei Huili's attempt to help her up, and slowly got to her feet. Shaking her head, she now needed silence. Sitting alone in her room, Grandma Pei thought deeply. She remembered her initial hopes for her eldest son, only to see him skip school and fight. Her second son was quiet and didn't like studying, preferring to work in the fields. Finally, her third son was smarter, but after passing the scholar exam, that was the end. Was the Pei family doomed never to produce a high official? Ancestor, can our family really never rise again? She asked herself quietly. Many roads lead to Rome. There are many ways to succeed. If he isn't good at studying, you can't force him to drink water like a stubborn ox, right? Pei Qinyu felt helpless. Parents always struggle to accept their child's mediocrity. Rome? Where is Rome? Rome is like the capital city. Many roads lead to the capital. Old Lady Pei fell silent again. Third son doesn't study. What can he do? He doesn't know how to farm either. If he doesn't study, he should find a wife. She used to think that once he gained fame and became an official, he would marry a daughter from a noble family. Her dreams shattered, leaving only a long sigh. Marrying a wife costs money. If he can't farm, he can learn. No one is born knowing everything. You're a fan, right? Now Pei Huili has time. You can take him along in the future. Don't you remember? You just wanted to escape starvation on the road. This woke her up. Old Lady Pei suddenly remembered during the escape. She only hoped the whole family wouldn't starve, not even that they would eat enough. Later, what did she want? She wanted to eat plain flour every meal. She wanted Hu to have a son. Now, she wanted endless food and unlimited silver. Ancestor. Am I being too greedy? Old Lady Pei suddenly felt like she was betraying herself. No, you just want a better life, and that's not wrong. But look, your family is alive, healthy, and they even own land. There's enough food, and you still have silver. Your son passed the imperial exam. Soon you can sell fans to make money. What you wanted before, you already have now. Yes, the most important thing is that the family is safe. Old Lady Pei repeated this several times, constantly reminding herself that simplicity is true happiness. If she doesn't think about it, she won't. Now, the family really needs silver. People's opinions aside, work still needs to be done. Old Lady Pei was about to check if her dried starch was ready when she heard Hu's voice calling her. Mother, we have visitors. Visitors? No trouble comes without a reason. Who could visit her home? Who was pregnant and serving water to the visitors? Oh, dear elder sister. The visitor was very enthusiastic, wearing a large, flashy red flower on her head. Her clothes didn't look simple like those of ordinary older women, but rather dark red. Wow, isn't that Hua's wife? Why is she visiting my house today? Hua's wife didn't answer immediately, but instead started chatting happily, pulling her into a lively conversation. Old sister, you are so lucky. Is this your future daughter-in-law? Looking at her belly, she seems to be expecting a boy. Old friend, do you really need me to tell you? Oh, it doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl. Both are family. Old Mrs. Pei quietly pulls her hand away from the matchmaker.
Hey.
Everyone says you are kind and caring, unlike some families who would drown a girl if she's born a girl. Old sister, you are the best mother-in-law in our village. The matchmaker keeps praising her, from her family to her fat pig. Finally, she gets to the main point, taking a big sip of water to clear her throat. Old sister, your family's bride price is about to be paid. It's time to find a girl for your son. Your son, Wiley, is a scholar, so he can't marry just any common girl. She should be a good one. The matchmaker praises Wiley so highly, saying he's like a star fallen from the sky. If you had come a few hours earlier, maybe old Mrs. Pei would have been happy to accept. But now, you say Wiley is like a star fallen from the sky. What scholar only takes the exam to be a scholar? Haha, our third son, isn't that great? Do you have a girl in mind? Wiley is about the right age for marriage. Since he's not studying anymore, he should marry and have children. The matchmaker sees a chance and keeps praising, since a good match depends on her words. This girl is 2 years older than Wiley. Usually, a girl 3 years older is better, and she's bringing a lot of gold with her. Her family isn't poor. They're willing to give 10 taels of silver as a dowry. Wiley is handsome, and the girl has taken a liking to him. That's why she asked me to check. You know I've been a matchmaker for decades. I wouldn't ruin my reputation for nothing. She speaks while nervously glancing at old Mrs. Pei's expression. Old Mrs. Pei is quietly thinking, such a good family? 10 taels of silver as a dowry shows they're well off. Does this girl have any health issues? Missing an arm or leg, or has spots on her face? Otherwise, why would she like our third son? Old sister, what are you saying? The girl is beautiful, like a flower. She has a small face and a big bottom. Perfect for having children. If only good luck fell from the sky, old Mrs. Pei wouldn't believe it would land on her. She's lived for decades, and her greatest fortune was being chosen by her ancestors. In the end, she asks, so which family does this girl come from? The matchmaker's smile faded a bit. He's from our village. Her mother has a bad reputation, but the girl is a good girl. Her name is Cui Yun from the widow Huang's family. The matchmaker was willing to try. Maybe this match would work. The bride price offered was quite generous. Old Lady Pei's face darkened like water could drip from it. Get out. Hurry up and leave. You, with bad intentions, introducing a prostitute's daughter to my son? Is that how you do matchmaking? From now on, you don't need to come to our house anymore. Before I grab my broom, you better leave quickly. You haven't lost your temper in months. Do you really think I'm someone easy to talk to? Old Lady Pei clenched her hands tightly. She knew hitting was wrong. She preferred to speak her mind. Come on, sister. That's not fair. Your third son is just a scholar. It's a big blessing to get a wife and 10 taels of dowry. They said no bride price is needed. In frustration, Old Lady Pei grabbed a teacup from the table and smashed it on the ground. If it's so good, why don't you let your son marry her? My son is just a scholar. Marrying a prostitute's daughter would be embarrassing for everyone. Old Lady Pei couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed a broom and started chasing people out of the yard. Hearing the noise outside, Pei Huili came out of the house. Mother, what's going on? Third son, go back inside. That matchmaker, I won't let her get away with this. The matchmaker was driven out of the yard, still shouting and stomping her feet. Still won't let me do matchmaking? TCH. Wait and see who'll do your matchmaking in the future. Old Lady Pei closed the yard gate, sat down to drink water heavily, furious. What kind of people dare to come here? Suddenly, the gate creaked open. Get lost. Hurry up and leave. Why are you still here? Old Lady Pei turned around and saw she had scolded the wrong person. Little sister, you're back? Pei Huili was busy tidying up the mess. Yes, third brother. This is my friend, she said. Pei Baozhu glanced at the scene in the yard and quickly pulled her sister to run inside. Old Lady Pei's anger eased a little. With outsiders present, she decided not to make trouble and simply went back inside to farm. Only when her body was tired could she feel a bit more relaxed. Inside Pei Baozhu's room. Baozhu, is that your third brother? He's really handsome. He looks like a scholar. The young girl had a fresh face, wore a pink dress, and a silver hairpin in her hair. Her big eyes seemed full of life. My third brother is a scholar. He's a student now, and maybe he'll become an official someday, Pei Baozhu proudly said, showing off in front of her friends. You have many brothers and sisters, that's so nice. Unlike me, I am the only one in my family, and no one to play with me. The girl pouted, looking very cute. Sister Tsuyun, it would be so good if you married our third brother. Then you could be my sister-in-law, and you would have so many brothers and sisters too. Tsuyun's face suddenly turned red, and the blush looked just right, like blush on a doll. Is our third brother, Scholar Gong, able to look at a girl from our village like me? Pei Baozhu was not a very proper person. If she were, she wouldn't keep bothering Lizafang all the time. Sister Tsuyun, my brother is outside sweeping the yard. Go take a look, and you'll see if he likes you or not. You're the prettiest girl in our village. Of course, besides me, Pei Baozhu, she was the most beautiful. Encouraged by her, Huang Tsuyun bravely stepped out of the house. Pei Huili was still sweeping the yard slowly. Unlike the villagers, he seemed to be enjoying the scenery, as if he might recite a poem at any moment. Highly ga, Baozhu asked me to give this to you. Huang Tsuyun hesitated for a moment, then ran up to Pei Huili and handed him the item. It was very white, and Huang Tsuyun couldn't help but admire how beautiful it was. What's this? Pei Huili took the item. His little sister was inside the house, so why did she need someone else to help? It's a handkerchief. Huang Tsuyun looked directly at him bravely. Her face turned even redder. Little sister, why are you giving me a handkerchief? And asking someone else to give it? Aren't you inside the house? What? When Pei Baozhu heard this, she thought, that wasn't me who asked for it. Sister Tsuyun must be shy, so she said she was giving it. Old Lady Pei suddenly sat up from the bed, her face dark with anger, and walked out to the yard. Whose girl are you? She asked Huang Tsuyun bluntly, her tone very unfriendly. I am surnamed Huang. Tsuyun was so scared, she quickly pulled back the handkerchief. Surnamed Huang. Your name is Tsuyun, right? Old Lady Pei asked. She nodded. I was thinking, since you're a friend of Baozhu, I would invite you to eat. But you saw, we also have a man in the family who isn't married yet. It wouldn't be good for your reputation to stay here. I won't keep you. Old Lady Pei moved aside to make way. Huang Tsuyun looked at Pei Huili, who clearly had no intention of keeping her, then looked at Baozhu's room. Old lady, I'll go now. She was just a young girl, shy and timid. She clutched her handkerchief and ran away. Mother, why did you chase her away? Pei Huili wondered. Do you know who she is? That is Tsuyun from the Huang widow's family. Today, the matchmaker is here to propose a marriage. She is talking about soon.
Bang!
Pei Huili was so startled that his broom fell to the ground. Marry? Mother, I don't want to marry so early. Not to mention Huang Tsuyun. I don't want anyone else either. No way. Since you want to stay at home, your mother thinks you should consider marriage. You're at the right age to marry and have children.
Find a steady job.
You're a scholar, so find an easy job, and later you can support a wife and children. Old Lady Pei looked serious. Among villagers your age, children are already running around everywhere. She dismissed Huang Tsuyun and continued her experiment. First, she boiled a pot of water, neither too hot nor too cold. Next, she placed a pot of cold water nearby. Dried potato starch, white and hard, was kneaded and repeatedly crushed until it turned into fine powder. She added hot water, stirred until it became transparent, then added a bit of alum, stirred, and let it sit quietly. At first, Old Lady Pei thought about making dough by adding some flour, but dough is elastic and won't flow through a strainer unless pressed. Unfortunately, Pei Huili had given her just a strainer. So she decided to try another method to see if she could make potato flour. When the starch in the basin turned into a sticky liquid, she stirred it with chopsticks. When lifted, it stretched into strands. Success. Old Lady Pei carefully scooped a spoonful with the strainer, covered it with her hand, and moved it over the hot water pot, then released her hand. The sticky, watery starch flowed out from the holes in the strainer and stretched into thin strands. Old Lady Pei was very careful. To prevent the strands from mixing in the water, she rhythmically moved the strainer in circles above the pot. The strands spun around the pot quickly, making her both excited and nervous. It had to work. After pouring out the last of the strands, the pot was filled with fine, silvery threads. Old Lady Pei quickly used a rolling pin to straighten the strands and hung them on it, then hurriedly rinsed them in cold water. While in the hot water, someone had to watch closely. When the strands changed color and looked almost done, they needed to be scooped out and cooled. They could soak in cold water for a while. Seeing the strands almost finished, Old Lady Pei thought this business could work. She went to find Pei Huili again, determined to make a machine for the next step. Third brother, this time I want you to make something new for Mother, something that can cut potatoes into small pieces into tiny bits, like minced or chopped. Pour the potatoes from above into the machine, and it will start cutting quickly. You should study it carefully and work as fast as possible. Old Lady Pei watched the crusher, but she had also looked at many other things and took lots of notes. After finishing her instructions here, she hurried back to gather the vermicelli. The cooled vermicelli was lifted out and hung in the sun to dry, with some soaking overnight for tasting. Besides saving some starch for cooking, Old Lady Pei hadn't used starch for cooking before. She heard that spreading some on fried meat makes it more tender and smooth. She used the remaining starch to make rice noodles. One person pours, one person scoops, and one person dries them. Because she overheard her earlier chasing away Huang Suiyun in the yard, Pei Baozhu didn't dare come out this time. She played by herself. Pei Huili was researching the machine she wanted, while Hu's wife was sewing clothes for the baby in her belly inside the house. Everyone was busy. Only Old Lady Pei was working by herself, and she kept busy until dinner time. The village lights were precious, and they didn't want to buy candles. Dinner was usually early, often while it was still light outside. After eating, they took a walk, then returned home to chat by the fire in the kitchen before going to bed. Oh my gosh! I was so scared. Jean, carrying a hoe, was startled by the vermicelli hanging in the yard. What's that? It looks like white silk used for hanging, so creepy. Old Lady Pei put down her half-drawn machine diagram and came out. Don't touch it. This is my food. Don't touch it. If anyone dirties it, I'll make them pay. What hanging? You really don't know. It's just noodles, thinner noodles, Jean said mockingly. Pei Huiren teased Jean, saying she really didn't know much. Seeing everyone was back, the children usually went straight to the mountain after school to pick wild vegetables, collect bird eggs, or help in the fields. Finally, they would go home with the adults. Old Lady Pei was preparing to make potato noodles for everyone to try. As soon as she started, she exclaimed how convenient it was. The vermicelli soaked in cold water earlier. She scooped it out and put it into boiling water, cooked for a few minutes until it turned clear and shiny. It could be broken with a pinch. She added some salt and chili or other spices. After a quick boil, it was ready to serve. She finished by blanching some cleaned small green vegetables in the pot and added a few to each bowl. She watched a video that said for the noodles to taste good, the seasoning must be fragrant. In each bowl, she added a small spoon of local soy paste, scooped in some soup, stirred, and the noodle bowl was ready. Dinner's ready.
Come and serve.
Grandmother Pei called out in the kitchen. Everyone felt a bit surprised because usually they only called everyone to eat after the food was ready. Grandmother Pei brought out a bowl of noodles. This is a new dish I made. Try it and tell me what you think. Everyone must give a suggestion. Grandmother Pei summarized the entrepreneurial experiences and advice from the videos, which she thought were very important. Everyone was holding their own bowls, except Pei Baozhu, who went to the kitchen for a walk and came back looking confused. Mom, where's mine? Grandmother Pei looked serious. Third girl, today did your little aunt go to the small river to feed the chickens and ducks? Third girl looked at her, then at Pei Baozhu. No, she didn't go. Mrs. Hu quickly pulled third girl aside. Baozhu, your mom is asking, what did you do today? The others didn't care much. Except for Mrs. Hu and third girl. Everyone else was happily slurping their noodles. Huh? I stayed inside and embroidered a handkerchief. Pei Baozhu thought she had done something wrong. Eat your food and don't worry about us. Grandmother Pei urged third girl and Mrs. Hu. She was still waiting for suggestions. You didn't do anything. I asked you to feed the chickens, ducks, and pigs, but you didn't do any of it. Is it because your old mother, am no longer making sense? Pei Baozhu's face turned red instantly. Mom, what are you talking about? Everyone was here, and I have no face left. If you don't work, you don't eat, Grandmother Pei said. Then she suddenly had a new idea. She took out 5 coins. Third girl has been the hardest working lately. During the day, she feeds the chickens, ducks, and pigs, and when she comes back, she helps me with chores. Sometimes she washes dishes, cooks, and does laundry. This 5 coins are a reward for her to buy some candy. The whole family was surprised. Grandma's temper had improved, but this was the first time she gave money as a reward. Grandma, no need. I should be doing this. Third girl looked a little scared at Mrs. Hu and Pei Huai. You feed the chickens, ducks, and pigs, and the eggs they lay are for the whole family. You wash the clothes that everyone wears, and you cook the food everyone eats. You work for the whole family, so you deserve a reward. Grandmother Pei forcibly handed her the 5 coins. No one is allowed to take them, especially Mrs. Hu. This is for your own daughter, and she can't take it. Mrs. Hu quickly lowered her head. 5 coins are good to save. Mom, what about mine? I go to the fields with the eldest every day, and Ming Shan, and Ming he also dig wild vegetables and gather pig feed every day, Jean said with shining eyes, looking at Grandma Pei with admiration. Grandmother Pei wanted to say forget it, but seeing her grandchildren's hopeful eyes, she clenched her teeth and still took out a few coins. 1 person, 2 coins, buy candy to eat. Sanya mostly has 2 coins because she makes a lot. Pei Mingshan, Pei Mingyi Linmu. Each has 2 coins. Old Lady Pei wouldn't favor Linmu just because he was picked up halfway through. Since he's not related by blood, she treats him differently. For children like him, you either raise them well so they remember your kindness when they grow up, or just give them some food and not expect gratitude. Of course, Old Lady Pei hopes for gratitude. She's raising Sanya's childhood husband. Grandma is the best. Thank you, Grandma. Jean considers that soon her son will take away 1 coin. After awarding the children, Old Lady Pei speaks earnestly to Pei Baozhu, who is standing nearby. Baozhu, if you don't do your chores, you won't have food. Pei Baozhu snorts and stomps back into the house. Ming Shan, Mingyi, you watch over your little sister. Don't let her go to the widow Huang's house, and don't let her play with the girls there. With coins in hand, the children quickly agree. Old Lady Pei also tastes some potato vermicelli, delicate, tender, smooth, and slurping it away quickly. How is it? Everyone share your ideas. Jean is the most enthusiastic. She eats a lot but does fewer chores and is picky. Mom, this thing looks like noodles but thinner. It's slippery and not filling. It would be better if it were a bit thicker. That's reasonable. Old Lady Pei silently notes it. Too thin. It looks like it won't fill you up. Maybe add more broth. I think vermicelli tastes better than noodles. Noodles all taste the same, but vermicelli feels fresher. I haven't tried it before. Mom, let's sell this. 15 coins per bowl. Pei Huaren's eyes sparkle with excitement. All the digging these days have worn him out. Second brother, second sister-in-law, what do you think? It's delicious. Mom, I have no objections. Pei Huai just wants to eat. Being full is even better. Mom, with our pickled vegetables, this should taste great, who sure loves sour flavors. She didn't believe she was carrying a boy at first, but as she craved more sour foods, she started to believe it. Sanya, Mingshan, Mingi, Linmu. Old Lady Pei calls out their names, and the children chatter excitedly. Delicious. Grandma, I want another bowl. Grandma, I do too. Mingshan, Mingi, and Linmu all clamored for more. Mom, can we make other dishes with this? Besides boiling? Sanya asks. Old Lady Pei shivers. Yes, she hasn't learned other ways yet. Yes, we'll do that tomorrow. She makes a note. Sanya nods in agreement. Where's Linmu? Grandmother Pei asked. This kid we found along the way is much smarter than my 2 grandsons. Very tasty, can be made into many flavors. Just change the broth and add different ingredients like chicken, pickled vegetables, or eggs. Things like this can be sold directly to restaurants or to street vendors who can sell it like noodles. Grandmother Pei also thought this way. She had never seen such a thing anywhere else. It's unique. These days, she was determined to learn more recipes and maximize the value of potato vermicelli. All right, everyone's right. Third son, quickly make what your mother needs. Whether our family can get rich depends on these vermicelli. Vermicelli? Is that what you call vermicelli? That's a good name. The noodles made from dough are called noodles. This is made from potato starch, right? Thinner than regular noodles, strands like silk, vermicelli. Pei Huili was quite enthusiastic about naming. Third son, here are the drawings your mother made. Study them and figure out how to make it. If you don't know, discuss with your older brothers. First, this machine for chopping potatoes. Second, your mother wants to make thicker, round vermicelli, which needs to be pressed out. Do you understand? Whether he understood or not, Grandmother Pei handed him her drawings. Pei's father used to be a carpenter, inherited from the family. But he only made things for the family, a household carpenter. Since childhood, the 3 brothers learned a bit of carpentry too. She had drawn everything as clearly and thoroughly as possible. The potatoes in the system space had already been harvested for the 5th time. The cellar was full of potatoes. Fortunately, Grandmother Pei had foresight and dug a large cellar. When they harvested the 3rd batch, they also replanted the 1st batch of potatoes in their own field. October was already getting a bit chilly in the mornings and evenings, and whose belly was growing larger. Fortunately, the family still had some food left, and there were already prepared small clothes in the house. They also had some silver coins remaining. This time, Grandmother Pei directly copied the method from the video, hanging a cloth cover over the bed using 2 cross sticks at each corner, forming a funnel. Below was a large, wide bucket. After settling, the potato residue needed to be filtered again until nothing remained. The starch after settling also required several rounds of filtering. Their own machine hadn't been built yet, so Grandmother Pei patiently organized the family to make the starch manually. Mother, little sister hasn't eaten all day. Should I bring her some food? Mrs. Hu cautiously asked about the situation. She sent someone, but Pei Baozhu might not appreciate it and could hold a grudge. You're not allowed to go. Anyone who does will not get to eat. Old Lady Pei was firm. She remembered Baozhu as the obedient girl who cared about her mother. In just over 10 years, her daughter had grown up and changed. She knew her daughter wasn't very stubborn. If she was hungry enough, she would give in. That night, Old Lady Pei was collecting potatoes in the system. The last field's potatoes had already been harvested. She thought the potatoes looked good, better than before, with enough water and plenty of growth, perfect for pigs. After finishing, she lay down and suddenly heard some rustling outside. Could it be Scarhead trying to steal again? With a quick turn, Old Lady Pei realized her body was becoming more agile and strong. The sound came from the kitchen. She crouched quietly, approaching. A shadow under the moonlight looked blurry. She wished the moonlight was brighter. Skilled, Old Lady Pei grabbed a stick to prepare for another good scare for the thief. Don't hit. That's Pei Baozhu, Pei Qinyu reminded her. If she damaged her, Old Lady Pei would feel sad and have to buy medicine, which was not worth it. Baozhu. Old Lady Pei exclaimed, rushing inside. When she got closer, she saw it was indeed Baozhu, holding a cold potato peel cake with crumbs on her mouth. It's really you. I thought someone broke into the house. She slapped Baozhu on the back in anger. The slap made Baozhu cry immediately. Old Lady Pei quickly covered her mouth and pointed to the side room. It was late at night, and everyone in the family and village was sleeping. Waking others would be bad. Baozhu, with crumbs in her mouth, sniffled and cried. Hungry? I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Old Lady Pei lit a fire, closed the kitchen door to let Baozhu warm herself. When the water boiled, she cooked the noodles quickly. She was really grateful for the noodles, so convenient. She was very fond of Baozhu. She fried an egg in pig fat, cut a small piece of last time's marinated meat into slices, and fried it together. She picked tender greens from the yard, boiled them, and put them on top. The greens were yellow and green, but the poor lighting made it hard to see clearly. Eat up, Old Lady Pei carefully brought the food to the small table. Baozhu, ignoring the scalding, ate quickly, slurping noodles and gasping from the heat. What a good child she was, though sometimes she was very stubborn. After she finished eating, she finally felt very satisfied. Her stomach was full, and she felt much more comfortable inside. Mother, I want to sleep with you tonight. Old Madame Pei was happy to agree. Her grown-up daughter still wanted to be close to her, and she also had some things she wanted to talk about with Pei Baozhu. The mother and daughter lay on the bed. The child was no longer as small as when she was a little girl. Luckily, the bed was big enough for both of them. Baozhu, you haven't eaten all day. You must be very hungry. Old Madame Pei gently patted her hand, just like when she used to lull her to sleep when she was a child. Mother, I know I was wrong. I'll work hard tomorrow to make up for it. Only under the cover of night can people speak openly about their true feelings. Mother asks you to do chores for your own good. Everyone in the family is working hard, and if you don't help, your brother and sister-in-law might complain. As long as I am here, I can keep them in line. Without a stepmother, your family life would be harder. If you are at your in-laws' house and your brothers don't help, life will be tough. Parents love their children and think ahead for their future. Old Madame Pei patted her and said, I have many things to do every day, and I am very tired. I want to keep you close, so I can teach you things. Then, you will have skills to rely on in the future. The widow Huang you are friends with, her husband died early. She used to do some rough work, so you should avoid getting too close to such people. As for Huang Suiyun, you didn't see how she looked at your third brother the other day. The family didn't know that Pei Huili had decided not to continue studying. The Huang family has a bad reputation. Do you think they are truly sincere in their friendship? Your third brother just passed the imperial exam, and they're planning to marry their daughter to him. They even sent a matchmaker. With such a bad reputation, if your brother wants to become an official later, he'll be affected. It could ruin his whole life. Old Madame Pei explained everything clearly. This silly girl was too well protected by her. Mother, I understand. I won't go to their house anymore. Seeing that she listened, Old Madame Pei smiled happily. That's good. We are family. I am your real mother, and I won't harm you. When we earn enough money, I will buy you new clothes and makeup and give you money to spend as you like. I will also buy a few maids to serve you. When you get married, I will choose the best husband for you. Pei Baozhu pouted. She didn't want the best. She just wanted someone reliable. But old Madame Pei thought the Ruo family was too weak, with only one son and a mother-in-law. They had depended on each other for decades. If she married into that family, she would suffer. No matter how big the problem, as long as she was willing to open her heart and talk, it could be solved. That night, Pei Baozhu slept very peacefully. Old Lady Pei also felt very happy. She thought, it's better to have a daughter. A daughter is thoughtful. The next day, when the family saw Pei Baozhu come out of Old Lady Pei's house, they were all surprised. Little sister, did you go to the wrong house last night? Jean sure looked at her in surprise. Next time, don't go into our big house. You might scare me and make me sick. Seeing how mother and daughter looked, everyone knew they had made up. Jean sure felt regretful. It had only been one day, and she already softened. She thought it was a good chance to teach her little sister a lesson. Old Lady Pei took Pei Baozhu to the small river ditch and also showed her their farmland. Last time, the family still had some silver. Since there was no urgent need, Old Lady Pei took some to buy land, all connected to their original land, so it was easy to manage. She understood that spoiling a daughter doesn't mean letting her do whatever she wants or giving her everything she asks for. Instead, it's about helping her become a wise woman like Wu Zetian. She didn't expect her to learn much, just wanted her to know how much land they had. The more Pei Baozhu looked, the more surprised she was. Did they really have so much land? Wouldn't that tire her older brothers out? Fortunately, the Pei family bought a cow. The cow was very good at plowing, which greatly improved their work efficiency. When not working on their land, other families in the village could borrow the cow. They usually paid a few cents and provided food for the cow, so they could also earn some extra pocket money. Old Lady Pei showed her the fields, then took her to see the chickens and ducks by the small river ditch. The young chickens and ducks they bought earlier had grown a lot and looked lively and healthy. Baozhu, I plan to let you take over the chicken and duck business. As long as we have these, we can sell them. It's the safest way to make money. When you're ready to take over, we'll buy more chickens and ducks. Even selling eggs can earn a lot of silver. Old Lady Pei described a bright future, from eggs to meat, with many ways to earn money. Pei Baozhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mom, don't worry. I'll do my best. Baozhu, instead of waiting at home for Mom to give you silver, it's better to work hard yourself. The more you earn, the more you get. This kind of ambition is sparked this way. In October, the sweet potatoes and rice from the county's harvest season were ready. Old Lady Pei remembered that sweet potatoes could also be made into powder, and there were many things that could be made from sweet potatoes. As long as there is food, she can quickly learn how to make related dishes and exchange everything for silver. The harvest involves the whole family, even the third son, who is researching machines, has to help. If the rice is harvested too late, it will fall into the fields. Many people eat rice, but 1 acre of land doesn't produce much, so the yield is limited. Most families keep some cooked rice for children to try, and sell the rest exchange for cheaper grains like brown rice, so the family can barely have enough to eat. It's hard work. After working so long to grow the crops, they hardly get to eat much themselves. Who benefits from the hard work? Who enjoys the sweetness? Only Mrs. Hu and Grandma Pei are at home. The children are on holiday and help with the harvest, following behind the adults, picking up fallen grains. If their own children don't pick up the grains, others' children might take them. Grandma Pei is glad this year they have 4 children, so they will pick up a lot. The grains they pick are threshed into small bundles, which can be cooked into a small bowl of rice. People at home prepare lunch to take to the fields, busy harvesting and too busy to eat at home. Mrs. Hu is pregnant and can't deliver food or work, so Grandma Pei doesn't want her daughter-in-law to experience the hardship she endured in the past. Today, they need to make some filling foods so everyone can eat enough to have the strength to work. Second son's wife, knead the dough well, we'll make potato peel pies. Grandma Pei first stir-fried the fresh potato peels with some seasoning, then wrapped them in plain flour and cooked them on the stove. These pies don't need much oil, taste crispy and fragrant, and fill the stomach. Besides the pies, Grandma Pei also made a pot of hand-pulled noodles, cooked by Mrs. Hu. She doesn't particularly favor her daughter-in-law, nor does she criticize her much. Compared to other families in the village, she is considered a very good mother-in-law. The noodles are cooked in a pot, then directly transferred into a bucket, taken to the fields and divided into bowls, some with broth, some dry. 1 bucket of noodles, a bag of pies, and a bunch of bowls. Grandma Pei carefully takes them to the fields. Second daughter-in-law, take the rest and eat it yourself. Don't let my grandson go hungry. Though she cares, her tone can sound a little intimidating. It's the hottest part of the day, and everyone in the fields finds shady spots to rest while waiting for the food. When harvesting the grains issued by the county, the land has not been divided much yet, and every household is roughly the same. They can finish harvesting in a day or 2 if they work quickly. Harvesting is a race against the weather. If they don't harvest at the right time, the crops might rot in the fields. Mom, what are we eating today? Is there any meat? I'm so exhausted. Pei Huaren hurried to help her carry the bucket. He opened the lid and checked. It's okay, at least it's plain noodles. There aren't many strong workers at home, just Pei Huairan and his wife, Pei Huai and Pei Huali, for people in total. Everyone gets a pie, and you each get 3. No one should be shortchanged, especially those working hard on the land. The pies are quite big. 3 are enough, and with the noodles, the kids will be full even after sharing. Huairan, what are you having for lunch today? A neighbor resting nearby asked. In the countryside, folks are curious about others' lives. Not much, just a few pies and some noodles. I can't exactly boast that my pies are full of meat, right? Grandma Pei chopped some meat into the filling. The texture was surprisingly similar to mashed potatoes, with a meaty taste, making it feel like there was lots of meat. Your family is better off. Your food always smells so good. Grandma Pei fanned herself, noticing someone still working in the field despite the heat. If they don't rest, they'll get heat stroke. Who's that? Looks like a young guy. Why is he still harvesting in this scorching sun? Why is he working alone? Grandma Pei pointed and asked. Are there still such strict families in the village? Does the whole family rely on just one person to work? Mom, that's Brother Zijian's rice. No one else is home, so he has to harvest alone. Pei Huali had eaten 2 pies and was full. Zijian was still working in the field. His movements were quick, but he looked thin and pitiful. Why isn't his mother bringing him food, the only child at home, and she would really let him starve? Grandma Pei had seen Zijian's mother before. Weak, unable to go to the fields, often sick. She had to rest twice just to wash clothes. That was one reason she didn't agree with Pei Baozhu liking Zijian. She didn't want him to be overworked. She always made Baozhu do everything. She couldn't bear to see him suffer. Mom, I'm full. Can I give this leftover pie to Zijian? Pei Huili hesitated, knowing his mother probably wouldn't agree. What? Are you crazy? This is a meat-filled pie. You're giving it away for free? We've had good meals at home recently. Do you think we're rich now? Before Grandma Pei could say anything, Pei Huairan cut her off. Pei Huili sighed. When I was studying, I asked Zijian a lot of questions. He's a good person. Go ahead, Grandma Pei said. This is for the youngest son. As long as he doesn't waste it, it's fine. Zijian is about to take the imperial exams. Making a good connection wouldn't hurt. Your daughter is truly kind-hearted, like a goddess. Old Lady Pei waved her hand. It's easy to add beauty to something, but hard to offer help in times of need. Pei Huili quickly filled the remaining pancake and a bowl of noodle soup to give to Lu Zifang. Mother, how can you let the 3rd brother waste food? Pei Huairan asked confusedly. Even if he couldn't finish his food, he should have asked others in the family if they wanted some first. Big brother, Lu Zifang might pass the imperial exam. When that happens, he won't forget our kindness, will he? You only care about the little benefits right now. Pei Huairan was happy. He didn't just see what was in front of him. He didn't believe Lu Zifang could pass the exam. Passing the imperial exam isn't that easy. Do you think it's like picking cabbages from the field, something you can do casually? Pei Huairan muttered, thinking that old lady Pei already considered Lu Zifang as a son-in-law. After all, his younger sister was quite taken with him, looked almost scary. Meanwhile, over there, Brother Zifang, the sun is so hot right now. Come over here and rest a bit. Pei Huili found a shady spot waiting for him. When Lu Zifang heard the call, he looked up at the sky and then came over with his sickle. We need to harvest quickly while the sun is shining brightly. Lu Zifang sat beside him. He looked slim in his clothes but was muscular underneath. Despite his scholarly face, he was quite strong. It was clear he wasn't a weak scholar who couldn't lift a chicken. Brother Zifang, if it weren't for your help before, I wouldn't have my scholar's title. This is the lunch my family made. Aunt Lu hasn't come to deliver it yet, so you can eat first. We still have work to do later. Pei Huili sincerely handed him a pancake and noodle soup. I can't take it. My mother isn't feeling well. She'll be here soon. Besides, I'm not someone who repays kindness with more kindness, he said. Pei Huili understood his temper. Brother Zifang, don't worry, eat up. I asked my mother to bring more. Just think of me as someone repaying kindness. When you pass the exam and become a jinshi, you should help me out a bit. Pei Huili forcibly pushed the food into his hands. The pancake made with white flour smelled fragrant, full of the aroma of grains, and there were plenty of noodles in the soup. Thank you very much, Lu Zifang said. He was really hungry. He hadn't eaten much that morning, and now no one had brought food yet. He held up the pancake and called toward old lady Pei. Thank you, Auntie, for the meal. He wasn't a sentimental person. He ate when the food was offered. He remembered the kindness. Old lady Pei nodded. After thanking Pei Huili again, Lu Zifang started eating eagerly. The pastry was crispy and surprisingly filled with meat, much tastier than the dark, mixed flour ones from home. He remembered this feeling well. A bowl of soup and a pastry might not fill your stomach, but they can fill some emptiness inside. After resting for a while, people prepared to continue harvesting. From a distant ridge, a figure staggered toward them. Lu Zifang. Lu Zifang. Where is Lu Zifang? Here. Since everyone was free, they quickly waved to signal him. Your mother fell down. The person, panting and running, shouted. Lu Zifang jumped up quickly and ran over. What happened to my mother? Where is she now? How is she? He tightly held the messenger's hand, feeling like he was being burned by a hot iron in the summer heat. Your mother fell by the river. Baozhu saw it. She's already been taken home.
What? Baozhu?
Which Baozhu? Grandma Pei hurried over to ask. There are a few Baozhu in the village. Isn't it the Baozhu from your family? Darn it, why is Baozhu always linked to the Lu family? Grandma Pei was angry inside. I'll go see her. You all take the bowls and chopsticks back first. Let's go. Grandma Pei followed them to the Lu family's house. The Lu house had a few low, simple rooms. The wall plaster showed signs of patching. Outside, a row of small vegetables grew, and some wild mountain flowers lined the fence. Grandma Pei wasn't in the mood to look around. Pei Chinyu thought this family was quite good at living, very much like hermits living in seclusion. Now that the helpers had left, the house was empty and quiet. Lu Zifang and Grandma Pei entered and saw Baozhu, who was wiping Lu Zifang's mother's face. Baozhu. Grandma Pei scolded, startling her so much she almost dropped her cloth on her face. Mother. Brother Zifang, you're back. Joy at seeing her loved one and fear of her mother's reaction showed on Baozhu's face. Baozhu, tell me what happened? Baozhu looked at the two and explained softly, Mother. I went to the small river today. We came back for lunch around noon. When I passed by the river, I saw Aunt Lu fall by the water, and there were some clothes beside her. I called her, but she didn't wake up. I couldn't carry her alone, so I asked some women nearby to help carry her back. Brother Zifang, I've washed the clothes and hung them outside. At this, Grandma Pei and Lu Zifang were both stunned. Was this truly saving someone all the way through? They even washed her clothes? Grandma Pei was furious. Such a small, worthless thing. Your help in saving someone is a good deed, but why are you so eager to do the work for others? Lu Zifang was also surprised. Thank you so much for saving my mother. I heard the doctor has already been here. I will pay you for the medicine. Although he didn't like Pei Baozhu always sneaking glances at him and thinking about him, she was still his lifesaver. No, Pei Baozhu wanted to say she didn't need the money, but when she saw Pei Laotai's look, she dared not speak. If she refused the money, her mother might get angry. Aunt Pei, today I owe your family a big favor. I will remember it. If you need anything, just call me. Lu Zifang was straightforward, unlike those bookish people who were shy. He was honest and open. He had just run back from the fields, still dressed in simple clothes. Who wears a long gown to work in the fields? His exposed chest muscles and tanned arms looked healthy. Pei Baozhu was happier watching him. It was the first time she saw Lu Zifang outside his gentle scholar side. Ahem, we are all neighbors. It's only right. This afternoon I can't go to the fields. Please, Aunt Pei, keep my sickle safe so no one takes it. I will come to get it after my mother wakes up. He bowed deeply to Pei Laodai. Oh, I have nothing planned this afternoon. I can watch over Annie for you. Brother Lu Zifang, go to your work. Pei Baoju's eyes sparkled, and everyone knew she was making plans in her heart. No need. Baoju, you're a girl. It's not good for your reputation to do this. Pei Laotai's face darkened slightly, but it was better than before. Pei Baoju was naive, but luckily Lizzie Fang was reasonable. Mother, if we don't harvest the rice today, it will fall to the ground. Please let me help. Saving people is important. Pei Laotai was speechless. This was too much. People say that those who give too much often end up with bad results. You really think about others, but you're worried about the rice and not your own reputation. Aunt Pei, just keep an eye on my sickle. My mother and I will take care of ourselves. Thank you all today. Please take Baoju, my sister, home. Lizzie Fang felt a chill in his heart. Calling her sister didn't suit him, but he didn't know what to call her, so he just copied how others addressed her. Mother, Pei Baoju pouted and acted cute. Children are debts. Children are debts. Pei Laotai comforted herself inwardly. All right, harvesting rice is the most important. If we don't harvest it now, we won't have food all year. How about this, Lizzie Fang, you go harvest the rice. I will take care of my mother. Baoju, you go back. There's still work at home. Leave it to me, don't worry. I am just an old lady. Who in the village would say anything? Even if they do, who dares to criticize her? As long as they don't speak about Baoju. This plan is the best fit. Pei Baoju thought for a moment. All right then, Lizzie Fang currently has no other options. Thank you, Annie Pei. Even her attitude towards Pei Baoju softened, and she hurried back to harvest the rice. Old Lady Pei watched as the two of them walked in different directions, not on the same path. Then she returned home. What kind of trouble is this? She still has to help take care of her mother. Unexpectedly, Pei Baoju took a turn and came back in front of him again. Lizzie Fang's expression stiffened as he recalled some unpleasant memories. Brother Zifang, don't be nervous. I just want to go to the fields to see my older brothers, Pei Baoju quickly explained. Seeing her older brothers was incidental. The main reason was to see him. Yes, thank you for today. His family relies only on him and his mother. If something happened, he couldn't even imagine the consequences. It's nothing. Such a small matter. If you really want to thank me, just don't keep avoiding me every time. Lizzie Fang didn't know what to say. He was truly grateful, but he also wanted to stay away from Pei Baoju. Brother Zifang, don't all scholars talk about saving a life and being willing to sacrifice themselves for others? Pei Baoju asked. My mother can't sacrifice herself for you either. Lizzie Fang played dumb. How could he not understand her meaning? Pei Baoju immediately pouted, unhappy. Paying off family debts. Wrong people have their own debts. They argued back and forth until they nearly reached the fields. Baoju, you really shouldn't get too close to me. Villagers will gossip. A woman's reputation is so important. I'll go ahead now. After saying that, she ran off directly, leaving Pei Baoju standing there in a daze. Brother Zifang calls me Baoju. That voice is so nice. My name can actually sound so beautiful. Pei Chinyu, who had been watching the two, chuckled happily. This Pei Baoju is really a love-struck girl. Being love-struck is bound to lead to hardships. Lizzie Fang is already avoiding her, yet she still keeps convincing herself. Meanwhile, Old Lady Pei was taking care of Lizzie Fang's mother. What does taking care mean? Just watching out for no accidents happening. Old Lady Pei looked over the Lu's family's house. 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a storage room. Any more people, and there wouldn't be enough space. In the kitchen, the rice jar was nearly empty, and she searched the entire kitchen but couldn't find any meat. The vegetables in the yard were sparse, looking like they wouldn't last long. Ancient ancestor, why do you think the treasure bead is interested in such a family? Look at this house. The most valuable thing is these few packets of medicine. Old Lady Pei looked at the medicine jars, still with some residue. Lu Zifang's mother is often sick and drinks medicine all year round. When Pei Baoju marries into the family, she will have someone to take care of her. She doesn't want Baoju to marry into the Lu family, but her words are full of thoughts about how Baoju's life would be there. She would suffer. You're wrong. The most valuable thing isn't the medicine but Lu Zifang. He is a good person, Pei Chinyu said. He isn't a stuffy scholar. He can pass the imperial exams, work in the fields, and he's grateful. He's not pretentious. Ancient ancestor. Will Lu Zifang become an official in the future? How high can he rise? Old Lady Pei said that if he has a good future, she might help a little. Maybe Baozhu could marry a high-ranking official. I didn't say he could become an official, Pei Qinyu replied. He is a system, not a fortune-teller. But Old Lady Pei decided to observe Lu Zifang carefully. If she can marry someone she likes without suffering, she's not foolish. Such a good thing. How could she refuse? Water. On the bed, Lu Zifang's weak mother called out. Old Lady Pei quickly poured her water to drink. Your sister Pei Lu. Lu Zifang's mother used to be quite cheerful, but after her husband died, she gradually lost her spirit. Yes, it's me. You fainted. My daughter brought you back. I am here to take care of you. Old Lady Pei supported her, but she felt like she was holding a bundle of dry wood, so thin and weak. Thank you, Lu Zifang's mother said weakly, then suddenly seemed to remember something. I haven't gone to bring food for my Zifang. He must be hungry. She struggled to get out of bed. It's okay. Zifang just came back earlier. He saw I was here, so he felt reassured. The rice in the field needs to be harvested soon, or it will spoil. Old Lady Pei gently pressed her back onto the bed without any trouble. I tell you, don't bother your son too much. He has to study and work in the fields. It's too tiring and stressful. Take care of yourself and don't get sick. That's the best. Look at your small vegetable garden. It's so neglected, just like you. You can't even grow vegetables well. How did you raise your son? You used to be capable, managing the household well so your son wouldn't worry. Old Lady Pei initially wanted to give some polite advice. When she saw the vegetables, she got angry. She couldn't believe how poorly they were grown. Sister Pei Lu, you're right. I've been a burden to Zifang. I wish I could go with his father. Boo-hoo. Elder Pei didn't expect that as soon as she spoke, this person would start crying, which made her feel a bit helpless. Don't talk nonsense. If you're dead, Zijian will still need to mourn and won't be able to take the imperial exams. You can't hold him back. She was still hoping to see whether Lu Zijian could succeed. If he were to die, she didn't want it to happen now. Lu Zijian's mother was now neither crying nor not crying. She was at a loss. Hey, big sister, Zijian is already this age. It's time for him to get married. What kind of girl are you planning to choose for him? Elder Pei was thinking about how Pei Baozhu felt about Lu Zijian. She wanted to gauge her attitude. Any kind, as long as it's not like me, she replied. I'm not in good health, can't do heavy work, need to take medicine, and I feel like I'm burdening the children, boo-hoo. She cried suddenly, and Elder Pei held back her urge to scold her. So, she must be healthy, right? Her daughter Baozhu has never been sick since she was young. She's very strong. Pei Huili's machine was stuck in a difficult spot. For several days, he could only work during the day and research at night before it got dark. Mother, look, this is where the potatoes are put in. Here, we put some knives to chop them up, and here is a filter net. Only the crushed ones can pass through. Do you think it will work? He had a simple diagram drawn by Elder Pei. After studying it carefully, he understood the details. The machine's prototype was a wooden shell, only missing the blades inside. Yes, Mother can make it work with just a few materials. Elder Pei went back to her room and took out her secret weapons, a row of blades and some rolling balls. Look, if these blades are installed inside, will they cut finer? I see you still need rolling balls here. Maybe just right. All these parts were made of iron. Since it was hard to get good ones here and expensive to buy, she decided to buy from the system, better quality and cheaper. Mother, where did you get these? This powder machine is definitely going to work. Pei Huili couldn't wait to start working on it. He had already finished most of it, only missing the handles and blades. As for how to install them, Elder Pei, being an outsider, couldn't understand, but an expert would see the details. Outsiders just watch the fun. The next day, Pei Huili asked Elder Pei to try the machine. The whole family gathered around curiously. Elder Pei poured the cleaned potatoes into the machine's feeding port. Pei Huili turned the handle on the outside. As he turned it, the blades inside started moving, chopping the potatoes into pieces. The mashed potatoes flowed out from the lower outlet into a big basin.
Done.
It works. It works. This is the monster's mouth. It chewed and then spat it out. Pei Mingshan happily clapped his hands. Third brother, you're really good. Amazing. With this thing, our family could make a lot of noodles every day. Later, we can eat noodles every day. Old Lady Pei came closer to look. The broken potatoes had leaked out, and the ones that weren't crushed were piling up on the other side of the filter. Cut a hole here. The uncrushed ones can be taken out and crushed again. I think this machine will work. Although it looks different from what we imagined, the effect is similar. It's much better than chopping vegetables with a knife little by little. Third brother, keep fixing and repairing. If it works, our family can start making starch now. The rice harvest will be finished in a couple of days, and it's a quiet farming season. The flour machine is the first step. We also need a flour sifting machine. Though a ladle can be used for sifting, a sifting machine is simpler, using lever principles. It can sift flour and also make noodles. Summer sweet potatoes should also be harvested soon. They can be used to make sweet potato flour. Big sister and second brother, you two should follow third brother these days and make another flour sifting machine. Mother will have a big use for it. Oh, they just can't sit still. There are 2 days left to dig sweet potatoes. Old Lady Pei told everyone to get moving. The children went up the mountain to gather firewood, as winter is approaching and the house needs a lot of firewood. They'll have to go up the mountain again to cut more. The women are washing potatoes. Mainly Jin's family is doing the cleaning. Pei Baozhu is in charge of chickens, ducks, and pigs. Old Lady Pei is planting crops using the system. To get the work done, she's even working into the evening. The family kept some potatoes for winter eating and some for seed. They stored them separately. The rest was taken out to make noodles and sell. She hopes they can have a good year this year. Old Lady Pei thought she needs to make the noodles quickly and sell them well. She bought a set of machine blades and rollers from the system for her brothers. She also needs to check Pei Baozhu's work. First, she went to see the pig pen. The 2 piglets are already half-grown. Pigs grow slowly, unlike chickens and ducks. They buy pigs at the start of the year and raise them all year until they can slaughter them. This year, they bought pigs too late, so they won't have their own pork for the new year. There was still food in the pigsty. The 2 pigs were munching loudly. The smell was a bit strong. Pig manure can't be disposed of randomly. It must be stored for fertilizing their land and fields. It looks like she's been taking good care of the pigs. Old Lady Pei then went to the small river ditch. She saw Pei Baozhu feeding the animals. She called out a few times and the chickens and ducks rushed over in a big crowd to surround her. It seems that Pei Baozhu can handle the work of raising chickens, ducks, and pigs very well. There are big chickens and little chicks. The eggs laid by the chickens are mostly kept for hatching or eating at home. The rest are left for the hens to incubate, hatch chicks and ducklings, which can be seen everywhere. Old Lady Pei is very happy to see the cycle of chickens and ducks starting. Chickens lay eggs, and eggs produce chickens, an endless cycle of descendants. At night, Old Lady Pei begins planting again. This time, the seeds are not available here. If you plant well, I'll give you a bag of seeds later. You can plant in November, harvest in March or April next year, and then plant again in July or August. When Old Lady Pei hears that these seeds are not available locally, she realizes they are unique and valuable. Ancestor, don't worry, I will take good care of the planting. This time, Pei Chunyue prepared pumpkin seeds for her. After inspecting repeatedly, she confirmed that Danyang could grow 2 seasons of pumpkins. Pumpkins produce a large yield, are easy to grow, nutritious, and can be stored as food during bad years. There are different ways to eat young pumpkins, old pumpkins, and pumpkin leaves. The leaves can be stir-fried or dried and eaten, and they also have medicinal properties for treating cuts. This is called golden pumpkin. It's drought-tolerant, prefers warm weather, and grows best in sandy soil. A bunch of pumpkin seeds appeared by the field. Old Lady Pei followed the instructions and started planting pumpkins. When planting, the seed tips should face down, covered with 2 to 3 centimeters of soil, and watered thoroughly. The system simulates possible plant diseases like powdery mildew, viruses, spots, and pests like aphids. It also provides advice based on the era, explaining that pumpkins are not prone to disease if grown in good conditions and will grow smoothly. In October, she will spend a month learning through the system, harvesting a few crops, and by November, she can start planting in her own fields. They just harvested sweet potatoes, so there's plenty of space in the yard. After studying planting at night, she also spends time during the day learning how to prepare pumpkins. How to eat tender pumpkins, pumpkin leaves, and vines, especially mature pumpkins turning golden yellow, which is why they are called golden pumpkins. Pei Chinua told her the name is golden pumpkin, making it sound rare and precious. It is indeed golden in color. Ripe golden pumpkins can be used to make pumpkin flour, pumpkin cakes, and many other desserts. Old Lady Pei still remembers how expensive the pastries she bought were back then. She used to think how wonderful it would be to own a bakery someday. We have our own bakery, where we can eat any snacks we like and also earn money. In the yard, Grandma Pei set up a rack in the backyard, placing smooth bamboo poles on it. They had bamboo too, but not as much as here. Mom, what are you doing with this? Pei Huili was working on a machine nearby. I'm making dried strips of sweet potato. When they're ready, I'll hang them on this rack to dry. Tonight, we'll start making the strips, and tomorrow, we'll buy some sacks in town to store them. Grandma Pei planned everything well. First, she stored the sweet potatoes, then slowly made the strips. They had so many potatoes that they couldn't just throw them away. When the sweet potatoes arrived, there wouldn't be enough space to store them all. The new sweet potatoes were fragrant and sweet. They could cook a few with each meal, and even the children loved eating them. At night, Grandma Pei lit an oil lamp, something she used to avoid before. All the work of making the noodles was in the kitchen. Some children helped put the potatoes into the machine. One child put potatoes in, another turned the handle, and a third helped pick out the unbroken pieces for a second processing. Over the past few days, the extracted starch had been filtered several times through square-shaped screens supported by 2 frames. 2 people could operate it. After multiple rounds of filtering, the starch was very white and clear. Today, the most important task was sifting the flour. Sifting flour was hard work. Grandma Pei had several large scoops, each holding 2 to 3 gin of flour. The sifting process was slow, and those without much strength couldn't keep going. Grandma Pei and Pei Huiren were in charge of sifting, while Pei Baozhu and Pei Huili helped gather the flour and hang it to dry in the backyard. Drying the flour had rules. The spacing couldn't be too narrow or too wide, just right. Third sister was responsible for lighting the fire. Jean and who worked on filtering, but they still seemed a little short-handed. This was the first time the whole family worked together. Grandma Pei trained them for several days. Now, she wished she could split herself into parts. Oldest brother, shake the handle more evenly. Don't be lazy. Seeing Jin's arm move lazily, Grandma Pei wished she could go shake it herself. She was annoyed that they were given easy tasks, but still tried to slack off. Third brother, you can scoop out the flour and put it in cold water now. Don't just stand there. I've told you many times to watch the color. Third sister, turn down the fire a bit. It's too strong. Grandma Pei held her scoop and carefully poured the flour into the pot. Skilled workers could make long, even strands of flour without breaking them. Mom, when will we sell the sweet potato strips? Pei Huiren's hand was sore from sifting flour. Let's wait a little longer, around the time of the new year. In the county town, many people are shopping and they have money. That's when our powder can be sold at a good price. Here, potatoes can be harvested in about 5 months. In winter, around October and November, one crop can be planted and by February or March, it can be harvested. Then, another crop can be planted in March or April, and in 4 or 5 months, it will be ready to harvest again. In Danyang, the harvest is much better than in the old Pei village area. As long as you work hard, your family won't go hungry. Selling around the new year is the best time. Pei Huiren is so happy, he can't stop smiling. He has been selling snacks for a long time, and he still enjoys counting money every day. Compared to his hopes, Grandma Pei is much more worried. She manages the whole family and knows how much savings they have. From buying a needle and thread to arranging marriages and births, she thinks about all the expenses over and over again. Whether they will have a good new year depends on whether her new business venture will succeed. They worked busy into the late night. The family was almost too tired to continue. The children had already stopped and were sleeping on the side. The adults were sweating all over. Even though the weather had turned cold, they were still working hard and sweating profusely. Finish this part, then go to sleep. Oldest daughter-in-law, second daughter-in-law, you two take the children to bed first. Grandma Pei was tired too, but she knew that no one starts a business without sweating. Third son, take Lin Mu to bed. Bao Zhu, you can go back too. The rest of this, the oldest son, and I will finish. Pei Huairan's face stiffened. Is this what being the eldest son means? He really wanted to sleep too. In the countryside, the sound of crickets filled the air, making the small mountain village even quieter. The kitchen was still messy, but everyone finished the last tasks and went to bed immediately. This was a good way to cure insomnia. If you can't sleep, just get up and work. When you're tired, you can fall asleep easily. The next morning, the earliest risers were actually the children, who were awakened by the sounds of pigs and cattle. Seeing the exhausted adults still asleep, the three children who needed to go to school cooked an egg by themselves and headed out. Pei Chinyu, who hadn't slept, watched them leave and thought, their studies are SOSO, but they wake up early. Bao Zhu, how many eggs and ducks have you collected by the small creek? One person ate a bowl of rice noodles, emphasizing speed. Right now, everyone's eggs and ducks are a bit greenish-black. None that are brooding, but there are probably a few hundred. The chickens and ducks are laying eggs now. Pei Bao Zhu is now able to work steadily and manage everything well because of this. First, because she has things to do and doesn't spend her time idly like before, she feels less empty inside. This sense of achievement makes her feel very comfortable. Another reason is that she went to the small river ditch, found a higher spot where she could see the lower-lying road area clearly. Sometimes, Luzi is hanging clothes to dry. Sometimes, his mother is sweeping the yard. Sometimes, he is studying. Pei Bao Zhu finished feeding the chickens and ducks, collected eggs, and loved to sit in the haystack and watch all day. This is her secret. Almost the end of the year, we should pickle some salted duck eggs and preserved eggs so we can sell fresh ones. Before having these ideas, Grandma Pei learned how to make them, tried tasting her own, and thought they had potential, then added this to her business plan. She is very careful and attentive to each project. She invested a lot of money to make money. Mom, I've eaten salted duck eggs. What's a preserved egg? Salted duck eggs cost much more than regular duck eggs, about 4 or 5 cents each, while normal duck eggs cost only 3 cents. Preserved eggs are eggs with a pattern inside called Manhwa. Once we make them, our family will try some first. Remember to bring back the eggs you've saved today. As the weather gets colder, the chicken and duck coops need proper care so they don't freeze. Today, Grandma Pei has another important task. Pei Huili, being a scholar, is just at home farming, which is a waste of his talent. After learning about entrepreneurship, Grandma Pei decided to make full use of everyone's abilities. Not only will she farm and research machinery at home, guide her family in studying, but she also needs to earn money. Using everything to its best, today she plans to find a job for Pei Huili in the village. Carrying some snacks, a dozen eggs, and a pack of homemade vermicelli, Grandma Pei took Pei Huili to the village chief's house. Uncle, are you at home? Have you eaten? As soon as they entered, they saw the village head, the Pei family clan leader, resting in the yard.
Eve eaten.
Why are you here? Have you had your meal? I'll have the family cook you some noodles. The clan leader, with white hair, spoke loudly and confidently. No trouble at all. We've eaten and we're just coming by. It's better to approach the clan leader than the village head for this matter. Which young man from your family is this? I'm getting old and can't remember well, the clan leader asked, looking at Pei Huili, who looked about the same age as his grandson, and was very polite. Uncle, this is our third son, Huili. He's taking the imperial exam with your son, remember? The clan leader's hearing is sometimes good, sometimes bad, so he had to shout loudly for him to hear. Sixth sister-in-law, why are you here? And Huili too. Even the village head heard the loud voice. This is homemade food from my family, soaked in water until soft and then cooked like noodles. I brought some to the village head to try and enjoy the new taste. Old Lady Pei placed her gift on the table. Our family talks with each other, no need to be formal. If there's anything, just say it. The village head thought he knew Old Lady Pei well. She was very reasonable, which he wasn't used to. Village head, where's your son? Is he still preparing for the imperial exam? Old Lady Pei looked around but didn't see him. Yes, he's studying at the academy. It's good that he's doing well. Why didn't your child Huili go? Old Lady Pei thought to herself, it's good that your child still wants to study. My child might have a chance now. Village head, my Huili has stopped studying. He just wants to stay with me. He's very filial. It's a pity he didn't become a scholar. I heard the teacher at the clan school is retiring soon. I came to ask about that. Maybe I can help him find a job. Their clan school doesn't charge money or gifts. If students do well, they get some support. But their clan school requires tuition. Even so, the Pei family's clan school has never closed. The first person to start a clan school truly did a great deed. The village head thought for a moment. Our village has a few scholars, mostly aiming for official positions. Since the teacher at the clan school is retiring and Huili is a scholar with a good reputation, it's an easy choice. If he doesn't come, we might have to find him ourselves. Let Huili go to the academy to get familiar with things first. You know the old teacher, he's not a stranger. You can discuss the details with him. The clan school's tasks aren't heavy and the pay isn't high, but it sounds good. Being a teacher is a respected job. The Pei family has fallen on hard times, but they still accept outsiders, and students from other villages are welcome too. All right, then. Village head, you're a kind man, everyone knows that. I'll go back and prepare for Old Third. Old Lady Pei hurriedly left, leaving the village head surprised. She was always like this, getting things done, without any politeness. Old Lady Pei was truly busy this time. She still had many things to do, and she wasn't just running away after finishing her work. Old Third, when you go home, start preparing. Tomorrow morning, go to the academy to take a look. You won't need to work in the fields anymore. Mother knows you've never suffered much since you were young. The work in the fields isn't suitable for you. But when you come back from school, don't forget to help your mother with research and help make vermicelli at night. She cared deeply for her son. He had rarely worked in the fields, but after this harvest, he was exhausted, darkened, and thin. She had raised meat for over 10 years, but now it was all gone. It broke her heart to see it. Back at home, the workers had already finished their tasks. She went to the backyard to check on the fans, which were still hanging out in the sun. The weather was good, so she believed they would dry quickly. It took only one night to make a few rows of fans, which was too slow. There were still many starches in the house taking up space in the basin. The house had added many new basins, jars, and pots. They even cleared out a room just to store them, so there was enough space to move around. Mom, all the eggs, chicken and duck eggs, have been collected. They're piled up now. Pei Baozhu carried the last basket of eggs home. Grandma Pei checked them and found there were about a few hundred chicken eggs and a few hundred duck eggs. This was the result of constantly raising chickens, buying new ones, and collecting eggs.
Good.
You and I will make preserved eggs and salted duck eggs together. Pei Baozhu agreed, understanding that her mother was passing the task to her. Go get some wood ash, alkaline powder, and rice husks. Grandma Pei separated the chicken and duck eggs. She had already washed them and let them dry. Watch carefully how I do it. Maybe next year it will be your turn to do this. Grandma Pei turned quicklime into powder, sifted it to remove large particles, and mixed it with alkaline powder and wood ash until evenly blended. She then roasted salt in water, frying it until it made popping sounds, indicating it was ready. Then she poured boiling water into the salt and let it cool down. Once cooled, she mixed the salt water with the prepared wood ash, stirring until it formed a sticky mud. These substances could easily hurt your hands, so she used chopsticks to handle the eggs. She would pick up an egg with chopsticks, roll it in the mud mixture to coat it thickly, then roll it in rice husks, and finally place it into a jar. This process was about 90% complete. Come on, there's more to do. Be careful not to touch with your hands. These things can hurt. Third brother, come help out. Grandma Pei thought for a moment. Although she asked her third son to come back and prepare, there wasn't much to prepare. There was still plenty of time. Mom, I'm coming. Listen, I'll coat the eggs with mud. Baozhu will cover them with rice husks, and third brother, you just put them into the jar. We'll work in a line to do it faster. Grandma Pei directed. Instead of coating each egg one by one, she would dump a bunch into the mixture, stir, then pick out the eggs and roll them in rice husks. Mom, what's a line? Why do we need to put the eggs in mud? These are good eggs. Why do they need to be coated in mud? They didn't have preserved eggs like this, and they had never seen this method before. This is a new food our family is making called century eggs. Hurry up and get it done. Old Lady Pei saw him ask questions but not move, so she couldn't help but urge him. Won't the eggs spoil if you do it like that? They need to spoil to taste good. Don't worry, just follow what Mom says. They had hundreds of eggs to work with. It was their first time making this, so at first it was slow, but soon they got the hang of it. One after another, they finished quickly. Her third child and Baozhu are her most loved children. She wasn't worried about sharing this method with them. The last step is the most important. Listen carefully. The jar must be covered with large vegetable leaves to keep it sealed. Then, mix some salt water with yellow clay and cover the leaves. It must not breathe. If it breathes, it will spoil. 2 months of curing is best, but 1.5 months is okay. The hotter the weather, the faster it will be ready. When eating, just wash off the dirt on the outside. It can be eaten cold, stir-fried, or used in soup. It's all delicious. Words are not enough to prove it, so Old Lady Pei bought 7 or 8 century eggs from the system that same day. There were still a few hundred duck eggs left, and while they were hot, they had to be pickled quickly. There are many ways to make salted duck eggs: soaking in salt water, coating with batter, 5-spice flavor, or soaking in wine. But Old Lady Pei thought these methods were too wasteful. She wanted to use the cheapest method, yellow sand. She had prepared yellow sand long ago, mixed with salt and water. If it wasn't sticky, she added a bit of yellow clay until it was ready. Baozhu, Old Third, the method for century eggs and salted duck eggs is quite similar. The only difference is in the flavor. Both can be passed down as family treasures. When Baozhu gets married in the future, she must not pass these to her in-laws. Old Lady Pei said seriously. She could give her daughter more dowry, but the money-making items she wanted to leave for her descendants. Mom, what are you talking about? Baozhu said shyly. But inside her mind, she started imagining her future with Lu Zifang, one with mashed century eggs, another wrapped in rice husks, hee. For dinner, Old Lady Pei mainly used century eggs. She made a century egg vermicelli soup, scrambled century egg, and a cold century egg salad. These are simple ways to prepare them. As soon as Pei Huairan saw the dishes, he looked at them first.
Mom, what is this?
Eggs? These eggs are spoiled and you're still eating them. Everyone was also confused about this meal. This is a century egg, a new food. It looks black, but tastes very good. Try some. Baozhu and Pei Huili helped make the dishes and they both started eating. This preserved egg cooked with vermicelli is quite tasty. The outside is smooth and tender, while the inside is soft. Pei Baozhu scooped up a bite of vermicelli and preserved egg. This cold dish has a strange flavor, but it's not bad. At first, it tastes unpleasant, but after swallowing, I want to eat more. The flavor of the preserved egg surprised everyone's taste buds. I thought who is pregnant and feeling nauseous, would dislike this the most, but surprisingly, she loved it. Pregnant women's tastes are really unpredictable. Lin Mu ate the preserved egg and realized that the flavor was something he had never tasted before. It was very refreshing and awakening. Our family still has many secret recipes. Mom, are we really going to eat this again? Pei Huairan asked nervously, feeling afraid of being controlled by cabbage.
Dream on.
This preserved egg is expensive. Hearing it was expensive, Jean quickly took more pieces onto her plate and ate them with a frown. The Pei family's life was always positive and upward. Sometimes small disagreements would happen, but they quickly disappeared. At night, everyone was asleep, and Grandma Pei started working in the fields again. In just a few days, the golden melons had grown. Small melons hung on the green vines, and when pinched, They oozed sticky water. Grandma Pei worked even harder. Once she harvested the first batch, she could get melon seeds. But she still had 5 fields, and 2 hadn't been planted yet. No wonder a day in the sky feels like a year on Earth. Things grow too fast. It only took her one night to finish planting 1 field. Pei Huiran couldn't eat preserved eggs every meal, but he enjoyed eating golden melons every day. The first meal was boiled melon soup. Everyone looked at the golden fruit with curiosity. They had never seen anything like it. What is this? It tastes a bit sweet. Did you add sugar? This is a golden melon. Next month, we can plant it in our fields. We'll harvest it at the start of the year. It's sweet and filling. Grandma Pei mainly grew golden melons to experiment with different ways of eating them. She tried steaming them in rice, making soup, slicing and stir-frying, and even mixing them into dough. She thought the best way was to make pastries like pumpkin cakes, pumpkin buns, and pumpkin noodles, simple and fresh. By the end of November, all the potato noodles in the Pei family were prepared and packed. In December, people in Danyang County started buying New Year goods. Stalls and vendors appeared everywhere in the county town. It was the last month before the new year, and even the poorest families would come out to buy things. The Pei family brought their homemade pickled vegetables, salted duck eggs, century eggs, spicy cabbage, and potato noodles. These rare items are unique here. They headed to Danyang County. This trip was mainly to sell their products. Old Lady Pei, Pei Huiran, and Pei Huili went together because there were too many people for a cart to carry. They only brought a few samples of each item, planning to sell them first to restaurants that might cooperate long-term. If the restaurants didn't buy, they would try small eateries. If those refused, they would set up stalls on the street to sell. They tried selling step by step from high-end to low-end, and someone was always willing to buy. Early in the morning, the 3 tidied themselves up, especially Pei Huiran, who brushed his clothes and fixed his hair repeatedly. Then they took a bullock cart to Danyang County. The county town already felt festive, with banners and couplets everywhere and many shops selling New Year goods. The streets were lively, tempting people to stop and buy gifts for their families. But today they had serious business to do. According to Old Lady Pei's plan, they first went to the biggest and most popular restaurant, Manhwa restaurant in Danyang. Standing at the door, they could see the place was crowded. The waiters were so busy, they didn't have time to wipe sweat, running up and down serving dishes and greeting guests. "Ma, do you think this big restaurant will buy our stuff?" Pei Huiran asked nervously. He had never been to such a large restaurant before. "Don't be timid. Do you think I'd let you handle other business if I didn't trust you?" Old Lady Pei scolded and strode inside. "Guests, please find a seat. We're busy now. Once you've ordered, the waiter will come." Inside, the restaurant was decorated in red for the new year, with many guests celebrating. The accountant was so busy with the abacus that sparks seemed to fly from his hands. Old Lady Pei didn't say much. She went directly to find the manager nearby. The manager looked a bit plump and only approached guests dressed in fine silk. "Are you the manager here?" Old Lady Pei asked boldly, not acting like a guest, but more like someone causing trouble. "Is there a problem, guest?" If they were ordinary guests, the manager would call a waiter. But since she seemed to be causing trouble, he had to handle it himself. Otherwise, what was the point of being a manager? "I have some food products I want to discuss doing business with your restaurant." "Business?" The manager looked them over carefully. Although their clothes looked new, they were made of cheap fabric. "Sorry, we're very busy now. If you want to dine, please find a seat yourself. We don't have time to discuss business at the moment." It was obvious they were villagers, thinking they had something very valuable in their hands, so they came to Manhwa restaurant to show off. The manager of Manhwa restaurant had seen many such people. He had never met unsophisticated rural folks who valued their belongings so highly. Little did they know, in others' eyes, it was nothing special. "Big brother, we're not here to eat. We want to talk to your boss about a business deal. If it works out, it would be a win-win situation." Pei Huili tried to persuade him with reason and manners. "Talk about business? What are you talking about? The boss is busy. Hurry up and leave. We have many customers and we don't want to cause trouble," the manager said, eyeing them dismissively. Just then, more wealthy people entered the restaurant. "Oh, young Master Meyer here? Please go upstairs." The manager pushed a few people aside and fawningly greeted the guests. Mother, they felt a bit uncomfortable after being turned down immediately. Old Lady Pei smiled instead of getting angry. This Manhwa restaurant's manager doesn't act like a manager. He's more like a brothel madam. She quickly took her 2 sons and slipped away before the manager could react. Seeing their spirits drop, Old Lady Pei bought 2 large meat buns for them. "Eat up. When you're full, you'll feel better. Business is like that. Success once in 10 tries is lucky. Even if we don't sell anything, we can eat it ourselves or sell it in the village. If people give up easily, nothing will succeed." While eating the buns, Old Lady Pei looked around to see where to go next. Rui Building. She read the sign of the restaurant nearby. Was this the place the manager from Manhwa restaurant mentioned? From the outside, Rui Building looked less new than Manhwa, but it was decorated very grandly. Still, there weren't many people inside. "Let's go and check this place out." Old Lady Pei led the way inside. This time, she didn't mention cooperation right away, but first looked at the food available. "Dear guests, would you like something to eat?" The young waiter hurried over when he saw customers finally arrived. Old Lady Pei looked around again. The food here was really expensive. "Just 1 bowl of chicken soup noodles for each of us, please." After sitting down, they only ordered the cheapest chicken soup noodles, which still cost dozens of coins. "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment," the waiter said happily and hurried to the kitchen. The 3 of them looked around the restaurant. There were some customers, but the place was mostly empty, with only a few scattered people. From their clothing, it was clear they came from modest families. Normally, this season is a busy time for big restaurants hosting banquets. Why is Rui Restaurant doing so poorly? "Mother, there are so few customers here. How can they afford to buy our things?" Pei Huiran whispered closer. "Even a broken ship has 3 nails. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. This restaurant is worth quite a bit of silver." In truth, Pei Old Lady wasn't sure if they could really sell their goods. "Everyone, your noodles are here." A young waiter brought 3 bowls of noodles. The chicken soup on top had a light sheen of oil, garnished with 2 green leaves. From the appearance, it looked good. 1 bite, and the noodles were firm and tasty, the broth rich and flavorful. Everything seemed fine. "Dear guests, would you like some noodle soup? Our broth is free. Using the original soup for cooking is the best way," the waiter kindly offered. Since there were few customers, each one was important. Only when guests felt comfortable would they come back. "Free? I'll have 3 bowls," Pei Huiran immediately said, pulling out some leftover buns and eating a bite of noodles and buns together. This little snack was quite delicious. The waiter quickly brought 3 more bowls of soup, placing them down without any hint of dislike. "Young man, I want to ask you. Your food tastes good, but why are there so few customers?" Pei Old Lady asked. The young waiter sighed softly. "Our Rui Building used to be a famous restaurant in Danyang, but ever since the Manhwa Building opened, our business has been terrible. Our dishes are traditional, home-style recipes, not as fancy as Manhwa's new offerings. Manhwa even sent people to cause trouble. They stole our chefs, and the chefs took our secret recipes. Now, we only have 1 head chef left." Thinking of the past glory, the young waiter felt nostalgic. Business was so good back then. Now, with the restaurant losing its cooks and secret recipes, it's hard to see how long they can last. This restaurant was really in a bad state. The 3 of them thought the same thing. With the chefs gone and the recipes stolen, what's left to run? Pei Old Lady stood up and looked directly at the young waiter. "Honestly, we visited many restaurants, but yours, Rui Building, has the best service. A restaurant like this is the kind that can last a long time. I didn't expect to hear such inside stories." The shopkeeper seemed to meet a kindred spirit. If Grandma Pei weren't such a kind lady, he might have wanted to hug her. Her attitude towards customers truly treated them like family. "Young sir, we have some special foods here that are absolutely unique in Danyang County. Actually, even in this entire dynasty, we're just looking for a restaurant like Rui Tower, which treats its guests well." Would it be possible to discuss a business deal with your owner? The shopkeeper was stunned. Was this a business proposal? Foods that don't exist anywhere in Danyang or the dynasty. Rui Tower could surpass Manhwa restaurant and even win back customers who had left. The shopkeeper didn't bother to guess whether these people were telling the truth. Even if they were lying, he wanted to try. Better to try than do nothing. Please wait a moment. I'll go find our owner. The shop wasn't busy, so the manager didn't need to do anything. Only the owner was in charge. A few minutes later, the three were invited upstairs. Hello, my name is Ren. May I ask your surnames? Owner Ren looked young, appearing a few years older than Pei Huili, and didn't seem like someone from a restaurant.
Pei.
I believe the young shopkeeper has already mentioned that we have some fresh foods here, and want to discuss a business deal with Rui Tower. Owner Ren was still young, without the seasoned, worldly air that comes with long experience. I've heard that your foods are unique in Danyang. I've traveled quite a bit myself, so I can truly say I've been to many places. So, no one should try to hide anything from me. Grandma Pei sent Pei Huili and Pei Huiren to fetch items from the ox cart while she waited. Owner Ren was a bit surprised. This unassuming woman was actually in charge. Not only was she plain-looking, but she also looked a bit intimidating, like a legendary wicked old woman. Please wait a moment. I'll bring the items shortly. Since you seem knowledgeable, see if you recognize these things, she said. Pei Huiren and Pei Huili quickly brought all the samples from the cart. Pickled vegetables, vermicelli, spicy cabbage, kimchi, pumpkin, century eggs, and salted duck eggs. Owner Ren was curious about the vermicelli first. What was it? It looked like noodles, but very thin, and was firm to the touch. This is vermicelli, a secret recipe passed down in my family. Only we know how to make it. It's simple to eat. Just soak it in water. Whether stir-fried, boiled, stewed, or fried, it has different ways to enjoy. Seeing his interest in the vermicelli, Grandma Pei quickly explained. If you say winter dishes, you must eat them with pickled vegetables. A famous dish is pickled cabbage and pork stew with vermicelli, which is the tastiest. Old Lady Pei pats the small jar. This is homemade pickled vegetables, very delicious. And this spicy cabbage and kimchi make perfect snacks to go with drinks. Boss Ren nods. The vermicelli is indeed rare. He hasn't seen it before. Maybe he can try to make it. What's this? What is it? Boss Ren picks up a golden melon. It's fully ripe, with a bright yellow outside, quite large. This is a golden melon, named for its color. You can eat it as a meal, cook it in soup, fry it into balls, make desserts, knead it into dough. There are many ways to eat it. But only my family has this kind. Seeing that he doesn't seem to understand, Old Lady Pei quickly explains about preserved eggs. This is a preserved egg, named for the pattern that looks like a pine flower inside. Seeing is believing. Let me crack one open for you. Old Lady Pei gently cracks the egg, presses it, rolls it on the table a few times, then peels off the shell easily. Is this an egg? It looks spoiled inside, Boss Ren says, surprised to see it black after peeling. Old Lady Pei remains silent, fully peeling the preserved egg to reveal the pine flower pattern at the bottom. Look, the bottom of this egg has the pine flower pattern. This preserved egg has a glass-like, translucent outer layer, but inside is soft. It's quite particular. People usually talk about vegetables choosing people, but here, it's the vegetables that choose their fans. Boss Ren is seeing this for the first time and quickly asks, what do you mean by vegetables choosing people? People who love this will love it very much. Those who don't will get tired of the taste after a few bites. Boss Ren becomes even more curious. He loves to challenge such unusual, almost rebellious foods. Madam, no need to explain further. Could you perhaps demonstrate in the kitchen? Honestly, I've traveled around the world and tried many new things, but these golden melon, vermicelli, and preserved eggs are completely new to me. Boss Ren has a very good attitude. If these ingredients can be turned into new dishes, the Rui Tower might return to its former glory. All right, Old Lady Pei agrees without hesitation. She has experimented countless times with these ingredients, trying different ways to prepare them. When they arrive in the kitchen, a casual cook is preparing vegetables. What's going on here? The cook sees Boss Ren and his group and immediately worries about losing his job. Brother, we're here to discuss business. We'd like to demonstrate some new dishes in the kitchen, Old Lady Pei explains. Since they are peers, she doesn't want to make things difficult for him.
New food?
I want to see how new it really is. Please, elder brother, help cut some evenly shaped pork belly slices and fry them a little to release the oil for later use. Old Lady Pei rudely orders the cook, since he's free anyway. If the business succeeds, won't he be doing all the work then? I'm not a helper. The cook feels offended and replies unhappily. Only he remains at the Yui building. Does the boss want to make him leave voluntarily with this attitude? Uncle Yang, please help out. They're really here to discuss business. If it works out, you'll be the one cooking these dishes in the future, Boss Rin says, showing that he has a special relationship with the cook. The cook finally agrees to help but keeps glancing at Old Lady Pei's actions. He must learn how to make these dishes. Meanwhile, Old Lady Pei scoops out a pickled vegetable from a jar. The cabbage, soaked for days, is now bright green, like carved jade. When taken out, it smells tangy, but not sharp. On the other side, rice noodles have been soaked in hot water and are ready, waiting for Chef Yang's pork. Old Lady Pei is also busy peeling century eggs and cracking open a salted duck egg. She scoops some pickled vegetables to set aside for Boss Ren and Chef Yang to taste. These small dishes, if made big, could be a business. This spicy pickled cabbage is pretty good, a bit fresh and sweet, but I prefer this kimchi, crisp and tasty, perfect with plain rice. When she pokes the salted duck egg with chopsticks, the oily red oil inside is revealed, looking very appealing. Madam, your salted duck eggs are authentic. Boss Ren has eaten salted duck eggs elsewhere, from big duck farms where every household raises ducks. For hundreds of years, various ways to eat duck eggs have emerged. The most famous are salted duck eggs, which are light in color and oily. When eaten, they are cracked open with the shell, mixing yellow and white, and they don't feel dry or powdery. Madam, your salted duck eggs are quite oily and shiny. Boss Ren picks one up, tastes it, and eats both the white and yolk together. As he bites, the red oil oozes out with a sizzle. If sold in a shop, they'd be sold whole or half. Whole eggs are cracked open with chopsticks for eating, and half eggs are cut into two halves with shells intact. Although the deal isn't finalized yet, Boss Ren already imagines how to serve these salted duck eggs in dishes. Boss Ren is quite the connoisseur. Old Lady Pei hasn't seen so many ways to eat salted duck eggs, but she has seen them in videos and learned from people in those regions how to make them. Mr. Ren thought to himself that this family must have traveled around before, or else how could they know such a salty duck egg recipe? While tasting the food and waiting for the pork belly to be ready, Chef Yang proved he was a good chef. His skills were impressive. The aroma of the pork belly was very tempting. The cooked pork belly was mixed with chopped pickled vegetables and stir-fried evenly. Then, star anise, water, scallions, and ginger were added and cooked together. The mixture was brought to a boil over high heat, then covered and simmered on low heat. At this point, soaked rice noodles and salt were added, then covered and simmered for a while longer. Old Lady Pei moved quickly. While the pickled vegetable and pork stew with noodles was still in the pot, she started preparing another dish with rice noodles. She put dry rice noodles directly into hot oil. With a sizzle, they puffed up and expanded. The plain noodles turned bright white almost instantly, filling a large plate. Mr. Ren, this dish is very simple. If you like sweet, just add sugar. If you prefer salty, add salt. It's a big, beautiful plate. Looks very nice. Old Lady Pei promoted, blinking a few times. The fried noodles could be ready very quickly. Mr. Ren and Chef Yang each took a bite. They were crispy. The flavor was quite plain, probably something kids would like. She sliced a century egg into 4 parts, 2 plain and 2 drizzled with hot oil. Mr. Ren and Chef Yang each took a bite, but she didn't want to waste the rest. She also used another century egg to make soup. Whatever ingredients she had in the kitchen, she made do with them, preparing 2 simple dishes for the 2 men to try. All right, the pickled vegetable and noodle dish is ready, and the century egg is ready too. Please try them, she said. Chef Yang was very interested in the cold century egg. It looked dark and strange, but quite pretty. Chef Yang's expression changed several times. The taste was really strange. How is it? Is it tasty? Strange, but very delicious. This was Chef Yang's first time eating century eggs, and it was clear he was part of the target audience. The century egg soup is good, smooth and tender, and the broth is fresh, Mr. Ren thought to himself. He decided that century eggs would be a new product. Try the pork and pickled vegetable stew with noodles. It's a famous dish. Since it was common to make, and the meat belonged to someone else, he didn't want to waste it. Old Lady Pei also handed chopsticks to her two sons and served herself some. This is good. Sour and tasty. On such a day, one bite makes you feel completely refreshed. While they were enjoying their meal happily, there was rice in the kitchen. They each took a bowl and ate with their rice. Pei's family members didn't expect this and ended up having a meal by chance.
Boss.
The customers up front are asking what dishes are being cooked. They say it smells sour and fragrant, and they want a portion too. The group exchanged glances. This deal was almost settled. Stop eating for now. Owner Rin took the remaining pork and vermicelli, put some in a small bowl with pickled vegetables and pork, and brought it to the front hall. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the aroma you've been smelling. This is a new dish we are about to launch at Rui Building. Today, you are lucky enough to try it early.
Each table gets a small bowl to taste.
The portion isn't large, so please don't mind. It's free, just asking for your opinions. While speaking, Rin carried the bowls to each table, placing one small bowl per table. Oh, I got lucky today. I get to eat for free. Wow, this tastes quite sour. It's not vinegar. Vinegar is much sharper. Owner Rin, what is this dish called? Is that slippery thing noodles? I haven't seen it before. Not afraid of questions, only of no one asking. This dish is called pork and pickled cabbage stew with vermicelli. The slippery, noodle-like thing is called vermicelli, crystal clear, tender, and tasty. Only our Rui Building has this. If you want to eat it elsewhere, you won't find it, Owner Rin proudly explained. He was determined to succeed in this business. Is this dish really the only one of its kind in the world? But it's quite tasty, and it warms you up on a cold day. Owner Ren, when will this new dish be available? I'll come then, very soon, very soon. After comforting everyone, Ren invited the Pei family to the inner room. All of you see, I am willing to do this business. I believe you are honest people and won't try to cheat prices. Business is about sincerity. Anyway, if it's too expensive, I won't buy it. Rui Building is already struggling. If it collapses, so be it. I don't mind paying a bit more. The main idea is that the one with less is not afraid of the one with more. Owner Ren, no need to beat around the bush. We sell preserved eggs by size, and the vermicelli and other side dishes by weight. After some bargaining, the preserved eggs settled at 3 cents each, vermicelli at 20 cents per jean, and various small dishes at a few dozen cents per jean, all supplied to Rui Building. As for the golden melon, Grandma Pei explained how long she could supply it, and it was also sold by weight to Rui Building. The contract stipulated that Grandma Pei had to provide some recipes for these dishes. If they own a restaurant, they wouldn't need to give away their recipes for free. Old Lady Pei has worked as a cook before and knows that a good recipe can be sold for a high price. Now, she is just taking advantage of having good ingredients. Even if she doesn't share the recipe, others can figure out how to cook it over time. Innovation comes from breaking old rules. After leaving Rui Building, the boss took all the samples they brought to try out and practice cooking at home. They went in feeling light, but came out feeling rich. Mom, did we sell all our dishes? Pei Huiren was a bit surprised. It was too easy. In his mind, it should have taken a big effort. Third brother, let me pinch your arm to see if this is real. It still feels a bit unbelievable. Pei Huiren didn't hold back and pinched Pei Huili's arm. Ouch! Pei Huili was also surprised. The pain confirmed it wasn't a dream. This business could last a long time. They didn't have to sell their stock for less money. Big brother, third brother, we're going to get rich. Old Lady Pei looked ahead, her heart full of excitement, but her face remained calm. Her business was successful. Mom, it's a pity second brother isn't here. He makes much less money farming. Not only did they close a deal, but they also had a good meal, without spending a penny. Third brother, go home and get ready. Get a powder machine. Big brother will go back to the village to gather eggs, so they can make vermicelli. And the dried vermicelli we have can be sent tomorrow. We need to turn the flour into vermicelli quickly, as we have to deliver every half month. Closing the deal was just the first step. There were many more things to plan. They took a deposit home, excited, but didn't buy any New Year goods. The money was too new, and they didn't want to spend it. Third brother, the most important thing is the powder machine. You need to make it quickly. It should be portable if possible. If not, just do your best. Old Lady Pei thought the machine was very important. It saves money compared to manual work and is more efficient. Most importantly, she wasn't worried about the secret recipe leaking because machines don't gossip. It was still early, and the three of them had already arrived home.
Why so fast?
Mom, you're back already? So soon today? Did we sell everything? Jean sure couldn't hide her curiosity. Seeing their serious faces, she wondered if they hadn't sold anything at all. No one paid attention to her. Grandma Pei hurried back to hide the silver. Pei Huili was busy studying the machine, and Pei Huiren was on the road, properly educated by Grandma Pei. He felt that the burden on his shoulders was too heavy. He was deeply shocked by his mother. To become a wealthy merchant, he must at least stay calm in difficult times like his mother. It's over. The goods weren't sold. Now there will be food at home. Jean felt cold inside. She had worked hard on this, day and night. There are so many things, they will last until next year. It might be better to just farm honestly. Jean casually threw aside the broom, angrily went inside to settle accounts with Pei Huiren.
Bang! The door closed.
Jean crossed her arms and Pei Huiren, sitting on the bed, frowned, still lost in his own thoughts. Tell me, did you not sell anything today? Now, both of your sons' wives are gone. How will you manage to marry your son off in the future? I've told you to find a proper job, but you refused, insisting on doing business. It's fine if you're joking around, but she's old and her mind isn't clear. Third brother is a scholar, filial and unmarried. He wouldn't mess around like this.
And you?
You have elders at home and children to support. Why are you fooling around? Jean said angrily, punching Pei Huiren in the chest. Pei Huiren quickly pushed her onto the bed. For a moment, Jean felt young again. But then he spoke, breaking the mood. Why are you talking nonsense? Who said we didn't sell anything? I think you're just itchy today. Jean immediately pushed him back.
What?
We made it? Tell me quickly, what happened today? Did the business succeed or not? You three came back with a cold face. Who knows what really happened? Pei Huiren rubbed his hands, sat cross-legged, and excitedly boasted to Jean. It's a success. All our goods were sold. They even signed a contract and placed an order. I tell you, the shopkeeper didn't want to take it at first, but I talked to him and convinced him to accept our goods. Pei Huiren was full of pride as he spoke. Jean listened, mostly suspecting he was bragging, but she could tell which parts were true. It's a success. How much silver did we make? I tell you, this was a team effort. Our family of four worked hard, and the mother shouldn't get nothing. She had worked so hard for so long. It wasn't voluntary labor. That's all you've got? Can't see the bigger picture? This is a long-term business. The mother said from now on everything will be handed over to me. From now on, our family will be the big landowners. I will be the master, and you will be the lady. Oh, wait, if you don't serve me well, I will marry 2 more beautiful wives. Not a single coin has been received, but the family register has been prepared. Jean sure glared at him. When you were courting me back then, you promised to marry only me in this life. Tell me, how much silver did my mother bring back today? Pei Huiren lay on the bed, holding up a number with his hand. This is the deposit. I will deliver goods every half month, and the rest will be paid later. Jean sure covered her mouth, afraid she might scream out loud. She had thought Pei Huiren was promising when she married him. He looked decent, but marriage was hard, and she hadn't enjoyed any happiness. She thought she had been mistaken about him, but it turned out her luck was still coming. Old Lady Pei finished counting the silver, lit incense at Pei Qinyu's memorial tablet, reported her work, and quickly went to the system to collect golden melons. The melons in the field had already been planted. Old Lady Pei handed the task to Pei Huai, who was experienced in farming. After a few lessons, he could manage the land well. Fortunately, the family's grain was harvested in different seasons. Otherwise, Pei Huai would be exhausted. Even so, he had to work from dawn to dusk to keep up with the planting schedule. Ancestor, our land is large, and there are few of us. Recently, I haven't had time to come here to harvest grain, Old Lady Pei complained. Before, she worried about not having land. Now, with more land, she worried even more. Have you thought about hiring people or buying workers to farm the land? Pei Chinyu said. She preferred buying workers. They would be slaves, regardless of life or death. As long as they didn't starve, they could work tirelessly. Hiring people means feeding them and paying wages, and it's only short-term. Old Lady Pei was surprised. She had never considered this idea. Hiring people? But those are just villagers. Would that work? Only landlords and big landowners have servants. Old Lady Pei was a bit confused. Was her family about to become landlords? No, hiring people means providing meals and wages. Buying people means saving some silver to buy servants who will eat, live, and work. If they don't work honestly, they can be beaten. Pei Chinyu didn't believe in the idea of everyone being equal. First, she was no longer human. She was a system without a human body. Moreover, equality among people was impossible in ancient times. Don't even think about saving the world or achieving equality now. They had just solved basic needs. Even in modern times, is everyone truly equal? We all know about equality, but have you been treated equally? Educational equality, resource equality, social status equality. She is an ordinary person. Before becoming part of the system, she earned money when she had none and enjoyed life when she had plenty. Who doesn't want to have more money? Old Lady Pei suddenly realized, but if we buy someone, the gossiping women in the village will probably talk about it for months. Thinking of those women annoyed her, but long ago, she was one of them. They can't afford it, so they gossip. Have you ever seen a wealthy family discuss buying someone? In the future, when your business grows and you build a factory, let them come work and earn money. Then they won't gossip. They will just try to flatter you. She believes she doesn't need to say much about how people are warm or cold. Old Lady Pei, who has lived for many decades, understands this better than she does. While talking, Old Lady Pei sped up her work. She had to buy people. In the long run, buying people is more cost-effective, but she can't really tire out the second son. She cares about each child and thinks about everyone's future. People are naturally inclined to favor some over others, and she doesn't think there's anything wrong with that. On the last day of the year, Old Lady Pei decided to take everyone shopping for New Year supplies and to visit the county town. The second son's wife is pregnant and staying at home. All 4 children are going, the eldest son's wife is going, and Baozhu is going too. Others will stay home because the ox cart can't fit everyone. Yay! We get to go to the county town. Grandma is so kind. She's the best grandma in the world. Jean sure didn't expect she could go too. Old Lady Pei had always looked down on her. She thought she would have to throw a tantrum to get permission this time. 7 people, plus a cart full of goods, jostled together. The goods were precious, and Jean Shi and Baozhu sat in the cart watching the items. The 4-and-a-half-year-old children sat outside the cart, squeezed together. Old Lady Pei personally drove the cart. She was already skilled at driving it quickly, but unfortunately, Baozhu didn't want to learn how to drive the ox cart. Old Man Zhang, we're leaving first. Old Lady Pei waved her whip and greeted Zhang Laohan, who was pulling the cart. Zhang Laohan wasn't angry. He just smiled and nodded in greeting. But he didn't say anything, and others might not be so polite. Zhang Laohan's ox cart was specifically for carrying people, so he had to wait until everyone arrived, and it was time to leave. Unlike the Pei family, who could leave any time they wanted. But if they wanted to ride Zhang Laohan's ox cart, they couldn't openly complain. They could only sour others to vent their frustrations. Old Zhang, people are so proud with their ox carts they just wave and go. Exactly, look at her proud attitude. She used to ride in your carriage too. Why would a woman need to ride in a carriage? She's just showing off. She's an old woman who likes to be seen. She's ruining our village's customs. If they can't get what they want, they just spread rumors. That's their attitude. Old Zhang listened without anger. They are talented people. If they are successful, they still want to talk to me, an old man. That's good of them. Everyone smirked. You actually praised Grandma Pei's family as a good family? On the Pei family's carriage, some children happily sang songs. Mostly Pei Mingshan and Pei Mingyi were causing trouble. Grandma Pei didn't know why her two grandsons were so carefree. Lin Mu looked outside curiously, and Sanya only spoke occasionally. If these two get married, they probably won't say more than 10 words a day. Grandma Pei realized she was thinking too far ahead again. Grandma, are we going to eat here? This is a big restaurant. The ox cart stopped behind Rui Tower. Even from the backyard, you could see the restaurant was quite large. This is the restaurant that delivers to our house. Why eat here? Later, we'll go out for meat buns. Grandma Pei said, noting that meat buns are cheaper than restaurant meals.
Oh.
Okay, meat buns it is. The two kids, having grown up, had never eaten restaurant food. To them, meat buns were the best. Here they come. Grandma, you came early today. Our boss is still inside, very busy now. Chef Yang came out to greet them. Now the kitchen had more cooks, so he could relax a bit. Today, I plan to buy some New Year supplies. It'll be after the New Year when we celebrate. These are my grandchildren. Say hello to Grandpa Yang. Hello, Grandpa Yang. Heavy multiplication X for the children curiously stood in the yard. They looked a bit chubbier than before, which made them more adorable. All right. I have some snacks here. The kids probably haven't eaten yet, so take some. Chef Yang liked children. While working, he took some steamed buns from the kitchen. These are made with golden squash and filled with sugar. One for each of you. Wow, they've already come up with a new treat. Grandma Pei thanked him. The children ate the sweet buns quietly, sitting to the side and waiting for the goods to be unloaded. Brother, Grandpa Yang is so nice. First time meeting him, and he gave us sweet buns. Pei Mingyi looked at the buns with a silly smile. What buns? These are called sweet buns. Don't go back to the village and make people laugh. Here, they're just called buns. Suddenly, Sanya said, Grandpa Yang probably wants to be our grandpa, right? Huh, Lin Mu burst out laughing. Sanya's imagination is really wild. Don't talk nonsense. We have our own grandpa, no need another. Let's eat quickly. If we don't eat, it's a waste. Eat more. As the eldest brother, Pei Ming thought Lin Mu would be noble and tell everyone not to eat these possibly suspicious buns. But unexpectedly, he told everyone to eat more. After counting the goods and collecting the payment, Grandma Pei placed the ox cart near Rui Building. They still needed to buy things, so the cart couldn't be just left anywhere. Grandma Pei took out some copper coins from her bag. 10 cents each. Buy whatever you want. Anyway, you must buy something. Thank you, Grandma. You're so kind. Grandma is the best. Since starting her business, Grandma Pei believed one thing. Only those who spend money can make money. Her purse was always full of small change, and 10 cents wasn't much. Mom, what about me? Jean shyly stretched out her hand. She didn't care if only children had 10 cents. As a child's mother, she thought she should get 30 cents. You? Do you want to compare with the kids? Grandma Pei really wanted to give her a little slap, but Jean was always good at acting cute and pretending to be pitiful. Recently, you've done a lot for the family. I'll give you 10 cents. Just work hard, and everyone in our family will have endless silver coins. Grandma Pei thought about not giving her a coin. She wouldn't snatch her two grandchildren's money, right? Better to give her a little, so she would leave. Jean happily held the 10 coins. She didn't care about the future. At least she had money now. On the busy street, voices filled the air. Vendors were everywhere, selling candied hawthorns, hair accessories, rouge, couplets, vegetables, and more. A few children held their coins, unsure how to spend such a big amount of money. I want to buy a slingshot. I want to buy a wooden sword. Pei Ming Shan and Pei Ming, he knew how to spend money. A few small toys could make them happy for a long time. Sanya held her coins, wanting to buy this and that, but she couldn't bring herself to buy anything. Sanya, if you can't spend it, let me help you. Grandma said you must spend money. Pei Mingshan said slyly, eyeing her coins. I won't. I will spend it myself. Sanya clenched her coins tighter. Linmu looked at the 10 cents in his hand. What could 10 cents buy? Now he knew. But what he wanted to buy was definitely not something 10 cents could afford. One person doesn't want to spend money, and the other doesn't have enough to spend, so they pooled their money together. Brother Linmu, what do you think we should buy? Sanya thinks Linmu is the smartest person in the family and surely has a good idea. What do you want to buy? Sanya shakes her head. I want to buy so many things, but I don't know what to choose. Most importantly, Grandma Pei said she must spend the money or she will save it instead. How about this? We combine our coins to buy something for Grandma. Sometimes Linmu also calls Grandma Pei Grandma, since no one cares how he addresses her. Good idea. Grandma works so hard. We should buy something for her. Sanya happily agrees. In the past, she disliked Grandma because Grandma Pei wanted to sell her and thought she was just a girl. Now she loves Grandma the most because Grandma not only stands up for her but also treats her to special snacks. Everyone has their own, but what Grandma gives her alone is different. Sanya used to be a quiet, reserved child, feeling inferior from long-term pressure, but now she's lively, with a mix of complex feelings, both contradictory and full of energy. They start browsing the stalls, looking for gifts they can afford and that are suitable. A hairpin? Not suitable for Grandma. Rouge and powder? They've never seen Grandma Pei use such things, but she looks quite young now, with few wrinkles. Unknowingly, Grandma Pei has gotten used to drinking river water from the system, and her skin has improved, becoming whiter. A few white hairs she once had are gone. After choosing and rejecting, they finally spend 20 coins to buy 2 wooden hairpins, one with a lotus pattern and one with a plum blossom pattern. One for Grandma Pei and one for Sanya's mother. Meanwhile, Grandma Pei bought meat buns for everyone, eating some as she shops for New Year supplies. Shopkeeper, 5 gene of pork belly, 2 large bones, and 2 gene of fat, please. They already have chickens, ducks, and eggs at home, and they can't kill the pig. Fish are free from the system. Grandma Pei bought some pastries, candies, melon seeds, and peanuts for the New Year guests. Mom, you and Sanya, Linmu, and little sister go shopping first. I'll take Mingshan and Minghe to look around. We'll meet you at the restaurant later. Jean quickly grabs her 2 sons and runs, thinking about collecting their coins. Expecting Jean to buy New Year goods is impossible. Grandma Pei rolled her eyes at her and decided to buy supplies herself. Luckily, the 2 children are obedient and sensible. After buying food, Grandma Pei goes to the cloth shop to buy fabric. This year, she earned some money and the whole family needs new clothes. Pei Baozhu used her own money to buy some hairpins and rouge. Anyway, her mother would make her new clothes, so she decided to save her money. Many things old lady Pei didn't want to buy here. She thought about going back to buy from Pei Chinyu, where prices were fair and the quality good. She bought a lot of fine cotton fabric for her second grandson, who was about to be born. The child's skin was tender, so she wanted to prevent him from bumping into things. It was almost New Year, the coldest time, so the child needed several more sets of clothes. Actually, these were all wrapped in swaddling clothes. When kids grow up, the swaddling can be changed into clothes for them. Old Lady Pei also bought a string of candied hawthorn for each of her 2 grandchildren, and of course her daughter, Pei Baozhu, also received one. The 3 of them waited on the ox cart for Jin's family and the mother and son. Third girl, Linmu, what did you buy?
Tell me.
She looked at these 2, and besides the candied hawthorn she gave them, they hadn't bought anything else. They looked at each other and smiled. Grandma, this is the hairpin that Mu Gij and I pooled our money to buy for you, said third girl. She took out a lotus-patterned hairpin, finely carved and painted with color. The one given to Who's was a plum blossom design, a little extra. They bargained for it before buying. Old Lady Pei was stunned. She thought, didn't I give you money to spend as you liked? Didn't you two buy anything yourselves? She asked. Such thoughtful children. Grandma, We eat enough and stay warm every day, so we don't know what to buy. Grandma works so hard, so we bought you a hairpin to wear. Linmu quickly added, Annie, when I pass my exams, I'll buy you a gold hairpin. Pei Baozhu felt a bit embarrassed. She was her own mother, yet she hadn't bought anything for her mother. Living under someone else's roof, no matter what, he must have self-awareness. Although old lady Pei hadn't said anything, Linmu knew it in his heart. Perfect match, truly a perfect match. Old lady Pei thought third girl and Linmu were a perfect pair, both so frugal and filial. If third girl married Linmu, everyone would still live under the same roof. That would be so good. During their first New Year in Xiaoman village, old lady Pei paid great attention to starting well. Even when Jin's family played for a long time before returning, old lady Pei was not angry. Jin pouted, and her two sons, who looked like anyone, spent all their money as soon as they got it. They didn't save a single coin and even took a few cents from her to buy candy. They tried to steal chickens but ended up losing rice, and Jean was speechless. Back home, she only saw who's sitting in the yard, sunbathing and sewing clothes for the children. Where are the second family? Where are they? Why was no one there? Big brother went out fishing, Huai, you went to the fields, and the third brother went up the mountain to chop firewood. In such cold weather, he went alone to chop firewood? Did the third brother go by himself? Old lady Pei was a bit worried. Pei Huili hadn't done much work before. Could he chop firewood? Yes, the third brother said the weather is good today, so he wants to gather more firewood, so we won't run out in winter. Old lady Pei sighed inside. She had finally managed to get her son into the scholar class, but now he was doing chores like a village farmer. Mother, this is for you. Third sister carefully took out a plum blossom hairpin from her bag and held it with both hands to give to Aunt Hu. Aunt Hu took the hairpin. Her eyes looked a little anxious. Thank you, third sister. It's very pretty. Did you buy it for yourself? Third sister shook her head. I bought the hairpins for grandma and mother, with some coins I saved with brother Linmu. Aunt Hu gently hugged third sister. Good girl, very obedient. Linmu saw this from inside the house, his face expressionless. He missed his mother too. Even though the new year had passed, he was only 9 years old. His birthday was in winter, but no one here knew or celebrated birthdays. No one would celebrate his birthday again. Third sister was truly happy. Although her father was not reliable, she had a mother who could stay with her. Linmu rubbed his reddening eyes, forcing himself not to look at the scene, and turned his attention to his books. Mother! Mother! Third brother is back. Aunt Hu suddenly shouted, calling everyone out of the house. Third brother? Weren't you going to chop firewood? Where is your firewood? Are you stealing a girl? Jean sure blurted out, but old lady Pei slapped her. She dared to say anything. Mother! Pei Huili called out, and everyone helped him carry the girl down from his back and put her on the bed. They entered the house shivering from the cold. Third brother, what's going on? Old lady Pei asked, worried something bad had happened. Mother, I was planning to go chopping firewood today. When I reached the mountain hollow, I found her lying on the ground, with only a small axe beside her. She was still breathing, but I couldn't wake her. I couldn't just leave her to die. It's so cold outside. She could freeze to death overnight. Pei Huili drank some ginger soup and started to feel better. We don't know whose girl she is, and no one came to look for her. Old lady Pei frowned deeply. These days, you couldn't just help anyone, especially girls. Well, let's give her some ginger soup first, old lady Pei said. Since she was brought into the house, she couldn't just let her die here. That would be bad luck. People who have been frozen for a long time need to have their hands and feet wiped with warm water cloths to help them recover gradually. Old lady Pei naturally wouldn't do this herself, so she asked Jean to wipe her. Jean hesitated and wiped, thinking she had never wiped her parents before and that her third younger brother should do it. She believed she was responsible for saving herself. So, after carrying the person back, they just ignore her? What if she dies at their house during the new year? That would be very unlucky. This girl looks unfamiliar. Isn't she from our village? Has no one come to look for her? Old lady Pei looked at her clean face and thought she was quite pretty, just too thin. Her hand pinched her, feeling uncomfortable. I don't know. Maybe she's from the next village over. We'll find out when she wakes up. All right. From now on, no more going to the mountain alone to chop firewood. Your older brothers should go with you. If anything happens, it's easier to discuss. Old Lady Pei scolded, worried that if her third son was the one lying there, she would cry her eyes out.
Exactly.
Third brother, look at you. You didn't even chop enough firewood, and now you're carrying a girl back. What's that about? Jean said unhappily. She thought lucky scholars always found good things on their trips to the mountain. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly cover her with a hot cloth. We can't have her die at our house during the new year. Old Lady Pei said irritably, then went to get a hot cloth to wrap her. The person was saved. Living is best. If she died, there would be trouble. Baozhu, go to the small river and bring back 2 chickens or ducks. Pick some eggs, too. We should start preparing for the new year. No matter what, time will pass slowly, and what is meant to come will come. It's the 23rd or 24th of the last month, the little new year. Old Lady Pei no longer paid attention to the girl and let the children watch over her. She then called her daughter and daughters-in-law to clean the house. As the saying goes, on the 24th of the lunar month, dust and sweep the house. All the family's bedding and clothes must be washed, and the inside and outside of the house thoroughly cleaned. Even the kitchen utensils must be washed carefully. Clean thoroughly, sweep away the hard times, and drive out bad luck. Jean pouted, thinking there was still bad luck lingering in the house. Their custom was to first pay homage to the kitchen god before eating. Old Lady Pei took half of the wine, meat, candies, rice snacks, and other offerings into the room. Ancient ancestors, please eat first. Thanks to your protection this past year. Today, I will pray to you alone, and on the first day of the new year, I will bring the whole family to pay respects. We are not strangers. Please eat first. After you're done, I will bring the offerings to the kitchen god. Old Lady Pei sincerely lit 2 incense sticks and, after a while, took the offerings outside to present to the kitchen god. On the kitchen stove, there is a statue of the kitchen god, with various foods placed below, but they can't be eaten yet. Come, everyone, worship the kitchen god. Old Lady Pei called out. The family knelt in order of their generations and bowed to the kitchen god. Grandma, when can we eat? It smells so good. Pei Mingshan drooled over the snacks. Today, Old Lady Pei didn't prepare many dishes. She only set out some pastries, steamed buns, and a few regular meals, but children love snacks the most. Pray properly. When the kitchen god goes to heaven, he won't speak badly of you. This year, how many fights did you have with the boys? The kitchen god knows everything. Old Lady Pei pinched his ear. The child was really mischievous. Almost time. After the kitchen god finishes eating, we can eat too. Grandma told you to watch over that girl. Why did she run away? Third sister is watching her. Pei Mingshan quickly slipped away. They took down the offerings and all the family gathered to eat, as if the celebration was over. Grandma, she's awake. That young lady, not long after finishing the meal, third sister exclaimed happily. Old Lady Pei hurried inside to check. It's good she woke up. If she hadn't, it would be the new year soon. The girl's face looked a bit better, with some color returning. She looked around nervously. Everything felt so unfamiliar. You're awake. The first person she saw was the kind-looking old lady, Old Lady Pei. Ma'am, where am I? The girl covered her throat, which still hurt a little. Drink some water first. This is my home. My family went to the mountain to chop wood. When they saw you fainted, and since no one else was around, they brought you back. Old Lady Pei handed her water, but didn't say who saved her, only that it was her family. Thank you, ma'am. How long have I been unconscious? Has the new year already come? The girl tried to sit up but felt weak and could only lie back down. Just half a day. We brought you back this morning. Now it's evening. Today is the 24th day of the 12th lunar month. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. She had a small mole on her earlobe that moved with her actions. Thank you so much, ma'am. I will never forget your kindness. It's getting late, and I should go home. My family will be worried. The girl struggled to get up. Although old lady Pei also wanted her to leave quickly, she couldn't just watch her go out and risk her life. It's freezing outside, and her son's life was saved. Rest here for now. It's dark outside, and you can't see the road. It's so cold, and you're dressed lightly. Rest well, and leave tomorrow. By the way, which village are you from? What's your name? Old lady Pei thought the girl might be cold and a bit dazed. Third sister, check if there's still rice. Bring a bowl. No need, auntie. This isn't proper. You saved me, and I can't thank you enough. Please don't spend more. I am from Dashan village. My surname is Liu, and I have a single given name, Meng. My family calls me Mingyang. Lu Mingyang felt a bit shy. The family's bedding was all intact, no tears at all. It was warm and cozy. Nyang Nyang, come, eat something first. You're so thin. You need to eat well to have the strength to go back. Annie Pei took the rice from Sanya, looked at it, and started to think critically. Who served rice so skillfully? Such a large bowl. Does their family have a lot of money? Lu Mingyang saw the big bowl, half filled with vegetables that still glisten with oil, and the other half was plain white rice. Oh my, they had never eaten white rice at home, only coarse rice, and they rarely had that. This is too precious. It's not suitable for me, auntie. I'll just have some soup. Lu Mingyang nervously waved her hands to refuse. She knew this was bought specially for the new year, and she shouldn't take it without showing good manners. Grandma, this was served by Uncle San. Sanya seemed to understand what Auntie Pei was thinking.
Eat, eat.
It's all served now. Just eat. Sanya, stay with Nyang Nyang. Grandma will go out and see how Old Three is doing. Grandma went out to teach Old Three how to serve rice properly. Auntie Pei placed the rice bowl in Lu Mingyang's hands and left the room. Only Sanya, with big, innocent eyes, was left, and Lu Mingyang's nervousness eased quite a bit. She carefully picked up the bowl, took a deep breath. It smelled so good. Thank you, she said to Sanya after expressing her gratitude. Then she started to eat slowly, taking one bite at a time. The food was delicious, but she didn't lose her composure. She ate patiently and gracefully. You're welcome. Sister, you look really pretty, Sanya said, watching her. She was very fair but too thin. People in the village didn't like skinny folks. But she liked her very much. Thanks to your family for saving me. I wonder how my parents are at home. Must be worried. Lu Mingyang sighed softly. It was my Uncle San who saved you. He carried you down from the mountain and walked a long way. He was frozen stiff himself. Uncle San? Thank you, Uncle San. And thank you all for giving me water and food. When she woke up, she noticed her hands had been wiped, and there was soup on the quilt. This family was kind-hearted. Through the window, she saw snow falling outside. Even though she was anxious, she knew she couldn't go back now. She could only wait nervously until morning. Girl, where is that young lady from? Is she married? Maybe she can marry my third brother. This is called a life-saving favor, and I will repay it with my life. Big sister-in-law. Don't talk nonsense. A woman's reputation is very important, Pei Huili said, blushing with worry. Old lady Pei rolled her eyes at her. That girl's surname is Liu, and her name is Mingyang. She's from Dashan village. Dashan village isn't far from us, but the roads are bad, full of mountain paths, she added. Then she changed the subject. Third brother, who told you to serve rice like that? Serving guests like that means you don't want them to have a second bowl. And you keep choosing the best ones. Old lady Pei scolded him. Jean Sher, standing nearby, giggled secretly. Third brother, I knew mother wouldn't be happy. You didn't believe me. On the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, people make tofu. It's said that on this day, the kitchen god reports to heaven, and the Jade Emperor comes down to check if each household is telling the truth. Everyone eats tofu or tofu scraps to show their simplicity and to ask for divine blessings. But who will take Mingyang back home? Old lady Pei thought about it. There aren't many suitable people at home, only women. Sending her alone isn't safe. She's worried she might get lost on the way. Baozhu, third brother, you two should send Mingyang back. Mother, third brother should just send her himself. If he's saving someone, he should see it through, send her off properly. Baozhu didn't want to go in the cold weather. I'll go, Pei Huili said, getting up to get the cart. It's so cold, so let's just go as far as we can with the ox cart. Hurry up. You need to watch your third brother. Old Lady Pei urged Baozhu. No one else is suitable. She can't send her sister-in-law and brother-in-law together. She can't have two brothers send one girl. Baozhu pouted, and Old Lady Pei adjusted her hat. New ones bought last time. Take some food for the road, 2 per person, she said, stuffing 6 eggs into her hands to send her off early. Girl Mingyang, it's almost New Year. There's nothing much at home. Take a couple of dishes to cook and eat, Old Lady Pei politely said. They've helped her enough. This small favor is just a good omen. They placed 3 big golden pumpkins on the cart. Madam, these are too valuable. You shouldn't give such expensive things. Mingyang tried to refuse. She had already tasted the 3 pumpkins. They're sweet and delicious. Third sister told her they were made from golden pumpkins. The name, golden pumpkin, shows they're probably expensive. Giving 3 at once is more than she can afford.
Take them.
I can't let you go empty-handed. There is so much at home, and spring is coming. We can harvest it then. Leaving it untouched is pointless. Better to give some as a favor. Lu Mingyang pursed her lips and walked up to Grandma Pei, then suddenly knelt down with a thud. She knocked her head 3 times, making Grandma Pei stunned. Does she still need to give a red envelope? Thank you for saving me. I will never forget this kindness. Thank you, madam. Her thin body was dressed in simple clothes, but her words were firm and strong. Grandma Pei's nose felt a bit sore. This girl seems grateful and honest, without sweet talk. Such a person truly remembers kindness in her heart. She looks only a few years older than Pei Baozhu, but she is so thin. If not for the ancestors during the famine, maybe Baozhu would look like her now. After sensing her thoughts, Pei Chenyu thought Baozhu might be even worse off. This girl at least has a good temper and is hardworking. Get up quickly, good girl. It's so cold. Don't catch a cold. Third sister, wait for me a moment. Grandma Pei quickly went inside, rummaging through her chest to find 2 old patched clothes. Oldest brother's old clothes. Where are they? Find 2 that you don't need. The family's favorite to buy clothes was Jean and Baozhu. Baozhu followed Grandma Pei inside. Mom, are you looking for clothes for Lu Mingyang? I have one I don't need, I can give it to her. Anyway, if she throws it away, it's just waste. Grandma Pei quickly packed the clothes. They were old, but all washed and very clean. Look how thin she is. Probably her family isn't doing well either. Better she doesn't freeze to death. Today I saved her. Maybe one day when I'm in trouble, heaven will send someone to help me. Dreaming, these are just old clothes. If you don't mind, take them all. When you go back, you can patch shoes with them. Grandma Pei handed her the bundle. Madam, I can't take these clothes. You saved me. I am very grateful. Lu Mingyang blushed and tugged at her sleeve. Her clothes were also patched up. If you don't want them, are you looking down on us? If so, just toss them on the road. They're clean clothes. Please take them. My mom took a lot of trouble to find these, Baozhu said. Lu Mingyang blushed and kept thanking her, clutching the clothes tightly. The cart was warm inside. She and Baozhu sat together, while Pei Huili was outside driving the cart. After a while, Baozhu took an egg from her pocket. Here, Mingyang, 2 for each of us. Third brother, do you want an egg? I can peel one for you, Baozhu asked.
Yes.
Peel one for me, please. Thank you, thank you. Lu Mingyang carefully peeled the eggs. She thought to herself, this family is so kind. In such a cold winter day, they are so warm-hearted. The ox cart couldn't go any further at the entrance of Dashan village. Even entering the village relied on Lu Mingyang guiding the way. This was a new path they had dug themselves. Dreaming, you're back. You're back, a villager at the entrance exclaimed happily. Dreaming, where did you go? Your parents have been looking for you all night. Thank you, uncle. I fainted on the mountain, and this young lady saved me. Today, they specially brought me back. After entrusting the ox cart to the villagers to watch over, Lu Mingniang insisted on bringing Pei Huili and Pei Baozhu home for a drink of water before leaving. She couldn't just ignore them after they saved her. "All right, don't worry. I'll watch over it. I also need to tell the villagers you're back. Many people have been helping to find you." People around the ox cart marveled, occasionally touching the ox and glancing at the three walking away. "This young man is good, and so is this ox." Lu Mingniang led Pei's siblings to her home. Along the way, it was clear that Dashan village was not wealthy. The villagers wore patched clothes. At least in Xiaoman village, such families were not common. But Lu Mingniang's home was the poorest in this poor village.